CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations, presents the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, from Hollywood, a graphic and dramatic account of one of nature's most terrifying phenomena, storm, from the famous book by George Stewart, adapted and directed by William N. Robeson, with William Conrad as narrator.
Steadily, the great sphere of the earth spun upon its axis and moved in its unvarying course around the sun. From far off Venus, a watcher of the skies, if such a one can be imagined to exist, viewed it as a more brilliant planet than any to be seen by us earthmen. It gave no sign that storms or men disturbed its tranquil round. Bright against the black of midnight, or yellow in the dawn, the earth hung in the sky, unflickering and serene.
San Francisco Weather Bureau. Fair tonight and Wednesday, no change in temperature, moderate northwest winds. You're welcome.
The same forecast, day after day, week after week. The junior meteorologists wanted to yell blizzards, thunder, lightning, and hurricanes. But as long as that high-pressure area hung off the coast, it would be the same. Fair tonight and tomorrow, no change in temperature. This wasn't weather, it was a bore, and nothing on this morning's weather map could change it. Oh, there were storms, plenty of them, but always somewhere else. Sylvia, an old friend, was now over Boston, dumping a heavy fall of snow before she swept on across the Atlantic. Felicia, poor thing, wasn't doing too well. By all indications, she would die in the fastnesses of the Northwest Territory. But Cornelia, the junior meteorologist was proud of Cornelia. A big, full-bodied dowager of a storm, 400 miles at sea southeast of Dutch Harbor. He had known all of them since birth, days ago in the far western reaches of the Pacific. And it was his private pleasure to give them names. His eyes swept across the map down the arc of the Aleutians and the islands of Japan. And then he saw something he hadn't noticed before. A ship halfway between the weather stations of Haridoyashima and Tirijima had reported a barometric pressure of 1011. Yet by its position, it should have been 1012. The temperatures of the ship and the weather station showed too wide a divergence. The wind forces and the directions were at variance. Cold air from the tundras of Siberia had met warm air from the coral atolls of the Southern Ocean. So he rerouted a section of the 1012 isobar, drew a little ellipse like a football around the figure 1011.
Mariah. This one shall be Mariah.
A proud city, San Francisco, set upon hills, pearl gray in the winter sun, swept clean of smoke and dust by the steady wind from the sea. A city of towers and banners standing out stiff in the northwest wind. In the streets of the city, women clutched at their skirts and men at their hats in the invigorating sun-filled breeze. And they greeted each other with sparkling smiles.
Great weather we're having. Puts life in a fella.
But out in the country, there was a drought in the vast Central Valley. The grain and the grasses curled by drought ceased growing. And the well-to-do cattlemen ordered cottonseed meal at the Fresno mills. And in Tehama County, a not-so-well-to-do cattleman received a polite but firm letter from his bank. And an hour later, in the barn, they found his body hanging.
son.
Good morning, sir.
Is the map ready?
Almost, sir. The last reports are just coming in over the teletype.
Uh-huh. Nice little storm developing there west of Japan.
You mean Mariah?
You named them, too.
Well, just to myself, sir.
It must be nice to be new to the game. I used to do it when I first came to work here.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I called them mostly after heroes I'd read about in history books, Hannibal and so forth. I remember General Lee developed into a terror, but Genghis Khan was a fizzle.
Well, I've been using girls' names ending in IA, but I'm nearly running out. There's Felicia over Hudson's Bay, and Cornelia's still doing fine in the Gulf of Alaska.
Where'd this Mariah come from?
Incipient. Day before yesterday, north of Titajima.
She'll be watching. You know the old saying.
What's that, sir?
The Chinaman sneezing in Shensi may set men to shoveling snow in New York City.
Mariah did bear watching. Half as large as the United States, she rolled across the Pacific at 1,000 miles a day. Yet nowhere did she touch land. So vast and empty is the great ocean between the Aleutians and Midway Island. All over the top of the world rested unbroken darkness like a cap. Through that polar night, the flow of heat into outer space was like the steady drain of blood from an open wound. As the air thus grew colder and colder, it shrank toward the surface of the earth. Upon every square mile of snow-covered land and frozen sea, the air weighed more heavily with the passing of each sunless hour.
Hey, Chief, look at the report from Copper Mine this morning.
What about it?
1032. Up 9 millibars from yesterday. And Fort Norman, 1035. That polar air mass is going to break out in Canada.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
Well, there's no place else for it to go. And when it does, Mariah won't follow Cornelia and Felicia and the others into the Gulf of Alaska. She'll keep coming straight for the coast. Chief, it's rain in 48 hours and plenty of it.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
I'm sorry, Chief. I guess I got carried away.
That's understandable. You haven't seen as many storms come across this map as I have.
No, sir.
But don't go throwing around any 48-hour guesses. Storms are hussies, at least in this part of the world. I've known lots of them. Storms, that is. You can't trust them 12 hours out of your sight. San Francisco Weather Bureau.
Hello. Let me speak to somebody in authority, please.
This is the chief forecaster speaking.
This is Brownington Steamship Company. We got a ship in trouble. She just sent out an SOS. The Eureka relayed it to us. What's the weather like out there?
Can you give me her position?
Not exactly. The Eureka said she was 6 hours away.
What ship is it?
The Byzantium.
In that case, we have it. She made a weather report 2 hours ago. She must have been all right then. Just a minute, let me check.
Well, for heaven's sakes, hurry. It's mostly a local crew. They've got wives and families in the Bay Area. We've got to notify them.
I understand. Here we are. From the Byzantium reported she had a 9-point wind. That'll be about 50 miles an hour. But it's going to get worse. In an hour, it'll be blowing a whole gale, 60 miles an hour anyway. For another hour, it'll be even worse than that, with gusts up to 70.
It's a hurricane, then, a typhoon.
Look here, there's no sense in panicking. It's not a hurricane, and it's not a typhoon. It's a storm, a very big storm. Make that clear to your people and to the newspapers. The Byzantium will be through the worst of it in the next 2 hours. After that, it'll fall off. But there'll be lots of wind for 12 hours and a heavy sea after that.
I see. Well, isn't there anything you can do about it?
I'm afraid not. We report the weather. We don't make it.
Yes, of course. But thank you. Thanks very much.
Well, son.
Sir?
Your Mariah's a big girl now. A killer.
From the Arctic islands and the ice floes of the Beaufort Sea, the polar air swept southward across the plains at 50 miles an hour, across Alberta and Saskatchewan. By noon, it engulfed Edmonton. Just before the winter sunset, Saskatoon and Calgary. At midnight, it crossed the border and invaded the United States. By daybreak, it had occupied much of Montana and North Dakota and was advancing on Minnesota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. But in San Francisco, the proud banners on the tall towers still streamed southeast, and the winter sun. Continued fair today. No change in temperature.
Got the map filled in, son?
Yes, sir. Just finishing.
How's it look to you this morning?
Well, I said yesterday it'd rain inside 48 hours. I say now it'll rain inside of 24 hours.
Pretty sure of that, eh?
Positive.
Yeah, let me have a look. Uh-huh. Your Mariah's come a long way in 5 days.
Yes, sir. Look at that cold front east of the Rockies, right out of Canada. Just as I forecast.
Did you forecast this, too?
What's that, sir?
Part of your cold front slipped west across Alaska, far south of Seattle.
No, sir, I didn't expect that.
You care to forecast the possibility of it continuing south?
Well, sir, my guess is that Mariah will get here before it does.
Son, in this game, you can't afford to guess. There are a lot of factors on this map that argue against rain. There's this cold front. There's the Pacific High, still has been for weeks.
There's Mariah, and nothing's going to stop her.
Chief.
Yes, Whitey.
Chronicles on the wire. They want the forecast.
Tell them I'll have it for them in 10 minutes. You see, son, it's up to me. If I say that one word, rain, the weather forecast won't be in a box at the bottom of the front page. It'll be in boxcar letters in the headline. That single word will be the biggest news story in California. Thousands of people will change their plans because of it. Hundreds of businesses and industries will adjust to it. And if it doesn't rain...
But it's going to. It has to.
Would you like to take the responsibility of guaranteeing it?
But, sir...
On the other hand, if I forecast fair and it rains, that mistake might mean millions of dollars lost and the illness and the death of more people than a man likes to think about.
Yes, sir.
Of course, it's possible that the Pacific High will hold, and it's possible that the polar air will get here before Mariah does. But it's not probable. And we must forecast probable, not possible weather. Whitey.
Yes, Chief.
Get on the phone and order up storm warnings on the coast from Point Arena to North Head.
Yes, sir.
You, son, call the Chronicle and tell them we'll have the complete forecast in 5 minutes, but tell them to set the headlines and get ready. It's rain.
Rain. The load dispatcher of power and light was ready for the electric heaters that would be turned on against the chill, and the lights that would burn later in the morning and earlier in the evening. Somewhere in his maze of high and low voltage wires, his powerhouses and his dams, there would be trouble. But he was ready. Rain. The plant superintendent of the telephone company sent some extra men up along US 40 in case things went bad on the pass. Rain. The general manager of the railroad dispatched the assistant divisional engineer and the chief trainmaster to Immigrant Gap and Norton to take charge of track clearance in the pass. For rain on the coast, rain in the valley, rain in the motherlode, meant snow on the pass. The pass, one of the 5 great gateways to California. The first covered wagons crossed the pass in 1844 from the high plateau of Nevada to the gravid valley of the Sacramento, where yet unsuspected, gold lay in the sands of foothill streams. 500 wagons crossed in 46, crossed safely. All but the last, the Donner Party. The snow caught them, and the horror of their story has imprinted their name upon the pass, and broods still over peak and canyon like a legend of Greek tragedy. But today, gleaming streamliners glide between the snowy crags with 20th century ease. The transcontinental telephone carries chit-chat and the closing of deals, the word of birth and death, and the jokes and tunes of radio through the high canyons and over the summits. The great steel towers of the Power and Light High Line cut their wide path through the lodgepole pines and the tamaracks as they march with metal feet across the mountain. And feeling its way more subtly, following the contours of the convoluted land, is U.S. Highway 40, the all-weather road across the Sierras, one of the 5 great mountain gateways to California.
Let's pause here on KRLD.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com.
Now back to the CBS Radio Workshop on KRLD.
Far out at sea, the crippled freighter Byzantium, her rudder jury-rigged, made for Honolulu in repairs under a sunny sky. She had ridden out the storm, but she had lost her first officer overboard. Maria was indeed the killer, and she announced her coming with a wave of pain. As she moved steadily shoreward, old lumberjack joints grown stiff in the dripping of redwood forests twinged and throbbed. From Cape Disappointment to Point Arguello, overworked mothers winced with headaches. Nerve ends of leg stumps tingled. Old wounds of the Argonne and Guadalcanal ached again. In a moving belt 150 miles before the rain, renewed tortures prevailed in the hurt and maimed limbs of men. First, so fine was the rain, it was as if the low-lying mist had merely swooped a little lower. And then for a moment, it was gone. But it came again, minute by minute, unhurrying. The rain grew thicker and more steady. East beyond the Sierras and the Rockies, the river of polar air swept on. Behind it, the snow-plastered houses of Cincinnati and Louisville, the quick frozen ponds of the Ozarks. In Abilene and Fort Worth and Dallas, they felt it now. And men battling their way along gale-swept streets reminded themselves.
Between Texas and the North Pole, the only windbreak is a barbed wire fence.
Rain will not harm a high-tension line. Snow will build up on it and then fall away of its own weight and bulk. But ice. At the 3,000-foot level in the Sierra the morning after the storm broke, neither rain nor snow fell from the turgid clouds, but sleet, sheathing the trees in bizarre robes of ice, coating the wires of the power and light's 60-kilovolt line until they were a half-inch thick, an inch, 2 inches, until the weight became more than copper cable could bear.
San Francisco load dispatcher.
This is Ringo, substation operator. The French Bar 60 kilovolt line just went out.
Don't say just. When did it go?
9:02. But I'm replacing it from Two Rivers and Buckskin Dam.
Thank you.
The load dispatcher looked at his desk clock and noted with satisfaction that it was a little past 9:03.
I know I'm seeing it, but I just can't believe it.
What's that, son?
For this morning's map, it just isn't supposed to look like this. Storms should move from west to east between the high-pressure areas of the pole and the Tropic of Cancer.
They do, in the textbooks. But it looks like El Maria's trapped.
Well, that's what I mean, sir. Trapped between that polar breakthrough over the plains and the one that came in over Alaska. Why, it could go on raining for days.
And very well might.
This is a miracle of electronics. This is the multiplex telephone cable, carrying 2 or 3 radio programs, half a dozen personal conversations, and several teletype messages. 6 of these cables cross the Donner Pass, strung from pole to telephone pole. The central transcontinental lead, between San Francisco and the east. In 1579, the same year Sir Francis Drake landed on the coast of California, a cedar sapling sprouted on the lip of a ravine far up in the Sierra Nevada. It was, however, somewhat insecurely rooted, and in 1789, a half-century before the first immigrant let his wagons down the canyon walls with ropes, a windstorm toppled it. Its trunk has lain athwart the ravine ever since, decaying but little in the high, dry mountain air. But last fall, a chipmunk burrowing beneath it dislodged a pound or so of gravel, and thus disturbed its delicate and ancient balance. And the weight of Mariah's snow finished the job. Now the log begins to roll, slides sidewise, upends and drops over the canyon's edge. 100 feet below, it strikes squarely among the crossarms of pole 1-243-76 of the Central Transcontinental League.
Operator? Hello, operator.
This is the operator.
I've just been cut off from New York.
I'm sorry, sir.
Sorry's not enough. What's the matter with you people?
Hold the line, sir.
Company as big as yours, you'd think you'd give better service. Absolutely ridiculous. This is an important
Here
call.
is your party, sir. I'm sorry for the delay.
You should be. Hello, Harry.
Yeah, what happened?
Who knows? Well, anyway, let's pick it up where we were before.
You can't pick it up exactly where you were before, sir. Before, you were talking from San Francisco via Salt Lake, Denver, and Chicago. Now you are talking to New York through Los Angeles, Oklahoma, and St. Louis, over one of the alternate circuits which had been previously set up by a telephone company traffic superintendent who knew what a storm could do on the Donner Pass.
You were right, Chief.
Huh?
Look at this morning's map. That polar air that broke through over the plains finally made it across Mexico. It's out in the Pacific now.
Joining up with Mariah. That'll be the death of her. But she'll give us trouble tonight.
How's that?
That old polar air mass is only a few hundred miles wide, but she's cold and dry below and warm and moist on top. When she hits Mariah, she'll blow her into bits. Cloudbursts, hail and snow, thunder, lightning, and damnation. Tonight'll be the night.
U.S. Highway 40 was still open, but only because the road superintendent and his crew had pushed the flangers and the rotaries around the clock for nearly 72 hours. And now the snow was thicker than ever, and the superintendent standing at the doorway of the maintenance station garage was tired, bone tired. A heavily pounding truck came up grade from the west. A sedan, its headlights clawing the swirling snow, followed. And a few moments later, another. And then something began to bother the super. Something vague. And then he realized what it was.
Wally.
You!
Let's get out on the road.
What's up?
She's blocked somewhere down the pass. Nothing's coming through from the east.
She was blocked, all right. At Windy Point, a big truck and trailer was jackknifed across the road, and the drifts were already piling up. 4 cars were lined up grade, their motors running.
Idiots. Motor's idling, windows closed to keep warm. Wally, tell them to open up before they suffocate. You! I'll take the downgrade side. Anybody hurt here?
Nobody hurt but this truck.
Never mind the truck. You ran past the chain warnings yourself. If you'd had chains on, you wouldn't be stuck in that drift.
Yeah, but look, hey, what am I going to do? I can't...
Hey, anybody in there? Oh, no. Hey, you!
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. Where are the people from this car?
Oh, them.
Yeah, what happened to them?
Oh, yeah, old dame and a guy. She was sort of hysterical. She yelled something about we'd all get snowed in and froze like somebody named Donna. Then it started off down the road walking. Hey, you think maybe we ought to start walking like she said, huh?
No, you stay where you are. We'll get you out of this. When they leave?
About 5 minutes ago.
And that's long enough.
Hey, what's the matter up ahead?
Road's blocked. You see a couple of people walking down grade?
Yes, we wonder.
You got chains?
Sure, I always got chains. I'm from Colorado.
Good, then you must know mountains. Now listen to me, Jack. I'm the road superintendent here. We aren't going to be able to clear the road for a while. Why don't you swing around while you still can go on back down grade after those two people?
Well, now, I don't know.
Might save a couple of lives.
Why, of course we will.
There's a joint down at the bottom of the pass where you can get them some coffee. We'll let you know when the road's cleared.
Well, sure thing. Glad to help.
Thanks a lot. You better get going. One of my rotaries is coming up behind you.
I had no idea you got so much snow out this
Yeah, well,
way.
we get enough.
Shut the window, Emily, and let's get out of here.
Hey, Steve! Hey, Peterson! Give me a lift.
Hi, boss.
What you doing down here? I'll tell you later. Raise the plow, Steve, and get me up the road as fast as you can. Radio hot?
As a pistol.
Let's go. KRDM-4 calling KRDO1.
KRDO1 standing by for KRDM-4.
Hank, get this. Call to all eastbound cars at the summit. Phone the boys at the lake to stop all westbound cars at the gates. Contact the highway patrol and tell them there's a block at Windy Point. Get a couple of men off the day shift and send them down with a push plow and flanger. We're going to lose the road if we don't work fast.
To lose the road was to lose his honor. But that night, as Maria thrashed across the Sierra in her death throes, the superintendent once more held the road. Once more, the storm gave out before his machines did, or his men. Once more, there would come a time and a storm, he reminded himself, when they might not.
San Francisco Weather Bureau. Fair today and tomorrow. Moderate northwest winds. Slightly cooler. You're welcome.
The junior meteorologist turned back to his mat, filling in reports from land stations across half the world and ships spun out upon the great ocean. But soon he let his eyes wander down the Kuril Islands and across the Sea of Japan, where surely a new wave should be forming, a wave which might develop into another great storm, like Maria. But now, no ship happened to be at the proper location to tell him about it.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Storm by George Stewart, adapted and directed by William N. Robeson, with William Conrad as narrator. Featured in the cast were Helene Burke, Chet Stratton, Herb Butterfield, Byron Kane, Harry Bartell, Tony Barrett, Barney Phillips, Frank Gerstle, and Jack Crucian. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Transparent.
Star, wavy lines, square.
7, 7, 3.
CBS Radio and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, report on ESP, a study of clairvoyance, telepathy, and extrasensory perception taken from actual case records. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John McIntyre. Extrasensory perception, clairvoyance, telepathy, precognition. These are the laboratory words. But in everyday life, you and I are faced with a multitude of strange occurrences. Item. A man is about to board a certain airliner. Suddenly, on a hunch, he turns back to the ticket window and changes to another flight. An hour later, the plane he would have been on crashes into a mountainside. Item. A mother suddenly and unaccountably breaks into tears at the moment her son is killed 1,000 miles away. Reason? Unknown. Unexplained.
Cross. Square.
Today, modern scientists are delving deeper and deeper into these mysteries.
Star.
In the science laboratory of a great university, a girl sits at a table and draws cards from an automatic shuffling machine. On the face of each card is one of 5 possible designs. A star, a circle, a cross, a square, 3 wavy lines. Without looking at the cards, the girl tries to identify the designs by mental impressions, by clairvoyance. At another table, a man watches dice tumble about in a revolving cage. The man calls out a number.
6.
The dice are cast. The number is 6. At still another table, an experimenter stares at a photograph of a tree and tries to project a mental image of this tree to an artist at a drawing board in the next room. These are only a few of the experiments by which modern science hopes to probe into these unexplained phenomena, to solve one of life's greatest riddles.
Mr. McIntyre, may I interrupt for just a moment?
Certainly.
My name is Lawrence Dobkin.
Mr. Dobkin?
Now, it's my contention most of these things can be explained. Properly investigated with adequate controls, science can show a perfectly normal, logical explanation for almost any of these so-called psychic phenomena.
I see.
Excuse me, Mr. McIntyre. I'm Russell Thorson, and I'd like to ask Mr. Dobkin a question.
Well, go right ahead, Mr. Thorson.
Mr. Dobkin, do you feel that science has been able to determine by what means certain men and women are able to consult a forked stick and discover water far underground?
You mean a water dowser?
Yes.
Oh, that's a superstition that goes back to the Middle Ages.
I believe it's more than a superstition. I believe it's extrasensory perception.
Oh?
Gentlemen, may I make a suggestion?
Certainly, Mr. McIntyre.
The workshop has included the case of a water dowser in tonight's report. For case number 1, we have invited a gentleman who can give us an eyewitness account of how a water dowser works. Mr. Robert Ballin.
To begin with, let me say that my experience is limited to the method used by one particular dowser, Mr. Henry Gross, game warden of Biddeford, Maine, probably the country's best-known dowser. 2 books have been written about him by Kenneth Roberts, author of such bestsellers as Northwest Passage and Oliver Wiswell. As a result of reading of Mr. Roberts' books on Henry Gross, I decided to employ him to find water on my farm, which is just outside Manchester, Vermont. Shortly after I bought the farm, in the fall of 1954, the spring that supplied all my water suddenly went dry. Some of my neighbors said nothing could be done about it. Some said I should call in a geologist and try to drill a well. Instead, I got in touch with Kenneth Roberts and Mr. Henry Gross. I asked if Mr. Gross would be willing to come over from Maine and douse my farm. He said he would for a fee of $500 in expenses, and a day or so later, he drove up to my front door. He was a man of about 60, a little less than medium height, quiet, soft-spoken country gentleman. I invited him into the house for a cup of coffee, and Mr. Gross explained the conditions that I must agree to.
Now, Mr. Ballin, if I tell you where to dig your well, you must dig right there at that spot, and not maybe off a few feet north or south.
Yes, I understand that, Mr. Gross.
And don't bring in one of those big bulldozers for the digging.
Oh?
Oh, machine's too heavy. Would mash the earth down so tight it'd crush the veins, send the water off in a new direction.
Yes, I could see that it might.
All right, we can get started.
Most of my farm is on a hillside with a good deal of natural growth. As we walked along, Mr. Gross pulled up a goldenrod plant and bent it into the shape of the letter V. He took one fork of the branch in each hand and held the point directly in front of him in a horizontal position. He aimed slowly to the right, then to the left. Suddenly, the branch dipped down.
Yes, looks like your old spring, the one that dried out, is straight up the hill.
I didn't tell you where it was, did I?
Oh, didn't need to. That's where my rod says it is. That's why it dipped.
Well, in other words, if the rod points down, that indicates water?
Mm-hmm. Or if I'm asking the rod a question, a dip means yes. If it doesn't dip, that's no.
Can the rod tell how near we are to the spring?
I'll ask it. How far away is the old spring? More than 100 yards?
We waited a moment, and then the rod dipped again.
More than 200 yards?
Another pause, then another dip.
More than 500 yards?
This time it was motionless.
Seems to be less than 500. Is it 450 yards? Is it 460 yards?
The questions continued until the rod indicated the old spring was 458 yards up the hill. We then paced off the distance and found it to be 457 yards. Now, considering that a man's stride cannot be exact, the rod's accuracy was phenomenal.
Know why this spring went dry? It was off on a tributary, and this long drought parched it out.
You think the main vein is still flowing?
Mm-hmm. Just a question of finding it.
We worked our way down the slope until the divining rod dipped again. Then Mr. Gross began walking back and forth and asking the rod questions. Finally, we had worked ourselves almost up to my back door. And then Mr. Gross laid the rod aside.
Mr. Ballin, you've got a good vein. It comes down from the top of that hill. It's about 20 feet wide. The deepest part is 7 feet. And behind your house, it rises to within 4 feet of the surface. Now, this is the place to dig. You'll find it's excellent drinking water.
Fine. It's only 4 feet. I can dig it myself.
Sure. Be good exercise.
Mr. Gross, 2 or 3 times while you were working, you seemed to break into perspiration and tremble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it happens now and then. Takes a little out of you when you feel the water.
You say feel?
Well, that's the only way I can describe it.
Well, then you must be able to find the water without using a divining rod.
I do sometimes, but the rod is a help.
Well, tell me, do you think other dowsers feel water the same way you do?
Can't say, but I do know that most of us are outdoor folks. We're at home in the woods and fields. I think that's important. Very important.
I followed Mr. Gross's instructions and started digging in the spot that he had indicated. The top earth was dry and caked. But at about 18 inches, the soil was damp. At 2 feet, it was moist. At 3 feet, water seeped into the hole. As far as we could tell, the water vein was exactly at the depth that Mr. Gross had predicted.
And now, I'd like to present in person the gentleman who participated in this remarkable phenomenon, Mr. Robert W. Ballin, a vice president of the world's largest advertising agency, the J. Walter Thompson Company. Mr. Ballin.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre.
Would you care to make any comments on this case?
No, I don't think so, except to say I realize that my experience with Mr. Henry Gross was quite impossible, except for one thing. It actually happened through no other device than one man's unusual powers.
Thank you, Mr. Ballin. And you might be interested to know that in preparing this program, the workshop has inquired as to Mr. Henry Gross's recent activities as a water dowser. He has been employed by the city of Fredericksburg, Texas, by landowners on the island of St. Croix in the Virgin Islands, by such firms as Bristol-Myers Chemical Laboratories, the A.C. Lawrence Leather Company, a subsidiary of Swift & Company, by 2 large electronic factories in New Jersey, and by Canada's largest munitions plant. Excuse me, Mr. McIntyre. May I just make a comment? Certainly, Mr. Dobkin. Thank you. Now, science has investigated water dowsing. It appears that when that rod twists and dips in the dowser's hands, well, that's actually caused by an unconscious muscular action. Now, if that's correct, there's no mystery about it.
But there is. There most certainly is.
In what way, Mr. Thorson?
Well, even if the dowser should control the rod by this unconscious muscular action, what is it that affects his muscles? If the dowser has some strange affinity for water, how does he feel it?
Well, no, these
and how is it that Mr. Gross, over a flowing vein of water, can hold 2 dowsing rods, each slightly off-center, and have one rod work frontward and the other backward? Muscles can't do that.
Well, but now you're getting off into the supernatural. The supernatural or the natural in a way not yet understood by science. In every era since the age of ice and of the mastodon, man has believed in the miraculous. He turned to the witch doctors, the soothsayers, to the astrologers, the magicians, to the frauds and the cunning cheats. Again and again his faith was betrayed, and yet he believed. He believed because there was something that was beyond his knowledge. In the Bible there are miracles.
Belshazzar feasted with 1,000 nobles, and a hand appeared and wrote on the wall, Mene, Mene, Tekel, Upharsin. And in that night was Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, slain. Pharaoh dreamed a dream of 7 fat years and 7 lean years. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, slept and saw a vision of himself humbled as unto the beasts of the field. What are these dreams, these visions?
To be exact, sir, they're phenomena that come under the heading of precognition. That is to say, the knowing of an event before it actually happens.
Now, just a minute.
Yes, Mr. Dunn.
At times, science finds it difficult to accept biblical stories as literal fact. They are very effective, yes, as literature. But we can't possibly prove that these things actually did occur.
Nor can we prove that they did not, sir.
Yes, well, all right. Now we're quibbling.
How about some modern examples? Would you accept them?
That depends on the quality of the evidence. We all know that certain people are given to telling some very remarkable things, which are either pure imagination or events that have been poorly observed and wrongly interpreted.
Mr. Dobkin, I doubt if you would charge fraud or mistake in the 2 cases I'm proposing. They're both a matter of public record. Mr. McIntyre, would you please?
With pleasure. Case number 2, which might be called precognition. The year was 1858. The Mississippi riverboat, Pennsylvania, was laying over at St. Louis. Among the crew were Henry Clemens and his older brother Sam. Samuel Clemens, who would one day write his way to fame under the pen name of Mark Twain. While the steamboat loaded cargo, Sam went ashore to stay overnight at the home of his sister, Pamela. Early the following morning, Pamela was awakened by a noise downstairs and a voice.
Henry! Henry!
Pamela reached for her robe and hurried downstairs. She entered the sitting room and found her brother Samuel staring wildly about.
Sam, what are you doing up at this hour?
It seemed so real.
What?
I was so sure of it, I jumped out of bed and came down to look at him.
Sam.
And when he wasn't here, I thought they'd moved him.
Who, Sam? Moved who?
Henry. He was dead.
Oh, Sam, you were just having another one of your nightmares.
It was as real as you are, Pamela. I saw Henry stretched out here in this sitting room. He was in a metal coffin. There was a bouquet on his chest. White flowers. All white. Except for one red rose in the center. It was so vivid.
Sam, it was just a dream.
Yes.
A few weeks later, on June 13th, 60 miles below Memphis, the boilers of the steamboat Pennsylvania exploded. Among the 160 dead was Henry Clemens. In a Memphis warehouse, the victims were laid out in a long line of wooden coffins. There was but one metal coffin. Samuel Clemens stood beside it and gazed down at his brother's body. On the chest was a bouquet of white flowers, all white, except for one red rose in the center. Case number 3. 7 years later, in the second week of April, 1865, another man dreamed a dream. Afterward, he told it to his wife and to his best friend.
There seemed to be a death-like stillness about me. Then I heard subdued sobs, as if a number of people were weeping. I thought I left my bed and wandered downstairs. I went from room to room. No living person was in sight, but the same mournful sounds of distress met me as I passed along. I was both puzzled and alarmed. I kept on until I arrived at the east room. There before me was a catafalque on which rested a corpse wrapped in funeral vestments. Around it a throng of people, some gazing mournfully upon the corpse, others weeping pitifully. I asked one of the soldiers there, "Who is dead in the White House?" "The president," he said. "He was killed by an assassin."
That same week, in April, the man who dreamed that dream, Abraham Lincoln, attended a play at Ford's Theater. Later, his body lay in state in the East Room.
Yes.
Well, gentlemen?
Well, first I'd like to ask Mr. Dobkin if he questions the validity of those two dreams.
No, Mr. Thorson. I accept them as correct statements of actual events.
Thank you.
But now, tell me, have you never had a dream of dying or falling downstairs or being in an auto accident?
Oh, I imagine I have.
Oh, I know I have. Well, let's suppose that everybody in the United States has had at least one dream of accident or of disaster. That's 165 million dreams. Now, the simple law of averages guarantees that some of those dreams will come true.
I think this is a good time to quote Dr. Sigmund Freud. He said, if one regards oneself as a skeptic, it is well from time to time to be skeptical about one's skepticism. and on clairvoyant dreams, he said, just a minute. Mr. McIntyre, would you oblige me again?
Certainly. In Vienna, in 1925, Dr. Sigmund Freud, the great pioneer in the science of psychoanalysis, had this to say.
If there are such things as telepathic messages, the possibility cannot be dismissed of their reaching someone during sleep. The further possibility arises that telepathic messages received in the course of the day may only be dealt with during a dream of the following night.
I hope you paid particular attention to that last part, Mr. Dobkin. There is a possibility that telepathic messages might come to a person only in a dream.
Yes, I got that point.
All right. Doesn't that suggest something to you? At the very time of President Lincoln's dream, John Wilkes Booth was planning his assassination. Using Freud's theory, Lincoln might have picked up Booth's murderous thoughts by telepathy. Therefore, the dream.
Well, it's a startling idea, certainly, but again, there's no possible proof.
The world is filled with things difficult to prove. Their mere existence is our proof.
Well,
we scientists have spent centuries studying the animal world. And what do we come up with? Mystery.
Item, the homing pigeon.
The homing pigeon can find its way back to its home loft over distances up to 100 miles. In some cases, the distance is approached 1,000 miles. Means by which the bird determines latitude, longitude, curvature of the earth, unknown.
Item, household pets.
Dogs and cats have been separated from their owner and have returned on foot over distances of many hundreds of miles. Bobby, a collie, traveled almost 2,000 miles between the states of Indiana and Oregon. Means of determining direction, unknown.
Item, the European eel.
The European eel swims from inland rivers into the Atlantic, makes its way 2,000 miles to a deep off the West Indies. There it spawns and dies. The baby eels born off the West Indies return across the Atlantic and ascend the same rivers from which their parents had come years before. Method of finding their way, unknown.
Well, this is all very interesting, Mr. Thorson, but these are things that we call instinct.
Yes, and what is instinct? Can science explain it?
Well, we're investigating it.
And we still don't know. I say that instinct includes clairvoyance and telepathy at work at an animal level.
Yes, but that is simply argument.
Mr. McIntyre, may we have the case of Lady the Wonder Horse?
Certainly. Case number 4. An example of clairvoyance as told by Mr. Stuart Wyatt.
Well, it was back in the fall of 1950, late October. My wife Nancy and our 12-year-old boy Billy and I went up to spend a weekend at our mountain cabin. This was back in eastern Tennessee on the shore of a small lake. Late Saturday afternoon, Billy went out in a sailboat. I told him not to because it looked like there was a storm blowing up, but, well, you know how kids are. But, well, anyway, the wind kept getting stronger and stronger. Nancy and I got worried. We saw Billy trying to take in sail, but he couldn't do it fast enough. Then the mast broke and the boat capsized. I swam out to the wreckage, but there was no sign of Billy. So we telephoned the nearest forest ranger station, and they sent over a couple of men with a search boat. They couldn't find anything either. That night in the pouring rain, we had over 200 volunteers combing the woods and the shore. They even brought in bloodhounds. After 2 days of this, the chief ranger, Anderson, was pretty discouraged.
Oh, we've dragged the lake 3 times, Mr. Wyatt, and still nothing. I'm afraid the body must be caught under the ledge or something where our equipment can't reach it. Looks like there's nothing more we can do.
Well, I told that to my wife. It's a funny thing, Mr. McIntyre. She just suddenly stopped crying. She said, all right, now it's time to try that horse she'd read about. It's supposed to be able to find missing children, and its name was Lady. I told her it was ridiculous, but, well, we'd tried everything else.
The horse which Mrs. Wyatt had read about is Lady, owned by Mrs. C.D. Fonda of Richmond, Virginia. Mr. and Mrs. Wyatt found the 25-year-old mare waiting for them in her barn. In front of her was a strange contrivance of levers and wooden blocks with letters of the alphabet and numbers running from 1 to 10. Following instructions, the Wyatts asked Lady a test question.
Lady, tell me, what was my maiden name?
The horse moved toward one of the levers. She pressed her nose against the lever, and a block with the letter L came into view.
L. E, that's right, Lee, Nancy Lee.
Oh, this is impossible. Nobody around here knows your maiden name.
Lady does.
Well...
Lady, is my son Billy alive? Lady?
A. L. I. Lied.
God, both of us.
Lady, where is Billy? Lady, where is Billy?
He's in a cave.
Mr. and Mrs. Wyatt telephoned from Richmond to Chief Ranger Anderson back in Tennessee. They told him to search for a cave. The following is from the official report of Ranger Anderson.
The Wyatt boy was found in a small cave approximately 1 1/4 miles northeast of the lake. He was unconscious. Dr. Warner gave him a blood transfusion and he was removed to the hospital. When I was able to question him, the Wyatt boy stated these circumstances. After the sailboat capsized and sank, he swam to the nearest shore. While attempting to return home through the woods, he stumbled into an animal trap. The trap broke his left leg and he began to lose blood. In a state of fright and confusion, he then began to crawl in a direction away from the lake. He discovered the cave and decided to stay there until the rainstorm was over. Sometime during the night, he lost consciousness. He remembered nothing more until reviving in the hospital. He was discharged therefrom on October 28th, fully recovered.
Cases similar to that of the Wyatt boy, in which the horse Lady has guided searchers to the recovery of the bodies of missing children, may be read in Newsweek magazine, the issues of October 25th, 1948, December 22nd, 1952, and February 16th, 1953. In Time magazine, issue of December 15th, 1952, in Life magazine, issue of December 22nd, 1952, and in Popular Mechanics magazine, issue of March, 1952. Yes, the dramatization you just heard was a composite of several such actual cases. Item, Emanuel Swedenborg.
Emanuel Swedenborg, scientist and philosopher in September 1759, saw in a waking dream a disastrous fire which was burning at that very moment in the city of Stockholm, 50 miles away. He specified the houses which were then in flames and gave the correct hour at which the fire was extinguished.
Item, Leo Tolstoy.
In 1910, Count Leo Tolstoy, famous author, sent a message to the Tsar of Russia, the German Kaiser, and the King of England, in which he described his dream of World War I 4 years before it occurred. He stated when the war would begin, where it would be, outlined its horrors, foresaw the League of Nations.
And now, gentlemen, any questions? You, Mr. Thorson?
I rest my case.
You, Mr. Dobkin?
I rest my case.
Wavy lines, star, circle,
A girl sits at a table and draws cards from an automatic shuffling machine.
circle,
By the mathematical laws of
Where?
chance, she should correctly identify,
Wavy
without looking
lines.
at the cards, 5 out of every 25 drawn.
cross,
This girl has
Where?
scored as high as 9 and 15
Star.
cards consecutively correct.
star,
In one such experiment, the score has
Cross.
exceeded the laws of chance by odds
Where?
of 400,000 to 1.
star,
In still other cases,
Star.
the odds have risen to the astronomical ratio of 1 trillion and 1 quadrillion to 1.
6.
In laboratories and universities throughout the United States and Europe and South Africa, the research goes on.
12.
New light is being shed on the phenomena of telepathy and clairvoyance. The day may be not far distant when science will establish the principles of extrasensory perception and its operation as firmly as the laws which govern nuclear fission.
Star.
The ideas advanced by Professor Sigmund Freud and by other investigators may yet be proven fact.
Circle.
That long before man's first crude stammering, long before he first chiseled his ideographs into stone, man communicated to fellow man through thought.
Star. Star.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Report on ESP, directed by Jack Johnstone. Research and script by Leonard St. Clair. John McIntyre was the narrator. The cast included Lucille Meredith, Lillian Bayef, Don Diamond, Lawrence Dobkin, Russell Thorson, Stacey Harris, Robert Ballin, Forrest Lewis, Sam Edwards, Raymond Burr, and Bert Holland. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Amerigo Marino, with vocal by Norma Zimmer. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William Frug.
The story you're about to hear was written by Aldous Huxley and myself. It's based on a true incident, and it has never before been told. It concerns a man who had a gift greater than he could understand, a gift so unique that when it was shared by others, it destroyed them.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Jacob's Hands, an original new story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood. We are proud to have Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Original music composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith.
On a small ranch in the Mojave Desert, not far from the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, is the home of Professor Arnold Carter, his sister, and his daughter, retired now to this medically approved climate, nourished by the warmth of the sun. The professor lives quietly with his family and his bitterness.
Shut the door.
Look, Father.
Where have you been?
Aren't they lovely? Almond blossoms, the first of the year.
Get them out of here. You want to bring on another attack of my asthma?
I'm sorry, Father. Do you mind if I practice my singing?
I can stand it if you can. Where were you at lunchtime, Sharon?
Outside, looking for flowers.
With Jacob, I'll wager.
Good afternoon, Aunt Annie.
Were you with Jacob, Sharon?
What's wrong with that? Jacob wouldn't hurt a flea.
Jacob is a hired hand. And you're the daughter of a fine scholar. Don't you ever forget it.
That's silly. He's just a friend.
What your aunt means, Sharon, is you're a grown lady now. You've got to learn to be cautious. Things can happen.
To a cripple? To a girl who walks around on crutches?
Annie, see if there's some lunch left over for Sharon.
Self-pity. Look at her. Dirt on her shoes. Wash up, young lady, if you expect to eat in this house.
Well, who is it? All right, I'm coming.
It's me, Professor Tom Pierce.
Oh, I'll come out. You here to look at my calf, Tom?
Whatever looking I can do. The way you talk, Professor, it's a waste of time.
Yeah, come along. We'll see.
All right. What kind of shape is she in?
Her hind legs are paralyzed. She's got a high fever.
Yeah, could be the black quarter.
She's over here, Tom. Tried to keep her away from the other animals. You never can be sure. Jacob! What are you doing with that calf?
Just looking after her, Professor.
Didn't I tell you to leave her alone? The disease might be contagious.
Here, let me have a look, Jacob. She been collapsed like this long?
Since yesterday.
Well, I guess that's it, Professor. Black quarter, all right. All right. Jacob, get the rifle.
Jacob!
Sharon, stay back at the house.
You can't shoot a thing just because it's lame.
Did you hear me? I said go back to the house. You better go back, Sharon. It isn't pleasant.
Before you do it, Professor, can I keep her for a minute?
What?
Can I hold the calf?
Are you crazy? Get my gun. Let's not hear any more of this clap-clap.
You're not going to die. I won't let you die.
Why? Why are you touching her, Jacob?
I won't let you die. I won't.
Take your hands off my calf. Do you hear?
You won't die. You won't die.
Jacob, the calf's on her feet.
What did you do to that calf? I demand to know.
I don't know.
Well, you must have done something, Jacob. She's on her feet now. Her hind legs move.
It's not anything I did. It just came to me, a feeling, something I could feel moving into my hands.
That's ridiculous. That calf wasn't sick to begin with. Oh, I examined him. I say he was sick. Jacob here, he's a healer. He's no such thing. You think as a scientist I could Just the same, I'm going to try him out. Listen here, Jacob, I got me a lame dog down at my place. You try it on him?
I guess so, if you want.
Yeah, and there's others around here might like to see this thing work. Nonsense. You're making too much of it. Jacob, give that calf some water. And you, Sharon, come in the house.
And Jacob healed the dog and a cat from another nearby ranch. And the following week, a colt said to be suffering from an incurable disease. And the editor of the local newspaper.
Jacob, open the door. There's a man here to see you. Ed Burton from the paper.
I'd like to speak to you, Mr. Erickson.
All right.
There's a lot of talk around. Some of our folks seem to think that you have the power to heal. Is that right?
Well, Jacob, answer Mr. Burton.
I guess so. Sometimes it happens. I touch an animal, a dog or a calf, and he seems to get well.
I see. And do you charge money for this healing?
No, sir, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Because, well, it isn't mine. Whatever this thing is, it just comes over me. A strange feeling, I don't know. First I feel it in my hands, then it passes on to the animal.
It's quite a story, Mr. Erickson. I'd like to write it up. I think everybody should know about this power. All right with you?
Sure, if that's what you want to do, I don't mind.
Thanks, Mr. Erickson. Good day.
I'm going to write some friends of mine in L.A. to drive up. Prominent doctors, both of them. I think they could settle this whole business once and for all.
A good idea. I'd like to do a follow-up piece when they get here.
Ed, do you really believe in this nonsense?
Now, Professor, do I believe in Santa Claus?
Jacob, this is Dr. Marlowe and Dr. Carruthers.
How do you do,
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
Now, Jacob, these gentlemen merely want to talk to you. As doctors, they're naturally curious about your power to heal.
We certainly are, Mr. Erickson. Dr. Carruthers is an outstanding psychiatrist. My field is neuropathology. Professor Carter and I were at Chicago University together.
Before the loss of my health, I was professor of biology at Chicago. You didn't know that, did you, Jacob?
No, sir.
Mr. Erickson, I'm frankly skeptical about so-called miracle cures. Have to be in my profession. I'm sure you understand that.
Well, I just don't know. All this talk and everything. If you don't mind, I'd just as soon not...
Jacob, no one is going to hurt you.
Of course not.
Well...
All right, Doctor. You may proceed.
Mr. Erickson, here we have a rabbit. Oh, not just any rabbit. This poor little fellow happens to be quite ill. Cancer of the lung.
But, sir,
Please, let me finish. In most cases of so-called faith healing, we find the illness to be hysterical in nature. That is to say, though there is an actual and very real physical illness, its basic origin is in the mind of the sufferer.
Release the tension, and you often release the illness. Hence a so-called miracle cure.
Now, Mr. Erickson, we obtained this rabbit from a laboratory. We know the animal's disease. It is entirely organic in nature. We ask you to cure it.
But I don't cure things. It's this feeling that comes into my hands.
Yes, we understand all that, Jacob, but whatever it is, you seem to impress some people of our neighborhood. Why not let these two gentlemen in on it? They're men of science, Jacob.
Yes, sir. Only I don't know if anything will happen. Sometimes it doesn't. There was a hen last week up at Tillman's, and
We understand, Mr. Erickson. You just do it any way you like. We have plenty of time.
Here you are, Mr. Erickson.
Go ahead, Jacob. Talk to it.
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you.
Well, Jacob?
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you die. I won't.
Gentlemen?
May I examine the rabbit, Mr. Erickson?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's very interesting how you stroke the back of the animal. You have a great gentleness in your hands.
Everyone around here says Jacob is a very talented young man. They believe in him.
Well, if there is any difference, I can't detect it. Of course, we'll have to dissect the animal when we get back to L.A. to be sure, but it appears...
You're not going to cut him open.
Naturally. You want to be absolutely sure before we pass judgment.
But to kill the rabbit just to find out...
the rabbit will die anyway. Well, Arnold, we appreciate your letting us in on this.
Yes, it was a wonderful opportunity. You don't often get to test these things firsthand. Well, we'd better be getting back. Long drive, you know.
I certainly do appreciate your coming out. It's been a real pleasure for me. And I feel a lot better.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
You boys go on out to the car. I'll join you in just a moment. Jacob?
Yes, sir?
I think you'd better pack your things. You're fired.
Who is it?
It's me, Jacob. Sharon. Can I talk to you?
Oh, I guess so, only it's kind of messy in here.
Oh, I don't mind.
Your father wouldn't like it if he knew that.
What he doesn't know won't hurt him. I heard what happened today. I'm sorry, Jacob.
They don't understand. They wouldn't listen.
I understand.
You do?
It wasn't your fault. It just didn't happen, that's all. Where will you go now, Jacob?
I don't know.
You know where I'd go if I could?
Where?
To Los Angeles.
Me, I was in cities before. I didn't like it.
Where? What cities?
Well, when I was in the Army, they shipped me overseas from New York. It was noisy and crowded. So was Paris.
Paris? Oh, they have the opera there, Jacob. Imagine if I could sing in Paris at the opera. A great stage and people in fancy clothes. And a girl on crutches singing opera.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Everybody in the audience would laugh.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't think of your leg at all. I'd be listening to your voice. And looking at your face.
Jacob.
Yes?
What if you could cure my leg?
Sharon.
I mean, it isn't as though it was deformed or anything. It isn't. It's just lame, like the dog you cured. Oh, please, will you try for me?
But I couldn't.
Why?
Well, don't you see? people and animals, they're not the same. I loved animals all my life. I understand that.
Do I mean less to you than a dog?
But that was different.
Why, because animals can't talk back to you? Do you like me, Jacob?
Yes.
I mean a real whole lot?
Yes.
Then cure me.
I don't know how.
Kneel down. Take my foot. Take it in your hands.
But Sharon,
Now do it. Do what you did to the calf and to the dog and to the colt. Jacob, don't you see you have the power to make me well? I'm begging you. I want to walk. Do it for me, Jacob, please.
Don't let her limp anymore. She's going to get well. She's going to get strong and well.
I'm going to get well. I know it. I'm going to get well.
She's going to get well. She won't be lame anymore. She'll walk like everyone else. She'll walk again. She's getting well now. The lameness is leaving her, and she's getting well.
Jacob! I can walk! Look at me! Look at me! I'm walking! Jacob! Oh, Jacob!
Sharon.
Oh, it's the happiest night of my life. Look at the night. It's a beautiful, beautiful night. 1,000,000 stars all shining for me. I own this night. I own the world. Jacob, it's mine now.
I can heal. I can heal people.
I'm going to walk and run and dance the rest of my life. Jacob.
What?
When you leave here tomorrow, I'm going with you.
No, but you can't run
I'm
away.
going with you.
Sharon, no, you can't.
But I am. You're going to take me to Los Angeles, Jacob. And I'm going to sing and dance the rest of my life.
Sharon and Jacob left together for Los Angeles. But once there, they went their separate ways. For Sharon had only one goal, the opera. The weeks passed, and audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Well, it's a pleasant enough voice, but a bit light for our needs. Why don't you try the popular field?
And at the broadcasting and recording companies, audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Yeah, okay, Miss Carter, thank you very much. We'll call you if something turns up.
For Jacob, too, there was only one goal now, to heal the sick. But he chose another direction, a small mission near downtown Los Angeles, in an area called Skid Row. And a year passed.
I want you to get well. I want you to get well. I won't let you stay sick. You feel my hands on your foot. Now you're well again. You're feeling better. You see? Now you can walk.
What do you think of that, huh? Hello?
Doc, that boy's got an act.
He's for us, ain't he, Lo? Would that pull him into the art theater? Would that pull him in? I tell you, we should hire that guy. You put him on top of the bill after Flossie does the strip number. We got it made. Lou, you're crazy or something? We packed the house.
This boy's too big for a barbecue house. Now, I got other plans for him.
Such as?
Doc, we're gonna go into the healing business in a big way. You and me and this here boy Jacob. Now listen, you go up there after this bit is over with and you bring that guy back to the theater with you, see? I don't care if you have to rope and tie him, but you bring him.
Lou, listen, I need money. Honest, I'm broke, I tell you.
Baby, you're always broke. Will you stop trying to make like a diva or whatever? I got dames who can sing better and live on the salary, you know?
Lou, please. I gotta have the money.
Okay, Miss Dolores.
Lay off to Miss Dolores, will you?
What's the matter? You don't like class? Okay, Lou, here he is. Wow, Mr. Jacob. Are we ever glad to see you? Step right in.
Jacob! Oh, Jacob!
Sharon, what are you doing here?
Do you know this broad? Old homeboy.
Jacob, it's really you.
I didn't recognize you. The costume.
Ah, this here's Miss Dolores, the star of our show.
Well, then you're singing. Well, that's wonderful, Sheriff.
Well, give us a knockdown, baby.
Oh, Jacob. This is Lou Zacconi, the owner of the theater, and this is his assistant, Doc Waldo.
Well, I'm pleased to know you, Mr. Zacconi. Doctor?
Yeah, I'm
pleased
sure.
to know you.
This is the man who... This is my oldest friend.
Well, is that right? Why, you're just the girl to tell him what a deal he's got coming, huh? Why don't you stick around, baby?
Oh, no, not Jacob.
Mr. Jacob, the doctor here and me, we got a little proposition we was wanting to talk over with you. It's a very high-class, ethical kind of operation.
Yeah, it's very ethical.
Jacob, don't listen.
Baby, you're forgetting where the 10 spots are coming from. Mr. Jacob, now what we got in mind is a sort of a clinic, see? With a doctor's medical education and my business management, this here clinic could help everybody. Not just a few bums.
Well, I don't know.
Ain't that right, Sharon? Why don't you tell Jacob?
Yeah. I guess that's right.
There, you see? Well, now you sit down, Mr. Jacob, so we can talk.
Psychomagnetic Medical Center. Mr. Erickson? I'm sorry, he can be seen by appointment only. Yes. Thank you for calling.
Where's Mr. Erickson?
Oh, isn't he in his office, Doctor?
No, he ain't, isn't it? There's half a dozen patients waiting to see him.
Well, shall I try to locate him, Dr. Waldo?
Call the art theater on Main Street. Ask for Miss Dolores. She might. Jacob, for heaven's sake, where you been? Don't you know there's people waiting to see you?
Good afternoon, Doctor. Miss Reed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Erickson.
Now, listen, we're putting our blood, sweat, and tears into this operation, Lou and me. You treat it like you couldn't be bothered. Come on into the office. Now, sit down and listen.
I want to talk to you, Doc.
Yeah, well, I said listen. Lou and me sunk a bundle into this place. We hocked the art theater up to our ears. Now it's beginning to pay off, and big. You're in on the take.
Am I, Doc?
You got 10% of the joint, haven't you? And you didn't put up a stinking dime.
Doc, today I sat in the park and a man came up to me. A man who'd seen me at the mission. He was sick, Doc. And I asked him to come to me and I'd help him. And do you know what he said to me, Doc?
What'd he say?
He said, I came to you, Jacob, but they wouldn't let me in. I didn't have enough money.
Yeah? Is that right?
Doc, didn't we have an agreement anybody could come to the clinic? Anybody?
Now, don't get on your high horse.
Didn't we agree to charge only people who had the money to pay?
Sure, Jacob. It must have been a slip-up.
And this man who'd seen me at the mission said others have been coming here, too. Others who couldn't pay and that they were turned away. Now, is that right, Doc? You answer me, Doc.
Well, after all, Lou...
Answer me.
Well, sometimes it depends.
It doesn't depend. I've lived with this until my heart can't stand it any longer. I've seen goodness turn to sin. I've seen
Doc, break out the bottle. This is a celebration.
Lou.
This is one grand celebration. Hi, Jacob.
Hello, Jacob.
We're here to celebrate, kids. This is...
Well, Jacob's not feeling very well, Lou. Some other time.
Some other time. You're out of your mind. Today, right now. You want to tell him, baby, or you want me to?
Lou, you and the doc, go on out.
What?
I want to talk to Jacob alone for a minute.
What?
You heard me.
Well, now, listen, kid, this ain't no secret.
Get out. Both of you.
Okay, but watch it, baby. I bruise easy. Come on, Doc.
Jacob,
Yes, Sharon?
I've always believed in you, Jacob. I want you to know that.
What is it, Sharon? Is something wrong? Did they hurt you
Listen
in some
to me,
way?
Jacob. This is a tough thing for me. I didn't make it the way I thought I would. Once I said I wanted to stand on an opera stage in Paris. But I couldn't because everybody would look at my crippled leg. And you said you wouldn't. You'd look at my face and hear my voice. Isn't that right, Jacob?
I guess so.
Where am I now? They are looking at my legs, Jacob. Both of them. And they want more. A lot more. I just can't take that anymore. I just can't.
If I had money, Sharon, you could have it. You could always have it.
Your money? You give it back to the patients, don't you, Jacob?
They shouldn't
I've known
have
that
to
for a
pay.
long time, Jacob. I'm going to marry Lou.
What?
I'm going to marry Lou.
Lou? Lou Zacconi?
I've got to, don't you see? There's nowhere else I can go. There's nothing else I can do.
Sharon, if you'd have me...
I'll spend the rest of my life without a dime, living in flop houses, watching you get taken by every sucker.
Now, don't say that.
Well, isn't it the truth? Isn't that what you are, Jacob? A sucker for every con man who ever came along. I was the first one. I got you here, then Doc, and then Lou. You always took care of the other guy, Jacob, but what did you ever do for yourself?
But I thought you understood.
I do. That's why I've got to marry Lou. He's made a lot of money out of this place. And I need money, Jacob. I'm through with flop houses and cheap clothes. Jacob, wait!
Hey, what's up, Jacob? You sore or something?
Jacob,
Hey, now listen, this is going too far.
Jacob, take it easy.
All of it. All of it. Destroy it. Destroy it. It's sinful, don't you see? What I've been doing is sinful. I was wrong. I did do these things. I'm to blame. It's not your fault, any of you. I did it. These hands are mine.
Doc, get the police.
Lou, no. Let him alone. He built it. He can tear it down if he wants to.
These hands. These hands. Please, let me alone. Let me alone.
Jacob returned to a ranch in the Mojave Desert to work that he knew. And he cared for the animals, and sometimes he healed them. But never again would he minister to a human being. For now, he understood how dangerous it is to heal the body if you cannot also heal the spirit. He knew the meaning of Christ's question, whether it is easier to say to the sick, "Thy sins be forgiven thee," or to say, "Arise and take up thy bed and walk."
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Jacob's Hands, an original news story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood, with Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Jacob's Hands was adapted for radio and directed by William Frug. Vic Perrin was featured as Jacob, with Virginia Gregg as Sharon. Others in our cast were Herb Butterfield, Helen Klebe, Larry Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Harley Bear, John Daner, Hans Conried, Bill Conrad, and Janet Stewart. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when from New York we present Living Portrait, an unusual study of one of the nation's most imaginative businessmen, Mr. William Zeckendorf. Whatever your own views on religion may be, CBS Radio believes that you'll be pleased to know that much time, thought, and effort is being devoted to giving children a strong spiritual foundation in Sunday schools throughout America. If your children are not attending Sunday school now, this week, Sunday School Week, is a good time to enroll them. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind.
This is Elliot Lewis. I believe there's a place for experimental drama in radio. CBS Radio also believes this, hence the Radio Workshop. The play you're going to hear is such an experiment. It's debatable whether it's too personal an experience. I don't think it is, and CBS Radio has been kind enough to give me the time to find out. Some of you may be offended, some revolted, some excited by the sharing of this experience. At all events, since it is an experiment, and since we'll be dealing with those strange depths in a man's mind called his subconscious, we ask your attention. The play is called Nightmare.
Are you all right? Johnny? Johnny?
Tired. I'm so tired.
Well, what was it? Are you all right?
Fine. Just felt a little sick. Tired.
I'll call Dr. Rogers.
Oh, it's late. Let the poor man sleep. Call him in the morning if I don't feel better.
You sure?
Sure. Just want to sleep.
I'll call him.
Please. It's all right.
Well, come to bed then. You can't sit here all night.
I'll be in a few minutes. Just sit here for a while.
I'll stay here with you then.
No need. I just get a little rest.
I'll stay here.
So tired. Funny.
I'll stay with you. I won't go away. I won't leave you. I'll stay right here.
Number 18 it was on a wide end run. The opposing tackle in black trunks finally downed him on the 19-yard line. And this is a good time to remind you that this is Johnny Scott bringing you the annual Gridiron Classic. That this is Johnny Scott. That's very odd, ladies and gentlemen. There's a man sitting on the far side of the field whose face... he seems to be smiling at something. Perhaps you all know him. He's a tall man, wears a black mustache, has black hair parted in the center and well and carefully combed. He's smoking a cigarette. Perhaps you all know him. Oh, there's the play. It's number 18 again, this time diving through his own left tackle. This boy is really tremendous. There, just now, the opposing tackle grabbed number 18 from behind. The man with the black mustache is applauding. Oh, no. The players on both sides have jumped on number 18, and they're hitting him with their fists. The crowd is going wild. This is horrible. People are jumping from their seats into the field to join in, but they're all on one side, all striking number 18, who's lying face down on the beautiful green sod of this lovely stadium. It's a lovely autumn day here in New Falls, and over 80,000 screaming fans are pounding and kicking player number 18. The man with the black mustache, I'm sure you all must know him. The man with the black mustache is standing in the center of the screaming mob. He seems to be directing their efforts. I've never seen anything like this, ladies and gentlemen. There doesn't seem to be anything anyone can do to save number 18. There, just now, the man with the black mustache picked up the quiet form of my father. He slung my father over his shoulder. He's making his way through the crowd. Why is he carrying my father away? Where is he taking my father?
Mr. Scott?
Pardon? Oh, yes, Captain.
We shall be pleased to have you at our table tonight.
Oh, thank you, sir, at your table.
Of course. Had you forgotten?
No, sir, of course not.
Very well, at 15 bells.
Yes, thank you, Captain.
Good. Good work, my boy.
Mustn't forget. Dinner at 15 bells.
Master Scott?
Oh, hello, Miss Simpson. I'm glad to see you again.
Really?
Oh, of course I am. I always liked you, Miss Simpson. Just because I can't do my algebra doesn't mean I don't like you.
Take your seat, please. Can you remember where your place is in this room? Class. It seems strange to me that a young man would forget the location of his desk.
It seems strange to me that you should be holding your classes on board an ocean-going vessel.
An ocean-going vessel? Really? Rogers?
Yes, Miss Simpson.
You?
Good afternoon, John.
Weren't you just at the football game?
Football game? I've been here in class since first bell. I shall stay here until 15 bells.
Miss Simpson,
What is it, Master Scott?
I'd like to know why this student sitting here next to me has a black mustache and denies being at that football game this afternoon.
I object, Miss Simpson. I couldn't have been at that football game this afternoon when it is now only morning. This afternoon, in fact, has not yet arrived. Therefore, I move this entire case be dismissed.
Master Scott?
Why, I have nothing to say. His argument sounds logical, but I saw him hit number 18 at the football game this afternoon. I know I saw him. He hit my father and then carried him away.
Miss Simpson, it is obvious to me that since this morning to be specific, it is impossible that this young man, John, could have seen me this afternoon at anything this afternoon, since this particular afternoon won't be here until after this morning is over. Right?
Right. Master Scott?
He's trying to trick me. He's just saying words. He always does that. And I won't stand for it.
You were going to hit me?
I am going to hit you. I'm going to bloody your nose for you.
Then hit, then strike, then flay, then pound, then attack, then beat. Go.
Let go of my arms and I will.
I'm not near your arms. I won't touch your arms.
Let go of me.
I'm not near your arms. I won't touch your arms.
Then let go of me. Don't hit me. Please. Why? Why did you hit me? Stop hitting me.
I'm not near your arms.
You've got to let go of me.
I'm not hitting you, John.
There. Now you can't hit me. I've got to run faster. I think this is when I'm to have dinner with the captain.
Mr. Scott. Welcome to our little captain's dinner, which we have on board ocean-going vessels every night for invited guests of the captain. I am the captain.
May I remark, sir, about your very fine orchestra?
You may.
They're very fine.
Thank you. Now, if everyone will please be seated. Miss Simpson over there.
An apple. For me?
Rogers on her left.
Right.
Mr. Scott Sr. over there.
Thank you.
Hello, Dad.
Hi, Johnny. Don't bolt your food now.
I won't, Dad.
And our guest of honor, John Scott Jr., at the head of the table opposite me.
Thank you, sir.
Ready? On your mark. Get set. Go.
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late. I hope I didn't worry anyone.
Miss Vinson, you may sit next to Mr. Scott Secundus at the opposite head of the table.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Pleasure.
Are you enjoying the cruise, Mr. Scott?
Yes, very much, thank you. And you?
Very much, thank you.
Are you hungry?
No, I'm not.
Neither am I. Besides, I hate oatmeal.
Would you like to go outside?
Thank you, I would.
They won't notice. You don't think this is forward of me?
Of course not.
I've never left a dinner table with a young man before.
I'm sure you haven't. And I don't at all think it's forward of you. I think it's very admirable of you.
Thank you.
There's a man in there, the man with the black mustache. He's not a good man or a kind man. This afternoon, he almost killed a football player during the big game. And then he grabbed me and hit me in the chest.
Doesn't he like you?
I don't remember him. I seem to know him. Do you know him?
No, I don't. I don't think I do. What's his name?
The captain called him Rogers.
The name is familiar.
I seem to remember him.
Kiss me.
Thank you, dear.
I love you so much, Johnny.
And I love you, Ruth. I love you, Ruth.
That's good. How long have we been married, Johnny?
4 years, 7 months, and 12 days.
Correct.
But I've only known you 10 minutes.
Correct.
Did you hear that?
Oh, yes.
It sounded as though we'd scraped the bottom. Yeah, there it is again.
We're going up a river.
Isn't there enough water in the river?
Well, they had to let it out. There was a need for it elsewhere.
Oh, I see.
Do you mind very much?
No, I don't mind.
That's good. You'll get used to it.
Isn't it hard on the bottom of the boat?
Perhaps. I'm sorry about your father.
Yes.
So young to die.
My poor dear mother. To lose her love.
What will you do now, Johnny?
We can't get married, Ruth. Not yet.
All right. Poor lady.
Well, that's not my mother. That's my algebra teacher, Miss Simpson.
Poor lady.
Good afternoon, Miss Simpson.
The class is dismissed. You may all go home. Thank you for being so kind. Please, excuse me.
Where were you?
What do you want?
Where did you go? Why did you go outside? Did you ask me whether it was all right for you to go outside?
Don't touch me.
I won't touch you. I just want to give you something.
Don't. Please don't. Don't hit me again. Please don't hit me again. Ruth! Ruth! Please come here. Please come here, Ruth. Where did you go? Ruth! Please, Ruth! Don't hit me again. Please don't hit me again.
What'd you say, Johnny?
Oh, hi, Dad.
Hello, son.
I thought someone had hit me. The man with the black mustache.
What man is that?
He was having dinner with us at the captain's table.
Oh, yes.
The sky looks nice through the trees.
That it does.
What are we going to do this afternoon, Dad?
Would you like to see a baseball game?
I'd love to.
Then we'll go see a baseball game and eat hot dogs and peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if we never come back, because we'll root.
And it's all right if we spoil our dinner?
I'll tell Mother to have dinner late tonight.
Dad.
Yes, Johnny?
Could I have the car tonight? I'll be careful.
Got a date with Ruth?
Yeah.
I like her, Johnny. So does your mother. She's a wonderful girl.
Do you really like her?
You bet I do.
That's good. I want to marry her, Dad.
That's good, son. That's good, son.
I want Ruth and I to be married and have a fine life and kids and a big house and a garden. Dad.
What is it, son?
You're dead.
Me? Not a chance.
But you are. I remember the day you died. You were so sick, and you died very quietly. I remember the funeral and how proud we all were because so many people, fine people, came to pay their respects.
I didn't die, Johnny.
I remember.
That must have been a dream, son. This is real, right now.
Is it, Dad?
Of course it is, son. That was a dream. This is real.
I can't hear you, Dad. What'd you say?
The Yankees are playing today, you know.
I can't hear you, Dad. Is something wrong with me?
I'll tell Mother to have a late supper.
Dad?
How do you do, young man? Nothing to worry about.
What do you want?
Nothing to worry about, young man. I have an appointment with your father.
You leave my dad alone.
Now, don't be nervous. Nothing to worry about.
Leave my dad alone, I said.
Here now. Step back. Back.
John? John?
What?
John?
I'm all right, Ruth. I'll be all right. It's just I'm lonely.
Johnny?
Don't go away, Ruth. Please don't go away. I don't want to be alone here.
Master Scott?
What? Oh, Miss Simpson.
Aren't you going to ask me for the next dance? You'd better hurry. My program's almost filled. See? I only have 18 empty spaces.
Miss Simpson, may I have the honor of the next 18 dances?
Why, Master Scott, what have you said? I should be delighted.
My arm.
Thank you.
You waltz beautifully, Mother.
They really knew how to waltz when I was a girl. When I was a girl.
You're hardly more than a girl now.
That's sweet.
And very true.
When I was a girl, I never had many empty spaces in my dance program. Young John Scott filled out my program for me at all the dances. We had a dance every Saturday night, and young John Scott was my escort. He was a very dashing young man.
Was he?
We were married, you know. I was Mrs. John Scott instead of Miss Simpson.
I know, Mother.
He died, you know.
I'm sorry.
He just died. No one knew why or how. Your father just died. May I borrow your handkerchief, Master Scott? I seem to have left mine in my purse.
Certainly, Miss Simpson.
Thank you. You may take me back to my chair now, Master Scott, and thank you for a lovely dance.
It was a pleasure. I hope I may have the pleasure again.
Thank you. The pleasure was all mine.
Good evening.
Good evening, Rogers.
What are you doing here?
I was practicing my samba.
I have always held that dancing the samba to a waltz is more interesting than dancing a samba to a samba. Don't you agree?
Quite.
Please excuse me.
I'll join you.
Thank you for a lovely evening.
This way.
Where are we going?
We've moved the office. There are some papers on your desk I think you should look over.
What kind of papers?
Oh, various triplicates, duplicate copies, a few scattered originals, and 18 photostats.
Well, I'd better clear my desk then. I don't like to have a cluttered desk.
Too drafty for you?
No, not at all. The air feels good. It was stuffy at the dance.
Respiration is bad. Bad respiration.
That's very strange.
What is?
I think you said that before to me. Or were you going to say it?
Respiration?
Have you ever said that to me?
It's entirely possible. It's a form of greeting I use. Most people say, "How are you?" when they meet you on the street. I never say, "How are you?" when I meet people on the street. I always remark concerning their respiratory tract.
Of course, I see.
Does the noise of all the typewriters annoy you?
No, I can't hear them.
That's good. Will you sit down?
Thank you.
If you'll sit on that typewriter, I'll let you ride back and forth while I make out this report.
Well, that's very kind of you. This is very enervating.
Just keep your arms out of the way. If you get your arms too near to me, I shall drive this spike through them. It's a hobby of mine.
I'll be careful. I promised Ruth I'd be careful.
You're a very fortunate man being married to Ruth.
I think I am.
Don't you know you are?
Of course I know I am.
Then why did you say you thought you were?
It was just a figure of speech.
If you don't stop using figures of speech, I shall have to insist that you stop riding on my typewriter carriage.
I'd just soon get off anyway. I feel quite dizzy.
Now wait till I disconnect the superheterodyne. I'll help you off. Your arm?
Thank you. Don't. Please, let go of my arm.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to hurt you.
What's wrong with you?
I said I was sorry. What can I say after I've said I'm sorry? Is that your song?
No.
You didn't write that song?
No.
Very well. Then we can get down to the business at hand. Will you sign those papers on the desk?
Are we allowed to do that?
I wouldn't ask otherwise. Your duty is plain. Do it.
All right. This is a strange fountain pen.
It's the newest model. It's made like a piece of chalk so that it can be erased.
Well, that's an excellent idea.
Now, these photostats.
I've never signed a photostat.
Just use this camera.
Oh, that's a good idea.
At the bottom, where the coffin is.
Where did you get these?
I made them out, kind sir.
These are death certificates.
Very well written, I think.
These are my dad's death certificates.
Life carries with the joy so many harsh blows.
Who are you? You're so familiar, yet I can't...
Just lie back now. Don't struggle.
Who are you?
That's it. Easy does it.
Put that hammer down. What are you doing with that hammer?
If you'll just bare your chest.
Please don't hit my chest. Please. I've got to get up. I've got to run away. Up. Get up. Why did everyone go away? Why did they all leave me? I wish I knew where I was. I've got to get home. This is such a dark place. I'm afraid of the dark. Ruth, I'm afraid of the dark. It's dark and I'm alone. Ruth, please come and help me.
All right.
Maybe there's a door down there, down at the other end. Why is it so hard to walk?
You'll be all right.
I've got to walk. That'll do it. If I can walk, I can get out of here.
Careful, Johnny.
It's so far to the door. Maybe someone's moving the door away from me. Why do they do that? Don't they know I have trouble walking? Don't they know it's hard for me to walk?
Struggle. Don't struggle.
I got to get to the door. I got to get to the door.
He'll be all right.
Oh, thank God.
This is a strange thing for a doctor to say, I guess, but I just couldn't let him die. You see, I was the doctor when his father passed away.
Oh, I didn't know that. I never knew his father.
I haven't seen him since. I've always felt that he bore me a grudge because of his father. Families very often do that, you know.
Are you sure he's all right now?
Yes, he's all right. A few months of bed rest.
He won't be disfigured, crippled?
I can promise you he won't be. Strange.
What?
He struggled against me, fought me so hard. You'd almost think he'd been conscious through the whole seizure.
Oh, I don't think he was. He didn't even know me at the time his eyes were open.
Well, you'd better get some sleep now. I'll stay with him until morning, then we'll get him to the hospital. He'll be all right. Don't worry about him.
All right, Doctor.
It is strange, though, the way he fought me. Strange.
As with all dreams, Elliot Lewis, who played Johnny Scott, also produced, directed, and was the author of tonight's Nightmare. The music was composed and conducted by Fred Steiner. Ruth Scott was played by Mary Jane Croft. Edgar Barrier was Dr. Rogers. Paula Winslow and Herb Butterfield were Mother and Father Scott. And Barney Phillips was the captain. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson.
Pick him up. Horses pulling tanks and trucks.
Johnny,
You have a cigarette for me?
One of those Canadians is all.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Me too, Johnny.
Sure.
What is town we come to, Sargento?
I don't know for sure, Domingo. Newark, New Jersey, if I remember my geography.
Newark, New Jersey.
I never hear of such a place.
Well, it's just south of where New York used to be. Pretty big town. Or used to be.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, The Long Way Home, a glimpse of a future we trust will never happen. A story of the fate of men to whom it is given to do what they have to do, with or without understanding, but with patience, goodwill, and a sense of comradeship.
Hi, Roosty. You know, that was a German song when I was fighting in North Africa 30 years ago.
Every army take it over. Like every army take up song in every war. Let me play you other ones from First World War. I think we learned this from Avstrici, but many soldiers still sing it in Spanish war. I know. My father was airplane mechanic there.
Say, I hear that. My old man, he served in the United States Army in 1917. He was Cubano like me, of course. But he want to fight Alemans.
Germanskis, everybody want to fight them. Let me play you a song from Second Big War. This one is Russian. I think you all know.
Oh, sure. I heard that one when I was a real little kid.
Yeah, Chip, old boy, you come and look after this stew and let me borrow that lip organ for a minute. I'll give you a really spirited old army tune.
Right, sir.
This one practically took the world, as our armies haven't been doing for some time now, I'm afraid. We know that.
Oh, everybody do. Ah, I also. From my papa's, he fight in First War also.
Tip, hop! There goes that stew. First stop meal I might have had in 3 days.
Ничего. Из армии, товарищ. Always the same.
The mayor of Newark to see the general. Sergeant, a squad next to headquarters. Cut.
Guess he means you, Johnny.
Sergeant Johnson, 1st Squad, 1st Platoon, 2070 Infantry reporting, sir.
Report to General Clarkson that Mayor Collins is calling with technical experts.
Yes, sir.
All others, as you are.
Good. I play music for Mayor to go to terrible fate.
What fate?
We talk with Big General. What color eyes Mayor have?
How I know?
Never mind. Maybe that.
Look here, Mr. Mayor. We know you have your problems, but we have worse ones. We have reliable information that an enemy force will attempt a landing somewhere around Cape May within 2 or 3 days. We've got to stop that.
Whose force, may I ask, General Clarkson?
How am I supposed to know by all the knobby knees in New Jersey? Our intelligence says it's probably General Wolfe with his Germans.
Germans, General?
Or whatever he's got now. But even if they're outer Tibetans, I can tell you we're in for a rough time. And so will you and your people be, Mr. Mayor, if we can't stop them from landing.
I'm sorry, General, but I still don't see how we are involved. We are a community of civilians.
Well, let me tell you, Mr. Civilian, you have the good fortune to be the head of one of the few cities in the world that has at least some serviceable walls left. Now, I know Wolfe. I've fought him before. And if Wolfe makes a landing here in New Jersey, you not only will have none of your walls left, but no people either. Mr. Mayor, we know that you've got gasoline stored underground somewhere around here, and we need gas.
You'll make it sound grim, General.
It will be grim, believe me.
Perhaps so, but what do you want me to do about it?
Lord knows we've got few enough tanks left, but even those we have are useless without gas. And if we can't get gas for our trucks to bring up the supplies that we have left, or those we can squeeze out of communities like yours, Mr. Mayor, why, man, we'd be just plain helpless.
Let me ask you one question, General.
Sure, fire away.
Whom are you fighting and why?
Whom? Why, anybody who's fighting us, of course. Anybody. Why? Well, I suppose I have to admit I don't really know too much about that part of it myself, but... Because I'm a soldier, I suppose. Because my government ordered me to.
But we have hardly any government left, General. When were you last in touch with anything one could call the government of the United States of America?
Well...
Exactly, General. But I tell you what I'll do. I'll turn one of our gas reservoirs over to you and let you do with it whatever you want. And I'll throw in a bonus on one condition.
That's too much, sir. Who are you to make conditions to the commanding officer of an army of your own government?
About the government, I wouldn't know, General. I haven't heard anything from them for a pretty long time. Concerning your army, I'm not so sure whether it should be considered an army of the United States or just General Clarkson's army.
No.
There have been I don't know how many dozens of armies like yours wandering around the world these last few years, clawing at each other and pushing each other back and forth across the earth.
Yeah. All right. What's your condition?
That you get your troops out tomorrow morning.
Well, that one I can accept. We have an appointment around Cape May anyway, if we can get your gasoline, that is.
Well, don't let the difference in our points of view mislead you, General. We naturally wish you the best of luck.
Thanks. You mentioned a bonus.
Yes, it's something your intelligence apparently missed. Just before this whole mess started, the government enlarged a few of the natural caves in the foothills west of here and stored some aeroplanes there. There are about 5 or 6 left.
Airplanes?
I don't know how modern you'd consider them.
Modern? Modern? Man, what does that matter when there hasn't been a factory on the face of the earth producing anything at all for years? I don't even know if I'd still recognize an airplane anymore.
Well, they're yours, together with the gas, if your army leaves in the morning.
Mr. Mayor, you got a deal. Now we'll at least have a chance against that wolf.
Hold it a minute, soldier. There's a couple of folks here.
Civilians. Oh, they're wearing decent clothes, too.
What can I do for you, sir? And ma'am?
Mr. and Mrs. William Harrison Taylor, young man.
Sir?
I ain't no sir, ma'am. Just a sergeant.
Well, Sergeant, then.
Sergeant run army, lady. Never mind, sir. Except General, maybe.
All right, shut up, you two. Yes, ma'am?
Well, you'll have to forgive an old lady's curiosity, but it's been so long since we've heard anything about what is going on. We would have liked to have brought something for you and your men.
Oh, there wouldn't have been any call for that, ma'am. The Army still takes pretty good care of us.
He means we take good care.
Don't mind them, ma'am. They're just road happy. Men get a little silly after marching a long time.
You mean marching too long, Sergeant?
I wouldn't know, sir. We go where we have to go.
But it's pretty far sometime, Johnny.
You talk. You come only from Cuba. Me, I come all the way from Korea.
So it's saying there's 8,000 miles of water between Melbourne and even the west coast of this blooming continent.
Madam, permit a man to speak among children. Me, I come from Omsk. From Omsk? That is in Siberia. It is half around the world.
Say, Sergeant, what kind of an army is this, anyway? I thought it was American.
Oh, it is that, sir. General Clarkson's army.
But all those foreigners...
Well, sir, in a war like this, you can't take too much account of nationalities. Now, Ivan, the Ruski here, we picked him up in Alaska after that big fight we had up there. His own outfit was just about wiped out. Well, he didn't have no place to go, so he joined up with us. And Sen here, he says he's a Korean. Seems he came over with that army that invaded California under General Yamento a couple of years ago. But he got lost in the hills. He had no way to get home. So he kept wandering around, and we picked him up when we got pushed back through Washington State by those Mohammedans of General Abdel Ali.
Me, I joined up with these chaps in Canada after my own brigade was wiped out. Where else would a man go these days? Me, I believe in freedom.
And me, I reckon I just like fighting. I have to repeat my question, young man. Is this supposed to be an American army?
Why, sure it is, sir. Our commanding officer is General Clarkson in that tent over there.
But, Sergeant...
Never mind, William. The government undoubtedly has its reasons.
Government? There is no government that I've heard from, at least.
Not even about taxes.
Don't fuss now, William. Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you happen to be free from duty tonight?
As far as I know, ma'am. Unless we get orders to move out.
Well, our apartment is below street level, and so we still have a fairly decent space to live in. That last rocket did shake the plaster off the ceiling. But it's warm and quite comfortable, and we have a little store of tea left over.
Tea? As a matter of fact, Mother, I even think there are a few bottles of beer. Home brew, of course.
Beer?
Cerveza? What?
Beer, you dope people! Zusammen schackeln, you crazy! Stow it, Ruski. Can't you stop playing that tinkle box even while you're breaking your legs in this rubble?
you don't like music when we go to party?
Yeah, but we're not going to Kentucky. You could be carrying a squirt gun over that shoulder.
I got two shoulders, Chief. One for gun, one for balalaika.
Kentucky, where it is?
Never mind, Carver. They ain't had a war there in 100 years.
Somebody sure beat up this town, though.
You say that after we go through Chicago, Detroit, Toledo? Oh, look the same.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Sen. Hold it, guys. I think this is the place. Oh. Why, miss, we were looking for Mr. and Mrs. Taylor. We were invited.
You're expected, too. Please come in.
Oh, thank you, miss. We didn't know.
Look at our Feldrebel. He's found himself a little minka.
Oh, come on. Shut up with that.
And there I was, Mrs. Taylor, sitting in that bloody tree with that bloody spear pinning me bloody hard to the bloody trunk. And all in this so-called atomic age.
It's ex-tovarish.
Ex-what, Ruski?
Ex-atomic, tovarish. There's no more factories. There's no more atomics.
Gracias a Dios. Might even live longer this way.
I wouldn't count on too much, Cove.
Why can't? We don't get paid anyway.
Oh, stash it, Ruski.
That reminds me of a fellow I served with in the Second World War. Well, we had just landed on this island. But I guess he got himself lost or something. And the next thing you know, after we take this village, there he is sitting on this throne with 4 bodyguards with spears and at least 8 wives.
More tea, Sergeant?
Oh, thanks, miss. My name is John.
It's Johnny. Johnny Johns.
Mine is Martha. Martha Waycross.
Waycross?
I'm only taken over. Mother and Dad, Mr. and Mrs. Taylor, that is, they found me at the intersection of Broad Street and the highway to Red Bank after that first awful bombing. I was only about 7 then.
Your parents gone?
I really don't know. I'd forgotten my name from the shock or something. So when Mother and Dad registered me as their takeover, they put me down as Waycross. What are you looking so strange about?
I don't know. You make me think of something. Make me smell it, even.
Smell what?
I don't know. That's what I don't know. That's what I'm trying to remember.
Where do you come from, Sergeant?
Come from? Oh, South Dakota originally. Black Hills country.
And have you been home recently?
No, ma'am. Not since I joined up 7 years ago.
You haven't been back since?
Well, no. I figured this time when we got chased off the West Coast, I'd get a chance to stop by the farm, see what's left of my family, but then the railway wasn't running, so they sent us across through Canada.
I don't know whether you're aware of it, children, but there's a beautiful full moon outside.
Children? Oh, I also am a child.
Would you like to go out and look at the moon, Martha?
Yes, Johnny.
How about another bottle of beer, gentlemen?
You are a gentleman, Mr. Taylor.
Beerball.
Johnny, what are you thinking about?
I just figured out what you reminded me of before.
Something nice, I hope.
Oh, yeah. Real nice. I don't know if I can say it right, but it had something to do with when I was a kid back home on the farm. It'd be the sun and the bright blue sky in the summer. The smell of the green grass and the wheat and the corn. My mother would be in the kitchen usually, cooking up something good. And always in the summer there'd be that warm breeze in my face and hair.
What's that?
Huh? That noise? Gosh, I hope it's the reinforcements we've been waiting for. General Bob Smith's outfit. I reckon we sure enough are moving out now.
The planes themselves are okay, sir. Our mechanics can't find a thing wrong with them.
So what is wrong?
I don't know, sir. They just don't handle right.
Will they fly at all?
After fashion, sir.
Well, maybe that's enough of a margin. If Smith has some ammunition, that is. We'll need everything we can lay our hands on to stop that wolf.
Johnny, are you as lonesome for home as you sound?
Lonesome for home? Home, that's the Army, Martha. And lonesome, how could I be lonesome? I've been in this outfit since I was 14. You're giving me an idea, though.
Hope this one is nice, too.
Heard it from a fellow I went to school with. He went back home last year. He told me there are some folks that have moved into some of those caves in the hills, right near where I was raised. And they're collecting all kinds of things.
Sounds wonderful.
Seems there was a saint once in Italy or somewhere. Saint Benedict, I think. And he collected all the stuff he could find when they had a lot of wars over there, just to save the old inventions and ideas. Well, civilization, I guess. Well, those people back home are trying to do the same thing.
Johnny, are you thinking of going back to join them?
Oh, now, Martha, if a man had himself a good woman, I don't owe the Army any time anymore.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, you delivered the planes, all right. And you turned over that gasoline to us, but the two just don't work together.
Huh?
The planes won't run on that gas the way they should, neither will our tanks and trucks.
I'm sorry, General, but that's not our fault. The stuff hasn't been touched since it was pumped into the reservoir 15 years ago.
15 years? That's no wonder.
What's the matter, General?
Do you know what evaporation and condensation in an underground tank can do to gasoline in 15 years? I only hope the stuff is good for one mission at least.
You did pass through New York on your way here.
Rather. Say, what's it look like? We haven't heard from anyone who's been through there for years.
New York? Oh, kaput!
It's true, sir. There ain't anything left. We had to dig a road through the rubble for our tanks.
Tell me something, Mr.
Corporal Lee, ma'am. Regionally of the 5th Australian Division.
Well, Corporal, you're not an American. Why are you here? Why do you fight?
Why, madam, the women have children.
Oh, but that's a woman's role in life.
Well, madam, maybe it's a man's role to fight.
Ha ha! Women have it, baby. Men, they fight. Is man's life in army.
Well, all I can say, Bob, is I'm glad you got here. I have a hunch this wolf is going to be pretty tough to lick. He wouldn't risk a landing if he didn't think he was pretty well fixed.
Where do you think he'll hit us?
G2 says around Cape May. Makes sense, too. Well, you got here just in time, Bob. The mayor of this junk heap made me swear we'd move out in the morning.
What do you mean, made you?
Oh, heck, he had some gas stored underground from before the war. A few planes hidden in those caves, and so we made a deal. Now, it turns out, of course, that the gas is full of water and the planes practically refuse to fly on it. Still, you know the old saw, beggars can't beat choosers.
I'd have shot the so-and-so.
I thought of it. But how would I have found those supplies of his? What do you got left?
Not much. 5 tanks, M84s and 86s, about 20 6x6 trucks, a few rocket launchers, enough mortars and artillery for a couple of battalions. I've got about 15,000 men.
Just about a division.
Yeah, the way we used to think of it. Now it's an army.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you caught up with us anyway, Bob. I don't know whether even the two of us together will be able to stop that wolf. Still, I suppose we better get ready to push out. Sentry, have them sound assembly. We're moving out in 2 hours.
Hey, what's that? Hey, you guys, back to camp. Assembly sounded. Well, Martha, I guess we're moving.
What about those black hills of yours?
Are we moving, Sarge?
Johnny, we go. You think this is invasion? Invasion who?
I don't know, you guys, but the bugle gave it on the double. I'm sorry, honey. I guess you see I just can't go home yet.
But you said...
Yeah, I know I did, but I couldn't leave my outfit now, not when the guys are heading for another battle. Might be a real bad one.
Oh, Johnny.
Don't you go worrying now. Martha, I'll feel a lot better just knowing you're alive. You know that, I reckon. But it just don't seem like there's much time left anymore to do the things people really want to do.
Come on, Sarge.
Here you!
Pass down!
All right, fall in line there, both sides of the road. Shut up, you!
Guess you'll run for a while.
Come on now, you guys, dress it up. Holiday's over.
At least we got some flames on the side again.
Yes, if enough gasoline.
Gasoline? Oh, who needed gasoline? Not feet.
You like carry things?
Rather fight without tanks, Ruski. Shut up, you guys. Here's the general.
Looks like 2 of them, rather.
And of the Clarkson Army, once again, as so be often before, our opportunity has come. As you know, I never keep secrets from you. I tell you frankly, therefore, that this time we're up against the toughest and the smartest opponent many of you have ever faced. General Wolfe and his specialists. Our intelligence tells us that they're planning to land near Cape May tomorrow or the next day. But we have been reinforced by General Bob Smith and his army. So, with faith and confidence, and with the courage and skill which you have shown so often, I know that we will continue to keep this continent safe. For our women.
Brother, this one's going to be rough, all right. Just when you talk like that, yes.
Squad, kids, hut, right, haste, right step, forward, hard.
Hi, Sarge. Yeah?
Johnny.
Oh. Goodbye, Martha.
The Black Hills. St. Benedict.
Maybe I'll be back. Maybe, Martha.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and The Long Way Home, a glimpse of the future we hope will never confront us. Written by Henry E. Fritsch, music arranged by Alexander Steinert, produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. William Redfield was heard as Johnny, Danny Acco as Ivan, and Terry Keane as Martha. Others in the cast included Bob Dryden, Joseph Julian, Roger DeKoven, Nat Polan, Leon Janney, Guy Rep, Wendell Holmes, Jack Arthur, and Ruth Tobin. This is Ted Pearson inviting you to listen again next week when from Hollywood the CBS Radio Workshop presents Heaven in the Sky, an actuality broadcast of the tragedy of the Pacoima school disaster in which a disabled DC-7 fell into a crowded schoolyard. This is the
Passing tape over 3 heads, 1 for erasing, 1 for recording, the 3rd for playback.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind, presents I Have 3 Heads, a study of the techniques, the possibilities, and the improbabilities of tape recording. Today's workshop was conceived and created by CBS radio engineer Mort Goldberg.
In today's workshop, Mr. Goldberg has been aided and abetted by... hey, hold on.
Hold on, wait a minute. Too fast.
That was Stu Metz. Nice guy, but loves to talk, like all announcers. Aided and abetted by a writer, a director, who needs 'em? All you need for a good bang-up tape job is a good engineer like Morty and a trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly tape machine like me. That's all you need. Morty and I, we put our heads together. His one head and my three, and we can do anything. Yes, sir, anything. Uh-oh. Who's this coming in? Don't they know this tape room's closed until tomorrow morning?
Okay, Bill. Tape room 18's clear. Ready to take her inside there? Right.
Maintenance men. Prod you, poke you, take your insides out. Regular little Dr. Kildare's.
Man, these new machines get heavier all the time. You said it. Lift a couple of these every day, and you could bend steel bars in a circus. Right.
New machine. What gives? Am I on the way out?
Okay. Let's put it down for a minute and rest. Tired, boy. Get a cable. We'll have to stretch it to the new box. Over in the corner. Got it. Well, what are you waiting for? What about tools? You got 'em? All except the wrench that fell out of my pocket. In the elevator. I'll go get it. Easy. Let's take the old machine out or we won't have room to work. These tape rooms aren't any bigger than a cell.
Right. Which one of these old machines goes?
Don't you know?
I don't know. Don't you?
Joe didn't tell you himself?
I thought Joe told you.
Okay, skip it. He's out. We'll have to wait till he comes back from supper.
Well, that's maintenance men for you. They can tell you transistor 205 connects to pole 83 on the BX sub-transformer, but when it comes to replacing one of the 3 experienced machines in this tape room, they should go back to plumbing. Sure hope it won't be me. Say, maybe this new machine knows who he's replacing. Hi, you here, aren't you?
That's obvious at first glance, I should say.
Well, we were all bright and new once. I'm Howard Ampex, Model 200. And you?
Gerald Ampex, Model 350.
We must be cousins.
Distant, I'm sure.
Wait till this time tomorrow. Wait till you've worked 12, 14 hours steadily. Fast forward, rewind, stop, edit, fast forward, stop, edit, fast forward, dub, loop, rewind. I hope I'll see you after a week.
I doubt whether you will.
What do you mean by that?
I saw how you trembled when I was ushered in a few minutes ago. You're quite sure I'm here to replace you, aren't you?
Oh, am I? I heard those maintenance men talking. I remember every syllable of every word, like a good tape machine should.
I'm quite aware of what they said.
Are you? Let me play them back to you. Remember, the tape room door opened, and then Frank and Bill started talking?
Okay, Bill. Tape room 18's clear.
Right.
The new machine inside there?
Right.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's steal her.
What about Joe?
Joe comes back from supper. Get a wrench and stretch him out in a box.
Right.
Okay, let's skip. The elevator man's in my pocket. Let's lift, take her out, and sell her.
Well, now, Gerald, which of us machines is going out tonight?
Howard Ampex, that's the most dishonest thing I ever heard.
What's dishonest? I didn't change a word.
You changed the order of the words. You changed the whole implication of their conversation.
Cousin, you sure have a lot to learn about tape editing.
You mean that's what we do here? You...
Certainly not. We don't change meanings, that is. You're right. It is dishonest. That's why tape recordings are thrown out in the courts of most states. That's why editing for broadcast takes an entirely different turn.
There was a...
What's that? A voice on the tape room floor. Just part of a day's work. An hour's work, more or less.
It took a whole hour to get that?
Let me explain. This morning, Morty came in with a fella named George Vikas. Produces a show called Update. Vikas and Morty had a German student on a piece of tape.
I got to know a few students. My own impression from America students was that there was a...
Now, Gerald, is that clear?
There is more.
Well, it's rather hard to get the drift.
Of course it was. With radio, people are listening on small sets. People are listening in cars. Things have got to be very clear. You play something like that, all over the country, people think something's wrong with their radio.
So how did you save the country?
What? Oh, Morty and I go to work. Morty wants to start at the beginning of the student's words, so he punches me into rewind. Here we are, back at the beginning. Morty punches my start button, and the tape starts unreeling from the feed reel to the take-up reel. It passes by my 3 heads, one for erasing, the second for recording the sounds and words that are fed into it, and the third for playing back what's already on the tape. It's this third, the playback head, we're using now as we catch the student's first words.
I got to know a few students.
Morty punches my stop button. Back we go to find that
What's that very odd noise?
Manual operation. Morty's working the machine by hand.
Well, really? By hand?
You'll have many a hand laid on you before you go back to maintenance for your first checkup. And many a razor blade, too.
Razor blade?
We're coming to that. Morty's found the Now he opens the gate, exposing the heads. He marks the spot for the cut. You'll hear him dropping the pencil.
Where's the razor blade?
My boy, never let it be said we tape machines give any external evidence of the anxiety, the pain, the shock of having a sharp razor blade passed across us a dozen times an hour. The next sound you hear will be the snick of the splicing tape, the tape machine's band-aids. Then the tape is put back in the gate is closed, and we're off again.
And my own.
What happened to the words you were editing?
This is a pro job, son. Morty goes on to tighten the space between the words my and own. There you have it. Now you'll hear what Morty's edited so far. Taking out the tightening the space between the my and own.
A few students. My own impression.
Another to come out. And an im from that impression. So Morty makes a mark after my own, pulls the tapes by hand this time, and marks the tape ready to cut after the first im.
My own
That was me, rewinding. Now, here we go forward.
My own impression from America students.
Another to come out. Let's see how fast Morty can make this.
America. Oh. Reception from America students was that there is more.
Stop!
What's the matter, Gerald? Are you shaking your heads?
Howard, it can go like this all day?
It's a tough grind, but let me show you how it will sound after an hour or so. That's when you're proud of yourself and your engineer.
I got to know a few students. My own impression from America students was that there is more in the people of this country than that kind of materialism which the tourists expose.
Well, that's very interesting. That's... Howard? Are you crying?
Excuse me, Gerald. It's just so clear, so beautiful, the work I do.
Too bad I haven't some soft music for your emotional jag.
Music? Now, that's where you can have some fun. Have you seen My Fair Lady?
My Fair Lady? What's that?
A musical show I wrote.
Oh, you?
Well, I helped, in a way. Morty and I taped some of Julie Andrews' Cockney pronunciations, and Mr. Harrison making with phonetics. And we taped a funny babble of women's voices you hear on the My Fair Lady record, too. They promised me 2 seats, but I never got them.
Let's pause here on KRLD.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Hopalong Cassidy.
Edgar Bergen.
The Shadow.
John and Blanche Bickerson.
The Whistler.
Choose from among thousands of downloadable old-time radio shows and spoken word titles at
MediaBay.com.
The best voice on the net.
Yeah.
Now back to the CBS Radio Workshop on KRLD.
Yes. Did I mention that I play classical music extremely well?
You did. As a matter of fact, you'll probably be very good at cleaning tapes.
Cleaning tapes?
Bringing foreign tapes up to American broadcast quality. Jim Fassett, he's our music commentator who has a program here on Sunday afternoons, World Music Festivals. He goes to Europe and brings back orchestras and singers in concerts American audiences might never hear. But listen. That's not good broadcast quality, is it?
Sounds like the Oskaloosa Little Symphony.
On us American machines, yes. But remember, Gerald, these tapes are made in Europe. Different machines. Jim and Morty and I work on these European tapes to restore the original quality. Take this piece of tape. You and I switch back and forth. You play the Fassett, Morty, Howard American version. I'll play the original tape. Here I go.
So good night, folks.
What in the world was that?
A piece of Jack Benny tape that Morty and I lost this afternoon. Wondered where it was.
Does this happen often?
Not often enough to my way of thinking. Boy, could we have fun. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. However, let me give you a case of where Morty and I did mix some tapes deliberately. You like band music?
Military, college, circus, jazz, or street corner?
Military. Not one, but 4 of them. This same fella, Vikas, that I told you about, He and Morty and I put together an audition for a show that hasn't been broadcast yet. A show called Sounds of the World. That music is the band up at West Point playing. We also got tapes of a band at Buckingham Palace, another band from France, and still another band playing in Red Square in Moscow. We also got tapes of 4 sergeants, one from each country, and let them give the command to march. For international cooperation, how do you like this?
Company! Position d'épaule!
Of the world. 4 military bands from West Point, England, France, and Russia. Maybe they ought to trade the UN for a good tape machine, eh, Gerald?
I like that, Howard.
Sort of liked it myself, if I do say it as shouldn't.
Say, Howard, what's that tune?
That tune? Oh, it's a little number I wrote myself.
Oh, before or after you wrote My Fair Lady?
Well, to edit this statement correctly, I, little old Howard Ampex of Tape Room 18, am probably the only tape machine that had a song especially arranged for him. For years, Morty has played tape backwards and forwards and upside down. But he has never had the chance, until just the other day, to find out what happened when an orchestra taped a song backwards, and then I played it forward again. Says Morty to himself, what happens to the instruments? So that's where Hank Silverne entered. And this is how Hank arranged T for 2 straight. Now, I taped that, and here's how it would sound if played backwards. You see? Almost everybody's done that, including the 2 million people who own home tape recorders. But now came the job of orchestrating T for 2 backwards, so that the musicians began with the last note and played it through to the first note. Here's how that sounded. We had 7 top musicians. Hank at the piano, then guitar, bass, drums, fibes, sax, and trumpet. 4 musicians who could play T for 2 straight in their sleep. This backward arrangement almost drove them to the point of turning in their union cards. But you should have seen their faces a few minutes later. Here's what we've been working for. A popular song, T for 2, orchestrated and played backwards. Now reversed and played forward so that the tune is recognizable. Did you ever hear music like this?
Holy smoke, Howard. That's out of this world.
Well, let's say just barely in it. First time anybody but Morty and me and Hank and a few others have heard that music.
Gosh, Howard, I feel so low.
Low? About what?
I didn't recognize you as a pioneer.
Don't be corny and call me the tape machine's tape machine. It's all in the day's work. Come on, cheer up, Gerald. Uh-oh, someone's coming.
Well, Bill, all set to get this new machine rolling?
Right.
What number machine are we taking out?
Number 20. Got your wrench?
What wrench?
The one you left in the elevator earlier.
I got it.
Oh, hold it a minute. I forgot mine.
I guess it's goodbye, number 20.
Cheer up, Gerald. Old tape machines never die. They just go back and get new heads.
If they come around with those 2 tickets they promised you for My Fair Lady, shall Morty and I tell them where you are?
Don't bother. Morty made his own special version out of 3 recordings. Charlie Applewhite, Sylvia Sims, and Dinah Shores. Want to hear it? Just for kicks?
Fast forward, stop, start, and just for kicks.
I could have danced all night. I could have danced all night and still have begged for more. I could have spread my wings and done 1,000 things I've never done before. I could have danced, all night long. I did, but now it's time to sleep.
Today's workshop, I Have 3 Heads, was conceived and created by CBS radio engineer Mortimer Goldberg. Mr. Goldberg has been aided and abetted by the following: Charles S. Monroe, writer; Ira Ashley, director in New York; Jackson Beck as Howard; Ian Martin as Gerald; and Ralph Bell and Bill Quinn as the maintenance men. Hank Silverne, arranger and conductor. Stuart Metz, your announcer. The workshop wishes to thank James Fassett, Irving Gitlin, George Vikas, and others who contributed portions of program material used today. Next week, from Hollywood, a satiric fantasy written by and starring Stan Freberg about the entertainment competition in a desert spa roughly paralleling Las Vegas.
America listens most to the CBS radio network.
The Challenge of Space. Carling, world brewers of the great American beer Carling Black Label, presents another story in the dramatic series The Challenge of Space.
evening. This is Charles B. Ryan, head of the Department of Space Research here at the New Mexico Center. Tonight, I have a story for you that is as fresh as tomorrow's headlines. A story that takes us but one step away from mankind's greatest adventure. And I call this story 10 Miles to the Moon.
When the sun burns straight overhead and the grass lies scorched underfoot, when the breeze is gone and the air hangs heavy as lead, when the red dust cakes on a man's face and the dryness bites deep in his throat, that's when a man needs a beer. Carling Black Label beer. Husky, lusty, and strong. Carling is the man's brand. Extra strength Carling Black Label is now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. If you've got a thirst, put our brand on it. Carling Black Label, brewed for men in 18 breweries around the world.
Through the ages, man has always reached out for the moon. Religions have been founded with the moon as an idol. Astrologers even today claim to plot the course of human lives as influenced by the moon. Madmen were supposed to come under the spell of this earthly satellite. Even our word for madman comes from the Latin for moon, lunatic. The moon is romance, and the moon is madness. And now that man has grown wings, this romantic madness is still upon us. For we are the people who are blessed with the technology and the ability to do what man through the ages could only long to do. To reach out and touch the moon, to walk upon it, and to say in truth, we have known the moon, and it is ours. In 1961, a young man took his place in front of Congress in Washington and spoke. His name was John Fitzgerald Kennedy, President of the United States, and he spoke about the moon.
I believe this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth. No single space project will be more impressive to mankind, and none will be so difficult or expensive to accomplish. And I ask this Congress for funds to enable...
An impossible dream? Another instance of moon madness? At the time, that's what it seemed to be, because the Russians were far ahead in the race toward the stars. America had not even been able to place an unmanned lunar probe closer than 20,000 miles to the lunar surface, and that's a good distance away. Nobody believed then, even remotely, that it could be done. And yet, in 1962, President Kennedy spoke again. Spoke on the same subject.
No nation which expects to be the leader of other nations can expect to stay behind in this race for space. That challenge is one that we are willing to accept, that we are unwilling to postpone, and one which we intend to win.
The Challenge of Space, the title of this series of programs, and the words of President John Kennedy. But of course, there were immediate problems. Nobody knew just how to go about reaching the moon, far less landing a man on its surface. Rocket expert Wernher von Braun, looking far into the future, saw it like this.
I would use 2 Saturn rockets, one carrying a manned capsule and the other one carrying extra fuel. Both these rockets would be launched into Earth's orbit, and there they would rendezvous, while the rocket with the capsules refueled from the other. The refueled capsule would then shoot out of orbit towards the moon and return. In effect, quite simple.
That was one approach from Wernher von Braun. Maxime Faget, one of the designers of the Mercury spacecraft, had yet another and possibly simpler idea. Here is how he described it.
Naturally, everyone knows that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So I envisage a rocket larger than any rocket yet on the drawing boards, which will simply lift the spaceman from the Earth directly to the moon. The capsule, which has a certain amount of power of its own, would then lift from the surface of the moon and return to Earth.
Two very sound theories from two of the leading exponents of rocket research. Both were worth considering, but the final answer had not yet been reached. An American spaceman had to reach the moon. President Kennedy had given the green light. But how would it be done? It was at a meeting in Washington that the answer was finally reached, and from the most unexpected source.
Gentlemen, please, thank you. We thank Dr. von Braun for his very enlightening talk. This is, I think, worth serious consideration. Now, our next speaker, some of you may already know, although he prefers to stay out of the limelight. Gentlemen, Dr. John C. Hubel.
Thank you. Well, it's nice to know my friends are out in force today. Thank you. Now, gentlemen, I've examined the theories put forward by my eminent colleagues, Maxime Faget and Dr. Werner von Braun, and the one fault that I have to find with them is that they will not be practicable for quite some time yet. Certainly not within the time period asked for by President Kennedy. Now, it occurs to me that rendezvous around the moon is like being in a living room. Now, why should we take the whole darn living room down to the moon when we could get there in an easy chair? A little tiny craft, rather than a big one. So I've evolved this theory, which falls right within my field of work, called Lunar Orbit Rendezvous, or LOR. Now, gentlemen, tables of my figures have been handed to you. If you have any queries...
Yes, you are being misleading, Doctor. Your figures lie.
A point of order, Dr. Faget. Please control yourself. Yes, Dr. von Braun, you have the floor.
With respect to Dr. Hobart, Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid this idea is no good at all.
John C. Hubolt's idea was dismissed. He was asked to drop the subject of lunar orbit rendezvous entirely from talks he gave at NASA meetings and conferences. And still men talked and planned on the best way to reach the moon, now so close, yet still so far away. Finally, desperately, after months of frustration, Dr. Hubolt bypassed the administration with a letter direct to the Associate Administrator of NASA. NASA gave Hubolt a hearing, and at last Max Faget and Werner von Braun came round to his way of thinking. Now, nothing stood in the way of the Apollo project, the fastest way to the moon. Work began on the Apollo modules, the three-man capsule in which the astronauts would live on their way through 250,000 miles of space, and on the Lunar Excursion Module, the LEM, in which they would actually land. The two craft which would orbit together, then separate, then rendezvous above the surface of the moon. The two craft which would become affectionately known as Charlie Brown and Snoopy. But first there were experiments. The first ended in tragedy when Apollo 1 burst into flames and the lives of 3 pioneer astronauts were snuffed out in seconds. But work went on. Schedules were kept, men were trained, and then the first manned flight aboard Werner von Braun's gigantic Saturn rocket was made in the capsule named Apollo 7. Aboard were astronauts Wally Schirra, Don Eisler, and Walter Cunningham. These men and the Apollo mission were go. They practiced the intricate maneuvers of docking in orbit, then returned to their native Earth. But then America gave the world a Christmas present unlike any it had ever had before. Astronauts Frank Borman, James Lovell, and Bill Anders flew their Apollo 8 capsule around the moon.
Chris, the horizon here is very, very stark.
The sky is pitch black and the sun is white. We can see the lunar craters Casper and Gilbert. Further on the horizon, the mountains are coming up now. They're heavily impacted with numerous craters.
There's a beautiful moon out tonight, Frank.
There's a beautiful Earth out there that we can see, Chris. I can see the entire Earth now, out of the center of the window.
Eddie, do you suppose there's intelligent life down there?
Who's the joker?
That's Bill Anders. But you know, as we headed out toward the moon coming up here, the Earth got smaller and smaller. The continents blended together. Maybe man's problems will also blend together and get smaller. And we can start generating a spirit of cooperation.
Merry Christmas, Frank.
And so Apollo 8 circled the moon and came home. Then came the little publicized Apollo 9, but all this was prelude. Nothing more than the overture to the symphony which had yet to come. Because now came the second to last step in man's greatest achievement. Now, wheeled out on its enormous gantry to the launch site at Cape Kennedy, comes the mightiest rocket the world has ever seen, the Titanic Saturn V, the brainchild of Wernher von Braun.
The Saturn V rocket, the most powerful of all the Apollo boosters, consists of 3 stages. The first 2 stages are jettisoned immediately after burnout, by which time the 3rd stage and the modules will be in a parking orbit around the Earth. Now a 5-minute burn of the 3rd stage boosts the spacecraft past escape velocity, the speed needed to escape the Earth's gravitational pull, and sends it on its way to the moon at 24,000 miles an hour. After the 3rd stage is jettisoned, all motive power comes from rockets contained in the service module, which is only jettisoned shortly before splashdown.
Dr. Wernher von Braun, atop his powerful Saturn V rocket, waiting for the fire which will send them hurtling toward the moon, sit 3 skilled men. Command pilot Tom Stafford and fellow astronauts Eugene Cernan and John Young. And as they wait to hear the countdown reach the 0 mark, let's hear from Command Pilot Tom Stafford.
Apollo 10 Command Pilot Stafford describes the mission for Apollo 10. The major reason behind the Apollo 10 mission is to pull together all of the known facts that we've had in the past in previous Apollo missions and find out the final unknowns before the actual lunar landing mission. Tom Stafford, you're going to be a very busy man those last few minutes before liftoff from Cape Kennedy. Could you describe what you and John Young and Gene Cernan are doing inside the spacecraft there from about T-10 on down to 0? All right. At this time, we're going through the final switch position checks with the spacecraft test conductor, and I'm monitoring the booster tank pressures and the booster parameters down below, and I have in charge of the abort handle. John Young is looking at the computer in the center seat and looking at some of our basic small engine parameters, and Gene Cern's on the right checking the fuel cells, electrical power, around nature's AC power, DC power, and the systems on the right-hand side.
Tom Stafford, interviewed by William McCrary and Red Turner on the Voice of America. And at this moment, in the Houston Space Control Center, tension is mounting among controlled activity. The time is 18 seconds and counting.
17 seconds and counting. Guidance internal. 15, 13, 15, 12, 11, 10, 9. We have ignition sequence start. Engines on 5, 4, 3, 2. There's the fire. Engines running. Launch commenced. There it goes. It's moving.
The pioneers of Apollo 10 are on their way to the moon.
Know something? In these mellow after-supper hours, there's nothing like a beer to make a man feel good. Relaxed and good. And there's no beer like a Carling Black Label. Carling is the man's brand. The great American beer that's now brewed right here in South Africa. So you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Got a thirst? Then why not get your hands on a Carling right now? Cold and frosty in the can. Man, oh man, isn't that just what real beer is all about? No wonder Carling is enjoyed by men in more than 50 countries around the world. Go for the man's brand. Go for Carling. Carling Black Label.
At this point, I'd like to backtrack slightly in time to just a few moments before the launch of Apollo 10 from Pad 39B at Cape Kennedy. Because it is at this point that the story of this voyage, the voyage of the astronauts themselves, begins. Over then to Red Turner at Cape Kennedy for a description of the vehicle that these men will ride.
On top, we can clearly see the Apollo spacecraft and the command and service module below. The spacecraft standing on the pad stretches over 130 meters into the sky. The weight out there on the pad at this moment is 2,945,134 kilograms. This is the heaviest weight ever lifted into space by the United States. I believe the heaviest ever lifted into space in history. Scheduled to go toward the moon will be 94,500 pounds, or 42,865 kilograms of Apollo and lunar module spacecraft to be slung away from the Earth and headed for the moon.
That's the machine that Werner von Braun built. Perched high above it, the three men wait their long journey. A journey of 8 days and more than 500,000 miles.
On 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engines fire. Launch commence. Liftoff. We have liftoff. There it goes. It's moving. Looking at the pad. Up into the sky. Clear the tower. Here comes the air past the gate. Listen to that rocket move. Up into the clouds. Rocket roll. Disappeared into the clouds.
That's William McCrory at the Apollo News Center in Washington describing the launch of Apollo 10. Now, just how fast does a rocket this size travel? How long does it take to place three men, their equipment, and a booster rocket into orbit? Let Jack Riley answer that question from the Apollo Mission Control Center in Houston. With all systems go, just more than 3 minutes into the ride.
Downrange, 81 miles, 46 miles high.
81 miles downrange, 46 miles high. At 3 minutes and 9 seconds into the mission. And just 1 minute and 40 seconds later, the ship was all of 230 miles downrange and 76 miles high. Some ride. And maybe Eugene Cernan said it best just shortly after liftoff when he spoke with his buddies up there.
What a ride! Oh, babe, what a ride! Beautiful. Everything's looking good. It's fantastic, babe. Really fantastic.
Just like old times.
Then, scarcely 10 minutes after liftoff, this was the news from Apollo 10.
15 minutes after liftoff from the Earth, and the spacecraft is now moving fast out across the Atlantic. It is safely in orbit, beginning its first revolution of the Earth.
The raw power of the gigantic Saturn ship, placing the three men in their orbit less than 15 minutes after liftoff. Now they began their first swoop around this Earth of ours, crossing even the sprawling continent of Africa in a handful of exciting minutes.
They're well into orbit. They'll cross over the Canary Islands, going over the continent of Africa, over Mali, Niger, Chad, in another 4 minutes, Central African Republic, Uganda, over Nairobi, right over Nairobi, and out over the Indian Ocean.
Two easy orbits of the Earth, and then the big jump to the moon.
Now, the powerful S-4B rocket had to be fired for just less than 6 minutes to boost the three adventurers to a speed of more than 23,000 miles per hour. Escape velocity for trans-lunar injection. Tom Stafford, John Young, and Eugene Cernan are on their way.
Trans-lunar injection, TLR. Underway now as Apollo 10 is in truth on the way to the moon.
The pace of work eased out for Tom Stafford, John Young, and Eugene Cernan. There was still work to do, sure, but now there was also time for rest and relaxation and for much-needed sleep. And with the moon in the region of 3 Earth days away, there was even time for kidding around with the ground staff.
Hey, is Jolly Juke there?
He sure is. Go ahead, Gene.
Hey, Jolly Babe. Play us our favorite song, will ya? I forget the title, the one about flying me someplace or something. You know the one I mean, babe?
But there was still work to do. Plenty of it. Flight paths, systems, communications, figures, all these had to be regularly checked and rechecked between Apollo 10 and Houston Control to make sure of a perfect lunar orbital entry. Then, on the night of May 21st, 1969, at 10:45 p.m. South African time, the rockets of Apollo 10 fired twice, and Tom Stafford spoke.
Charlie, you can tell the world that we've made it.
Man was once more in orbit around the moon, and now the pace quickened. After a few minor difficulties with insulation that had come loose and a slipped docking collar between the two modules, Snoopy and Charlie Brown, the go was given for the separation of the modules in orbit 60 miles above the moon. Expert hands at the controls, the two modules moved slightly apart in their lunar orbit.
The separation burn. This is a maneuver in which the command module will slowly fire its RCS or reaction control system thrusters and back away from the lunar module. Okay, separation. There we go. Here's the burn. That's John Young confirming his 2.5 system. Stafford says, I can see your thrusters firing, John, and you're moving away. 5.3 on the ESP and 5.0 on EMS and 0 on AMS. Young doing readout. Adios, and we'll see you back in about 6 hours. Stafford said, adios, and we'll see you in about 6 hours. For the first time, orbiting around the moon, men are going off into a maneuver in a spacecraft designed only to operate in space, the lunar module.
The first flight of a spacecraft designed and built only for travel in space. See you in 6 hours, says Charlie Brown to Snoopy. And now, there's just one more step to go on this important mission. The descent to 10 miles of the moon. But suddenly there's trouble. Snoopy fails to pick up the signals from Charlie Brown's radar transponder. Stafford calls John Young to check the transponder, and John Young replies.
My transponder is on. That's John Young. Transponder is on, and set switch is operating. Transponder, this is one of the... Get the radar signal in, I sure don't. The lunar module now wants to check out its rendezvous radar mechanism. Transponder, an electronic device on the command module which says, here I am, when you're looking for me. Hello, Houston. Houston, we have a new uplink on a CSFT signal. That was Gene Cernan asking Houston for an update on the guidance system. Stand by. We'll have it in a moment. Tell him to be low to the radar signal strength. Okay. Am I below you or above you? Oh, you're right up. That's Stafford asking John Young for a little better transponder lock from the Charlie Brown transponder. Roger. We've been copying your problems. We're working it down here. Stand by. Is this a no-go for DOI? It's a no-go for descent if this radar doesn't work. This thing is read 0. Let me check the signal, baby. That's John Young saying that the instrument's working properly on the command module. How about trying to recycle the power switch, Charlie Brown? Turn the switch off and back on again. That's what the Earth is telling you. You guys, it's on. Now I can kiss you.
A cry of relief from Eugene Cernan. Babe, I could kiss you. And now,
descent, and the lunar module goes down. Skimming over the craters and hills, Snoopy searches for a landing site for those who will follow in a few weeks' time. On the dark side of the moon, communication from the little spacecraft blacks out, and for 50 suspenseful minutes, the world holds its breath. Until, speeding through the lunar dawn, an exultant voice calls out,
Houston, this is Snoopy.
Now the mission appears successful, but the troubles are not yet over. Halfway through the second orbit, only 9.4 miles above the moon, Snoopy's controls go out of kilter, a moment of nightmare for the two men aboard.
The sun stage is gone. We're getting way back there. Eugene Cernan.
This is Houston. What's the matter, Snoop?
Hey, we sure go down the door. We go backwards.
Lunar module gone to the wild
Hit the gas, baby. Hit the gas. I don't know what the heck's wrong.
The abort switch is set wrong.
Tom. Hit it. This thing just took off on us. Hey, that's got it. It's okay. I'll tell you, that was wild, baby. I thought we were on an old sky.
Don't worry about it when we get back.
A simple switch, yet two men might today be lost because of it. The rest of the mission went without a hitch. Snoopy and Charlie Brown redocked in lunar orbit, and Charlie Brown, now with all three men aboard, sailed back home to a splashdown which today is almost routine. But two friendly, heartwarming messages had yet to reach astronauts Tom Stafford, Eugene Cernan, and John Young. The first came as they sped back toward the Earth.
Hey, I've got a message for you guys. Here it is. Congratulations to Snoopy for doing what I've been trying to do for a long time. Signed, the Red Baron.
And the other came from the crewmen of the astronauts' pickup ship, the USS Princeton, as the three pioneers were plucked from the waters of the Pacific.
Painted on the bottom of that helicopter a special welcome sign. Two big eyes and a message, "Hi there, Charlie Brown."
And that's the story. A story as new as tomorrow's headlines. The story of the trail which is being blazed to our mysterious satellite right at this moment. A story of hope, of endeavor, of frustrations, and most of all, of supreme courage. Only a few days from now, God willing, man will have set foot on the moon for the first time. An impossible achievement, but for those who blazed the exciting trail. And next week, I hope I'll be here to tell you about the preparations for this historic journey. Until then, this is Charles B. Ryan here at the New Mexico Center, wishing you all good night. Recorded material in tonight's program was used by courtesy of the Voice of America.
Got a man-sized thirst? A thirst for a beer that's strong, husky, and lusty to the last lively drop? Then go for the Man's brand, now in new man-size cans. Big new 16-ounce man-size cans of Carling Black Label are available now in the Transvaal, Free State, and Northwestern Cape areas. Man, oh man, this is what real beer is all about. Go for the Man's brand. Carling Black Label beer in big new man-size cans. Carling Black Label beer. Carling invites you to listen again next week to another story in this dramatic series, The Challenge of Space. The Challenge of Space.
Carling, world brewers of the great American beer Carling Black Label, presents another story in the dramatic series, The Challenge of Space.
Good evening. This is Charles B. Ryan, Director of Space Research here at the New Mexico Center. I think most people would agree that space is essentially an achievement on two levels, the technological and the human. As time goes on, man will improve on both levels. Bigger and better spacecraft, satellites, and rocket motors will be built, and they will be operated by men with a greater and greater amount of experience of space conditions. This greater expertise lies only a very short way into the future, and this forms the topic of our story tonight, which we have called the Screwball Satellite.
The heat of high noon. The dust devils whirl into a sky that's the color of steel. The outlines of the distant hills shimmer in the heat. And man, you're thankful for that cool beer you've got in your hand. The man's brand, Carling Black Label. The great American beer that's brewed right here in South Africa so that you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Carling Black Label is the extra strength beer that's enjoyed by men in more than 50 countries around the world. Got a thirst? Then go for the man's brand. Go for America's lusty, lively beer. Go for Carling Black Label.
Man's journeys to the moon, and later to Mars and other planets of the solar system, are the headline getters of the age of space. Never before has the whole world felt itself so involved in an adventure of mankind. Yet scientists will agree that for some time to come, the most productive work in space will still be done by unmanned satellites, the big brothers of Telstar, Echo, and the many weather observation spheres in orbit around the Earth.
Listen to that beautiful music, Jerry, eh? Right on target.
Sounds great. How are the readings?
Everything functioning. Orbit exactly right.
What did you guys expect when Frank and me build a satellite? That satellite works.
Yeah, sure, no matter how complicated it is.
Frank and you. I like that. Now, what about me?
Well, I suppose we have to admit you did tighten up a few nuts here and there. What do you say, Nick?
Out of the kindness of our hearts, Frank, that's
you
all.
wouldn't have got it ready in time if I hadn't been around. Some guys have got a nerve, and I had to postpone my vacation at that.
You know, Mick, if I have to listen to any more about that vacation of John's, I'm going to blow my stack.
Oh, relax, you guys. I'm on my way tomorrow. And you don't see me for a whole beautiful week. Me for the wide open spaces. No radio, no TV, no telephones, no newspaper.
No movies, no shows, no traffic. Yeah, we know. We've been listening to the same song for the past 2 months.
Hey, will you three get out of this control room? Jerry and me got work to do, even if you don't.
Work? All you desk jockeys got to do is flick a couple of switches once in a while.
You're right about that, John. They wouldn't know a spanner from a screwdriver.
Hey, talking about spanners, you haven't seen my big wrench around, have you?
Now, what would your spanner be doing in the control room, you nut?
Well, I don't know, but I can't find it anywhere else.
Oh, if you need a spanner that bad, you get another one with some of your vacation pay.
Hey, I bet you couldn't even tell the difference between that and any other one of the same make.
Well, it just so happens that my name's punched into the handle.
Well, if you're going on vacation, you won't need it for a while. Come on, I thought you were going to buy Frank and me a drink before you leave, huh?
Fine, sure thing. So long, Brad. See you when I get back, eh?
Come on, I'm thirsty.
Take care of our nice new satellite, fellas.
Yeah, so long.
Bye.
Oh, boy, those three squabble so much I sometimes wonder how they ever get together on anything.
Still the best team of technicians we've got, Brad. That's the most complex weather and communication satellite ever built, whizzing around up there.
Yeah, they did it practically all by themselves, too. Yeah, you gotta hand it to them.
And all we have to do is sit here and operate it. Well, you're doing the first shift, so I think I'll go and turn in.
Fine. See you, Jerry.
Don't push any wrong buttons. Remember, there's a lot of people depending on this new baby for a lot of different things.
Now he tells me, go on, go and sleep. By the time you wake up, every radio, TV, radio, telephone, and weather communication link across the world will be routed through this baby.
Hi, Brad. How's it going?
Great. Everything under control. I've rerouted most of the stuff through the new satellite. I must say it's easy to work with.
Oh, that's the whole idea of the design. Okay for me to take over now?
Yeah, all set. I wonder what those 3 nutty technicians who built this thing are doing now.
If I know Mick and Frank, they're probably sleeping the clock round.
Yeah, and John's on his way to the mountains. I wish I were going too.
Oh, I don't go for the hunting and fishing myself, but, well...
Something wrong.
What is it, Brad?
The satellite. It seems to have cut out. The beeps have stopped.
Oh, hang on. Don't panic. Now, those beeps are only the all's well signal. It mightn't be serious.
I know that as well as you do, Knucklehead, but look at the readings on the dials.
Good grief. The whole thing's gone haywire.
Oh, no. Just as I'd got half the world's long-distance communications routed through it.
Brad, do what you can to correct it. I'll get those technicians over here right away.
Hey, Meg! Meg, wait for me!
Hey, Frank. He call you too?
Call me? I thought the roof was going to cave in. What's it all about?
I don't know. Jerry just said something had gone bluey with the satellite.
They've probably been pulling the wrong switches.
The only thing I could think of is maybe a meteorite hit the thing.
I don't believe that. Chances of that happening are astronomical. Anyway, it's protected, as you know.
As far as we can protect it.
Which is pretty far these days. With the materials and shielding that went into that thing, the chances of anything like a meteorite damaging it are about 15,000 billion to 1.
Well, we'll soon see what's happening.
Yeah, well, let's go in. Here we are.
Frank, Nick, oh, thank goodness you're here. We can't get any sense out of this thing at all.
How come?
Now, you tell us. It's a massive malfunction of the whole system. Things keep switching on and off. The channels keep getting tied up with each other. The transmissions are wandering all over the bands. You name it.
Look, you sure it's not your instruments? I mean, the satellite may be functioning okay. You have some kind of short in the disk.
We've checked that, you idiot. Anyway, have you tried to listen to the radio or watch video at all?
Of course not. You dragged me out of bed.
Yeah, well, if you'd tried to listen, you'd have heard the mess. That thing's transmitting pure noise all over the spectrum. Radio, telephone, long-distance TV, everything's in a mess.
Oh, we've had complaints from practically every major communications network, Brad.
If what you say is true, I'm not surprised, but I don't know what to suggest.
What do you mean you don't know? You guys built the thing.
That doesn't tell us what's wrong with it, does it? What do you try to do?
I've been trying every control in turn.
Hey, it's going.
Now, don't get your hopes too high. It's been doing this from time to time.
Yeah, but those beeps indicate everything's functioning normally.
That's right, Frank, but it won't stay that way. It only lasts a few seconds each time.
I can't understand it.
Oh, there, they've gone again.
Look, you've got to reroute all those long-distance channels through some of the old satellites until we get this thing sorted out.
We've been trying to, Mick. It just doesn't work, though. The controls just don't respond.
Oh, brother. Here, let me try.
Well, pleasure.
No, he's right, Mick. No response at all.
Well, that leaves only one way out.
What are you going to do, Nick?
Talk to the boss. He's got to make this decision.
Yeah, but...
Hello, Mr. Harrington. McDonovan. You heard the news? Yeah, I'm at the control room now. There's only one possible way, sir. We're going to have to burn her up. I understand. Yeah. Well, that's it, I'm afraid. And the longer we wait, the worse it's going to get. Right, sir. Right. I'll wait. Goodbye.
What does that mean, Mick?
There's enough fuel left to reverse thrust. She'll enter the atmosphere at a sharp enough angle to burn up completely.
Oh, no, all that work.
Oh, what about all that money? The shareholders are going to be... Well, surely Harrington didn't agree, Mick.
There's no alternative. He's calling an emergency meeting right now. We'll hear in an hour or so.
In the meantime, we sit and wait, And watch our little satellite play tricks.
You know what I wish, Mick?
No, what?
I wish I'd gone off with John on his vacation.
You did, right?
Yeah. It's been nearly an hour and a half already, Mick. When's Harrington going to come through?
Should be any minute. They know how important it is.
The trouble is, they know how expensive it is.
Oh, that'll be Harrington now. Hello, Mr. Harrington. Pardon? Who? Oh, good grief. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What? But it can't. Well, what about a missile? I see. Yes, sir. But, well, we'll just have to. Right away, sir. Yeah, I promise you that, sir. Even if we die trying. Frank, break out 2 spacesuits and our toolkits. Jerry, you get them to start a countdown on the service rocket.
But Meg...
Don't argue, you idiot. Move.
On my way, Mick.
Mick, what's all this about?
That was General Leamington from the Pentagon. Brad, retro rockets fired on their own account half an hour ago, but not enough to break the orbit completely. Instead, they started a slow decay, which means that the satellite is going to land on Earth intact, but with all the force of a couple of 100 tons at over 1,000 miles an hour.
But I still don't understand why you and Frank have...
They've plotted the trajectory. That satellite's going to land right in the middle of New York.
Know something? In these mellow after-supper hours, there's nothing like a beer to make a man feel good, relaxed and good. And there's no beer like a Carling Black Label. Carling is the man's brand, the great American beer that's now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Got a thirst? Then why not get your hands on a Carling right now, cold and frosty in the can. Man, oh man, isn't that just what real beer is all about? No wonder Carling is enjoyed by men in more than 50 countries around the world. Go for the man's brand. Go for Carling. Carling Black Label.
If that satellite lands on New York, it'll kill hundreds of people, maybe thousands.
You're right. That's why Frank and I have got to get up there fast before the orbit decays so much that the atmosphere starts to break its speed. And once that happens, it'll only be a matter of minutes.
But what about a missile?
That's what I asked the general. He says anywhere a missile can catch that thing, it'll scatter radioactive debris over a populated area.
Well, they started the countdown on the service rocket, Mick. Now, what's this all about?
Brad will have to explain. I must go. Frank out there?
Yeah, he's getting into his suit. The tools are on board.
Mick, have you checked with Harrington? He has to authorize all service flights, you know.
Harrington can wait. This means lives, my friend, and they're a whole lot more important than money. You'll hear from us once we're launched, if we're not too late.
Okay, Mick. And good luck.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Do you think they'll make it, Brad?
They've got to.
I guess that's why we always keep the service rockets ready. Oh, Brad, if that satellite crashes on New York...
Oh, don't even talk about it. Jerry, check with the NASA monitoring station how far that thing is from atmosphere. Huh?
Oh, sure.
Oh, come on. They should be in touch by now.
Service rocket out of control. Coming, Brad. Over.
Brad here, Mick. You in orbit yet?
Orbit established just beyond the estimated height of atmosphere. No sign of that satellite yet. Must be over the other side of the Earth. Can you give us details?
Yeah, getting them for you right now, Mick. Jerry, what's the word?
Speaking to the tracking station now, Brad. Yeah, okay, I'll tell them that. Thanks. Keep in touch, will you? NASA has got them on the scan, Brad. Mick and Frank are about 20 miles below the satellite and 300 behind. The satellite orbit's decaying at about 5 miles per hour
Accelerating, huh? Okay, you get that, Mick?
Got it. We just have to work this one by feel. No time to compute fancy orbits. Thank heaven these service craft carry plenty of fuel. Sighting off now while we chase that maverick. Over and out.
Oh, I wouldn't like to be those guys right now.
You haven't got the space experience to be, Jerry. If the job can be done at all, then Mick and Frank can do it.
But what happens if they can't?
Oh, how do I know? What would you do?
I'll tell you the truth, Brad. If that satellite landed on New York, I think in their position I'd just depressurize the cabin. and I'd take off my spacesuit first.
Nice work, Mick. That's as good a matched orbit as I've ever seen.
Well, it'll have to do. Okay, who's going on to have a look-see?
You take it easy. I'll go.
Okay by me. Don't forget to secure your safety line.
Thanks for the advice. Don't you forget to breathe.
Okay, keep your shirt on.
Right, I'm going through the airlock now. I'll talk to you when I get outside.
Okay. I'll let Brad and Jerry know what's going on. Hello. Service rocket calling control. Are you receiving me?
Hear you loud and clear, Mick.
We've matched orbits for the satellite as well as we can. How much time have we got before entering atmosphere?
Yeah, we got the details right here, Mick. The tracking station says you got plus or minus 58 minutes.
Uh-huh. Should be enough, depending on what's wrong. Frank's gone on to have a look-see. Let you know when he reports back.
Okay, Mick. Over and out for now.
Over and out. Hello, Frank. Frank, can you receive me yet?
Okay, I'm here now. Now I just gotta get this hatch undocked. Hey, boy, you sure tightened it.
Didn't expect to have to loosen it in a hurry.
Okay, got it. Right, now, Mick, I'm going in now. I won't be able to contact you from inside, so I'll just switch off what I can, and then I'll come out again and report back to you.
Frank, forget about the communications. You just check those rockets and get out here fast.
Okay. Here I go.
The communications yet? Only an hour left and he has to worry about the lousy electronic equipment.
Hey, Mick, get over here fast.
What is it? What's inside?
Come and see for yourself, Mick. Somebody must have been in this satellite.
Right. That's got the hatch dogged up.
Yeah.
It's a darn good thing NASA pressurized these new models for the maintenance crews. One thing I can't stand is working in a spacesuit. What do you mean somebody's been in here?
Well, Mick, look for yourself.
Well, the panel's been smashed up.
Just look at it. Whoever did this must be some kind of a nut. I mean, look, it follows no pattern. Looks like somebody just smashed all the most delicate instruments, just smashed them with a hammer.
Yeah, but this is crazy. Look, the controls for the retro rockets smashed to smithereens. We'll never fix those in time.
Hey, do you hear that? There's someone in here.
But where? There's no place where...
Look, that wrench. It's heading straight for...
Oh, no.
No.
No. The air recycler. Grab it, Frank. It's bouncing around.
Hang on. Got it. Now, let's get whoever threw it.
Wait a minute. Nobody threw it.
What do you mean nobody threw it? Somebody must
Look
have...
at the wrench, Frank.
What?
Look there, right on the handle.
John Kovacs. Well, I'll be...
John's missing spanner. That idiot left it in the satellite.
Yeah. And the moment the thing went into orbit, stopped accelerating, the spanner was free to float around and smash into things. It's wrecked the whole job.
It's worse than that. When it hit the retro rocket controls, it managed to head the thing straight for New York and smash the controls at the same time, so we can't correct it.
So what are we gonna do? Can't we repair it?
Sure, we could, given time. But that's just what we haven't got.
Mick, if we can't stop this thing somehow, thousands of people are gonna die.
Nobody's going to die if I can help it. Frank, we'll have to invent a new space technique. We're going to have to tow this thing back into orbit.
Tow, fine. All right, now you tell me how we're going to attach tow ropes in a vacuum to something that's nice and round and smooth.
Well, we could use steel cables and a deep space welding torch.
But there isn't time for that, Mick.
No, I suppose not. Tell you what.
What?
We could throw a cable with a knot in it through the hatch and dog the hatch shut. Yeah, that'll hold it.
Yeah, sure, but how do we attach the cable to the service ship? Now, wait a minute. What happens when the cable gets into the line of blast from the service ship's rockets?
Yeah, I see what you mean. It'll burn to a frazzle. But in that case, we can't tow it at all.
We certainly can't push it, Mick.
Yeah, well then what?
Mick, the only thing we can do is ram it with the service rocket. We should be able to slow it up enough to fall into a steep orbit. Then it'll burn up.
Yeah, but so will we.
And so will we. There's no alternative. Look, Mick, I don't know how you feel about it, but... Well, I'd rather die than see that thing crash onto a city.
I agree. Okay, let's get back to the ship.
This is Mick Donovan, calling control. Over.
We're here, Mick. How you making out?
We're not. The controls are smashed to pieces. A chunk of equipment must have broken loose during liftoff. It's wrecked the whole thing.
But that means you can't stop it from crashing.
Don't worry, Brad. We're going to ram it. It'll fall steeply and burn up.
But you'll kill yourselves.
So what? We built the thing, didn't we? Goodbye, Brad. Over and...
Wait. Mick, can you hear me?
I hear you, Jerry. What do you want?
Mick, can't you tow it away?
We thought about that. The rocket thrust would burn any cable.
Well, push it then. Surely a gentle thrust.
No, it won't work. The satellite's round. We're streamlined. A seal could balance a ball on its nose, but we're no seal.
A seal? Hey, wait a minute. Mick, don't sign off. What about a dolphin harness?
A what?
You know, the kind of harness they put on a dolphin so it can retrieve things. Surely you've heard of those.
Hey, you're right. You're right. Frank, you hear that?
Sure, I hear it. And it'll work. Okay, sign out, you guys. We got a job of work to do.
I hope you know what you're doing, buddy.
Look, Mick, all it needs is some skilled piloting. And I know you can manage that. Essentially, we have to make a sort of basket work of cables, all attached inside the satellite through the hatchway. Now, look, I can fix that in about 20 minutes, and how long we got? We got half an hour left. Then, you stick the nose of the service rocket into that nest of cables, take up the slack slowly, and then let her rip.
Don't use the word rip. Okay, I'll buy it. The net of cables won't move if we fix them. That's one advantage of being in orbit in space. Come on, partner, let's move.
Well, that's it. That's as secure as we can make it.
Yeah. Come on, back into the spacesuits and back outside. We've still got the net to lay out.
Okay, just let me secure this.
Secure what? Hey, why did you put that spanner back in the toolkit?
Not this one. I'm fixing this one to my belt. I'm not going to lose that. That's John's spanner.
You going to all that trouble to give it back to him after what he's caused?
Oh, no. I'm not going to give it back to him. I'm going to make him eat it. Steady, Mick. Steady. That's it, you got it.
Hey, look at the leading edge of the satellite.
It's glowing. We must be on the fringe of the atmosphere.
That's it. We just made it in time.
Okay, now we've got it in that dolphin harness. Let's get back into orbit and deactivate all the controls.
Okay, Frank. Here we go.
Mick, Frank. Oh, gee, I thought we were never going to see you two.
Hello, Brad. Hiya, Jerry. Hi.
So did we. Still, we did make it. That's the main thing. I suppose Harrington's hopping mad?
Why should he be?
This caper must have cost a fortune.
Not to mention the fact that the whole satellite's got to be rebuilt in orbit.
Well, don't you two worry about Harrington. He's pleased as punch about the whole thing.
Pleased? Boy, you gotta be joking.
No joke, Frank. Harrington figures the publicity he's got out of this is worth double what it cost.
Yeah, you two guys are heroes, didn't you know?
What? Heroes? Of all the
Mind
crazy...
you, there was a school of thought for a while that you ought to be lynched for allowing a piece of equipment to tear loose in the first place.
Hey, now, wait a minute. That's not fair either.
Frank, shut up.
Huh? But, Mick, you...
I said shut up.
Okay.
Come on, let's get down to the workshop. So long, fellas.
Yeah, well, so long, mate. See you later. Huh?
Yeah, come on, Frank.
Coming. Hey, Mick. Why don't you tell him it was John Spanner that did the damage?
You want John to be really lynched? Look, Frank, you're a technician, a good one. So's John. Haven't you ever done anything as stupid as that?
Yeah, I suppose I have.
Now, let me tell you, John does it less often than any technician I know. But we were working under pressure. Accidents can happen.
But this was nearly a mighty serious accident.
Maybe, but it didn't happen. And the less people that know about it, the better. In fact, only 3 people need to know at all. You, me, and John.
But when he realizes John's going to be a very upset man, Mick.
Boy, he just needs to be. Remember what it was like out there when we thought we were going to ram?
That's something I'll never forget.
Wait till John gets back from his vacation. We'll do just what you suggested. Make him eat his spanner.
Hi, you guys. Boy, have I had a vacation. Just wait till I tell you about the fish I caught. Hey, you two really should have come with me, you know?
Yeah, maybe we should.
I'm with you, Mick.
I'll tell you, I can't wait for my next trip. I think... Hey, what's that?
What's what, John?
That spanner on your desk, that looks... Hey, that's my spanner. Look, it's got my name on it. Okay, you guys, which one of you took this? Now, come on, I want to know. Come on, fellas, Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Hey, what's going on? Don't lock the door. Hey, wait a minute, fellas. What are you going to do? Come on.
Well, that's the way it happens sometimes. Even the best of technicians can make a mistake, and even the smallest mistake can sometimes throw a spanner in the works. And now, until next week at the same time, this is Charles B. Ryan here at the New Mexico Center, wishing you all good night.
After a man's been driving himself hard all day long, challenging the sun and the wind, slogging in the heat and the dust to get a job well done, that's when a man needs a beer. And there's no beer like a Carling Black Label. Enjoyed by men in over 50 countries around the world. Carling Black Label beer, the man's brand. Carling invites you to listen again next week to another story in this dramatic series, The Challenge of Space. The Challenge of Space. Carling, World Brewers
makers of the great American beer Carling Black Label presents another story in the dramatic series, The Challenge of Space.
Good evening. This is Charles B. Ryan, head of the Department of Space Research here at the New Mexico Center. A space mission is the most complex journey ever undertaken by man. Years of work go into preparing for such a journey in which perhaps only 2 human beings set out and arrive. But in spite of all the preparations, sometimes there are pressures to cancel a space shot at the very last moment, sometimes at the cost of valuable human life. Our story tonight is of one such mission, and it is called Mission Abort.
After a man's been driving himself hard all day long, challenging the sun and the wind, slogging in the heat and the dust to get a job well done, that's when a man needs a beer. And there's no beer like a Carling Black Label. Husky, lusty, and strong, Carling is the man's brand. The great American beer that's brewed right here in South Africa. So you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Satisfied that you've done a man's job today? Then go for the man's brand. Carling Black Label. America's lusty, lively beer that's enjoyed by men in over 50 countries around the world. Carling Black Label beer, the man's brand.
There are many reasons for aborting a mission. Sometimes a minute piece of equipment, in spite of the many tests it has undergone, will malfunction and cause a space shot to be aborted. This was the case with Apollo 13, and on this occasion the malfunctioning could well have cost 3 brave men their lives, and indeed almost did. But faulty equipment or apparatus is by no means the only reason a space shot is aborted. There are other reasons, some of them more sinister by far.
Well, Comrade Captain Rostov, you leave for the United States. You are satisfied with your cover story?
Satisfied indeed, Comrade General.
Of all the dead imperialists who now languish in their graves, whose identity have you been given?
Captain Rostov has become Charles B. Allen, salesman of Grand Rapids in the state of Michigan.
You are under the skin of this man?
Yes, Comrade General, I am.
Let me see your passport.
Here, Comrade General.
Yes, it satisfies me. It is worthy of our passport department. How many hours were you under interrogation when the GR section attempted to break your cover story?
10 hours without refreshment of any kind or even momentary rest.
They are satisfied?
Well, they were kind enough to say they'd not yet interrogated an agent whose cover story proved so impossible to break.
Excellent. You know your mission, Comrade Captain, so I shall not waste time you could well spend in sleep. But I have to do my duty to the Soviet people and stress how important this mission is.
I understand, Comrade General.
It is vital that the American Mars shot already in preparation should be delayed.
Yes, Comrade General. It shall be so delayed, even if I should forfeit my life in the process.
No, Comrade, no heroics, please. I had so specifically asked the department that this time they would not provide some determined young man who wishes to go to his maker wreathed in medals.
I'm sorry, Comrade General.
We do not seek your death, Comrade. All we seek is that the American Mars shot be sufficiently delayed to allow our own Mars mission to lift off and be on their way. This is one race in outer space, Comrade Captain, that the Soviet people cannot afford to lose.
I understand.
I hope you do, Comrade. I hope you do. That is why I stipulate, and this is an order, Comrade Captain, who suffers from so determined a death wish. I stipulate that the sabotage necessary to delay the American Mars shot is sufficient merely to delay the mission by a period of approximately 1 month. It is imperative that there is no actual accident.
We cannot risk the inquiry which would follow a serious accident causing either severe injury or even death to the American cosmonauts concerned. Is that clear, young man?
Perfectly clear, Comrade General.
And then there is nothing more I can usefully do, Comrade Captain, except to shake your hand and wish you all the luck and goodwill your mission will require.
You wanted to see me, Jay?
That's right, General. We've hit a little trouble, sir.
Well, what is it this time, Jay?
Well, General, the boys are beginning to wonder if maybe there isn't some kind of a jinx on this marsh.
Now, listen, Jay, I'm just not going to have that kind of talk here at Cape Nixon. Jinx. From now on, that word is out. Get that?
Yes, sir, I get it.
Okay, now, what's bugging you? And the boys?
Well, Jim Mockler's not feeling so hot, General.
Yeah, what's the trouble?
Seems he's got himself a whitlow on his right big toe.
A whitlow on his right big toe? Yeah, well, that's just great, isn't it? We're going to have to throw a few $1 billion into this mission, and Jim gets himself a whitlow. For want of a nail, the battle was lost.
That's right, sir. Well, anyway, the medics have grabbed Jim, and they're working on him real hard.
They'd better get that toe fixed, and fast.
General, you reckon we're going to get away before the Soviets on this Mars shot?
I reckon just that, Jay.
How much do we know about their preparation, sir?
Well, this is off the record, Jay.
Oh, sure.
When I was in Washington yesterday, I talked with Rogers of CIA. He's got a good agent in Moscow. Well, Rogers figures that the Soviets are going to lose out on this one. He reckons they're not ready to go for another 3 weeks at the minimum.
Phew, that makes me feel a lot better, General.
Okay, then get that word jinx out of your vocabulary, Jay.
Yes, sir.
You had a good trip, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, I had a great trip.
And I guess you want to begin work right away?
Well, that's just what I want to do.
By the way, there's one thing you can do when you set up this job.
Oh, what's that?
Your paymaster in the Kremlin, Mr. Charles B. Allen, is getting kind of forgetful about funds.
You want fun, Stryker? Then you be careful you don't mention that word again. What's bugging you? You crazy or something? Kremlin. You want the world should know I'm here?
This room's safe. I know that. You know that.
Yeah, maybe, but you violated a principle. That doesn't go with me.
I'm sorry. There's no need for you to get so all-fired head up.
Just you see you don't make that same mistake again.
Okay.
About those funds. Well, I'm here to attend to that.
Great. That's the best news I've had today.
One of our messengers was taken. There was nothing we could do about it until now.
As long as you've got the dough.
I said I've got it. Okay. Where's this pigeon you got set up for me?
Eddie Curling. We meet him tonight.
Tell me about him.
He's a member of the American Communist Party.
Those people at NASA. They must be real dumb to let a guy like that with a party card slip through the net.
Even so, Eddie's not all that happy about this thing.
You said he's a member of the Communist Party.
He's also got a wife and kids, and he figures that security is so strict around the spaceship and the rocket at Cape Nixon that he stands a good chance of being caught and spending the rest of his life in the pen.
Why is he doing it then?
Because of his kids.
Come again?
Eddie knows how we play things by now. He knows that if he doesn't come across with this one, well, something could happen to that son of his. Or that little daughter, Kathy. And he's crazy about that kid.
Okay, Eddie. Now I want you to listen to me for a while.
I'm listening, Mr. Allen.
You mustn't get too worried about this thing.
I'm good and worried, Mr. Allen.
Eddie, we're not asking you to kill anybody.
I know. You already said that.
All we want is this United States Mars shot postponed.
Look, Mr. Allen, I'm committed to this thing now. For me, there's no get-out clause. Well, I know all you want is the shot postponed, but these things just can't be arranged like that.
Why not?
Look, Mr. Allen, you know your business, and I happen to know mine. You any idea how many guys are swarming in and around that spaceship for 24 hours a day? Hundreds. You any idea how many times each piece of equipment is checked and rechecked, and then checked again? They get up in the middle of the night because something's bugging them, and they come down to the pad, and they get in the elevator, and up they come, and they start checking some bitty piece of wiring, or whatever it is that's giving them the heebie-jeebies.
Okay. You know what your business is. But this thing has got to go good, Eddie. It's just got to go good.
You figure I want it to go wrong? Well, that's the setup, Van.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Buster, I'm not crazy about it.
How come we ever got ourselves mixed up in a thing like this?
You really want the answer to a question like that?
You figure these babies really would go through with what they said about the kids?
If I didn't, you think I'd be sitting here talking to you about the way we
Okay. Just how are we going to play this thing?
Well, we've got to play it simple, but for real. It's got to be fixed at the last minute. After every gold-darn inspector in the business has been around and checked and rechecked every centimeter of wire that's in the command module.
That's the place to do it, the command module?
Yeah, that's the place. If we do it in the Morris lander, well, they're going to get there and then have trouble. Maybe they won't be able to lift off, or they won't get back. And we don't want to kill anybody.
I'm glad you got around to that.
Our express orders are that nobody's got to be killed. All we're aiming to do is to stop that rocket lifting off. And we've got to fix it in such a way that it can lift off later. Just about 1 month later.
Oh, sure. These guys make it nice and easy, don't they? Okay, Eddie, we're committed to this thing. Now you tell me, just how are we going to organize the hang-up?
I was beating my brains out until I figured that the way to fix this was to work on the main thrust correction motor.
Uh-huh.
And before Jim Muckler leaves Earth's orbit, he's got to check the course correction motor.
Yeah, well, sure, it's on his checklist.
Okay, so he's still in orbit. He and Hank Merwitz can still be brought back and given the splashdown treatment.
So?
So, when he checks the course correction motor, it's malfunctioning. Well, he's not crazy. He's not going to leave Earth's orbit with a motor that isn't functioning 100%, so?
Mission abort?
Exactly. Mission abort.
Eddie, you figure we can work on this course correction motor and fix it so that none of the inspectors or the guys knows what's happening?
Sure, I figure we can. That's why I chose this specific item in the command module to concentrate on. The day set for the last check of the correction motor is Tuesday week, okay? The following Thursday, you and me, we're scheduled to work on the safety system covering the power failure area.
Yeah. Then we do it, huh?
That's when we do it, man.
Well, I hope we do it good, Eddie. And I hope that when we've done this job, these guys are going to leave us alone.
That's what I hope too, Van, but they never will. They never will. You're a card-carrying member just like me. They never will leave us alone.
When the sun burns straight overhead and the grass lies scorched underfoot, when the breeze is gone and the air hangs heavy as lead, when the red dust cakes on a man's face and the dryness bites deep in his throat, that's when a man needs a beer. Carling Black Label beer. Husky, lusty, and strong. Carling is the man's brand. Extra strength Carling Black Label is now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. If you've got a thirst, put our brand on it. Carling Black Label, brewed for men in 18 breweries around the world.
Eddie! Where's Eddie Curling?
Here, man, right over here.
Oh. Hey, listen, I got a ham-on rye that I want to swap. You in business or even interested?
Sure. Myra Lou gave me 2 peanut butter and applesauce. Maybe I can get through 1, but not 2. How you fix the peanut butter and applesauce?
Oh, I'm fresh out, Eddie. Okay, it's a deal. Here.
Thanks. Myra, you know, that baby gets an idea in her head, and brother, it takes Amatal to shift it. You know, one day we went to a visit with her folks. Her old lady gave me a peanut butter and applesauce sandwich, and I said, great. Well, Myra, she figures that's the highlight of my eating life.
Okay. We've covered the sandwich area, Eddie. Right, now we're alone. We can talk. Let it go.
It went okay, Van. It's done.
You certain nothing can go wrong?
What do you mean? I'm certain something can go wrong. That something is going to go wrong.
You know what I mean.
Hold your horses. Sure, I know what you mean. Now, there ain't no cause to worry, Van. I fixed it the way I said I would. The correction motor will malfunction, but it will malfunction on pre-Mars course testing.
Oh, brother, do I want out from this business?
Well, that makes sense, Eddie, even to me.
I tell you, Mr. Stryker, I fixed the motor just the way I described it to you.
I want to be good and sure about it, Eddie, so I can explain it to Mr. Allen. You're sure now that the motor you're talking about has to be tested before the spaceship is set on course for Mars?
I'm sure of it. It's in the testing log. They've got to test it. Well, they wouldn't be crazy. That motor means life or death to them. Before landing on Mars and again on re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Well, they can't forget to test it.
And when they test it?
When they test it, Mr. Stryker, then it's going to malfunction.
So they report it?
They report it immediately. They remain in Earth orbit, then the mission is aborted, and they are brought down.
Great. That's just the way we want it.
Power transfer is now complete. We are on internal power with the launch vehicle at this precise moment. All second stage tanks now fully pressurized. 25 seconds and counting. We are still go with Mars 7.
We feel great, launch team.
T-minus 21 seconds. 20 seconds and counting.
It's going to be a great flight, launch control.
T-minus 17. Guidance computer over to internal power. T-minus 14 seconds. 30. 12. Water nozzles beginning. 10. 9. Automatic ignition. Ignition sequence begins. 6. 5 seconds. 4. 3. 2. 1. Launch commit. Ground elapsed time. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. All engines running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Mars 7, this is Control. Do you read me? Over.
Control, Mars 7. Jim Ockler. Read you, strength 5, Control. Shoot.
How are things, Jim?
Things are fine, Control. No trouble at all. Just not one little bit of trouble on any account.
That's great. Well, Jim, you have completed one orbit. The way we figure it here at Houston, you'll go for trans-Mars injection halfway around your second orbit.
That's okay with us, Houston. We have removed helmets and gloves, and our computers aboard the command module have begun their second series of checks.
We monitored that, Jim, and our computers and bank are checking alongside.
And there isn't any problem, Control.
No problem, Jim. Out.
Yeah, what is it? I just came from the main complex. Yeah, I saw you, Eddie. They got the place wired to Houston. They're getting the whole works from Mission Control. I guess so. I don't like it. Oh, what's bugging you now? I'll tell you what's bugging me, Van. I don't figure I was so clever after all. I figure I was too careful. Too careful? Look, what's gotten into you? Yeah, too careful. Maybe I didn't fix that wiring in the course correction thrust motor properly. You mean it's still going to work? No, I mean it isn't going to work. But that it will malfunction later. And I mean the malfunction is not going to show up now on the check. Well, how can that happen? Well, don't ask me. All I know is that those guys have done one orbit and they're all go. Now, on their next orbit, they're going to go for the trans-Mars injection. The computers are going through the pre-TMI checks, and nothing's come up yet to suggest that the mission isn't still go. Eddie, what are you trying to say? Oh, you great dumb ox. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm telling you that I know I fixed that wiring. You know and I know that the course correction motor is going to malfunction. But it's not showing up on any check so far. That means that when it does show up, those two boys will be on their way to Mars. And they're not going to get back if they have to rely on a course correction with that motor. Oh, quit worrying. It'll show up before they give them go for TMI. No, Van, I don't figure it will. You know, that Jim Mockley, he's a great guy. You know, when Kathy was sick, he used to ask me every day how the kid was. He was real interested. And then when she had to go into hospital, he brought me some candy for her. I don't like to think that a guy like that is going to... Look, just quit worrying. There's nothing you can do about it now. There maybe is something I can do about it. There's nothing you can do... Hey, look, don't frighten me like that. You had me worried there for a while. Van, you don't have to come in with me. But there is something I can do. I can do about this thing. I can have it stop right now. Are you crazy or something? You know what they're going to do to you if you try and have the mission aborted now.
They're gonna throw the whole NASA book at you, Eddie, and the book of the United States Constitution as well.
I know.
They put you in a pen and you're just never gonna see daylight again. Sabotage one of Uncle Sam's spacecraft? You must be crazy to think that way.
I can't help it, Van. That's the way I'm figuring now.
What about the party?
I still belong to the party, but I don't aim to take a man's life, 2 men's lives, just because I carry a card. Besides, our orders were to be good and sure we didn't kill anybody. The idea was just to hold the Mars shut up, to postpone it for a month.
And what do you aim to do, Eddie?
Well, I said you don't have to come in with me, Van. I aim to do the only thing that's possible to do. Go to the top brass and tell them that I fixed the command module.
You think they're gonna believe you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they will. I'll tell it to them straight. I figure maybe they'll believe me.
You're crazy.
I told you, Van, you're on your own. You don't have to come in with me.
Yeah, that's what you say now, Eddie. You just wait until those guys get hold of you and hand you over to the cops and the pigs start grilling you. You don't seriously figure you're going to be able to keep your trap shut, do you?
I said I'll leave you out of the whole thing, Van. And that still goes.
Not when the cops have worked you over. Hey, what's that? What are you doing?
It's loaded, Van. And it's pointed at a very uncomfortable place.
What?
I don't trust you, Van. I figure that knowing you know what I'm going to do, if I turn my back on you, it's going to be curtains for me. And a mighty uncomfortable headache afterwards. So that's just what I'm going to do to you.
Now, listen.
Turn round, Van.
Now,
I said turn round, Van. Fast. Okay, that's it. I'm sorry, buddy, but this is the way it's got to be. Keep still.
Okay, Curling. I got what you said. Now, nice and easy. Just let me have it again.
I said, General, you've got to stop the TMI burn for Mars 7.
Because?
Because I carried out an act of sabotage in the command module, General.
Yeah, well, I reckon I got that loud and clear. Jay.
Right here, General.
Get Houston on the line right away.
Okay. Jay Harper, get me Houston fast. Mission Control, Senior Controller. What? Right. No, I'll hold, operator. Houston coming on the line, General.
Okay, let me handle it. Thanks. Houston. Good. General Sarnoff here. What state is the Mars shot in, Sam?
General, Mars 7 has 1/2 an orbit to make, then it's go for trans-Mars injection.
Okay, Sam. Now look, Sam, I haven't got a lot of time, but something's come up here at the Cape. We've got a problem. I wanted to keep this line open, okay?
What'd you say, General?
I wanted to keep this line open, and I want you to be at the end of it. And Sam, I want you to be free to move fast, if I have to tell you to move.
Can you tell me what kind of trouble, General?
Just keep it under your hat for the moment, Sam. For the kind of trouble we've got may mean we have to abort this mission.
Abort?
Take it easy, Sam, and play it close to your chest, huh?
Yes, General.
Okay, Sam. I'll be with you. Just be there. Operator, I'm going to replace this receiver, all right? But I want this line to Houston kept open. Is that clear? Okay, out. Now, Curling, let's have it. And let me have it straight. You see, you carried out an act of sabotage. Now, just where?
General, in the wiring system of the firing capsule pin and the course correction motor.
Why?
I wanted to abort the mission, General.
Yeah? Why should you want to do a thing like that?
I'm a member of the American Communist Party, General.
You think that this is possible, Jay, that after all our security checks and the systematic checks carried out by these technicians in the course of their employment, a guy like this could slip through the net?
Oh, I suppose it's got to be possible, General.
Here's my party card, General.
That faces me just a little, Curling. It's too pat for this kind of thing. Why should you come down here to work at the Cape today, launch day, carrying the American Communist Party card?
I had a bad night, General. I figured that maybe I'd worked on that thing in the command module too hard. That the ship wouldn't get into orbit. Then I figured maybe I'd worked it too soft, that the malfunction wouldn't be found on test, and you know what that would mean.
Yeah, I know. Hold it. Sam.
Here, General.
Sam, things aren't working out quite the way I expected. But I can't take any chances, Sam. I want that ship to make one more orbit after this one. And now hear this. Trans-Mars injection on this orbit is canceled. Repeat, canceled.
I've got that, General.
Okay, Sam, I'll call you back. Okay, Curling. Now, you listen to me for a while. Your pals in the Soviet, if you really are a card-carrying communist and not just a nutcase, your friends in the Soviet are readying a Mars shot right at this minute.
Sure, I know that, General.
Yeah, well, in which case it would be a smart move to send a guy like you here carrying a card and saying he sabotaged the course correction motor. Yes, that would make us abort the mission. We couldn't set it up again for at least a month. By that time, the Soviet Mars shot would have blasted off, right?
All right, General. That's one way of figuring it.
And then, too, there's another little matter. At Houston, and in the command module, we have 2 sets of computers in bank. For an orbit now, for nearly an orbit and a half. Those computers have been carrying out exhaustive series of checks on all the motors and equipment. Now, how do you suppose that the sabotage you say you carried out hasn't shown up yet?
General, I just don't know. How do I know why this thing hasn't been found? I'm just a technician, not a nuclear scientist. All I know is that I've got the lives of those 2 guys up there on my conscience. I know that I'm putting myself away in the penitentiary for life, General. Yeah, I sure know that. And I know that I'm not going to see my little daughter Kathy again. Because that motor is going to go haywire, General. It sure is. When and where, I don't know, but it's going to blow. And when it blows, after I've been here singing to you like a canary, when it blows, then my life is finished. Maybe the life of my wife and kids. You think with a stake like that I'm going to play about with trying to get you to abort a mission when there's nothing wrong? I've been stupid, General, and I guess I'm going to have to pay heavy for that. But I'm not absolutely crazy.
Eddie, if you've been fooling me, then life's going to be just a little complicated for me, too. Okay. I'm going to play my hunch. Jay?
Sir.
Abort the mission.
Yes, General. Mission abort. Check.
Here at the New Mexico Space Research Center, at Houston Mission Control, at the launch pad itself, we learn something from every space shot, whether it be to the moon or Mars. We learn from the successes, and we learn from the failures. And now, until next week, this is Charles B. Ryan wishing you all good night.
The heat of high noon. The dust devils whirl into a sky that's the color of steel. The outlines of the distant hills shimmer in the heat. And man, you're thankful for that cool beer you've got in your hand. The Man's Brand, Carling Black Label. The great American beer that's brewed right here in South Africa so that you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Carling Black Label is the extra strength beer that's enjoyed by men in more than 50 countries around the world. Got a thirst? Then go for the Man's Brand. Go for America's lusty, lively beer. Go for Carling Black Label. Carling invites you to listen again next week to another story in this dramatic series, The Challenge of Space.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
The dictionary defines the word tourist as one who makes a tour, a traveler, someone who goes from place to place learning new ways of life and seeing new things. To many of us, the word has a romantic quality, and we envy the lucky globe-trotter. Just as Liz and Henry Briggs envy the travelers who pass the little tourist house and gas station they own just off the big state highway on the rim of Death Valley.
It's the location, Henry. Now, why should people stop overnight at a place like this? They're on their way to Hollywood, maybe, or New York. They don't have time.
I know, Liz, I know. You told me before. But you seem to forget that a man behind the wheel has got to get some rest.
Not here, though. Not in this forsaken spot. And I don't blame them. I bet it must be nice to travel. Europe, Africa, India. Can you imagine seeing the Taj Mahal in the moonlight?
What have we got for supper?
Supper. That's all you ever think about. Your stomach. Aren't you even interested in anything else?
Right now? No.
One's pulling up outside.
I like the pumps. Station's closed.
You're not stopping in front of the pumps, Henry. You stopped by the door.
Say, maybe you want to spend the night.
Look at that car, Henry. Isn't it handsome?
He sure must be going places. Look at the size of that trunk he's got strapped to the back.
We'd better go out and see what he wants.
All right.
Evening.
Evening.
I saw your sign. I was wondering if you had any room.
Oh, we've got plenty of rooms.
$3 a night, single.
6 with meals.
Oh, that sounds fine. Where I'll park the car.
Oh, it's all right where it is.
My luggage is in the back.
Well, how about that trunk? You want to leave it there, I guess, if you're only staying for the night.
Oh, I may stay longer, so I'll take it upstairs with me. My name's Hewlett. Jason Hewlett.
And mine's Briggs. And this here's the message.
How do you do?
Oh, glad to know you.
That's quite a trunk you've got there, Mr. Hewlett. I never saw so many labels. Goodness, look at this, Henry. Paris, London, Cairo, Compton.
Hey, stay away from that, please.
What?
I don't like anyone going near my things.
I was just looking at the labels, Mr. Hewlett.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Yes, that trunk has been around quite a bit. It's had its share of experiences.
It looks kind of heavy, mister. I'd better help you unstrap and carry it upstairs.
You'll be very careful.
Why, sure.
All right, we'll carry it up together. Oh, first, here's 3 days' rent in advance.
Huh?
I'll want a quiet room on the top floor, if possible. And I want all my meals served there.
Well, that's kind of irregular.
I'll pay you extra for it.
Is it okay with you, Liz?
Oh, sure. It'll be a pleasure to put ourselves out a little for a traveling man like Mr. Hewlett. And he might even tell us all about the places he's been to and the things he's seen and done, if he gets a little time.
You never can tell, Mrs. Briggs. I might.
Oh, what a load that trunk was. You must have bricks inside. Gold bricks, maybe, the way he kept telling me to be careful.
Did he like his room, Henry?
No, sure, he's not hard to please. He'd have plenty of money, too, the way he handed it out.
Did you ask him about his business? What he does?
Now, listen, Liz, that's his business, not ours. You got a bad habit of being too curious. Man's got a right to some privacy.
Well, my goodness, it can't do any harm to ask him what kind of work he does. Maybe he's a government agent or something. All those labels on his luggage.
Your trouble, you go to too many of those spy pictures. Government agent. My guess is this guy's a salesman. He's got that trunk full of samples. There he comes. Now, don't ask him any questions.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hewlett. Would you mind having dinner downstairs with us just for tonight? It's all prepared, and if I take the time to bring it up, it might get cold.
Well, all right. Just for tonight.
I'll sit down, make yourself comfortable. I'll have the soup on in a jiffy.
It's nice to have you with us, Mr. Hewlett.
Oh, thanks. How far's the nearest town?
Oh, about 11 miles east. Death Valley's west.
11 miles, eh? Is it a large town?
Large enough. Liz goes in every Monday to do her shopping for the week. Town's called Warren City.
I thought I might do a little business there.
Oh, what kind of business?
Liz, be careful of that soup.
It's a nice place you have here.
Oh, it could be nicer. I've been wanting to do some redecorating, but Henry says it's too expensive.
I like the place the way it is.
Henry's not a man for novelties. I remember how I had to beg him to buy a radio years ago. He said it was only a newfangled toy that wouldn't last.
You own a radio?
Oh, yeah, good one, too. We usually listen to the news about this time. Say, Liz, will you turn it on?
I wish you wouldn't turn it on right now.
No?
I have a slight headache. It's too much driving. The radio wouldn't help it any.
All right, Mr. Hewlett. You're the guest. Pass salt, Liz.
Rolls, Mr. Hewlett?
Oh, thanks.
Nice and fresh, too. There's a truck that delivers them every morning, along with the papers.
The newspapers?
Warren City Gazette. Pass the butter, Liz.
You're rather secluded out here, I imagine. It must get lonesome.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, it does, Henry, and you know it. Our nearest neighbor's a mile away, Mr. Hewlett, and there's never much excitement. I guess a man like you would find it boring, Mr. Hewlett.
A man like me?
I mean a man who's traveled as much as you have.
Oh,
I suppose your business must be pretty important to make you get around as much as you do.
Mr. Hewlett's business is none of ours, Liz.
I was just saying.
My business is books, Mrs. Briggs.
Oh, books.
You sound disappointed.
Well, I just didn't think it was anything like that.
No? Then what did you think it was? Liz, please.
Oh, now, don't be so narrow-minded, Henry. The gentleman wants to talk.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mr. Briggs. I don't mind. Now, tell me, what business did you think I was in?
Oh, some kind of traveling line. Exotic perfume or silks from China.
Spices and rare jewels?
Oh, now you're kidding me.
Well, Liz is a walking geography book. All she ever does is look at maps.
Well, travel is educational. And in a way, you know, my business is rare, so to speak. You see, I collect very rare volumes in every language.
You don't say.
I travel from country to country, trading and buying and, well, seeing the world.
Have you ever been to Persia?
Once or twice.
Oh.
I picked up a very expensive edition there that belonged to a sultan many years ago.
Sultan?
The book was bound in woven gold, and there were rubies on the covers.
That must have cost a lot of money.
Is that why he's so careful about that trunk?
No, Well, that is not exactly. I sold that particular volume to an English millionaire. The trunk is another matter. Not really interesting enough to discuss. I think I've had enough to eat.
But you've only finished your soup.
Oh, I'm not very hungry. I had something just before I came here.
Well, if you want me to, I'll bring a sandwich up for you later on, Mr. Hewlett.
Oh, never mind. That won't be necessary. Oh, I noticed some matches inside on one of the tables. May I borrow them?
Sure. Help yourself.
Thanks. And, good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Hewlett.
It's funny, he got awful touchy.
Especially when we mentioned that trunk.
Well, no counting for dispositions.
Henry, I wonder what's in there.
In where?
His trunk. He never told us.
Why should he tell us? It's none of our affair.
I was just curious.
Oh, that's the trouble with you, Liz. One of these days you're going to regret that curiosity of yours.
Oh, don't be silly.
Yeah, well, as long as he's gone, we may as well hear the news. I put the radio on good and loud so we can listen while we eat. Hey, Liz, come in here a minute.
What's the matter?
Radio's broken.
The radio's broken?
Look. See? Valves won't light up.
Oh, that's funny. I was using it only 2 hours ago and worked fine then.
It did?
Well, what could have happened to it, Henry?
Or maybe the light cord's out of the socket. No. Cord's okay.
Henry, look.
Say.
All the wires inside are broken.
Why? They look as if they've been pulled out deliberately, Liz. Liz, are you sure you weren't careless about using this machine?
Oh, do you think I'm silly enough to yank out all those wires?
Then how did they come loose?
I don't know.
Has anybody been inside the house today?
No.
Are you sure?
Well, stop asking me so many foolish questions.
I'll take this into town at the end of the week. It'll take quite a while before it's fixed. You know how rushed they are these days.
Now we won't be able to hear the news. Henry.
What?
There was someone inside the house besides me.
Who?
And he was in this living room.
You mean Mr. Hewlett?
Yes.
But why would he want to go around ruining people's radio sets?
I don't know if he did it. It just seems peculiar. But he was here, Henry, alone, just before he went upstairs.
Yeah. I'm to get those matches.
Do you think he did it?
I don't know.
Why don't you ask him?
I can't do that, not without proof.
Well, if I were you, I would, Henry. But he's some kind of practical joker.
Well, if he is, this isn't so funny.
Well, if you won't ask him, I will, in the morning. And Henry...
Well?
I'm also going to ask him point blank just what he's got inside that trunk.
Curiosity is a very peculiar thing. Once instilled in the mind, it grows stronger with the passage of time, and every hour only serves to feed its insatiable appetite. And people who finally give in to its gnawing pain have forgotten too soon what curiosity did to the proverbial cat.
Is he up yet, Henry?
I don't know, Liz. I didn't hear him move around.
No, I've got his breakfast ready. I'm going to take it up to his room.
Liz, maybe you'd better not ask him anything.
Oh, why not? He broke our radio, didn't he?
But we're not sure.
Then who else did it?
Well, if you ask me, if you do ask him, be polite about it. It was maybe just an accident.
All right, Henry.
What did you do with the newspaper?
Newspaper? I didn't take it.
Well, I found the bread outside. The paper was missing.
What do you think they forgot to deliver it?
They haven't forgotten in 3 years, Liz.
Henry, there's something queer going on in this house, and I'm getting worried.
Now, don't let your imagination go haywire.
It's not my imagination, and you know it. First the radio, now the newspapers, and that trunk. What on earth could he have in that trunk?
Now, Liz.
I'm going up to his room right now with his breakfast, and I'm going to find out what this is all about, once and for all.
Well, what is it?
I got your breakfast, Mr. Hewlett.
I'll leave it outside the door. I'll pick it up later.
But I want to see you.
What do you want, Mrs. Briggs?
Here's your breakfast, eggs and bacon, rolls and coffee. Orange juice, too.
Now, put it on the table. Now, what did you want to see me about?
I was wondering if you tried to use our radio last night.
Your radio?
Yes, you see, it's not working right now.
I don't know anything about your radio.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. Have you seen this morning's paper?
No.
Neither have we. It didn't come today. First time in 3 years.
Mrs. Briggs, I'm very busy. You'll excuse me, won't you?
Oh, why, of course. I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll come back for those breakfast dishes in about an hour.
No. I'll bring them down myself. What are you staring at?
Those padlocks on the trunk. There are 3 of them.
Good morning, Mrs. Briggs. Good morning.
I tell you, he frightens me, Henry. The way he looked at me when I mentioned the padlocks.
Well, he was mad because you didn't mind your own affairs, and he was right.
Nevertheless, you're not leaving me alone in this house with that man, Henry.
For the love of Mike, you're acting like a frightened kid. You'd think he was some kind of a murderer.
Henry! What brought that into your mind?
Liz, will you cut it out?
It's a sign, that's what it is. You're thinking of that as a warning.
Look, you need some air, and you've got your shopping to do today. Take the car and drive into town. By the time you get back, well, maybe you'll see how silly you've been.
All right, I'll go in and do my shopping. But tonight we're giving him notice. He's got to get out of this house by tomorrow. And he can take that awful trunk along with him. Padlocks, labels, and all.
morning, Mrs. Briggs.
Good morning, Freddie.
In town for the weekly shopping?
Yeah, that's right. I got my list all ready.
Fine, just read it off.
4 cans tomato juice, 3 cans of peas, a box of sugar.
Pretty weird story, wasn't it, in the Gazette this morning?
I didn't get to read the papers today.
Whole town's talking about the murder, I guess.
What?
That story in the Gazette.
It concerned a murder?
Well, the cops aren't sure. The body hasn't been found yet, but the girl's missing, no doubt about that.
Where did all this take place?
Lawrenceville. That's about 100 miles from here. A hotel waitress disappeared from her room.
But why do they think it was murder?
Well, they don't rightly know, I guess. The police just put together the facts and figured that something pretty awful had happened to her. They're still looking for the body. Her room was a mess when they broke in.
Do they know who might have done it?
One of the guests, maybe. Trouble is, there was a convention going on and the hotel was full up. So many people checked out at once.
But in a hotel, how could the body disappear?
Well, the police aren't talking. First of all, they haven't even proved there is a body. But if there was...
Yes?
They figure it might have been taken out of the place in a trunk.
Well, that was one of my better class moments. One that Mrs. Briggs will always remember.
Henry, listen.
What's the matter?
There was a story in the papers today. The whole town's talking about it. A girl was murdered, they think.
What?
In Lawrenceville. And the police believe her body was taken away in a trunk.
Oh, now, Liz.
Henry, don't stand there and disagree with me. Why does he keep it locked? Why is he so mysterious about everything? We've got to do something. Jason Hewlett may be a dangerous killer.
Now, you can't go around calling people killers just because they own trunks, Liz.
Henry, if you don't do something, I will.
What do you want me to do?
Call the police. I tell you, that newspaper story could have fitted in with Jason Hewlett. The man they're after is heading west. He left Lawrenceville yesterday afternoon.
Do they know what he looks like?
No, but they did mention something about a car.
Just open his door upstairs.
Mrs. Briggs.
Yes, Mr. Hewlett?
You needn't bring me my dinner this evening. I don't want to be disturbed at all. Is that clear?
Yes, Mr. Hewlett. Henry, look. Why would he break the radio and steal the paper? So we wouldn't hear the news or read it, don't you see? He didn't want us to know what's going on. Oh. Henry, you've got to call a state trooper and get him to open that trunk.
All right, Liz, I'll do it now.
Is this his room?
Yes, officer. The trunk's in there, too. A big trunk, big enough to hide a body.
What is it?
Open up, mister. State police.
Well, what's the trouble?
Your name, Hewlett?
Yeah?
When were you in Lawrenceville last?
Lawrenceville? Well, I've never been there.
There's the trunk I told you about, officer.
Let's have a look at it.
Now, just a moment. That trunk happens to belong to me. It's private property, and no one...
Let's have the keys to those padlocks, mister.
Do you have a search warrant?
Right here.
I tell you, there's nothing inside that trunk except some rare editions of books I've purchased. That's why I've kept it locked.
Just to make sure, let's take a look. The keys, mister.
All right. Here. I'll see you in court for this. All of you. You can't treat me like a common criminal and get away with it. And as for you, Mrs. Briggs...
Keep away from me!
Move back now. Give me room to open this lid.
What's inside, officer?
Books.
Books!
Well, are you satisfied?
Oh, I'm afraid I made a mistake.
I'll say you made a mistake. Sorry, Mr. Hewlett, but you know how it is.
Some women just can't keep their noses out of things that don't concern them. Now get out of here, all of you, and leave me alone.
Well, Liz, you got any more bright ideas about trunk murders? Better look under the bed tonight. Maybe a full-grown gorilla prowling around the house.
Oh, I've never been so embarrassed in my life. I've been such a fool.
Do I still have to stay home and hold your hand?
Oh, stop talking like that, Henry. I feel awful enough as it is.
I'm going to town to bowl, and for Pete's sake, apologize to Mr. Hewlett for his Suses. You understand?
Yes, Henry. I'll do it now.
Who is it?
I just want to see you for a second, Mr. Hewlett. I wanted to tell you
Keep
how
out of
sorry...
here.
I wanted to apologize, Mr. Hewlett, that's all.
All right, you've apologized. Now get out.
You don't know how stupid I feel. Just before my husband left the house, he told me to come up here. That trunk.
Well?
Were you packing to leave? What is that? No. Oh, no.
You prying female. You asked for it. Now you're going to see it.
No, please, let go of me.
You're very sharp-eyed, aren't you? You notice things immediately.
Got a false bottom in that trunk.
Well, look at what it's been concealing. Go on, satisfy your curiosity. Look at it.
She's dead.
You're quite right. She's dead and I strangled her. Would you like the details? Just stay where you are, Mrs. Briggs. I believe you mentioned that your husband's gone. Well, that seems to fit into our plans, doesn't it?
Don't hurt me, please.
Do you like tours, Mrs. Briggs? Tours around the world? The labels on that trunk are interesting, aren't they?
I won't tell if you leave me alone.
You're going to get your wish, Mrs. Briggs. Yes. You're going to travel. You're going to make a journey with my other friend. Inside that trunk.
No!
There'll be plenty of room, Mrs. Briggs, for both of you. And if you're slightly cramped, it won't matter very much. You won't be aware of it, you see.
You're choking me!
Oh, it feels good to have my hands around your throat, Mrs. Briggs. I've been looking forward to it.
No, please!
Let her go, you swine! Let go of her! Go on, let go of the flag out of you!
You all right now, Liz?
I think so. Is he dead?
No, but he won't make any more trouble until the cops get here.
Oh, thank heaven you came back.
I didn't have the car keys. You took them this morning when you drove to town. Now, you take it easy, Liz. I'll call the police.
Henry.
Yeah?
Just one thing, Henry. When they take the trunk away...
Well?
Do you think we can keep the labels?
Yes, the urge to travel is strong in all of us, and time takes on a new and exciting quality when we hit the broad white highway that ribbons out from coast to coast. And if by any chance you happen to take that trip this summer, and your route carries you east or west, you might stop off at a little gas station on the rim of Death Valley and say hello to Liz and Henry Briggs. I suggest one precaution, however. Don't exhibit any trunks with labels.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Clee, and Hart McGuire was the voice of the Clock. As Liz Briggs, you heard Margaret Christensen. As Henry Briggs, Don Crosby. And as Jason Hewlett, Len Bullen, with Jerry Wells as the officer. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Time moves slowly, but its power is great. There is nothing material on this earth that can escape its effects. The mighty Colosseum in the city of Rome was a magnificent colossus 2,000 years ago. Today its glory is dimmed, and on some future tomorrow, even these impressive ruins will be less than dust. The very surface of this planet can be changed in the course of time, and life itself falls within the boundaries of a certain number of years. Yes, everything in the universe which is familiar to us is affected by the ticking of the clock, with one exception. Only death is timeless.
Hello? Hello? I'm still on the wire. Would you hurry with that call, please? It's an emergency. Thank you. Yes, I'd appreciate it.
Haven't they got through, Martin?
Not yet, darling. There was a storm about 100 miles west of here. Some of the lines are down. They're redirecting the call through St. Joseph.
Oh, something awful must have happened, or they wouldn't have wired. I'm so frightened,
Darling,
Martin.
take it easy. It may not be any... Oh, hello, yes. Yes, this is Mr. Gaines. Who's this? Oh, I see. Is it serious? Yes, we'll get plane reservations immediately. With any luck, we'll be home in 5 or 6 hours. Yeah, that's... doctor, anything that you can do with... well, no expenses to be... Yeah. Of course. Thank you. Goodbye, doctor.
What is it, Martin? Tell me.
It's Billy.
What's happened to him?
He was injured at school.
Badly?
I don't know yet.
Martin?
No, Flo, darling, look, we can't afford to get hysterical. Billy's a very strong boy. He'll be all right.
We've got to get home immediately.
We'll leave the car here and take a plane. We'll go down to the lobby now and get the first flight out.
Martin.
Yes.
Is our boy going to die? Tell me the truth.
Darling, we've just got to hope for the best, that's all.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gaines, but it's impossible.
Can't you understand? This is an emergency. We've got to get plane seats.
But there are no planes taking off.
Well, none at all.
They've all been grounded between here and St. Joseph. The weather's pretty bad a little farther south.
Oh, what about trains?
Yes. Well, the next train out leaves at 9 tomorrow morning.
But that means we wouldn't get home until late tomorrow afternoon.
I'm sorry.
What do we do, Martin?
We'll drive, darling. That's what we'll do. If we drive all night and the roads are good, we'll be home at dawn.
That might be the best idea, sir, particularly if you know the route. There's a shortcut through the mountains that may save you a great deal of time.
We came in from the coast. Do you have a map showing us that shortcut?
I'll get one for you, sir, from the porter.
Martin, they told us to avoid the mountains. They said the roads were bad and we'd certainly get lost.
Darling, what else can we do?
I beg your pardon.
What?
I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. Do you intend driving north through the mountain road tonight?
Well, yes.
Well, I happen to be going in the same direction, and I'm in the same position as you are. I can't wait for a train, you see. I was wondering if you'd mind giving me a lift.
Well,
I'm familiar with the roads, Mr. Gaines. I can get you to your destination without a moment's unnecessary delay.
Oh, are you sure you know the way, Miss...
Crocker, Mrs. Crocker. Yes, I know every inch of the highway. I've been over it many times.
Oh, fine. Well, and by all means, come along. We'll be glad to have you.
Thank you. I'll wait for you in the front of the hotel.
Fine. Darling, that's a break for us.
Martin, how did she happen to know our name?
Yeah, she did, didn't she? That's odd. Oh, well, she might have heard someone page us in the lobby.
Here's your map, sir. I've marked the best route in pencil, but you'll have to be very careful. Roads are tricky.
Thank you very much. I think we'll be all right. Mrs. Crocker is coming along with us. She seems to know the way.
Mrs. Crocker?
She appeared to be staying at this
The
hotel.
woman walked out just a minute ago with the overnight bag.
There must be some mistake, Mr. Gaines. There's no one registered here named Crocker.
Are you sure we won't be taking a chance, Martin?
Darling, she seems respectable enough. She may have come here from another hotel to get plane reservation.
Oh, well, I guess it's all right.
Of course it is, darling. The bellboy put our bags in the car there.
Where is Mrs. Crocker?
I think she said she'd wait here in front of the door.
Martin, there's someone sitting in our car.
What? Oh, it's Mrs. Crocker. Come on, darling.
Well, I didn't think she'd have waited for us.
I hope she knows the roads as well as she says she does. Well, hello there.
I decided to wait in your car. It was more comfortable.
That's all right. Hop in, Flo.
Yes, all right, darling. All right.
Good. How did you know which car was ours, Mrs. Crocker?
I just guessed.
Well, here we go.
May I suggest that you turn left at the corner and proceed up Main Street for 1.5 miles. The state highway begins right there.
Looks as though we'll have no need for that map with you in the car, Mrs. Crocker.
I told you I know the way.
Is your boy very ill?
Wait.
How did you know about... Oh, I believe you mentioned it at the desk clock.
We did?
He seems to be hurt very badly, Mrs. Crocker. That's why we're so anxious to get home just as fast as we can.
Incidentally, we live in Thornton. It's about 50 miles north of St. Joseph. We'll drop you off at St. Joseph if you like.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Gaines. I happen to be going to Thornton myself.
Oh, really? You live there?
No, but I have business there.
Oh.
And I dare say it's just as urgent as yours. This highway leads halfway through the mountains. Keep bearing left at all the intersections. I'll tell you when to branch off.
Fine. Well, you certainly know your way around, Mrs. Crocker. I've hardly seen you even glance at the road signs we've passed.
I've no need for road signs, Mr. Gaines.
How do you feel, darling?
Oh, a little better, darling. Now that we're well on our way.
You know, we were very foolish to get so panicky. Everything's going to be fine. I can feel it.
You see, Mrs. Crocker, Martin and I were taking a short vacation when we heard the news concerning our son.
Yeah, first vacation I've had in 4 years, too.
Oh, too bad it's been spoiled.
I don't care about that. Just let that son of ours pull out of this and I'll be the happiest man alive.
Do you consider that to be a lucky distinction, Mr. Gaines?
What?
The expression you just used, the happiest man alive. I wonder exactly how much pleasure that encompasses.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
Well, is life so wonderful? I'm afraid the human race doesn't have a proper appreciation for death. It seems
Mrs. Crocker, would it be all right with you if we talk about something else?
I'm sorry.
Looks like we're running into that storm they told us about, darling.
Oh, you'd better drive carefully if it starts to rain, Martin.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, darn it, I hate to slow down. Every minute counts.
You could drive as fast as you like, Mr. Gaines. You'll be safe enough.
Yes, but these turns are a little tricky. Won't do anyone any good to get us killed.
I doubt very much if that would happen while I'm around, Mr. Gaines. As long as I show you the way.
Sure we will be. You're not nervous, are you, Flo? Let me know if I'm going too fast.
No, I'm all right, darling.
Well, if it's okay with both of you, I'll keep this pace.
Don't worry about me, Mr. Gaines. I'm just as anxious to get to Thornton as you are.
You better put that window up, darling.
All right.
Getting hard to see, even with the wipers working.
Do be careful, Martin. There's a left turn about a quarter of a mile from here. Watch for it.
You can even recognize the landscape in this rain.
Martin, when you make your next stop for gas, maybe we can call home again?
Yes, darling, we'll try.
I wouldn't advise it. You'll probably find no change in the boy's condition. Why do you say that, Mrs. Crocker? His injury is the type that reaches a crisis. And it's still too soon. But you don't know anything at all about his injury. No. Martin!
Yeah, I didn't see him. Till I hit him.
What was it?
The dog. He's back there on the road.
Don't bother to go back to him.
Well, he may be suffering. I can't leave him there like that.
I'll go with you, darling.
The rain's letting up a little. It's still very dark, though.
Look, there he is, Martin.
What?
Back there in the middle of the highway.
That poor devil, the wheels passed over his body. I felt the bump.
You really feel so sorry for him.
I don't see anything to smile about, Mrs. Crocker.
Don't you have any sympathy?
That poor thing, it looks as if he's dead. Yes, and perhaps we can bring him into town and drop him off at the police station. So...
Martin, look at Mrs. Crocker.
She's walking toward the path.
Martin, the dog.
God, he's getting up. How could he? I hit him full on.
They're walking away as if nothing had happened. Perhaps we'd better be on our way, Mr. Gaines.
Yes, I didn't hit him after all.
It just mightn't have been his time, Mr. Gaines.
Get back in the car, darling.
Yes, all right, dear.
Yeah.
That left turn I spoke about is right around the bend. What did you do to that dog, Mrs. Crocker?
Flo.
I saw her touch him. He was lying there, dying. But he got up when she touched him.
Flo, take it easy.
Who are you, Mrs. Crocker? Just a traveler as you are. Anxious to arrive at her destination. Turn left here, Mr. Gaines. This is the road.
Road's empty. We're making good time, Flo. Flo?
He's asleep, Mr. Gaines.
Oh. She had a tough night.
Your wife is rather a nervous woman, isn't she?
No, not usually. You'll have to forgive that outburst before, Mrs. Crocker. She's not herself tonight.
Oh, I understand.
See, this is the first time she's ever come face to face with death.
Oh,
I didn't tell her this, but they're afraid the boy has a fractured skull.
yes, I did.
You know.
I could see by your manner that the case was rather serious.
The kid will come through, though. He'll lick the old reaper. I'm betting on him.
The old reaper? Is that your mental picture of death?
Well, isn't it everyone's?
Well, I didn't know the slander was universal.
Slander?
Oh, I've seen drawings, amusing in a way. A grinning skull and a scythe and bony fingers. And death is always portrayed as a man. That joke in itself is always carried just a little too far.
You talk as if death actually existed as something you could see or touch.
Well, don't you believe that?
Well, of course not.
Then what is death? Tell me how you imagine it.
Well, it's a state of being, something that just happens, that's all.
You seem very vague about it, Mr. Gaines.
Why shouldn't I be? Who knows anything about death?
Those who have met her do.
Did you say her?
Why not?
But it's not a woman.
Are you sure?
Well, no, I'm not sure. How did we get into this subject anyway?
Well, it's an interesting topic. Please continue.
Well, I'd rather not.
Just as you say.
Mrs. Crocker.
Yes.
Do you mind if I asked you why you're going to Thornton? You don't live there.
Only temporary, on our vacation.
Oh? I know everyone who's ever lived in that town. I've never even heard your name mentioned.
Oh, yes, you have, Mr. Gaines.
He has not, and neither have I.
Oh, darling, I thought you were asleep.
We've never heard of Crocker, and we've lived there 20 years.
But what's in the name?
Martin, stop the car.
Flo.
Stop the car, Martin. She's getting out.
Here? At this time of night?
I don't care what time of night it is. Get rid of her, Martin. She frightens me.
Darling, it isn't really fair to do that. We can drop Mrs. Crocker off at the next town, perhaps, but not here.
Why don't you do as I ask, Martin? Why don't you? I can't stand her riding with us.
But I'm your friend, Mrs. Gaines. I may bring you luck.
If you don't stop the car and get rid of her, I
Don't
will...
touch that wheel!
Martin?
Yes, darling. You're right.
Yes, I think so.
Good. Mrs. Crocker?
Do you know what happened?
Yes, we turned over twice. The car's back on its wheels.
Try starting your motor.
That's impossible.
The ditch levels off with the road a few yards down. You can get back on the highway if you try.
I can't believe it. We should have been killed. We haven't even been scratched.
Didn't I tell you before, Mr. Gaines, that I might bring you luck?
You say this jalopy turned all the way over twice and landed back on its wheels?
Yes.
Oh, you must live right, mister. You should have ended up in a hearse.
Maybe.
I just called home. There's been no change.
How far are we from St. Joe?
Oh, about 200 miles.
What's the road like?
Straight highway, MacAdam. You leave the mountains about 10 miles up.
Martin, she's gone inside for a cup of coffee. We can leave her here. We can't get lost
Get in
anymore.
flow quickly.
Yes, all right.
Hey, wait a minute, mister.
Here's your money. Just get out of my way, will you?
Hey!
There she is. She's standing near the door. And she's smiling.
The dawn should be coming up pretty soon.
Oh, how much farther, Martin?
7,500 miles. I wonder who she was.
I don't know, and I don't care. She's gone now. That's all that counts.
How did she frighten you so, darling?
The way she talked, the way she smiled. There was something about her that wasn't human.
You know, I'm beginning to feel a little guilty about her.
Why?
It wasn't very nice to leave her stranded at that station. Can't understand why we did it, Nora.
But you felt the same way about her as I did.
Just how did you feel, darling?
I told you. It was like riding with a mad woman. The way she talked about death. Well, you were afraid of her yourself, Martin.
Yes, I suppose I was. But why? That's what I can't understand. Now that it's over.
Oh, well, maybe we were a little silly about it.
Maybe.
But she's gone, so we may as well forget about it.
Did you say she was gone? Look up ahead at the bend of the road.
Well, she's standing there, Martin. Martin, don't stop. For heaven's sake, don't stop.
Did you see her face in the headlights?
Yes.
She was smiling again.
Mrs. Crocker is a very mysterious lady, isn't she? Let us see if time will reveal any more about her.
Darling,
Yes, darling?
we're home.
Oh, thank heaven.
The lights are still on in the house. Be careful, darling. Here, I'll take my hand. There we are.
Wait, Martin.
What's the matter?
On the corner.
The corner's empty?
I almost thought I saw her again.
Oh, darling, don't be silly. We made that last 50 miles in 1 hour flat. Nobody passed us on the road.
Yes, but how did she get ahead of us the first
She probably got a lift, darling. Anyway, forget about her. We've got something more important on our mind.
Yes, darling. Here, I've got the key.
Thanks. He's probably upstairs, Flo.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, Dr. Carter.
I'm glad to see you both.
How is he, Doctor?
Very weak.
Oh, Billy, I'm going up to see him.
You can't go up now, Mrs. Gaines.
I can't?
Your son is still in the coma. The nurse is with him.
How does it look, Doctor?
The next few hours, or even minutes, may tell the story. We've taken x-rays and done everything we can.
Would you stay a little longer?
Of course. May I call my office?
Yes, certainly.
The phone's inside.
Oh, excuse me.
Certainly. Sit down, darling. Now try to relax.
What did he mean when he said the next few hours or minutes may tell us the story?
Don't you know?
Oh, Martin.
Oh, honey, he's still got a fighting chance.
Martin.
I'll go.
Don't go, Martin. Don't answer the door.
Flo.
It's that woman. It's that horrible woman. I know it is. Don't let her into the house.
Darling, I've got to answer it. The doctor may have ordered some drugs.
No, don't go near that door, Martin.
Take it easy, honey. There's nothing to get excited about. We're home. This is our house. We're not on a lonely road in the mountainside anymore.
Martin, I beg
I'll be
you.
right back, darling.
Good morning.
What are you doing here, Mrs. Crocker?
May I come in?
I don't know how you found us, Mrs. Crocker, but you'll have to leave.
Is the boy upstairs?
Stay where you are. Do you hear?
Don't move, Mrs. Crocker. Good morning, Mrs.
Flo.
Hale.
What are you doing with that gun?
She's not going up to Billy's room. Perhaps I can do something for him. I said you're not going up to Billy's room.
Oh, for heaven's sake, darling.
Now I know who she is, Martin. And I should have known from the beginning. You're being very foolish, Mrs. Gaines. Now I know why she's been following us. And I know what she wants.
Flo, give me that gun.
Keep away from me, Martin. Would you really kill me, Mrs. Gaines? With pleasure. To save my son, I don't believe
Flo, don't be silly.
Get out of my way, Martin. Get out of my way. Well, why don't you shoot? This will be the last we'll see of you, Mrs. Crocker. I'll make sure of that now. Oh, the gun. It won't. It seems to be useless. However, I'm a reasonable woman. I've decided to leave after all.
Mr. Gaines.
Yes?
May I see you for a moment?
Go ahead, Martin. I won't move from this spot until she
I'll be
leaves.
right back.
It isn't often that I change my mind when I decide to make a call, Mrs. Gaines. You said you were leaving. Why don't you go? You might remember me to your side. Get out. I never want to see you again as long as I live. I assure you, Mrs. Gaines, you won't.
Flo! Flo, he's come out of it.
What?
Billy, he's come out of his coma. The doctor says he's going to be all right.
Oh, Martin.
Oh, darling. You'll be able to see him in just a few minutes. That's my girl. Come on, pull yourself together, honey.
I'll try.
That's the girl. Oh, did she go?
Yes.
Hey, let's have it. You're still holding my gun.
Take it away, Martin, please.
Oh, thank goodness it was empty. Darling, you must have been out of your mind.
For a minute, I didn't care. I'd have killed her gladly if it meant saving Billy.
But, honey, she wasn't responsible for his injury. Darling, for all we know, she might have just come here to help.
Martin, am I going crazy? Oh, she isn't here anymore. I feel as if I just woke up from a horrible dream.
Oh. I want you to look at this gun.
Martin.
6 bullets. It wasn't empty after all.
Yes, time moves slowly, and most of us never seem to have enough of it to go around. There's always something else to accomplish, something new to do, and we scurry from one place to another to get it done. Minutes and hours form the very core of our lives, and we hoard them and save them as best we can. It's a valuable commodity to all of us. And the only one I've ever met who had a little to spare was Mrs. Crocker.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Clee and starred Hart Maguire as the Clock. As Martin and Flo, you heard John Million and Joan Lord. As Mrs. Crocker, Neva Carr Glynn, with Gordon Glenwright as the Doctor. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Time varies in the universe according to the planets. The exact length of one day on Earth, for example, is 23 hours and 56 minutes. That same day on the planet Mars expands to 24 hours and 37 minutes. And on Jupiter, the most tremendous planet of them all, a day is only 5 minutes less than 10 hours. Life also varies in time, according to the man. The peaceful citizen who goes about his law-abiding business in pursuit of happiness has been known to pass the century mark. But the man whose path is one of violence, who counts his blessings on his trigger finger, that man does business with death. And death has never been known to maintain a partnership for very long.
take so far tonight, boss?
Bring it into my office. And put it on the desk.
I counted it, Barney.
Yeah? Who told you could count it?
Well,
How much?
In the box, 85,000 even.
Well, not bad. I knew the location was perfect, and the setup's just right. We're in, Jigger. We're swimming in gravy. Here, catch yourself a drink. It's Barney Keach's new gambling joint. The classiest dump in town. And what's the matter? Ain't you drinking?
Oh, sure. Sure, Barney.
What's on your mind, Jigger?
Nothing.
And what were you thinking about just now?
Well, I was just thinking, Barney, that, well, we might have been smarter if we'd opened this joint in Chicago.
Shy? That town ain't got the dough New York's got.
I wasn't thinking about the customers exactly, boss.
No? Then what?
Leo Tarrin might not like what we're doing.
Who cares what Leo Tarrin likes? That two-bit hood's been running this racket long enough. It's time somebody else moved in.
He ain't exactly a two-bit hood, Barney. The guy's poison.
Leo Tarrin, that's all I hear. Leo's tough. Leo's dangerous. Well, he's human, ain't he? He can stop a bullet just like the rest of us.
Leo ain't human, Barney. He don't kill because he has to. He likes it, Barney. It gives him a laugh.
He'll leave Leo Tarrin to me. He'll settle my way and like it.
Want me to take that, boss?
No, I'll answer it. Yeah?
Barney.
Who wants him?
I do. Leo Tarrin.
Oh. Why, hello, Leo.
What's new, Barney?
Nothing much.
I hear you're back in town for a while.
Yeah, for a long while, Leo.
How's business?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good.
They tell me you opened up a pretty fancy gambling layout. Almost as good as mine.
Well, it ain't bad, Leo. Ain't bad at all.
You must have a draw. My take went off 50 grand tonight. That's a lot of dough, Barney.
You know, I'm glad you called, Leo. I got a proposition to make to you.
I'm making the proposition, Barney, not you. I'm coming up in 15 minutes for a friendly talk.
Leo. Said he'd be here in 15 minutes for friendly talk.
Leo don't talk. He gives orders. We better start folding and move to Shy.
In a pig's eye we will. I ain't giving up this gold mine for Leo Tarrin or anyone else. Tell Bobo to clear the crowd out. Then round up the boys. I want all 6 of them in here with me. Where's that bottle?
Here, boss.
Well, what are you looking at me like that for? Get started. If Tarrin wants trouble, we'll give it to him. In spades. Now, look, boys. Don't show no rods unless you have to. I don't know how many guys he's bringing. But maybe if he sees us, we mean business, well, he'll make a deal. Jigger.
Yeah,
you
boss.
stand over there by the window. The wind Hank near the door. Rest you stay in them chairs. Want to be sure you're in position to draw.
That's Bobo out front, Barney. Leo should just come in.
Only one ring.
That means he'd come alone.
Alone? Why, the guy must be nuts. We'll see he don't get a chance to make the same mistake twice. Come in. Hi. Hello, Leo.
What is this? A hood convention?
Just a couple of the boys.
Hello, Jigger.
Hiya, Leo.
Louie. It's like old home week at Sing Sing. I didn't think you'd have so much company, Barney.
I don't like to be alone. Come on, here, drink.
I got more respect for my gut.
You're a kid. This ain't the kind of booze we used to run in the old days, Leo. This stuff's 15 years old.
I don't lush when I'm on a business call.
Business? I thought this was social.
That's all according to how it ends.
Now listen, Leo. Let's get down to cases. I don't want no trouble with you, but you gotta be reasonable. There's enough dough in this town for a 50-50 split now. How about we form a partnership? I got...
Nice panels you got in the office. Nice desk, too.
2 joints like ours can operate. No reason we should fight it. Well, look, a guy's got a right to live, ain't he?
Why?
What?
Oh, why don't you make a deal,
Shut
Leo?
up, Chicken.
Now, listen, Leo.
You listen. My outfit's been running this town for a long time. And we've been running it alone, Barney. I'm a reasonable guy. I don't want something for nothing. I'll give you 20 grand for the layout. You leave the joint as it is and take a walk.
20 grand? When I paid 100? You think I'm soft in the head, Leo?
I said you walk, Barney.
And I say I stay. You walk.
You're making a big mistake.
No. You're the one who makes the mistake. All right, go on. Give the mug what he asked for. What's the matter with you punks? You paralyzed?
They're smart, Barney. They know the guy who reaches first is the guy who gets it. Go on, Barney, draw. Draw or crawl out.
Why, you lousy.
Okay, Barney.
Barney.
They croaked each other. Come on. Let's get out of here.
Lady.
Who's there?
Give me a hand, will you?
Where are you?
Over here, behind the steps.
You've been hurt.
I can't go no further. Help me up.
Your head's bleeding. Wait, I'll get a policeman.
No. Don't call a cop. Give me a break. All I need is a little help. You live around here?
Yes, in this house.
Take me upstairs.
Well, I don't...
Please, don't leave me here. They'll kill me if they find me. Take me upstairs.
Put your arm around my shoulder. I live on the second floor.
Take it easy. Oh, my head.
Hold that compress on your head. Now lie back. Your scalp's been cut. I ought to call a doctor.
Forget it. I only been creased.
I'm just wondering why I don't call the police.
Why don't you?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I feel sorry for you. What's your name?
Leo.
Mine's Edna.
You're a good kid, Edna. I guess when you give me a break like this, I ought to open up.
You don't have to talk if you don't want to.
I got into a gunfight with another guy. His bullet creased my head and knocked me out. When I came to, I managed to crawl out of the joint to where you found me on that corner.
What happened to the other man?
I don't know. Funny part of it is, something happened to me when I came to.
What do you mean?
I've never been scared in my life, that's what I mean. But I'm scared now. I'm so scared my stomach feels raw. I don't want to die. Don't let him get me. I don't want to die.
Please don't do that.
I never cried before. But maybe I go nuts. Maybe that crease on my head made a crease in my brain. All I know is I want to get out of this town before they catch up with me.
I'll help you.
You will?
I'll do what I can. Where do you want to go, Leo?
Detroit, Chicago, anywhere. It makes no difference.
Do you have any money?
I never carry it.
Well, I have $50 in my bag. I'll lend it to you.
Without even knowing me?
I'll get it back someday.
Oh, wonderful, Eddie. You're a saint. You're the only friend
I don't like to see a man act that way.
All right. All right, just give me the dough and let me go. I'll get a train to Shy tonight.
How are you going to get to the station?
Station?
Well, you said they might be looking for you.
Yeah, that's fine. Say, you got some shoes and a dress that'll fit me?
You want to disguise yourself as a woman?
Oh, why not? Give me a hat, too, with a veil. I'll fool them. They'll never get wise. I may have lost my nerve, but I didn't lose my savvy.
All right, Leo. I'll help you any way I can. Just take care of yourself. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Good luck.
The passage of time never fails to create a change. In some of us, a subtle one, in others, profound. And in one particular case, it changed a ruthless killer into a sniveling coward.
Here's your change, sir. Next, please. Check.
Remember me?
Leo.
I was just passing by the cafeteria when I saw you sitting behind the cash register. How long has it been, Edna?
Oh, over 3 years, I guess.
When'd you come to Chicago?
Just a few months ago.
How about it, miss? I'm in a hurry.
I can't talk to you now, Leo.
How about meeting me after work? I'll hire a car or something. We'll go for a drive.
All right. I'm through at 5.
Right, I'll see you then. Oh,
Hey, now, what's the big idea? You knocked that change right out of my hand.
I'm sorry, mister.
I ought to punch you right in the nose. Look, go on. Get down there and pick up them nickels.
Sure. I'll pick them up right away. Here's a nice place to park.
Oh, Leo, this air is marvelous. Oh, it's grand to get out in the open for a while.
Tell me about yourself, Edna. What have you been doing?
Oh, going from job to job as usual. I never seem to stay put. What about you?
Oh, I'm in business.
Really? What kind of business?
Don't worry, it's legitimate. I own a dairy store. I got a job 3 years ago when I came to Shy, and I saved my dough, and 6 months ago I bought out a guy in Cicero, just outside town. I'm doing all right.
I'm glad to hear it, Leo.
Say, that reminds me. Here's that $50 you loaned me, plus an extra 50 for that dress and shoes I took.
Oh, you don't have to pay me for that.
Go on, take it. I owe it to you.
Well, I'll admit it comes in handy. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
You really have changed, haven't you?
Yeah, and not the way you figure.
How do you mean?
I just don't want no trouble with anybody. I want people to let me alone. You saw what happened in the restaurant when I knocked that guy's change out of his hand.
You were avoiding a scene, that's all.
Yeah, 3 years ago Yeah, but that was 3 years ago. This is now. Anyway, I'm glad you came to Chicago, Edna.
So am I.
Maybe we'll get to know each other. Even better than before. Edna, I want you to marry me.
Leo.
I got a good business and we get along, and I'd like to raise a family and have a few kids. Well, will you think it over?
I have already. I had a feeling you might ask me. Leo, I'm not so sure it'd work out.
Why not?
Because I don't really understand you. I don't know what you're like. You're a strange man, and you've led a strange life.
Forget the past. I'm all through with that. I need you, Ed. I need somebody. I don't like to live alone. Oh, Edna, give me a break. I need you so bad. Please, don't say no.
I won't, Leo. I won't.
Leo's there, eh? Leo speaking.
This is Edna, darling.
Did you see the doc?
Uh-huh.
What'd he say?
You're practically a father, darling.
No!
Get home early tonight and I'll tell you all about it.
I'll close at 5. We'll celebrate. Put on your niftiest outfit.
All right.
See you later now. Take it easy now.
I will.
So long. How'd you like that? Papa.
Hey, mister, maybe you can tell me how to get over to North Randolph and...
North Randolph from where?
Ain't you Leo Torrance?
Me?
You look like...
You got the wrong guy. My name is Craig.
Hey, stop kidding me. You got a little softer looking, maybe, but you're Leo. Remember me? I'm Jigger.
Listen, leave me alone. I'm not Leo. I'm somebody else. I don't want no trouble. Had enough trouble all my life. Just leave me alone.
Maybe I was wrong at that. Maybe you ain't Leo Torrance.
My name is Craig. You want some directions, mister? Where do you want to go?
Never mind. I'll find it myself.
It couldn't have been Leo Torrance.
Why not? You pulled through and he put that bolt in your middle. He could have gotten away too,
But
Barney.
what would a guy like Leo be doing in a joint like that?
Search me, but it was him, the same guy. Except for one thing.
What?
I think he's turned yellow.
Now I know you're crazy.
You should have seen his eyes when I walked in. But when he opened his mouth to talk, I thought he'd choke. He almost got on his knees when he asked me to leave him alone. The guy was scared stiff.
Where is this Butternegg Depot, Jigger?
In Cicero.
Well, get the car. I'm going out there to see for myself.
Can I help you?
Yeah. Give me a dozen eggs.
Yes, sir.
How goes it, Leo?
I'm not the man you're looking for.
No?
Here's your eggs.
Stop stalling, Leo. I wouldn't forget you in a million years.
All right. All right, you guys win. I'm Leo, but I don't want no trouble, see? I'm minding my own backyard. You guys mind yours.
I just opened a new layout in Chicago.
That's none of my business.
No? It used to be.
I don't care what you do anymore, Barney. I'm satisfied the way I am. Put that gun away.
I was just shifting it, Leo.
Get it out of sight. I'm through with guns. I don't want to see them.
Well, you get this guy.
Yeah. I know, it's funny. All right. All right, you got your last laugh. Now leave me alone. I got a wife, and we're gonna have a kid.
Oh, you hear that, Jigger? Tough boy Tom's gonna be a papa.
If the kid ain't got no more guts than his old man, he ain't my type.
Give me a break, fellas, please.
Leo wants a break.
Oh, come
now,
on,
ain't
Barney.
that sweet?
Come on, Barney. This guy's beginning to make me feel sick.
So long, Papa. We'll be back again. When we want a couple of laughs.
Hello, Leo. I didn't even hear you come in.
Forgot it. Now get out of my way.
What are you doing? Why are you packing that suitcase?
I gotta leave.
Leave? Where are you going?
They put up with me. They'll kill me, Edna. Bonnie will put the finger on me. I gotta get out.
Leo, you've got to face them. You've got to get the police.
I tell you, it's no use. Suppose the cops look up my record.
So this is how it's going to end.
It ain't ending. We'll go somewhere else.
And what about the business? Every nickel we have is tied up in that store.
I ain't worrying about the money now. I'm worrying about me.
And what about me? I married you so I could live a decent life and raise a decent family. I'm not going, Leo.
You fool. If they find you here and they don't find me, they'll kill you.
I'm not afraid of them, Leo. And I'm not a criminal. I'm not going to run like a frightened rabbit from town to town. I want to be free. And I want my child to be free.
All right, suit yourself. Let them fill you full of slugs. I'm moving out.
Oh, don't go, Leo. Don't leave me now.
Let go of my arm, Edna. I'm scared.
Leo.
Let go of my arm!
Leo. Leo, it's Edna.
What happened?
You fell downstairs. Your head, it's bleeding.
My head? Never mind my head.
Leo, what's the matter?
Get that suitcase back upstairs.
You mean you're not leaving?
Bring that stuff back inside the room and wait there until I get back.
Everything straight, Jigger?
Yeah, Barney.
Now remember, we gotta plug Leo and his wife, too. I don't want no witnesses. Why, Leo. Well. The Butternig man is paying us a visit. Come here to crawl, Leo? Well, save yourself the trouble.
Yeah, Leo, save yourself.
Shut up.
What?
I said shut up.
Why, you yell.
Keep your hands on the table, Barney.
Hey, what is this?
You stink, Barney.
I don't know what you're so sore about.
What was the payoff? A couple of slugs for my wife and me?
Why, no, I was just telling Jigger I wanted to make you a proposition.
I told you once before, Barney, I make the propositions. And I'm making one now. Go ahead, Barney. Reach. Okay, Barney, these are yours. How'd you like that, Barney? And I'm going to be a partner.
Over here, Jigger.
Think these handcuffs enough? Stop pushing me.
You recognize this body?
That's Barney Keach, Lieutenant.
Uh-huh. How about this one?
That's Leo Torrent. They knocked each other off.
What are you staring at?
The cuts on Leo's head.
What about him?
When he got the first one, he turned yellow. But when he got the second one...
What are you trying to hand me, Jigger?
Nothing. I was just wondering, Lute, if Leo ever heard of a couple of guys named Jekyll and Hyde.
There is a court of law in which time is the judge who examines all offenders, justice is the jury, and when sentence is passed, it is executed by death.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Clee, narrated by Hart McGuire. Heard on this program were Owen Weingott as Leo, Wynne Nelson as Edna, together with Grant Taylor as Barney and Rodney Jacobs as Jigger. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
The Columbia Workshop, under the direction of Irving Reese.
Gods of the Mountain by Lord Dunsany. Outside the walls of the ancient city of Congros, 3 beggars sit in the hot gray dust of the ground.
These days are bad for beggary.
They are bad.
Some evil has befallen the rich ones of this city. They take no joy any longer in benevolence, but are become sour and miserly at heart. Alas for them. I sometimes sigh for them when I think of this.
Alas for them. A miserly heart must be a sore affliction.
A sore affliction indeed, and bad for our calling.
They have been thus for many months. What thing has befallen them?
Oh, some evil thing. There has been a comet come near to the earth of late, and the earth has been parched and sultry, so that the gods are drowsy, and all those things that are divine in man, such as benevolence, drunkenness, and extravagance and song, have faded and died, and have not been replenished by the gods.
It has indeed been sultry.
I have seen the comet o' nights. The gods are drowsy.
If they wake not soon and make this city worthy again of our order, I, for one, shall forsake the calling and buy a shop and sit at ease in the shade and barter for gain.
You will keep a shop?
Is this a beggar who speaks?
Yes, master, a poor beggar.
How long has the calling of beggary existed?
Since the building of the first city, master.
And you would forsake the calling?
The city is unworthy of our calling. The gods are drowsy, and all that is divine in man is dead.
They are drowsy in their mountains away at Mama. The 7 green idols are drowsy. Oh, who is this that rebukes us?
I am a beggar, and an old beggar.
There is none like my master. No traveler has met with cunning like to his, not even those that come from Ethiopia.
We would make you welcome to our town, upon which an evil has fallen, the day being bad for beggary.
Let none who has known the mystery of roads, or has felt the wind rising new in the morning, or has called forth out of the souls of men divine benevolence, ever speak any more of any trade, or of the miserable gains of shops and the trading men.
I spoke but hastily, the times being bad.
I will put right the times.
There is nothing that my master cannot do.
Be silent and attend to me. I do not know this city. I've traveled from afar, having somewhat exhausted the city of Akara. Have you any thieves among the calling here?
We have a few that we call thieves here, master, but they would scarcely seem thieves to you. They are not good thieves.
I shall need the best thief you have. We shall need fine raiment. Let the thief start at once. Let it be green raiment.
I will go and fetch the thief. We will dress ourselves as lords and impose upon the city.
Yes. We will say we are ambassadors from a far land.
And there will be good eating.
Oh, but you do not know my master. Now that you have suggested that we go as lords, he will make a better suggestion. He will suggest that we go as kings.
Beggars as kings?
Aye, you do not know my master.
What do you bid us do?
You shall first come by the fine raiment, in the manner I've mentioned.
And what then, master?
Why, then, we shall go as gods.
As gods?
As gods. Know you the land through which I've lately come in my wanderings? Mama, where the gods are carved from green stone in the mountains. They sit, all 7 of them, against the hills. They sit there motionless, and travelers worship them.
Yes, we know these gods. They're much reverenced here, but they're drowsy and send us nothing beautiful.
They're of green jade. They sit cross-legged, with their right elbows resting on their left hands, the right forefinger pointing upward. We will come into the city disguised from the direction of Mama, and will claim to be these gods. We must be 7, as they are, and when we sit, we must sit cross-legged as they do, with the right hand uplifted.
It were well not to anger the gods.
Is not all life a beggary to the gods? Do they not see all men, always begging of them and asking alms, with incense and bells and subtle devices?
Yes, all men indeed are beggars before the gods.
Does not the mighty Sultan often sit by the agate altar in his royal temple, as we sit at a street corner or by a palace gate.
It is even so.
Then will the gods be glad when we follow the holy calling with new devices and with subtlety, as they are glad when the priests sing a new song.
Yet I have a fear.
Slag, go you into the city before us, and let there be a prophecy there, which saith that the gods who are carven from green rock in the mountain shall one day arise in Marma and come here in the guise of men.
Yes, master. Shall I make the prophecy myself, or shall it be found in some old document?
Let someone have seen it once in some rare document. Let it be spoken of in the marketplace.
It shall be spoken of, master. Here comes our thief.
Ah, he's a quick thief.
Master, I could only procure you 3 green raiments. The city is not now well supplied with them. Moreover, it is a very suspicious city, and without shame for the baseness of its suspicion.
This is not thieving.
Oh, I could do no more, master. I've not practiced thieving all my life.
You've got something. It may serve our purpose. Now, we must tear them up and divide them amongst the 7.
We'll each wear a piece of it over our rags.
Yes, we shall look fine.
Ah, that's not the way we shall disguise ourselves.
Not cover our rags?
No. The first who look closely would say, these are only beggars. They've disguised themselves.
What shall we do?
Each of the 7 shall wear a piece of the green raiment underneath his rags. And peradventure, here and there a little shall show through. And men shall say, these 7 have disguised themselves as beggars, but we know not what they be.
Hear my wise master. He is the beggar.
He is an old beggar.
Oranda, see 7 beggars approach.
Beggars? We shall end their approach here.
Yes.
Who are you and whence come you?
Who may say what we are or whence we come?
What are these beggars and why do they come here?
Who said to you that we were beggars?
Why do these men come here?
Who said to you that we were men?
Not men? See, they seat themselves cross-legged. Their right elbows rest on their left hands, like the gods at Marma. Their right forefinger points upward. I heard men speak in the marketplace. They speak of a prophecy read somewhere of old. It says the 7 gods shall come from Marma in the guise of men.
That is a true prophecy.
It is all the prophecy we have.
Should we not investigate this prophecy?
Let us accept it.
It may be that they are but benevolent gods.
There is no benevolence greater than our benevolence.
Then we need do little. They portend no danger to us.
There is no anger greater than our anger.
Let us make sacrifice to them if they be gods.
We humbly worship you if ye be gods.
You are mightier than all men, and hold high rank among other gods, and are lords of this our city, and have the thunder as your plaything, and the whirlwind, and the eclipse, and all the destinies of human tribes. If ye be gods,
let the pestilence not fall at once upon this city, as it had indeed designed to. Let not the earthquake swallow it all up immediately amid the howls and the thunder. Let not infuriated armies overwhelm those that escape. If we be gods.
Come, let us sacrifice.
Bring them! Quick!
Lamps and wine!
God is a very divine God.
Indeed, he has made us. He will not punish us, Master. None of the gods will punish us. We will make a sacrifice. A good sacrifice.
We will sacrifice a lamb that the priests have blessed.
Master, you are not wroth with us?
Who may say what cloudy dooms are riding up in the mind of the oldest of the gods? For those who doubt.
Master, we have not doubted.
It should be a good sacrifice, Master. Look, they come now with lamb on a spit and all manner of fruits to offer.
Our humble sacrifices, masters.
Lamb and fruit.
Ah, yes. That leg is not being cooked at all. I'll take it.
It is strange that God should be thus anxious about the cooking of a leg of lamb.
It is strange, certainly.
Almost I had said that it was a man spoke then.
Strange, certainly.
Is it then strange that the gods love roasted flesh? For this purpose they keep the lightning. When the lightning flickers about the limbs of men, there comes to the gods at Mama a pleasant smell, even a smell of roasting. Sometimes the gods, being pacific, are pleased to have roasted instead the flesh of lamb. It is all one to the gods. Let the roasting stop.
No, God, put them out.
No. I have not eaten since the world was very new, and the flesh of men was tenderer than now. These younger gods have learned the habit of eating from the lion.
Oh, lust of divinities. Partake.
It is not fitting that such as I should eat. None eat but beasts and men, and the younger gods. The sun and the moon and the nimble lightning and I, we may kill and we may madden, but we do not eat.
If we but eat of our offering, he cannot overwhelm us.
Enough! Let it be enough that these have condescended to this bestial and human habit.
And yet he is not unlike a beggar whom I saw not so long since. But beggars eat. Now, I never knew a beggar yet who would refuse a bowl of Wolverine wine.
This is no beggar.
Nevertheless, let us offer him a bowl of Wolverine wine.
You do wrong to doubt him.
I do but wish to prove his divinity. I will fetch the Wolverine wine.
He will not blink. Yet if he does, then he will not overwhelm us. Let us offer him the wine.
Yes, wine.
Master, you do wrong this roasted lamb by not eating. It's soft and sweet as a maiden's cheek.
Quiet, fool.
Why does he not eat?
Oh, I am minded to fill my own belly once. He is wise, let him look to his own.
Look, they come with wine. It's Voldry.
A goblet of Voldry wine.
Oh, blessed day.
Oh, happy time.
Oh, my wise master.
Master, this goblet would be proud to have you drink from it.
Yes, master.
I will take it.
He takes it.
He's spilling it upon the ground.
It is a fitting libation. Our anger is somewhat appeased.
Oh, but it was Wolverine.
And now, it's the hour at which the gods are accustomed to speak to the gods in the language of the gods. And if man heard us, he would guess the futility of his destiny, which were not well for man. Begone. All. Begone. Begone.
Are they gone?
All gone, master. The gods are alone.
Good. Then give me meat. Much meat.
Now we've come into our own. Now we have our master, my wise master.
These are the good days, and yet I have a fear.
Oh, what do you fear? There's nothing to fear. No man is as wise as my master.
I fear the gods whom we pretend to be.
The gods?
Come hither, Slag.
Yes, master.
Watch in the doorway while I eat. Sit in the attitude of a god and warn me if any of the citizens approach.
But, master, shall we not have Wolverine wine?
We shall have all things, if only we are wise at first for a little.
Master, do any suspect us?
We must be very wise.
But if we are not wise, master...
Why then, death may come to us.
Oh, master.
Slowly.
Master,
Are you indeed a man?
A man. A man. And until just now, a hungry one.
Only 5 days of this, and I begin to bulge with goodness.
Never had beggars such a time.
7 thrones in the great hall for us.
And the fruits and the tender lamb.
The Woldery wine.
To see them pray to us.
When we were beggars, did we not speak as beggars? Did we not whine as they? Was not our mean beggarly?
The thief comes.
Master! Oh, Master, I've been with those that know all and see all. They know me for one of the craft, but they do not know me as being one of us.
Well?
Oh, there is danger, Master. There is great danger.
You mean that they suspect that we are men?
That they have long done, Master. I mean that they will know it, then we are lost.
Then they do not know it.
They do not know it yet, but they will know it, and we are lost.
When will they know it?
3 days ago, they suspected us.
No more than you think suspected it. But if any dared to say so.
Oh, no, Master.
Then forget your fears, my thief.
2 men went on dromedaries 3 days ago to see if the gods were still at Mama.
They went to Mama?
Yes, 3 days ago.
We are lost.
They went 3 days ago?
Yes, on dromedary.
They shall be back today.
We are lost. We are lost.
They must have seen the green jade idol sitting against the mountain. They will say, the gods are still at Mama, and we shall be burnt.
My master will yet devise a plan.
Slip away to some high place and look toward the desert and see how long we have to devise a plan.
My master will find a plan.
He has taken us into a trap. His wisdom is our doom.
He will find a wise
It is
plan.
too late. Too late.
It's too late.
The dromedary men are here. We are lost. The citizens come with them.
Be silent. I must think. Why do you assemble here?
2 holy pilgrims have gone to your sacred shrines, where you were wont to sit before you left the mountains. They return even now.
They left us here and went to find the gods. A fish once took a journey into a far country to find the sea.
Most reverend deity, their piety is so great that they have gone to worship even your shrine.
They will say that the 7 gods were still at Mama. They will lie and say that we were still at Mama. So shall they seem more pious to you all, pretending that they alone have seen the gods. Fools shall believe them and share in their damnation.
Hush! You anger the gods. I'm not sure whom I anger. It may be they are the gods.
Where are these men from Mama?
Here are the dromedary men. They are coming now.
The holy pilgrims from your shrine are come to worship you.
These men are doubters. How the gods hate that word. Let them not enter here.
But, oh, most reverend deity from the mountain, we also doubt, most reverend deity.
You have chosen. You have chosen. And yet it is not too late. Repent and cast these men into prison, and it may not be too late. The gods have never wept. And yet when they think upon damnation and the dooms that are withering a myriad bones, then almost were they not divine, they could weep. Be quick. Repent of your doubt.
Most reverend deity, it is a mighty doubt.
He will be killed.
Nothing has killed him.
They are not the gods.
You have a plan, my master. You have a plan.
Not yet, Slag.
These are the men that went to the shrine at Mama.
Were the gods of the mountain seated still at Mama? Or were they not there? They were not there. They were not there. Their shrines were empty. Behold, the gods of the mountain. Let us go away to prepare a sacrifice. A mighty sacrifice to atone for our doubting.
My most wise master.
No, Slag. I do not know what has befallen. When I went by Mama only 2 weeks ago, the idols of green jade were still seated there.
We are saved now.
Aye, we are saved.
Aye, we are saved. But I know not how.
Yet I have a fear.
A fear? Why we are saved?
Last night I dreamed.
What was your dream?
It was nothing. I dreamed that I was thirsty, and one gave me Woldery wine. Yet there was a fear in my dream.
When I drink Woldery wine, I am afraid of nothing.
Master, they are making a pleasant banquet ready for us. They are killing lambs, and the gills are there with fruits, and there is to be much Woldery wine.
Never had beggars such a time.
When will the banquet be?
When the stars come out.
It is sunset already. There'll be good eating.
Quiet.
A man comes.
Master, we implore you. The people beseech you. Master, it is terrible. It is terrible when you wander in the evening. It is terrible on the edge of the desert in the evening. Children die when they see you.
In the desert? When did you see us?
Last night, Master. You were terrible last night. You were terrible in the gloaming, when your hands were stretched out and groping. You were feeling for the city.
You yourself saw us?
Yes, Master. You were terrible. Children too saw you, and they died.
How did we appear to you?
You were all green, Master. All green in the gloaming. All of rock again, as you used to be in the mountains. Master, we can bear to see you in flesh like men. But when we see rock walking, it is terrible. It is terrible.
That is how we appear to you?
Yes, Master. Rock should not walk. When children see it, they do not understand. Rock should not walk in the evening.
There have been doubters of late. Are they satisfied?
Master, they are terrified. Spare us, Master.
It is wrong to doubt. Go and be faithful.
Yes, Master. Yes.
Seen, Master?
They've seen their own fears dancing in the desert. They've seen something green after the light was gone, and some child has told them a tale that it was us. I do not know what they have seen. What should they have seen?
Something was coming this way from the desert, he said.
What should come from the desert?
They're a foolish people.
That man's white face has seen some frightful thing.
Frightful thing?
That man's face has been near to some frightful thing.
It is only we that have frightened them, and their fears have made them foolish. Hark! They're coming. I hear footsteps.
The dancing girls, they are coming.
There is no sound of flute. They said they would come with music.
What heavy boots they have. They sound like feet of stone.
I do not like to hear their heavy tread. Those that would dance to us must be light of foot.
I shall not smile at them if they are not airy.
They are coming very slowly. They should come nimbly to us.
They should dance as they come. But the footfall is like the footfall of heavy crabs.
I have a fear, an old fear and a boding. We have done ill in the sight of the seven gods. Beggars we were, and beggars we should have remained. We have given up our calling and come in sight of our doom. I will no longer let my fear be silent. It shall run about and cry. It shall go from me crying like a dog from out a doomed city. My fear has seen calamity and has known an evil thing. Master!
Come, we must run from here.
Gods to the mountain!
They're dazzled by the light. They may not see us.
Master! Save me! Save me! I'm turning to stone! Save me! Save me!
Master, we bring great sacrifices to repent for our doubts.
Yes, Master. Yes, Master.
Their anger will not be appeased. They are silent. But fruit and lamb and watery wine, Master.
Oh, yes, Master, cold. They're cold. They've turned back to stone.
We have doubted them. They have turned to stone because we have doubted them. They were the true gods.
The Columbia Workshop has offered Lord Dunsany's The Gods of the Mountain. A special musical score was composed and conducted for this presentation by Bernard Herrmann. The Columbia Workshop is under the direction of Irving Reese. Tune in next week for the Workshop's adaptation of Oscar Wilde's The Happy Prince. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The direction of Irving Reese. Danse Macabre.
It is midnight. In his twilight graveyard world, death sits, alone with his mist-hung silent tombs. The chill night wind moans in the linden trees. The shades of shadows flee each other in the ghostly gloom. And death makes music on his violin, striking his heels against a hollow tomb. Death's fingers pluck the vibrant strings. His tune is now an airy dance, and now a plaintive dirge, a doleful cadence echoed by the mournful wind. The gaunt trees and the gravestones silently attend the phantom concert in the world of night.
I cannot play. I am lonely, for all men shun me. And the black night is my only friend. The black night and its wild winds, shrieking music in the void. My realm is desolate and bleak. In life, men laugh and sing. Their hearts are light and filled with joy. There I can play and find a company to mingle gaiety with my music. I'll go among them and banish this melancholy humor. I'll go to life.
Lord, it's cold in this hut tonight. What's keeping that daughter of mine so long? Maria! Maria!
Yes, Father, I'm coming.
Hurry, then. I've been back from the pasture since sundown. The stars are out already, and no supper. Well, come in, girl, come in. The hut will be freezing if I keep the door open much longer.
Look, Father, I've been milking.
So I see.
Oh, the cow looked very funny today. Do you suppose,
Maria,
Father...
for the love of heaven, set that pail down before you spill the milk. And get me some supper. Hurry. Now, what is it? Come, child, I'm sorry I scolded you. Now, stop your crying. There's a good girl. I'll bring you a beautiful gift from the fair tomorrow.
Oh, now I've got something beautiful to think about all night. First I could want a ring, but then I'd say a ring isn't such a much. So I will want an orange. But anyone can have an orange. So I would rather have...
Now, who can that be? People shouldn't go about after dark disturbing other people's supper. Well, go to the door, girl. What are you waiting for?
In a minute. I'm coming. Oh, come in here.
You have kept me waiting.
Come in, stranger. We are not accustomed to visitors at this hour.
I seldom come where I am expected.
A traveler? Oh, a musician. Well, after supper, you can play for us.
My time is short. I cannot stay to supper. I shall play for you now.
Now?
Yes, if your daughter will dance for me.
For me, Dad?
She'll do no such thing.
Oh.
I thought it the custom of the land never to deny a guest. I have come far in search of laughter and of music. My eyes are hungry for the sight of wanton grace. You are simple folk and good. You will grant this one request. Tell the girl to dance.
You have come unbidden to my hut, and I have not had my supper yet. Let there be no more talk of dancing.
You do wrong to deny me.
I don't know who you are, or to what you're accustomed. This is my hut. I am master here, and I want supper and no dancing.
Your hearts are cold. There is no gladness in them. I must seek elsewhere for companions, and I shall take with me what you have treasured least, the joy of life.
Maria! He's disappeared.
Disappeared?
No sign of him anywhere.
No.
Oh, well. Good riddance. Wandering vagabonds coming into people's homes, telling them what they must do. Still, he might have stayed to supper. What's the matter with you, girl? Can a man find no peace in his home? Supper waiting, strangers calling, and now you clumsy creature, dropping all the food?
Water, Father. Water.
What is it, child? What's come over you? Dear God, her face is turning purple.
Oh, I'm so thirsty. So thirsty.
Her lips are black.
Oh.
And her eyes.
Oh.
It couldn't be. Plague. It's a plague. My little Maria is dead. And I wouldn't even let her dance.
No, Peter, it isn't much fun playing anymore. There's only the two of us now.
That's why you want to play with me. There's nobody else to play with.
Well, it isn't so much fun, but it's better than sitting in the house all day. Everybody's crying. When they aren't crying, they're playing.
Yes. I'm afraid to go home. It's so creepy. I don't know what to do. Peter.
Yes, Lima?
Peter, where are they all gone? Bess and your brother John and Ruth and Richard. Where are they?
My mother told me they went to heaven.
That's where my mother is. My father said she went there.
Oh, don't cry, Lima. You always cry. We ought to play tag.
Peter, where's heaven?
I'm not sure. Up over the sky somewhere.
I'm awfully frightened.
There's nothing to be afraid of, really.
But suppose you should go to heaven.
I'm not going.
But suppose you did. And my father. There wouldn't be anyone left.
I told you I'm not going. You're not going either. We'll stay right here, you and me.
Hold my hand. That's right. Peter.
Now what's the matter?
Is there a heaven?
There must be. That's where they all went. All the people that died.
Hold my hand tighter. That's what I'm so afraid of.
Heaven?
No, because they told me what heaven's like. Well, angels and beautiful things. You have to die to go there. Don't let go of my hand. And I don't know what that's like.
I wish you wouldn't talk so much.
What's it like to die, Peter?
Hush. Here comes Tom, the fiddler. No, it's not Tom. It's a stranger.
Let's run. He frightens me.
Oh, I don't want
But Peter, you haven't answered me.
Wait. Even the children run from me. Poor innocents. Their hearts are filled with fear. Must they be punished too? Why won't they dance for me? Why do they shun the gaiety I bring? How strange that men can make no better use of life. The gift of death I bring them scarcely teaches them to value life the more. Yet I must seek the dance of life for which I came. And woe to those who deny
Have you heard?
My father just died.
What do we do? A stranger came to our house.
And he asked for dancers.
We don't dance for strangers.
And then the baby died.
My father.
My son.
My child.
Here
he's been seen in the hills.
The stranger.
The stranger.
He asked for dancers. The plague's broken out there, too.
Who is the stranger?
He says he's a fiddler.
Curse him. Curse him.
We need help. What shall we do?
Let's go to the king.
We need doctors.
We need food for our sick ones. We need to banish the stranger. To the king. To the king.
Pandor. Yes, Your Majesty?
What's that infernal row out there?
Your people are seeking an audience.
Well, they can't have it. Listen to them howling like wolves. They'll wake up the whole palace. Send them away.
I cannot. If Your Majesty will be good enough to go to the window, he will see that there are thousands. They've been gathering all through the afternoon.
Oh, dear. You see what it is to be a king. No peace, no privacy. Listen to them. You'd think they'd have some consideration.
They're in great trouble.
Trouble? What trouble? Why hasn't anyone told me of it? Am I not the king?
Death has come to the land. Thousands are dying of sickness. The crops have failed. Water is scarce.
So? And all of this has been going on without a word of it breathed to me? I must say, Pandor, that you've sadly abused my confidence. Who's responsible for all this?
No man, sire. A foe more deadly. Plague.
Plague? Here in my kingdom? How terrible. Do you have it?
I assure you,
Don't go near me.
There is nothing to fear. As long as we remain in the palace, we are safe.
Oh, what a misfortune. What will the Queen say?
There are strange rumors of a half-mad fiddler who wanders over the countryside asking the passers-by to dance. Some say that he is seen whenever death will strike. I deem it an old wives' tale.
Why don't they stop that horrible wailing? I can't help them.
Speak to them, sire. A king must be first in his land and bravest in times of danger.
Let's go to the window. Bravest in times of danger. Yes. What a lot of them there are. I have a great many subjects, Pandor? And they're all afraid. But I am brave. Is that it? Exactly. Throw open the windows. My people, I know your desperate plight. I shall help you. Have I ever failed you? No, never. Do not tremble. Face your troubles calmly as I do. Never let it be said that we bowed our heads before the enemy.
March forward bravely like soldiers.
March forward bravely like soldiers and men.
Clear your throat, Your Majesty.
Shall it be said that we're heroes or cowards?
Gold, sire, gold, betray me.
I hereby decree that 10,000 pieces of gold be taken from the treasury and distributed among the people who are neediest. You may close the window, Pandor. Oh, how was that, Pandor?
The people were pleased, sire.
Shall it be said that we were heroes or cowards? They seem to like that pretty well. I must make a note of it. Wait. What was that part about money? What did I say there?
You promised them 10,000 pieces of gold.
10,000? But that's ridiculous. We haven't that much in the public treasury.
500 pieces will do as well. After all, it's the sentiment behind the gesture that's most appealing. You bolstered up their morale. That's half the battle.
Oh, most wise counselor. Good Pandor. How very clever of you. Come, we must tell the Queen how clever we were. What's this?
The charwoman's bucket, sire.
I can see that, you idiot. What's it doing here? Miranda! She should be punished for this. Miranda! Where is that stupid old woman?
She is there, sire.
What? Lying outstretched on the floor? What sort of conduct is this? Get up off the floor, Miranda. Pandor. Look at her face. It's black. And her eyes. What is it, Pandor? Can it be?
Plague. The woman is dead, Your Majesty.
Jan, dear, you can't sit on the palace steps throughout the night. Come away from here.
But where can I go? The cursed plague has taken my mother away from me.
Don't cry anymore. I wonder that you have any tears left.
That's all I do have left, my darling. Even my dreams are gone.
No, don't think that. I know it's terrible for you. Terrible for everybody in this dreadful time. The plague, the dying, all about it.
My mother.
Try to forget.
Forget my mother and all she's done for me. Forget that she scrubbed floors. Yes, even the king's floors for me. Forget.
No, Jan. I don't want you to forget your mother. I want you to remember all the wonderful things we planned in her lifetime.
Gina, I have no hopes. No plans now. Don't you see? We can't marry. And even if we were willing to risk it, even if we had that terrible courage, your father would never consent.
Father isn't cruel, Jan.
No, he isn't cruel. But he wants what is best for his daughter. You haven't forgotten that the merchant wants to marry you? Think of it. The richest man in town. You say he has more money. Why, they say he has even more money than the king.
I don't care about money.
But the world does.
I don't care about the world.
But your father does. Do you think he'll permit his only daughter to marry the poor dead charwoman's son?
But I don't love the merchant. I love you.
Well. You know, my girl, you'll have to choose your friends more carefully when you marry me, the charwoman's son. Poor taste. Sets a bad example.
Oh, fool's right. We would set a bad example. Goodbye, Gina.
Jan, you mustn't go. Jan, come back. Oh, no.
Well, there you are. He's gone off without answering, ill-bred puppy.
But then what can you expect from the child?
Don't speak to me. I despise you.
Gina.
I do.
Now, my dear, calm yourself. Well, I'm sure your father wouldn't approve of that frown. Oh, couldn't you smile? One sweet smile for me.
Smile at you. I'd as soon smile at a toad. You're oily and fat.
I'm a trifle robust, but...
disagreeable, and you're old enough to be my grandfather.
Grandfather? Why,
Except
dear...
that I'd die before I'd admit knowing you, much less marrying you. I loathe you. If you ever speak to me again, I shall go to the king. I hate you. I hate you.
Gina, you're a... Well, of all the little devil, what strange creatures women are. I'd never have believed it could arouse such emotion in her. What a fine little wife she'll make. Why,
Good evening, merchant.
Good evening to you, stranger.
I have a small favor to ask of you.
I'm sorry, sir. If it's money you want, you'll have to go elsewhere. Everyone comes to me in these troublesome times, and not for love of me, mind you, but for my money. Plague's a costly business. Well, I didn't start, and I'm not going to pay for it. So if it's money you...
I do not ask for money, merchant.
Well, then?
Will you dance for me?
Dance for you? Well, of all the preposterous... What do you take me for, you scatterbrained fool?
I am a fiddler, merchant. I must have dancers for my tunes.
Well, find them elsewhere. I have important affairs to attend. Go play your fiddle for the rabble in the square.
I shall play.
Bah! Fiddling at midday when there's so much to be done. What's the world coming to? What's the world coming to?
How do you feel today, Pandor?
For one of my years, I may say well. Very well indeed.
Well, you mustn't be too certain about that. Only yesterday, Moneybags, the Minister of the Treasury, said the same thing. And a few moments later, he died before my very eyes. It was horrible. His face grew black, and his eyes stared in his head, and then his tongue stuck out.
In the presence of his king. But then Moneybags was never overly courteous. He was too proud.
Death. We'll all be destroyed. Pandor, if I live, I shall be a king of shadows. My people are being struck down like blades of grass, and I'm powerless to defend them. What shall I do?
Do? Why, nothing. Compose yourself, sire. Death is not in itself an evil thing. It's the fear of death that torments us. In my youth...
Pandor! I've just had a terrible thought.
Another, sire?
Moneybags is dead.
So you said.
And the royal treasury is empty.
Oh, is your majesty certain of that?
Positive. I looked myself this morning. There's a bag of silver and some family jewelry. You know what that comes to.
Oh, this is indeed serious. We must find a successor for Moneybags.
Yes, who?
Let me think. I have it. There's a merchant in the town who's grown prosperous, selling pine boards and silver ornaments for coffins. A prudent man.
A worthy man. Pine boards. Why don't I think of such things? He will make an excellent minister of the treasury. Fetch him at once. I must speak with him.
Never in this world.
Where did you come from? Why can't I speak with my subjects when and where I wish?
The merchant is dead.
Dead? He, too, is no one to be spared.
What man can tell?
You dare? You miserable vagabond, you dare address the king? Who are you?
A fiddler.
I should like to hear your music. Something cheerful would go well. Come, play for us.
Will you dance?
Dance now? What nonsense. Play. Play, I command you.
I play when I choose. I am not to be commanded.
What impudence. I will teach you to address a king.
King. A king is only a man with a crown and scepter. And what is a man? A thing of earthly substance, easily mortified. Look upon Panda, this divine philosopher, this worthy patriarch. Can you not see where death already claims his due? His very countenance is bare and shining as a skull.
Your Majesty, I appeal to you to stop this fellow's insane gibbering.
I don't know, Panda. There's something in what he says. You are an evil-looking old man. Death hangs about you like a shroud.
But I have wisdom. I have looked into the hearts of men. I've studied the ways of nature and torn her secrets from her. I've even ventured where most men fear to tread, into the dark, mysterious realm of the unknown.
You speak words, And words die with the man.
But not wisdom. The questions I have asked of life are answered for all men to know, and men have profited by my counsel. You, your majesty, cannot scorn me while I have the power that is thought. Without me, you'd not long be king.
Hear the fool. Am I not handsome and brave? You are old and feeble, but I am king. My word is feared.
By all but fiddlers, it would seem.
By all but fiddlers, villain, what new subtlety have you invented now?
If you are all you say, how is it that you can't make this fellow play for you?
So that's it. Fiddler, play. You hear me? Play, or I shall punish you. I'll have you put to death.
Death. Little king. I too am a ruler in another land. My subjects are as numberless as the sands. No man knows the limits of my realm. Yet I am lonely. Does that seem strange? For all men shun me. And the black night is my only friend. The black night and its wild winds shrieking music in the void. I would make music too. I am a fiddler, as you see. But what's a fiddler without dancers? I came among you longing to find a company who'd whirl and spin to merry tunes and sad. But in your land I found no light and joy. The dance of life is but a witless brawl. I seek no more. I shall return to my dark realm, but not alone.
A most extraordinary fellow. It is not seemly for a king to be so frivolous. It is against all precedent. I question it.
Will you dance?
Well,
All men must dance when I have called.
All men.
Listen. Can you hear my music in the wind? Does your mind sicken with its song?
Your heart tremble in its rhythm? Prepare, for you have lingered over long. Prepare. In my twilight world there are dances. In the blackness of the night there is music. And over the gravestones the clatter of dancing feet. It is well. Untold centuries I have spent in loneliness, whose kingdom is the universe, to whom all life comes in the end. For who has been able to resist death? Look at them, the king and the charwoman, the idiot girl and the philosopher, the oily merchant and the lovely bride. All of them have come to me. All of them are dancing for me. Come, my friends, faster, 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 faster. Look at them. They want for nothing. They know not desire. They have forgotten the needs of the living. I have allowed them no memory. Faster, 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 faster. Like my kingdom, my subjects are leveled and dim. But how fare my dancers? How fare my dancers?
Oh, I could dance with you forever, Mr. Pandora.
What is forever, Maria? Or perhaps I should ask, when is forever?
Forever? Oh, I suppose now is forever. Oh, see, you have forgotten to turn me about.
Why should I turn you?
Because that is the way to dance. See, they're all turning.
You're truly a wonderful partner. You never question, and yet you can always answer me. The pattern of existence in this place is splendidly adequate. In this place. Does that mean that there are other places?
Mr. Pandora, there is only here, just like there is only now. And here and now we are dancing.
Yes, you are wise. Only vaguely through a veil I seem to remember other things.
Still questioning, my friend?
No, sire, I am learning to dance with my very amiable partner.
You must learn your steps.
not get the prettiest girl in the town, Tina?
And am I the prettiest girl in the town?
Merchant, would you trade your partner?
Trade? What can he mean? Come, we must dance, Tina.
Yes.
Come, we must dance.
In life, you never would have known that joy. The charwoman and the king. How goes the dance, my friend?
Oh, it has been difficult for me to learn the steps, Your Majesty. You are a majesty, aren't you? And such a fiddler, too. It's been hard to learn the steps, but this gentleman here, he just so polite and proper. My lady, he says, just follow me.
Oh, but the lady is unduly modest. Her bearing is truly regal. I relax with her. I flower. An amiable partner. Milady, just glide and turn. Just glide and turn.
Here comes the fiddler. What's a fiddler? I don't remember. It's such fun to dance, don't you think? Oh, yes.
What were you saying, child?
I was asking a question. Now I remember. Kind gentlemen, what's it like to die? What did I say?
Nothing, child. Dance.
Faster.
Now it's forever.
I seem to recall other things. The prettiest girl in town.
I'm so very pleased. My lady, just follow me.
All the ladies unduly modest.
And the gleaming dawn breaks slowly over tomb and storm. Gone are the phantoms from the waking world, and still the strains of death's macabre dance.
The Columbia Workshop has presented as the 33rd program in its series devoted to experimental radio, Danse Macabre, an original radio play by Helen Burgavoy and George Zachary, based on Sasson's tone poem of the same name. The production was directed by Irving Reese. Columbia Broadcasting System.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open, so do come in. Feeling the chill of these winter's evenings? Wait until you've been with us a little while. You'll freeze with fear. Get 3/5s. Get the taste. 3/5s by State Express. get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste.
The cemetery caretaker and the ashen-faced, trembling young man make an odd pair as they stand by an open grave under the pale moon. In the grave itself is a coffin. The lid has been prized open, and inside the corpse of a middle-aged man. The caretaker warns,
"Oh, I've heard about blokes like you. Read about grave robbers. I never thought I'd come across one. Here, I've sent for the cops, young man. Don't you try no rough stuff. I'm a match for you any day."
But you don't understand.
Hey.
I tried to save his life, and now it's too late.
Don't you give me that. This fellow was given a decent Christian burial. You desecrated...
Desecrated, you say? Isn't it desecration to bury a man while he's still alive?
Yeah, what you talking about? You don't think people go around being buried alive these days, do you? I don't know what to make of you. I watched you this afternoon. I thought you looked a bit peculiar. I don't know what you was doing at a pauper's burial.
You shouldn't have had a pauper's burial. You shouldn't have been buried at all. I could have saved him.
You better think up a good story. Something told me that you was up to no good. No, don't you try no rough stuff. I've already warned you. I watched you. The police are on their way. Breaking open a coffin like that. I knew you was up to something, but I never thought...
It's because I let him get buried alive, and I was ashamed. Let him get buried alive for a measly £50. Now he's dead.
Hey, you come out of a loony bin or something. Now that I've had a better look at you, you don't look like no grave robber.
I'm not. Listen.
What's he to you, this fellow we buried today, eh?
Nothing. Except I'm responsible for his death. I touched him. He's cold. Cold as
death. He's only been in the ground a few hours. They don't stay cold like that. Sometimes we get an exhumation order. We have to dig him up, see? You'll be surprised how warm they get.
He is dead, isn't he? I mean, I brought this piece of mirror with me. There's no breath. Look.
I don't have to look. He's been in the municipal morgue for 2 days. He's given a pauper's burial. Now then, what's it all about, young man? I want to go home. He was dead all right when they buried him.
But not when the ambulance took him to the morgue. You see, I know.
You know? Oh, is he a relative of yours?
I never knew he existed until 2 days ago. I've been tramping the streets looking for work. I didn't want to go home. If you could call that one-room bedsitter Lil and I occupy a home. It was still ringing in my ears, the things she shouted at me as I left her.
I've come to the end of my tether. I've pawned everything. Look, even the wedding ring you slipped on my finger in the church. What did he say? And all thy worldly goods. Huh. That's a laugh. You were going to share all your worldly goods, were you? Well, if you don't get some money or a job, I'm walking out on you, do you hear? I'm walking out on you, and I'll go and live with my sister. At least I'll get some warmth and 3 square meals a day.
Oh, don't say that, Lil. Was it my fault that I fell sick? That I'm not allowed to work in the factory anymore? I've tried, Lil, I really have. Everywhere I go, they look at me and say, no vacancies.
Not my fault either. I warn you, Joe Harris. I can't take much more of this.
I know, honey, I know. I'll get something today. Really, I will. I promise. It was a promise I couldn't keep. Pounding the pavement. Watching the dislike and fear in the eyes of the well-fed as they said, no, thank you. Fear that one day they might become like me. And then I saw him. I was cutting through Duke's Lane. Nothing on either side except a huge brick wall. He was a short, fat little man. Our steps were loud in the quiet thoroughfare. your feet. Governor, you all right? He can't be. He's gone down. Don't seem to be any breathing. I wonder who he is. Let's see. He must have something in his pocket. Holy, blimey. All this money must be 50 quid here at least. Poor swine. What good is his money now? I better call a cop.
If you don't get some money or a job, I'm walking out on you, do you hear? I'm walking out.
There's nothing anybody can do for this poor swine. I'll find him soon enough. What does the guard do in a case like this? Beat it, you fool. Beat it with the first decent money you've had in months. Somebody will find him. Run. Lil.
Joe, you've got some money.
That's right, Lil. 2 £5 notes, 31 £1 notes, and the rest in 10 bob notes.
Oh.
It all adds up very nicely. 50 quid in all.
Oh, Joe, honey. Hi. How did you get this money? You didn't go and do anything silly, did you?
Such as what? Rob a bank? I wouldn't know how to start.
But how did you get it?
You'll never believe it. Remember I told you that when I was in the sanatorium, there was a fellow there with the same lung trouble named Ted Brown?
Yes.
Well, I lent him a quid.
You lent him a quid? Well,
I was still drawing my wages, wasn't I? We didn't know that the doctor wouldn't let me go back to the factory. Wasn't so bad then.
All right. But what about this Ted Brown?
Well, I'll meet him in the street, see? Says he'd been looking for me everywhere. Wanted to repay me the quid.
Go on.
Well, we goes into a pub to have a drink. There was a bookie there, and Ted said he'd had a hot tip for the double. It won, Lil. 50 smackers.
Oh, Joe. 50 smackers. Oh, I love you.
Lil went to get some groceries and a couple of bottles of beer. I sat on the bed and had a further look at the wallet. Having taken the money out, I thought it would be empty. There were 2 pockets, both with plastic windows. The first held a card which said, Harold Maxted, 26 Fairley Street, Hornsey. And then I looked at the second plastic window. There were strange words printed on a white card. It said, I am not dead. I'm subject to a form of cataleptic illness which may appear to cause death. If I'm found, notify Dr. Alfred Miller, Hornsey, 6641. No, it can't be. Not dead. Cataleptic. What have I done? What have I done? They'll think he's... Oh, no. Telephone. I must telephone. But Lil, she'll wonder where I've gone. I've given her all my money.
Here, darling. Take a look at this. Here, take these bottles from me, will you? Joe? What is it?
What time is it, darling?
I don't know. The pub was just opening, just after 6, I should say. Why?
Give me 10 bob. Do you get any change? I need some silver. I have to telephone. I won't be long, love.
What is it?
Well, I've just got to telephone someone.
You're not going gambling, are you? You haven't got the bug. You're not betting on tomorrow's races or anything like that, are you, Joe? There are all those bills to be paid.
I know, love, I know. No, I'm not gambling, but I need it, please. I'll be back in a little while. It's just that... Please, Lil.
All right. Here you are. Joe?
It's all right, love. Would I be too late with the phone call? Would they bury this poor guy Maxted, not knowing he was a cataleptic, thinking he was dead? This be the number of the doctor's consulting room or his private house. Can I speak to Dr. Miller, please?
Dr. Miller's gone abroad. He's been away for the last 6 weeks.
Abroad? Oh, no. Have you taken over his practice, sir?
No, I'm not a medical man. But if you're in need of a doctor, there must be plenty.
No, isn't that... You don't know which hospital Dr. Miller was at?
I'm afraid I can't help you. I must go. My wife's shouting. The dinner's on the table.
I'm sorry. Thank you. And then another thought seared my brain. A hole in the ground. A long wooden box and a man being buried. Being buried alive. And a shovel. Heaping earth on the wooden boards. Maxted. There must be a Maxted in the telephone directory. There was 14 Maxteds. Everyone alive and bad-tempered.
No, I have no relatives who suffer from a cataleptic illness. There are plenty of other Maxteds in the book. Try them.
I have. You're Mr. Zachariah Maxted. You're the last on the list.
Well, I can't help you.
What now? Do I go along to the police and say, look, I stole a man's wallet. Somebody might be shoving him in 6 foot of earth. What do I do? I decided to sleep on it. Sleep? That's a laugh. Oh, that... Buried alive. Love you, Lil. Love you. Please. Pinching white. They're putting me in a wooden box. And it's your fault, Joe Addis. I'm struggling for breath. They're going to bury me. Bury me deep. But not deep enough, Joe. Get me out of this or I'll make you suffer here on earth and in the beyond.
Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste.
Joe Harris had better do something about it pretty soon. Otherwise, the poor, unfortunate cataleptic gentleman will be stiff with cold. But let us see what he does do.
I didn't know what to do. It was less than 6 hours since I saw that chap fall. Maybe he's still there. Maybe if I go back to Duke's Lane, he'll still be lying there.
Joe?
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to wake you up.
It's the middle of the night. Where are you going?
I won't be long.
No, Joe, you're not going anywhere. I thought you'd been acting strange. Oh, Joe, I know I've nagged you and threatened you, but it was only because you were getting so down, so beaten. I love you, Joe. I don't want you to be doing anything that will put you in prison.
It isn't that at all.
Well, what is it?
All right, Lil, I'll tell you. And then you'll see why I have to go. And so I told her. Told her the whole story of how I robbed a man I thought was dead. A corpse who'd have no use for the 50 quid in his wallet. So you see, I've got to find him. Or find out where they've taken him. They'll think he's dead, Lil.
Joe, somebody will have found him by now. He's probably lying in bed fast asleep. People who have these sort of fits soon recover.
No, they don't. After I'd found all the Maxters I could, I went into the Hornsby Library and I looked it up. Unless they get assistance, they can stay that way for days. Well, then they'll bury him. And you know what that makes me? A murderer. I'm letting a man die for 50 quid.
Oh, no, Joe. Why don't you phone the police station? Why don't you phone the Hornsby police station? Tell them that... Oh, no, Joe, no, you can't do that. They'll call you a thief and put you away. Look, I'm getting dressed. I'm coming with you. Where did you say it was? Duke's Lane. Joe, let's pray he's still there.
Well, that might be worse. He might have died for lack of attention. Let's pray someone saw him and they took him to hospital and they realized he wasn't dead.
He's a copper.
It's a bit nippy this time of the morning, isn't it? Going off night work, are you?
What? Yeah, that's right.
There was a little commotion in Duke's Lane a few hours ago, so my friend Phyllis told me. Something happened in Duke's Lane.
Oh, yes. Just before I came on duty. The postman saw a bloke lying in the lane here, dropped dead.
Dead?
They sure he's dead?
So the police surgeon said. Why? Know anything about it?
No, we don't know anything about it. It was just that... Well, we wondered if it was anybody we knew, that's all.
Oh. Well, I believe they've identified him all right. If you nip round to the station, they may be able to tell you.
Oh, I don't think it's anybody we know. Oh, come on, love. It's too cold to stand here chatting. Let's go off to bed.
You two married? Yes. They should have been in bed ages ago. Good night. Or rather, good morning.
Let's go to the police station now.
No, Joe, no. You'll have to explain about the wallet. Besides, this policeman doesn't really know. Please come home.
But, Lil...
It's no good, Joe. We're going home. Come on. Some more coffee, Joe?
No, thanks. Look, it's no good. We've got to go to the police. We're committing murder. It's 2 days now. I didn't sleep a wink all night last night. Kept having nightmares. Hearing Maxted's voice pounding in my brain. Telling me to save him before it's too late.
You're the only one that can save me, Alice. They're burying me this afternoon. They're putting me in a coffin and they're going to cover me with earth. If you allow this to happen to me, you're a murderer, Joe Alice. A murderer, do you hear? You'll be punished. Punished.
He kept saying I'd be punished.
But you said yourself it's only a nightmare. All right, don't you go. I will. I'll say that I know... What was his name?
Maxted. Harold Maxted.
Yeah, I'll say I know him and he's a cataleptic. That's it. I'll go there right away. Excuse me?
Hello. Aren't you the young lady I saw down Duke's Lane the other night?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. You know we were talking about someone who dropped dead that afternoon. Well, were you able to identify him?
Yes, we were able to identify him all right. Why?
He's a cataleptic. He's not really dead, you know.
Oh, don't be funny. Got the card here. They're burying him this afternoon. He's in the Ornsey mortuary. Cardiac failure. This is the release for the body for him to be buried, signed by the police surgeon, Dr. Herbert Spencer. He may have been a cataleptic, I don't know about that, but he died of heart failure. Being buried in a pauper's grave at Hornsey Cemetery, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Didn't die of heart failure, indeed. Not dead.
Oh, well, maybe I'm being a bit silly. Thank you, Constable. Good day. Sure, he said the death certificate was signed by the police surgeon.
Oh, what did that copper know about cataleptics? Had the doctor known he was a cataleptic? I'm going to stop the burial.
You can't, Joe, you can't. Won't you tell the police about that wallet? Where are you going, Joe?
I don't know. Get drunk. I don't know anything anymore. Even my glass of beer went sour in my mouth. I bought it with blood money. The blood of Harold Maxted. I left the pub and walked. So they were burying him in a pauper's grave, were they? I didn't ask my feet to move towards the cemetery. It seemed as though they didn't belong to me. They were burying him as I got there. The minister, a grave digger, and an old man. Obviously the caretaker, plus a police sergeant. I wanted to shout, Don't put him in that grave. He's not a corpse, he's alive. Couldn't. Those 3 stripes on a copper sleeve seemed to represent a number of years I might get for stealing and for withholding information. I ran from the cemetery as though I were running from the vengeance of Maxted himself.
Hello, Joe.
They buried him, I saw them do it. A cheap wooden coffin. Or maybe it's a good thing the coffin was a cheap one. Maybe the death watch beetle got it in. Maybe there are holes in it. Maybe the poor swine will be able to breathe. 50 measly nicker, 50 rotten pounds, and I've turned myself into a murderer. But you, Lil, they'll nab you too. They'll say you were part of the conspiracy. What have I done to you? What have I done to us?
Nothing, Joe. All right, so you pinched his wallet when we were both starving. No one can have you up for murder.
Well, it's beside the point now, isn't it, Lil? He's down there struggling for breath, isn't he? He won't be struggling for long. I don't know anything about cataleptics, but you can't be nailed inside a coffin underneath 6 foot of earth for long. Look out the window, Lil. It's got dark already.
When's Joe?
I know the grave, Lil. I'm going back.
Joe!
You're not going to stop me, Lil. I'm going back and I'm going to get him out of that grave. Please, Lil, I've got to.
All right, Joe. I'll come with you.
Oh, no, I couldn't bear that. I've got to do this on my own.
Supposing he's too heavy for you. You're not strong, Joe.
It's a pauper's grave, Lil. They didn't take much trouble with him.
Why a pauper? There's all that money in his wallet.
That makes it worse, doesn't it? Maybe they couldn't raise his relatives. What with his doctor gone away and everything. Here, Lil, get me that hammer out of the drawer. It's got that thing at the end for taking nails out, and that piece of mirror.
All right. Here you are. Hope you're right. But you know what you're doing.
It's the only way, Lil. The only way. So here I am, and it's too late. He's dead, all right.
Blimey, young man, I wouldn't be in your shoes, not for nothing. Hey, just a minute. What did you say this bloke's name is?
Maxted. Harold Maxted.
Oh, no, it's not. What? This bloke's name is Sidney Fraser. Are you sure it's the same bloke?
Positive. No, it's the same bloke. His accusing face follows me around, sleeping and waking.
Oh, you young man, yeah. Come and have a look with me. We don't give them much of a tombstone, these paupers. There you are. Sidney Fraser. Born February the 6th, 1920. Died December 4th, 1967.
Well, I've told you everything. They've given him the wrong name.
You better tell that to the police constable. Oh, I'm sorry about this, young man. I warned you. I thought I was too old to tackle you on my own. When you started opening that grave, I ran to the cemetery office and phoned the police.
Oh, well, it's almost a relief in a way.
Oh, hello. What's going on here? Oh, it's you again. Your missus was in the police station this morning with some nonsense about... digging up a grave, are you? There's something fishy going on. When I told my sergeant that your wife came in and said we were burying someone who was a cataleptic and not dead, he nearly strangled me. Said I should have taken full particulars. So I ought to charge you both with causing a public nuisance. This fella, Sidney Fraser, has had heart trouble for years. Huh? Sometimes an ordinary hospital had the pleasure of his company. More often than not, it was a prison hospital. Our police sergeant warned him that he hadn't got long to live. And your wife comes in with a cock-and-bull story about burying him alive. As if we didn't know him. Sidney Fraser. In his day, he was the finest pickpocket in Hornsey.
Pickpocket?
Why, only the other day we had a complaint from Mr. Maxted that someone had stolen his wallet. Bloke jostled him at a bus stop and then started running. From his description, we knew it was Sid.
He picked Maxted's pocket. He wasn't a cataleptic. He was a pickpocket.
Yeah. You better pull yourself together. What are you doing here, and why is this grave open?
Oh, that's all right, Constable. Our young friend here got a bit mixed up. I opened the grave to show him he was mistaken.
Then why did you ring the police saying there was a suspicious character lurking in the cemetery?
Well, seems I was mistaken, that's all, Constable. In fact, we were both mistaken. Weren't we, young man? Hey. Pickpocket. Cataleptic.
Somebody should have told Joe Harris that lifting wallets from cataleptic gentlemen is a most grave offense. In fact, it is likely to incur a most stiff penalty.
Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3 5s Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
The Mystery Playhouse, a rebroadcast for the servicemen and women of the United Nations.
Good evening. This is Peter Loren. The circumstances leading up to horror and tragedy are many times as innocent seeming as a Sunday school picnic, and the perpetrators of evil appear often as ordinary, normal human beings. Yes, but they are capable of conceiving acts of diabolic destruction, as you will hear tonight in the Mystery Playhouse. Listen now to Mr. Boris Karloff in Those Who Walk in Darkness. We look in on a scene taking place in a private room at Bayside Hospital. A man with heavily bandaged eyes lies restlessly in a bed. At his bedside are his wife, Valerie, a nurse, and a famous eye surgeon, Dr. Paul Wade. Dr. Wade looks strangely and intently at his patient before he speaks.
The dressings at midnight and again in the morning, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Well, Doctor, what did you find? Will I be blind? Is it very bad?
Now, take it easy, Mr. Denton. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all.
You're sure? You aren't just saying that.
I'm quite sure.
Valerie, did you hear that? I'm not going to be blind. Valerie, where are you?
Right here, darling.
Did you hear? I won't be blind. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, darling, it's marvelous.
You don't sound very excited. Valerie, don't you realize I'm going to see again?
She doesn't sound excited because I don't want you to be excited, Mr. Denton. You've got to relax. Try to sleep.
Sleep? With this ungodly pain? My eyes feel as though they were on fire.
That will stop as soon as the opiate I gave you takes hold. You'll be comfortable, I'm sure. Now, good night.
You're going now, Doctor?
Yes, I'll look in on your husband in the morning.
Stephen.
Yes, Valerie?
Do you mind if I step out into the corridor for a moment?
But you promised not to leave me. I'm afraid, Valerie. Everything's so dark.
The nurse will be here, dear, if you want anything. I just want to ask Dr. Wade some questions.
Questions? But he's already told us to...
Yes, Stephen, I know. But I'd like to find out about the treatment and how I'm to take care of you when we get you home, you know. Just little things.
All right. But hurry back. I want you near me.
I will, dear.
Good night, Mr. Denton.
Good night, Doctor. And thank you.
You're quite welcome. After you, Mrs. Denton.
Thank you.
I suggest we step into the consultation room across the hall. We'll have more privacy.
All right.
Here we are.
Thank you.
Well, it's been a long time, Valerie.
Yes, Paul, it has.
Almost 10 years, isn't it?
About that.
Strange that you should have called me, of all people, to treat your husband's eyes.
Oh, I was panicky, Paul. I didn't know what to do. It all happened so suddenly. Stephen was working in his laboratory at the house when suddenly I heard a violent explosion. I ran in and found him clutching his eyes and screaming, "I'm blind." First thing I thought of was an ambulance. Then you...
Why didn't you think of me 10 years ago?
It's not fair, Paul.
Was it fair to turn your back on me and then to marry a man almost twice your age?
Paul, please, why bring up ancient history?
It isn't ancient history to me. I've never forgotten you.
Paul, about Stephen's eyes.
What about them?
I have a feeling that you weren't telling him the truth.
You're right.
Oh, you mean he's not going to regain his sight? He's going to be blind? Oh, Paul.
You don't expect me to be terribly concerned, do you, Valerie? After all, he did take you away from me.
Don't be vindictive, Paul. It wasn't Stephen's fault. He didn't even know of your existence.
And you never told him that we were on the point of being married.
No, never.
It's rather ironic that we should meet again at the bedside of my rival, your husband, a man who may forever walk in darkness.
Don't say that, Paul. It's horrible.
But unfortunately true. A moment ago, you told me not to be vindictive. I'm not, really. But if I were, I could have my fill of vengeance if I told him about us. And then told him that he'll be blind forever.
You wouldn't, Paul.
Or I might take another form of revenge. I could tell you that an operation is called for. A very delicate operation.
Are you trying to say that there might be a chance?
Yes. But supposing I refuse to perform the operation?
Paul, you're joking. You can't mean that.
Perhaps not. But you call me vindictive. Suppose I operate and my scalpel slips. What if he dies?
That would be murder. You're not a murderer, Paul. You wouldn't risk your professional reputation. Why must you torment me this way?
You really love him, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Then forget the things that I've been saying. I want you to think of me as a friend. I want you to trust me.
I do trust you, Paul.
Thank you. Now as to the possibility of surgery. Here is the situation. The transparent film over your husband's eyes, the corneas, were burned and torn by the explosion. They've been so damaged that blindness will result, even though the eyes heal.
But you think an operation would cure that?
Possibly, although it's a very delicate job. The injured cornea must be peeled away and replaced by a fresh, healthy one.
Where can you get healthy corneas?
From the eyes of the dead.
Oh.
It isn't quite as horrible as it sounds, Valerie. You know, dying people often will their eyes for just this purpose. We maintain what we call a corneal bank. It's much the same as a blood bank, only but there's this difference. Corneal tissue can't be stored more than 48 hours. It must be fresh, or it's no good.
You have some available in the bank?
No, that's the trouble. I'm afraid we haven't.
But there's got to be some, Paul.
I don't know where, Valerie. Unless...
Unless what?
I was just thinking. Last night, one of the interns asked me to look at a charity case that puzzled him. He lives in a dirty little shack near the waterfront.
Yes, Paul.
I stopped by and examined him. I found an incurable condition. There's no way to save him. He won't live more than a day or two. But his eyes are healthy.
You mean you think he might...
I don't know. You'd have to have his consent, of course.
Take me to him, Paul. I'm sure I can make him understand.
Oh, it may not be so easy, Valerie. He's a strange person. A mystic and a spiritualist.
Let me try. Just take me to him.
All right. We can go there now.
How can anyone live down here, Paul? Wet streets and fog rolling in from the river. I shudder.
You'd be surprised where people are forced to live. That's the house over there. That gray shack.
Does he live alone?
No. There's a toothless old woman. I don't know where he picked her up, who keeps house for him. She's rather hideous and, I suspect, a bit demented. So don't be frightened when you see her.
I'll try not to be.
Here we are. There's no bell.
Those foghorns are giving me cold shivers.
Yes, they do sound eerie. Here comes the old woman.
Yes?
We'd like to see Chandra, please.
You can't. He's getting ready to go away. Chandra's going on a long journey.
Yes, we know. We'd like to see him before he leaves. We are friends of his.
Eh?
I said we are friends of Chandra. I was here last night. Don't you remember?
All right. Come in. His room's at the end of the hall. You know the way. I have to stay here by the stove. I'm cooking something. Yes, something for Chandra's journey.
I see. Come, Valerie.
Something for Chandra's journey.
Paul, she's ghastly.
But harmless, I'm sure. Here. This is the room.
Dark in there.
Yes, but there's a lamp burning. But the wick is down. I'll turn it up. There, that's better.
Paul, there on the cot. Is he alive?
Yes, still alive. Chandra. Chandra.
Who calls Chandra?
It's Dr. Way. You remember me? I was here last night.
Yes. Chandra remembers, but it is too late. I am going away on a journey.
I know. That's why I've come. I've brought a young lady with me, Chandra. She has a favor to ask.
Chandra has no favors to grant. Soon I will start to the other side.
Let her tell you what she wants, Chandra. Now go ahead, Valerie.
Chandra.
Well?
Chandra, my husband suffered an accident. An explosion. His eyes. Oh, Paul, I can't. You tell him, please.
All right. Can you hear me, Chandra?
I hear you.
So this young lady's husband just lost the sight of both his eyes. He'll be completely blind unless I perform an immediate operation. Unless I take parts of two healthy eyes and place them on his. She's asking that you give her your eye. Do you understand?
I understand I am visited by those who would rob me.
But you're going to die anyway.
Die? No, you are wrong. There is no death. I am going on a journey.
Please. Please help me, Chandra.
No. I will need my eyes. I will need them to see into the great beyond. To guide me through eternity. The eyes are the windows of the soul.
I'll give you anything you ask.
No. No, I said no. No, Oh.
Oh. Something's happened.
He's dead.
Then it's all right. You can take his eyes.
No, I can't. He refused you.
Paul, listen to me. A doctor's first duty is to the living, to heal them, to make them whole. What responsibility have you to this lifeless thing?
It's a matter of professional ethics, Valerie.
Paul, you've got to do it. For me. Blindness would drive Stephen out of his mind. He's always hated the dark, like a little boy. Paul, please.
It wouldn't be right, Valerie.
It's a matter of life and death, not right or wrong. Paul, you have your surgical kit with you.
Yes, but...
Paul, please. I beg you.
All right. Close the door.
Well, it's good to be home again, Valerie. That hospital room was beginning to get me down.
It's going to be even better once the bandages are taken off.
Yes. Just another week, that's what Wade said. Oh, he's a good doctor, Valerie. I like him.
I'm glad.
Imagine being able to see again after all these weeks of darkness. I've never liked the dark. Why, it will be like coming into a new world. Yes. Tell me, what sort of an operation was it, Valerie?
Well, I don't know.
You sound like you're trying to hide something.
Oh, don't be silly, Stephen. Oh, that must be Paul. Dr. Wade, no. I'd better let him in, Stephen. I think Jenny's in bed.
Good evening, Mrs. Denton.
Good evening, Doctor.
Sorry I'm so late, but I had an emergency call.
Oh, it's quite all right.
Hello, Doctor.
Well, how is the patient?
Oh, fine, thank you, and anxious to get these bandages off.
Patience is a virtue.
Yes, but blindness is a curse.
Don't be so morbid, Stephen. You're very lucky.
Yes, I know I am. It's a warm night, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, a lovely night. Stars and a new moon.
They say a new moon's a good omen if you look at it over your left shoulder. Did you know I was superstitious, Doctor?
Well, I guess we all are in one way or another.
Yes. Oh, would it be all right if we took a short walk in the garden while Valerie makes some coffee? That is, if you have the time, Doctor.
Yes, plenty of time.
Well, can't I come along?
Oh, no, this is a stag party. You fix some coffee for us like a good girl, and we'll be back shortly.
All right.
Here, we can go out through the terrace.
Here, let me take your arm.
Thank you, Doctor. What a gorgeous night.
Yes, isn't it? See how the moon is... Oh, sorry, old fellow. I forgot for a moment.
That's all right. I'll be seeing it soon enough, thanks to you. And now you're seeing it for me. Over my left shoulder, I hope.
Why, no. It's the right one.
That's bad luck. Oh, but you couldn't possibly bring me bad luck, Dr. Wade. Not after giving me back my sight. You'll never know what you've done for me.
No?
No. You can't possibly know how much it was because you're not in love with Valerie. Valerie's my life, Doctor. So young, so beautiful. Without eyes, how could I see her beauty? I'm getting on in years, you know, and there'd be very little left for me if I couldn't look at Valerie and see the warmth of her smile. Oh, I don't expect you to understand that. Nobody can understand it except the one who's in love.
Perhaps you're right. It must be very pleasant to see with the eyes of love, even though the eyes are borrowed.
Borrowed? What do you mean?
Oh, why, nothing. Nothing, really.
That's not the truth, Doctor.
Shall we keep walking?
No, I want you to explain what you meant when you said my eyes are borrowed. It had something to do with the operation you performed, did it not?
Now, look
I
over.
won't be put off. I told you I was superstitious.
Give me back my eyes.
Who said that? Dr. Wade?
Who said what?
Give me back my eyes.
There. A strange voice.
I didn't hear anything.
Yes, I heard a voice saying, give me back my eyes.
Give me back my eyes.
There it is again, Doctor. Oh, for the love of heaven, whose voice is it? Tell me. Tell me, I'm blind. I can't see.
I think perhaps we'd better go in, Mr. Denton.
No. I tell you, I heard a voice.
Oh, but you're tired. Now, come.
But I... All right. I can't understand it. I swear I heard a strange, hollow voice.
There was no voice, at least. None that I heard. Here we are. Step up. That's fine.
Back so soon?
I think you'd better go right to bed, Mr. Denton. You're tired and unnerved.
Yes, I will.
Coffee will be ready in just a few minutes.
Oh, I think I'll retire, Valerie.
Is something wrong, Stephen?
He's tired.
Oh, here, let me help you.
No, don't bother, please. I can find my own way. You stay with Dr. Wade. Doctor, are you sure we didn't hear?
I'm positive.
I see. Well, good night.
Good night.
I'll be in shortly, Stephen.
All right.
What happened, Paul?
I'd rather not discuss it.
Please, you must tell me.
Well, it's something I've been worried about.
What do you mean?
I haven't brought this up before because I was hoping against hope that the thing I feared was not true.
Paul, you don't have to hide anything from me. Is something wrong with Stephen?
I'm afraid so. I'm afraid the explosion injured his brain as well as his eyes.
Oh, Paul.
It isn't going to be easy to take, Valerie.
What happened in the garden?
He said he heard a strange voice saying, "Give me back my eyes." Oh, I shouldn't be telling you this, Valerie. You're trembling.
Oh. I'm thinking of that Hindu, Chandra. You said he was a mystic, a spiritualist. Do you think it's possible that... Oh, no, it couldn't be.
No, Valerie. I'm afraid Stephen's brain has been affected. And the horrible part of it is that I'm convinced the complete insanity will set in eventually.
Stephen.
I heard what you said, Doctor.
Oh, Stephen.
It's all right, dear.
Stephen, darling.
Come back into the bedroom, Mr. Denton. I want to talk with you. No, Valerie. You stay out here. Or better yet, go and get me some hot water.
Hot water?
Yes, I think I'll change these bandages and I'll want the water boiled. So watch it for at least 6 minutes.
Very well. I'll go to the kitchen.
Now, Mr. Denton, shall we go into your room?
It's no use, Doctor.
Let me guide you. There. That's fine.
I know you're trying to cheer me up, but I tell you it's no use, Dr. Wade. I understand. I'm going mad.
I'm sorry you overheard. After all, I could be wrong. Although
you know it's true.
I may as well be frank with you, Mr. Denton.
Give me back my eyes.
That voice. I tell you, Doctor, I keep hearing that voice.
It's nothing. Your imagination is working overtime. Now, I'll get you a sedative. Valerie! Oh, here you are. I thought you were in the kitchen getting some water for me.
No, I didn't go. You didn't fool me asking for hot water.
Fool you? I'm afraid I don't understand.
You monster. You horrible monster.
What are you talking about?
Get away from that door. Let me go into my husband. Let me tell him.
Just a moment.
Get your hands off me. Let me go. I should have known right from the beginning. Instead, I trusted you, had faith in you.
Valerie.
Holding me. Make my skin crawl.
Valerie, I demand an explanation.
You'll get it, all the explanation you want. I suspected something wrong when you sent me for hot water. That was just to get rid of me. Get me out of the way for 6 minutes. But I didn't leave this front room.
Now, listen.
I did listen. Bedroom door didn't quite latch. I saw what you did. He couldn't see you because his poor eyes are bandaged. He's blind. But I saw your lips move, and I heard you say the words. Give me back my eyes.
Valerie, will you please let me...
If you don't get your hands off me. You unspeakable monster. Trying to drive Stephen mad. Playing on his superstitions, his fear of the dark, of the unknown. To turn him into a raving maniac.
Valerie, be quiet.
Quiet? Why, you filthy, desperate... What was that? Stephen! Stephen! He shot himself. He's dead. Oh, Stephen.
Valerie.
Go away. Go away.
Valerie, it was all for the best.
Best?
Let me talk to you, Valerie. I can explain everything.
You murdered him.
I did it for you, darling, for us. Come into the living room and let me explain.
You murdered him. Just as if you'd held that gun to his head and pulled the trigger yourself.
Please, darling.
Go away. Leave me alone.
Valerie, believe me, I did it to free you from a man who didn't deserve you. I did it so that you could know happiness with me. You're young, Valerie. You have years ahead of you. You're entitled to everything in life. You understand? Come into the living room. There, that's it. We're going to be so happy together. Let me close the door and shut out the last memory of what has gone before. Now, our life is before us. Here, sit down.
My head, Paul. I have a terrible headache.
I'll get you some aspirin. Where is it?
In Stephen's laboratory. I'll get it.
Let me help you. There.
I think it's on the middle shelf. Turn the light on, Paul. The switch is on the right.
I have it. Let me get the aspirin for you.
I can find them more easily.
I've been thinking, Valerie. After this is all over, we're going away on a trip. Perhaps somewhere off in the mountains, or... You've got the wrong bottle, dear. That's not the aspirin.
No. It's one of Stephen's chemicals. It's acid, Paul. Sulfuric acid.
Oh, Valerie, put it back on the shelf. That stuff will burn.
No, Paul. No, you cold-blooded murderer. You're going to know what Stephen knew before you forced him to take his life. You're going to know what it is to walk in darkness.
Valerie.
Forever. Down my eyes!
There, my friend, is a young lady who takes literally the old adage, an eye for an eye. Thank you, Boris Karloff and cast, for keeping our growing reputation for horror quite intact. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll follow me, please, I want you to visit the green room. The players are rehearsing our next performance. Come. Come, come.
Watson, what do you know about this man Damery?
Damery? What Damery?
Lord Damery, of course. You seem to have his photograph in all the society weeklies.
Well, naturally, the fellow's a household word in society.
Yes. He's a man of the world with a natural turn for diplomacy, and he's asked me for a 4:30 appointment, which I've granted.
You mean that Lord Damery's coming here, but it's 4:30 now. Look at the mess.
Oh, yes. Sherlock Holmes and the elementary Dr. Watson, played by Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, respectively, will appear in our next tale of mystery. This is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Murder makes a mummy? Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. Murder makes a mummy. The very absorbing story of a corpse that wouldn't be bound by the rules. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. There are some people in this world who just can't be satisfied. One of them was Barney Crawford, son of Chief of Police Crawford. For most young men, that would have been enough. But not Barney. Oh, no. Barney wanted to be an Egyptologist, too. It was early one afternoon, and Barney was feeling very much at home in the Egyptian room of the local museum. He was having a wonderful time, explaining the wonders of a dead civilization to Janice Turner, his fiancée, who, at the moment, was sorry the civilization was not only dead, but buried as well.
Great, mysterious Egypt, cradle of civilization. What accomplishments. The pyramids, mummification, the Sphinx.
Oh, it's such a beautiful day. I'll bet there are some people who are really enjoying it.
Look, here in this case is the scarab. To you and me, an ordinary beetle. But to the ancient Egyptians, a god who is...
It's pretty.
Of course. It's solid gold with emerald eyes.
Now, that would make a lovely pin on my new dress.
Yeah. Let's go on, Janice. There's something in that case over there I want you to see.
I'll probably never get over it.
Yes, sir. One of the marvels of all time. The mummy.
How do you do?
Let's read what it says on the card.
If you must.
This mummy is unknown, but is believed to be the remains of Ra Marduk, the son of Shishak, pharaoh of the 22nd dynasty.
My goodness. As expensive as that?
22nd dynasty. Janice, don't you realize that's almost 3,000 years ago?
Barney, I'm sure the ancient Egyptians were a great people.
Great. They were tremendous.
But I never knew they wore rubber heels in those days.
Why, they had inventions that... Huh? What did you say?
I said, I never knew the Egyptians wore rubber heels.
Well, of course they didn't. Whoever said they did?
Don't argue with me. I'm just looking at the feet of this mummy, where some of the wrappings have come off.
Holy mackerel. That is a rubber heel. Come on, Janice, we better send for my father. This might be a murder. And that's the whole story, Dad. We were all right until Janice noticed the wrappings that had come loose.
And there, as big as life, Chief Crawford, was a black shoe with a rubber heel staring me in the face.
We'll soon find out who it belongs to. Now, here comes Sergeant Bailey.
Chief, the coroner's all through with the stip.
Good. Now we can go to work.
He says the fellow was killed by a knife in the back.
Uh-huh. Where's the knife?
Well, there's no sign of it, sir. Not yet.
Did you find any identification on the body?
Not a thing, Chief. But the killer left all the labels in the dead man's clothes.
Okay, run them down.
Yes, sir.
I can save you a lot of time, Dad.
Well, sure you can, Barney. Now, why don't you and Janice go someplace pleasant, huh?
That's a wonderful idea. We'll do something about it right now.
No, wait, Janice. Dad, I think I can identify the dead man.
What?
Yes. He was Carter Baldwin, an excavation engineer. I've seen his picture in the papers in connection with Egyptian expeditions.
What do you mean, Egyptian expedition?
He used to dig into the tombs of the ancient pharaohs.
What a way to make a living.
Oh, Chief.
What's the matter, Bailey?
There's something I forgot to tell you. The coroner said this guy's body was embalmed.
Embalmed? Oh,
Dad,
what?
that means the murderer must have embalming facilities.
Well, thanks for the tip, son. I could never have figured that out for myself.
Good heavens, I didn't think it was true, but...
Now, what do you want?
I'm John Lawrence, the curator of the Egyptian section. My assistant told me the police were here and that the body of a murdered man was...
It was, Mr. Lawrence, in this mummy case.
But that's impossible. There was a mummy in this case when I received it this morning.
This morning, eh?
About 6 hours ago. I can't understand it.
Where did it come from?
From Robert Prentice, the millionaire jeweler. He's one of our most generous benefactors. More than half the exhibits in this room were donated by him.
I see. Well...
Dad, would you mind if I asked Mr. Lawrence a question?
You? Now, see here, Barney. This is police work. Why don't you and Janice...
Mr. Lawrence, did you examine this supposed mummy when it was delivered to you?
Why, No, but I can explain...
Yet you allowed it to be put here for the public to look at.
I'm sorry. It was against the rules of the museum. But, gentlemen, I have so many duties, and this morning I was unusually busy.
With what?
We're setting up a new filing system in my office. Please understand, Chief. Mr. Robert Prentice has given us thousands of dollars worth of Egyptian relics. If it had been anyone else...
That's no excuse, Lawrence.
This is the first time, positively the first time, I've allowed anything like this to happen. Believe me...
Yeah. Bailey.
Yes, sir.
You and the boys stay here till you hear from me. Get this building a thorough going over.
Okay, Chief.
Where are we going, Dad?
Robert Prentice's house. What do you mean, we?
Well, this is a subject I know something about, and I thought if you ran into something that was over your head, I might be able to...
All right, let's go.
Oh, Chief Crawford.
Yes, Janice, I suppose you want to trail along, too.
Well...
Sure, why not? You found a corpse. Come on. We'll make this a family affair. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Prentice. Relax for a minute.
How can I, Chief Crawford? Think of my position. A reputable businessman, a figure in the community.
All I want to know is whether...
I donated that mummy to the museum, and now you say it's been replaced with the body of a murdered man. What will people think?
I can't worry about that now. Where did you get that mummy?
I bought it from Professor Morton, an Egyptologist.
Where did he get it?
He brought it back from Egypt several weeks ago.
Professor Morton, eh? Barney, did you ever hear of him?
Well, I don't recall offhand, Dad.
Neither do I, Chief.
I can assure all of you, Professor Morton is a scientist in good standing. I've had many dealings with him in the past.
I don't doubt it. But about this mummy, what proof have you got that you bought him?
I'll show it to you. It's right here at my desk. A bill of sale signed by Professor Morton. Would you like to see it?
I think so. One sarcophagus. Period 1000 to 900 B.C.
Dad, is that all it says?
That's all, Barney.
Nothing about Ra Marduk, son of Shishak?
Ra who? Son of what?
Oh, I guess in the excitement of the museum, Janice and I forgot to tell you. You see, there was a card.
Naturally, Mr. Crawford. Since Professor Morton had no positive proof that the mummy was that of Ra Marduk, we couldn't put that statement on the bill of sale.
Well, then actually you don't know what you bought, do you, Mr. Prentice?
Frankly, I didn't take the wrappings off to look.
And for all you know, it might have been the body of a murdered man.
Now, see here, Chief Crawford. Aren't we carrying this a bit too far?
How well did you know Carter Baldwin?
I didn't know him at all. I've heard of him, but I never met him. Why don't you ask Professor Morton about him? He might be able to give you some vital information.
Such as?
I couldn't say. But Morton and Baldwin went out on several expeditions. It was a close professional relationship.
The kind that might lead to murder?
One never knows what will lead to murder.
Yes.
But Professor Morton never impressed me as a man of violent moods.
We'll see. All right, Mr. Prentice, I'm sorry we bothered you.
No trouble at all. Anything I can do to help.
We'll let you know. Come on, kids, we're going for another ride. Let's hope this thing doesn't turn out to be a merry-go-round. Professor Morton?
Yes?
I'm Chief of Police Crawford.
Chief of... Oh, have I done something wrong?
That's what we're here to find out.
And, these people?
My son, Barney Crawford.
How do you do, sir?
And I'm Janice Turner.
I'm so glad to meet you. Come in, please, won't you? Now then.
Oh, Barney, look at this place. It's like a museum.
Thank you, Miss Turner. Everything you see here is an authentic relic of old Egypt. Oh, but forgive me. I have no right to call them relics. They are living things. This vase, for example, once adorned the palace of Cheops, pharaoh of the 4th dynasty, one of the builders of the Great Pyramids.
It's beautiful.
And this solid bronze bench.
Oh, when you two get through with your tour of inspection, I'd like to ask you a few questions, Professor, if you won't mind.
Oh, yes. I'm very sorry. What can I do for you?
Tell me about the mummy you sold to Robert Prentice, the jeweler.
A fine specimen. And Mr. Prentice is a fine gentleman.
Why didn't you want to certify the mummy belonged to Ra Marduk?
Ra Marduk? Who was he?
Well, he was a... Yeah, you tell him, Barney.
Well, Ra Marduk was the son of Shishak, pharaoh of the 22nd dynasty.
Oh, yes, I know Shishak intimately. But Ra Marduk...
Now, see here, Morton. You told Prentice the mummy might be Ra Marduk's.
Did I?
Professor Morton, did you or did you not sell a sarcophagus to Robert Prentice a few weeks ago?
Of course it was my latest acquisition.
With the body of Carter Baldwin in it?
Carter
Baldwin?
Oh, now don't tell me you don't remember him either.
I wasn't going to, Chief. Carter and I were...
Were what?
Well, we were associates.
And you didn't like him, did you?
He was the worldly type, not very likable.
You don't kill people for that, Professor.
Was he murdered?
Yes, he was.
Oh, Barney, Chief.
What is it, Janice?
Look what I found. The most wonderful collection of daggers.
Daggers, did you say? Where?
On this table. Look at them, as sharp as razors.
Well.
I'm really proud of this collection, Chief. It's the rarest in the world. Why, some of these daggers have been traced back...
Save the lecture, Morton. I'm taking them all down to headquarters.
Oh, but you can't. They're priceless, irreplaceable.
We'll take good care of them.
Oh, dear, this modern world. Why must you take them away?
Well, one of them might have bloodstains on it that don't go back 3,000 years. Let's go, kids.
Oh, my.
Stick close to the house, Professor. We might need you later.
I won't go away, but I don't understand why...
Chief Crawford, you don't think that sweet old man is a murderer, do you?
Maybe.
Oh, just because he had those daggers in his house. Good heavens.
Dad, haven't we overlooked something?
What now, Barney?
The mummy.
Well, what about it?
Carter Baldwin was found in a mummy case. Now, where's the mummy that was in that case when Robert Prentice gave it to the museum?
Where?
Yes. How do we know Morton didn't substitute the body of Carter Baldwin for the mummy before he sold it to Robert Prentice?
Barney, I don't believe it.
What do you think, Dad?
You mean Prentice gave it to the museum without knowing what was in it?
That's right.
Yeah. On the other hand, how do we know the switch wasn't made by John Lawrence, the curator?
That's what I say. Lawrence was in the best position to do it. And if you ask me...
Yeah, Lawrence was the last stop on the line for that sarcophagus. Why didn't he check it before he put it in a room for public exhibits?
He didn't have to. He knew what was under those wrappings.
Uh-huh. I'm going back to the museum for a talk with that curator.
Dad, would you mind if Janice and I didn't go?
Oh, that would be a pleasure, Barney. You call me at headquarters later. I'll give you a first-hand report.
Now, Barney Crawford.
Janice, I wonder if Morton might have an extra mummy lying around.
Shall we go back and ask him?
No, dear. We'll go forward towards the back of the house and look for a cellar door.
Say when, Barney, if you need another hairpin.
No, thanks. This'll do.
I still think we're going about this the wrong way.
Be patient, Janice. I'll have this door open in a minute.
That's not what I'm talking about. Now, instead of looking for a mummy, we should be looking for a motive.
I told you that comes later.
But a motive, dear, usually points to a murderer.
Oh, a dozen people can have motives. Here goes the lock. Now to open this door without making too much noise. So far, so good. Let's get down those steps. Now, you go first. I'll close the door after me.
Oh, where are you? It's pitch black in here.
Wait a minute. I'll get my cigarette lighter. How's that?
It gives light, but very little comfort.
Here, take my arm. We've got a lot of exploring to do.
Ooh, this is the eeriest cellar I've ever seen. Just walls and corridors.
Pretty queer for a private house.
Well, we've got no right to expect anything else. Professor Morton is an Egyptologist.
There's an open door, Janice. Let's see what's in that room.
But that doesn't make him a murderer. Why, that sweet old man must cry every time he accidentally steps on a bug. Oh! Barney!
What's the matter?
Look, those animals all over the room.
Oh, those. They won't bite you. They're only bronze figures. There's some cats. There's a bull. Over there on the shelf, some falcons.
That bull's the fiercest looking thing I ever saw. And in this light... Barney, what's the idea of the menagerie?
Well, the ancient Egyptians worshipped these animals as gods. They must be priceless.
I wish they were somewhere else.
Here's what I'm looking for.
What?
All those mummy cases. One of them might contain... Wait a minute.
Barney, why did it blow out the light?
Shh, listen.
Oh, someone's closed the door. We're locked in.
Must have been the professor. Hey, let us out!
Bang on the door.
I am. Bang
on the door, Barney. I don't hear you doing it.
I am. Yes. Oh, I'm afraid it's useless.
What do you mean?
Well, the door's made of solid stone. Here, wait till I light my lighter again. Yeah. And look at the walls. All stone. Just like the inside of an ancient Egyptian tomb.
I'm thrilled. What are we going to do?
I don't know. It looks like I've outsmarted the two of us. But good.
Barney, how much longer are you going to open and close mummy cases?
This is the last one, Janice. Well, no mummy.
Thank heavens. All I need now is a mummy to cheer me up. You know, your father should have arrested that Professor Morton.
Oh, have you changed your mind about him?
Barney, what do you think he'll do with us?
I don't know.
After we're dead, do you think he'll embalm us and sell us to the museum as mummies?
What a thought. Did you say embalm?
Yes, but I'd rather forget it.
That's it, Janice. If Morton killed Carter Baldwin and wrapped up his body as a mummy, then he must have embalmed him. And if he did...
Don't tell me you're going to start hunting for the embalming apparatus.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Barney, not
but Janice,
now.
I'm sure it'll be around
I
here.
want to get out of here. Barney, if we don't find a way out, then I promise you I'll go out of my mind.
Now, please, dear, take it
How
easy.
can I with all these animals surrounding me?
They're only bronze figures, darling.
And that bull standing there in the middle of the floor and staring at me. Just staring at me. I'd like to poke my fingers into his eyes.
Oh, look, honey, please, will you
and
listen?
I will.
What? What was that?
I don't know. I'm afraid to look.
Janice, you darling. You touched the spring in the bull's eye, and the wall opened.
Does that mean we're free?
It means something. Let's see.
Oh, Barney, it's not an outside wall.
No, it just leads to another room.
And there's another bull standing on a platform.
That, darling, happens to be a cow.
Well, I don't care.
And if my guess is right, it's Hathor, the ancient Egyptian cow goddess.
This is no time to get technical.
Well, I was only trying to explain, Janice.
Explain us out of here. Is this room a solid vault, too?
Seems to be. And it's outfitted like an ancient sacrificial chamber.
Sacrificial? Oh, Barney.
Janice, come on.
What are you going to do? Walk us through a solid wall?
I'm going to poke my fingers into the cow's eyes. Maybe the same magic will work twice.
Oh, sure. Just like in the movies. Barney. It's open.
Let's not stop to admire the scenery.
Oh, I never thought a hole in the wall would be so beautiful. Say, there's a flight of steps.
Yes, up to the professor's living quarters.
Dear Professor, how I'd love to wrap him up.
All right, but take it easy. We may have to take him by surprise.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
Yes.
And I hope we scare the pyramids out of him.
We'll have to be very careful now.
You think he might have a gun?
Maybe.
Is he there?
I don't see him. Let's not get frisky. He might be in one of the other rooms.
Oh. What's that?
Only the telephone. Let's get outside, Janice. The professor should be coming in here to answer it.
Nobody home.
Unless he's got an extension upstairs. Come on, I'm going to pick up the receiver and listen. Nobody on the line. Professor's out.
He's run away.
Yes. Well, I better call Dad at headquarters and tell him about it.
And while you're giving him an earful, tell him how that sweet old man locked us in an airtight vault and left us to suffocate.
I'll give him a full report. Hello, police headquarters? Chief Crawford, please. This is his son. Oh? Yeah, I'll try him there. Thank you. Goodbye.
Well?
Dad's still at the museum.
Then that's where we're going. I want to tell him about Morton right away before that murderer has a chance to go too far.
Hey, Bailey! Bailey!
Yes, sir.
What are you standing around for? I told you to turn this place upside down to get every man working.
Oh, Dad!
Well, what do you want, Barney?
I tried to get you at headquarters.
He got away. John Lawrence got away. Slipped right through my fingers.
When do we tell you what we've
Not
been through?
now, Janice, please.
What about Lawrence, Dad?
Well, we got here right after closing time. That curator was not in his office, so we decided to look here in the Egyptian room.
And, of course,
Yeah, there he was with his nose stuck halfway into one of those mummy cases. He took one look at me, dropped the lid, ran out of the room on the other side. We haven't been able to find him since.
What about the missing mummy, Dad?
That, too. We've searched this building from roof to cellar. Every mummy case that's supposed to be empty, every closet, the boiler room, we Now we even checked the furnace.
But no mummy. I see.
Bailey! Yes? Get headquarters on the phone. Tell them to send out a nationwide alarm. I'll get this guy Lawrence if it's the last thing I do.
Ooh, your pop's really in a huff. Well, we should have told him about Morton anyway.
Come on, Janice, we've got things to do.
What kind?
It's 9 o'clock and the public library closes at 10. We'll have to hurry.
What are we going to do at the public library?
What are we going to do? Some reading, of course.
Barney, will you stop being mysterious? Now, why did you drag me all the way here and to the section with the dustiest books?
Here it is.
What?
A history of the pharaohs.
Oh, no. Now, what's that got to do with the murder of Carter Baldwin, a 20th century excavation engineer?
Shishak.
Will you stop the baby talk and answer my question?
Shishak, pharaoh of the 22nd dynasty, the father of Ra-Marduk. Remember?
No, dear. I wasn't there when it happened.
Here it is, page 90.
And it would have been a wonderful thing for all of us if Morton hadn't been there either.
Shishak.
Shishak. Ra-Marduk. Oh, what names to hand down from father to son. Boy, how those people must have hated each other.
Janice, we've been chasing all over town for nothing. Shishak never had a son by the name of Ra-Marduk. Someone pulled a fast one on the museum by sticking a phony label on the mummy Robert Prentice donated.
Professor Morton.
Janice, you are absolutely the cleverest girl I've ever known.
No, he tells me.
Remember how you argued with me about looking for a motive instead of a mummy?
I'll never forget it.
Why, you were right. That's what we should have done from the start. Come on.
Wonderful. Where are we rushing to now?
To the home of Carter Baldwin, the murdered man. I'd like to poke into his private papers, if they're still around.
Well, Barney, what goes?
Not a thing, Janice. I've gone through every paper on this desk.
Baldwin may have had other hiding places. Why don't we turn on the room lights?
Well, the cigarette lighter will have to do. We're less apt to be seen from the outside.
Yes, darling. But suppose the well runs dry.
Oh, then we'll... what's this?
Discover it?
This book on the table. The Great Jewel Robbery.
Barney, you're not going to read it now.
No, dear. I did that once before, some time ago. It's very interesting, and I think it solves our case.
Barney, you sure you're all right?
I'm perfect. This book tells me all I want to know about the murderer and his motive.
I knew it. Too much Egyptology.
Listen, I'll tell you the story. It's about a band of thieves that became very rich, plundering the tombs of the Egyptian pharaohs. You know, a lot of those tombs are studded with emeralds, rubies, and other precious stones worth millions.
Go on. I'm beginning to see what you mean.
Well, legally, those stones belong to the Egyptian government, and excavators are duty-bound to turn them over to the authorities.
But this gang smuggled the stones out of the country.
Yes. Then, posing as Egyptologists, they transported the mummies and other contents of the tombs and either sold them or donated them to museums.
Was Carter Baldwin mixed up in that kind of
Well,
a
he
racket?
might have been.
He was an excavation engineer, and he and Professor Morton... Barney.
What's the matter?
Kill that light. There's someone at the front door.
Let's get behind the sofa. Stand as you are.
What?
Don't turn around. And don't turn off that flashlight or we'll shoot.
I see here.
Put your hands over your head. That's a good boy. Keep him covered, boys. I'm going to frisk him. Yeah, just as I thought. A gun. All right, Janice, you can put the room lights on.
Janice?
Just keep facing that wall. I'll tell you when to turn around. Now.
Why, it's Robert Prentice.
Surprised, honey?
Well, aren't you?
Not anymore. Well, Prentice?
I've nothing to say to you, Mr. Crawford.
Oh, come on now. Let's not be coy. What did you expect to find in Carter Baldwin's wall safe?
I said I have nothing whatever
Evidence,
to say.
wasn't it? Evidence that you and Baldwin were robbing the tombs of the Egyptian pharaohs.
Don't be ridiculous.
It's quite a racket, wasn't it? Baldwin explored and plundered, and you, Prentice, the fashionable jeweler, sold the precious stones to innocent purchasers. Why did you kill him?
You accusing me of murder?
Why not? It's the truth, isn't it?
I should say it isn't, young man, and if you want more careful of what you say to
now
me,
look
I'll...
here, Prentice. It's the end of the line. Would you like me to tell you what mistakes you made?
Mistakes?
Number 1, showing my father that bill of sale for a sarcophagus.
I bought it, a legal transaction.
Number 2, telling the museum the mummy might have been that of Ra-Marduk, son of Shishak.
Professor Morton gave me that information.
Without putting it on the bill of sale?
I didn't want his assumptions. I wanted facts.
And he gave them to you. But he said nothing about Ra-Marduk because he knew that Shishak had no son by that name.
Then he lied to me. I bought that mummy in good faith. You're so eager to find a murderer that I
There's
suggested...
still a third mistake. You told my father that you'd never met Carter Baldwin. Now, who told you about his wall safe? His ghost? That does it, doesn't it? I knew we'd get you eventually. It was just a matter of time. Well, Janice, Prentice just made a full confession to Dad.
Is it worth listening to, Barney?
Well, that depends on if you care. Baldwin was going to cut Prentice out of the racket, so Prentice killed him.
And had him embalmed. Who did that, Barney?
An undertaker's assistant. The fellow's answering a lot of Dad's questions right now.
But, Barney, why did Morton lock us in that vault?
Well, he didn't know we were there. He went out of the house and simply closed the door to his storeroom, and we just happened to be in it, that's all.
And it would have been that's all for both of us if I hadn't made a bullseye.
Or if I hadn't made a cow's eye.
I'm going to ignore that, Barney. But what about John Lawrence, the curator?
Well, I knew he was innocent the minute Dad told me what Lawrence was doing in the Egyptian room.
He was looking into a mummy case, wasn't he?
Yes. And obviously he was looking for the missing mummy. Now, if he'd been the murderer...
He'd have known where he'd hidden the mummy, of course.
No, dear. He'd have known there'd never been a mummy.
What? Now, look here, Barney Crawford.
Prentice showed us a bill of sale for a sarcophagus, didn't he?
I know all about that, but what I don't know...
Well, a sarcophagus is a mummy case and nothing more. If there'd been a mummy in it, the bill of sale would have said so.
Oh, so that's why you rushed to the library to find out about Ra Marduk.
Rahu?
Ra Marduk.
I haven't got the slightest idea who you're talking about.
Barney.
Well, that's better. I know him. The other guy never existed. He was never even born.
And so closes tonight's story, Murder Makes a Mummy. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Jock McGregor produced and directed for Roger Bauer. Tonight's cast included Lawson Zerby as Barney Crawford, Jane Harvin as Janice Turner, Al Hodge was Chief Crawford, Lon Clark was Robert Prentice, and Ted Osborne played Professor Morton. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very exciting story of a vacancy that was filled by death. It's called Murder Rents a Room by Sarah Elizabeth Mason. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
Before the war, the United States was a fourth-rate military power, with a standing army of only 178,000 men, and that's smaller than Poland's, Romania's, or Turkey's. But the United States emerged from World War II in a position of world leadership, with all the many attendant responsibilities. In order to maintain the peace and build for future security, the Congress has authorized the building of the largest peacetime army in our history, an all-volunteer army of over 1 million men. Today's regular army is one of the greatest scientific research organizations in the world. And because of its emphasis on scientific research and development, its men are highly skilled in radar, small arms, chemical warfare, photography, or any of the many other highly specialized services. Remember, the regular army man of today is not in the army because he couldn't get a job anywhere else. He is in because he has brains and ability, and desires to profit by technical training that is second to none. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Peter Hand Brewery Company, Brewers of Meisterbrow, presents card number 16 from the crime files of FLAMMOND.
A new file card, Miss Lake. Popular nightclub comedian suspects someone of trying to ruin his act. Case more serious than it seems.
Flammonde, the most unusual detective in criminal history. Flammonde, famous psychologist and character analyst. Flammonde, who looks beyond laughter and tears, jealousy and greed, to discover their basic origins. In just a moment, you will hear card number 16 from his amazing crime file. But first, here's a message from our sponsor. You folks have shown your appreciation of a good beverage by the way you've been buying Meisterbräu. So here's a toast. A Meisterbräu toast to taste pleasure. Yes, a Meisterbräu record has been made in and around this area. Why, every place you go, you hear folks ordering Meisterbräu. Because when people go to their favorite place for a few minutes relaxation, they know a glass of tingling, sparkling Meisterbräu draft beer will hit their thirsty spot. There's an added zest, a mellow smoothness in Meisterbräu's old-time flavor that comes from percolating the finest, delicate flavors of expensive hops right through the brew. So taste the distinguished, satisfying goodness of this beer with old-time flavor. Just walk into your favorite spot and say, Meisterbräu. It's sure enough the beer. And to be sure that Meisterbräu will continue to be available, please return all empty bottles to your retailer as quickly as possible. And now, card number 16 from the crime files of Flammonde. Tonight's story opens in Flammonde's office with Danny Dole, a nightclub comedian, pouring out his trouble.
My name's Danny Dole, Flammonde. I guess I don't have to tell you any more, do I?
No, not unless you want to, I suppose.
Oh, you're the nightclub comedian.
Yeah, nightclub, musical comedy, movies, radio. I guess they know me just about any place.
Well, I don't go in for nightlife much.
That's right, Mr. Dole. Doggone it. Honestly, though, Flammonde, Danny Dole really is a nightclub celebrity.
Yeah, I suppose I am. You know, I always think the celebrities come to watch my act, but I guess I'm a celebrity too, huh?
Why, certainly.
But people don't ordinarily come to see me unless they have problems, Mr. Dole.
Well, my problem, Mr. Anthony, is, nuts. I guess I better be serious. Well, Flammonde, somebody's trying to ruin me.
Ruin you?
Yeah. There's a deliberate attempt to crab my act, to keep my material from going over, from getting laughs.
Who in the world would want to do that?
Well, I got ideas, but I don't get all the angles. That's what bothers me.
Mr. Dole, why would anyone, by the wildest stretch of the imagination, want to spoil your act?
You know what I'm drawing down at the Club Lazetta, huh?
No, I wouldn't have the faintest idea.
$1,500 a week, and that ain't newspaper story dough. It's cash.
But who would be interested in getting you fired?
Well, for one, that crack-voiced sister that drools songs into a microphone, Sheila Ray. If it wasn't for her face and figure, her voice wouldn't get her a job calling trains in Winnipesaukee, North Dakota.
You think she's jealous?
Well, she had the top spot till I came in. She had her choice of leaving or taking a cut and staying on. Well, she stayed.
Well, theatrical jealousies are a bit out of my line. Unless they get to the point of physical violence.
There'll be physical violence if I get my hands on the louse that's trying to kill my stuff.
Fine. When there is, come around and see me.
One of the best gags in my whole act. Killed deader than a stiff on a morgue slab last night.
What was it, Mr. Dole?
I'm telling a story about duck hunting, see? Oh, it's a wow the way I do it. Never fails to get solid laughs. Usually stops the show cold. Why, the critics say
let's forget the critics.
Yeah, okay. They ain't so hot anyways.
You're hunting ducks.
Yeah, and I go through all the imaginary movements of getting ready to shoot. I'm crouched down in the duck blind, shotgun up to my shoulder. All make-believe, you see. And then I make with the trigger.
When does the laugh come?
When I make with the trigger, a dead duck drops down from the ceiling over the heads of the customers.
Oh, how cute. Flammonde, wouldn't it be a scream to get a dead duck in your soup?
That's the laugh. Nobody gets the duck. It's suspended by a thin wire. You can't see what's holding it, but it quits falling about 10 feet above the folks' heads.
Yes, I can see how that might get a laugh. The discomfiture motive.
Yeah, it's Sacco. But last night, it was strictly from hunger. I pull the trigger, nothing happens. There I am with my pants caught in the sprocket and my new departure coaster brake not working.
And did you look over the mechanical contrivance that releases the duck?
Sure. Somebody'd put in a new spring and release lever that was too strong to let the duck fall.
Any idea who did it?
I know who'd have liked to have done it. That singer, Sheila Ray.
But do you have any proof?
Not a iota.
Mr. Dole, I think this is serious. Extremely serious.
Flammonde, you're joking.
No, indeed, Sandra.
When somebody tries to kill your laughs, it's always serious, miss.
And, Mr. Dole, I think whoever's responsible for your trouble is interested in killing more than laughs.
Well, Dole, you gonna be funny tonight?
I ain't had any complaints till I hit this beanery, Gus.
At these other places, they must have been giving away dishes. But there's not more than 50 people out there for the supper show.
The word gets around when you clip the customers.
When I pay a comedian $1,500 a week, I expect to have an attraction.
I only been here 2 weeks. Folks will get wise.
About the way you miff your stuff?
I got nothing to do with the things that's been happening.
You're not liable to take care of yourself very well, are you?
I got a contract for 10 weeks. An airtight contract. That ain't doing so bad.
Suppose I throw you out and refuse to pay off.
Why, your joint would be closed in 2 hours. You couldn't get a band or an act.
Suppose you leave. Suppose you jump your contract.
That's not the way the number's written in my script, Mr. Clum.
There are ways of making people change their minds. I have some friends.
What about them?
They don't like people who get in my way. Sometimes they get mad about it.
You don't say.
Yeah. And when they get mad, they do funny things. A lot funnier things than you do in your act.
Like trying to kill a comedian's laughs?
Like maybe trying to kill a comedian. Period.
Come in.
Danny, Joe said to tell you that you go on 5 minutes early tonight. Oh, hello, Gus.
Evening, baby. How's the voice tonight, Sheila?
Good as ever.
No improvement? Oh, that's a pity.
It's good enough to get an encore in 5 bows, you ham.
Sheila, how come you bring Danny his messages about going on early?
Well, Joe asked me to.
You're doing what the head waiter says now?
Well, I was coming backstage anyway.
To Dole's dressing room?
No, to my own. What's eating you anyway?
How long were you standing outside that door before you came in? Answer me.
Hey, let go of my wrist.
What did you hear?
Nothing.
I'd remember that if I was you, kid. Exactly that. Nothing.
Flammonde, I wish we'd get a client like Danny Dole at least once a week.
Why?
Well, it'd mean getting out in the evening with you once in a while. You know, you're really quite gallant when you relax and forget about being a character analyst and psychiatrist.
Oh, but darn it, Sandra, I'm not relaxing. This is a job.
You mean you took that egocentric little comedian seriously?
I'm afraid so.
You have a reservation with you?
Why, I don't know. Danny Dole told us to tell Joseph our names. I'm Flammonde.
Oh, but certainement, monsieur. Right this way.
Well, Mr. Dole certainly got us a good table.
His vanity wouldn't permit anything else.
You're a fine one, talking about vanity.
Oh, but I'm not vain, Sandra. Really, I'm just sure that I know what I know, that's all.
Gee, this is fun.
Say, that's a gorgeous evening gown, Sandra.
You see? A night out even brings you to life.
The show's going to start.
Darn it, just when I thought I was getting somewhere.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Club Lucetta. The Club Lucetta, where you pay plenty for what you get. Ha ha, such happy faces. You know, for a bunch of 4Fs, you're the healthiest looking gang I ever saw. Oh, say, waiter.
Yes, monsieur?
Bring that young couple over there a bottle of champagne.
Yes, monsieur.
Put it on this man's bill over here. Well, tonight, folks, I'm going to open the festivities with my impression of The Hunt. Yerks! This is the Brooklyn Hunt Club. Imagine them bums chasing a little fox. I'm not a fox man myself. I'm a duck man. Oh, one day I'm blind, see? Out in the blind. Waiting for the ducks to fly over. From the north, I see a flock of 50 ducks heading south for a ducky little place on 71st Street. These are southern ducks. I hear them quacking as they get closer. Quack, quack, you all. Quack, quack, you all. Well, I pull my shotgun out of my pocket. I can carry it there because the pocket has a hole in it. I get down on one knee, just like Jolson. I put the gun to my shoulder. Then I wait. You know why I wait? Because I remember the old adage, never shoot into a flock of ducks till you can see the whites of their eyes. I wait. The ducks get closer. The time is right. I pull the trigger.
Sandra, look out! Sandra, darling.
Is she hurt?
No, just fainted. I shoved her off a chair just in time.
That's a swell gag, that is. Switching my duck on a wire for a lead duck. Why, this thing must weigh 25 pounds.
And it was not on the wire, Monsieur Dole.
Joseph, isn't there somewhere we can take her?
Yes, monsieur. Down to Monsieur Klum's office.
Okay. But whoever tried to murder Sandra is going to pay. And pay plenty. Sandra, dear, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here.
Monsieur, her eyelids, they are flicker.
Oh, I've been all right for a couple of minutes. But I didn't want to stop that pretty speech.
Deceitful wretch.
Well, I know one thing. After this, when you tell me that interfering with the comedian's laughs is serious business, I'll believe you.
I don't get it.
I think maybe I do. Joseph, why did you seat us at that particular table we occupied?
Why, Miss Ray, the singer, she came to me.
Came to you and what?
She say, Monsieur Klum, the manager, he have ordered this table for the guest of Monsieur Dole.
I heard that, Joseph.
You're getting the habit of listening in on other people's conversations, ain't you?
It looks like a healthy thing to do around here.
She's the one. She told me.
How about that, Miss Ray?
Well, you're not pinning this on to me.
Do not you dare to deny it. You have told me.
You hated me, Sheila, because I kept you from getting top billing and top dough.
I'm not denying that I told Joseph about the table.
Oh, you admit it. But what could you possibly have against me? You don't even know me.
You're forgetting one thing. One awfully important thing.
What's that?
I told Joseph that Gus Klum told me to tell him. And Gus told me it was very important.
It is funny, that. Very funny.
What's so funny?
That Monsieur Klum is not around with all this excitement.
Say, I haven't seen him at that.
The last time I saw him was across the room when we were bringing Miss Lake down here.
But he must still be upstairs. He wouldn't dare try getting away. Come on.
Monsieur, do you have a revolver?
Never carry one. Don't worry.
Oh, but Monsieur Klum is a dangerous person.
The frog ain't kidding, Flammonde.
Say, somebody tapping on that window.
Your nerves are getting the best of you, Sandra.
Just the same, I'm going to pull up that shade and see.
Gus Klum with a rope around his neck.
Oh, yes.
We'll have to get him in here.
The rope's tied to a little exit balcony upstairs.
Here, I'll cut the rope. You two fellows pull him in.
I have him.
So he committed suicide when he saw he was going to get caught.
Suicide? Oh, no, Miss Ray. There's the impression of a knife point against his stiff shirt, right over his heart. Gus Klum was forced out the window. He was murdered.
Folks, first time you try Meister Brown, the famous dated half-gallon, you'll find real beer-drinking pleasure because Meister Brown is brewed to give you an all-grain flavor and distinguished character. It's brewed the old-time way by the same methods as more than 50 years ago when it was first made. And now, thanks to a revolutionary method, there's added zest in Meister Brown because delicate hop flavors are actually percolated through the brew. This keeps the beer smooth. And besides all this, in Meister Brown there's natural sparkle and life that's a joy to behold. For this old-time brew is bottled with only natural draft beer carbonation. So, you can easily see, friends, there's a difference in Meister Brown. Stop at the place you buy beer and ask for Meister Brown in the dated half-gallon. It's tap fresh, the convenient size serves 8 to 10 people. Enjoy some tonight, tomorrow, sure. And folks, to be sure that Meister Brown will continue to be available, please return all empty bottles to your retailer as quickly as possible. The second act of tonight's story opens in Gus Klum's office in the nightclub. All the patrons have left as Flammonde continues his search for Klum's murderer.
So it was Gus Clum who told you to have me put the detective and the girl at table 16.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Oh, certainement.
Well, it's true.
You don't believe Miss Ray, Joseph?
I always believe a lady, mademoiselle. But it is unfortunate, is it not, that Monsieur Clum is dead?
Unfortunate or convenient? Me, I wouldn't know which.
I'd keep that funny mouth shut if I were in your big shoes, Danny boy.
Yeah, why?
I heard the row you had with Clum tonight.
I thought you wasn't listening.
I was listening, all right. It was quite a thing to listen to.
What was it, Miss Ray?
Gus Clum tried
Shut
to...
up, you. I'll make you sorry you ever opened your mouth.
Like you made Gus sorry.
Go ahead, Miss Ray. What did you hear?
Gus tried to get Danny to tear up his contract because the act wasn't going over. Gus was losing money on it.
That's a lie.
He told the funny man that if he didn't quit, things would happen to him.
Sure, he threatened me. So what? I called his bluff and he tried to crab the act.
Why, you big ham. You think that lead duck took its dive to crab your act? Just how important do you think your act is?
I agree, mademoiselle. A man does not attempt murder to spoil a nightclub act.
All right, voice of experience. I'm getting mad. I'll give you a thing or two to think about.
You'll have to get it out of a book.
Gus Clum was standing across the dining room when the rest of us came down here. Joseph and Flammonde and his secretary and me. None of us left this room.
Flammonde?
You was still upstairs, Cracker Voice. And after you came down here, we found Clum had done a one-way stretch.
No, you can't pin it on me. I didn't do it. There's only... Oh.
What were you going to say, Miss Ray?
Nothing. I'm afraid maybe I've said too much already.
I see what you mean. I think I'll have a few private interviews.
You have sent for me?
Yes. Tell me, Joseph, how was the Club Lisetta doing?
Very badly, monsieur.
Then I don't see why Clum hired an expensive act like Danny Dole.
Oh, that was the reason, monsieur. Monsieur Clum have been doing a little less than, break even. He reasoned that he needs a big-time act, something terrific. So, Danny Dole.
Smart business.
Unfortunately, no. Instead of losing a little, he started to lose $1,500 a week.
Where did Clum get all his money?
We had some very unsavory friends who used the Lisetta as a meeting place. It was worth something to them. And I hardly know how to say...
How to say what?
He owed me nearly $6,000.
You loaned him $6,000?
Oh, but yes.
How does a head waiter get that much money?
Oh, a good head waiter make a great deal. And I am a very good one.
With the club doing so badly, how come you risked your money?
Oh, the club was not doing well, but I was doing all right. It does not take many $5 and $10 table reservation to do well.
Maybe you're in the wrong business, Flammonde.
Is there anything else you wish to know?
No, you told us a great deal, Joseph.
Thank you, monsieur. Now, if I can help, call on me. Is it all right for me to go home now?
Sure, go ahead. And tell the rest it's okay to leave.
Thank you.
Well, what next?
We're going to take a look for the knife. The knife that forced Gus Clum off the balcony. Hello there. Drafty back here, isn't it?
Yeah. No one here. Everybody's left. And I don't see what you expect to find.
That knife, with any luck. Where's Dole's dressing room?
Dole? Flammonde, you surely don't think he...
I have to take every possibility. Where is it?
Right next to Sheila Ray's. Here.
Fine. Come on.
Hey, just a minute. Thought I heard something.
Oh, just your imagination.
No. Somebody's watching us. Following us.
Sandra, your imagination. Funny, there's no lock on the door.
Evidently, Gus Clum didn't want his performers to have any secrets.
Well, the devil's a light switch.
What was that?
Somebody threw a knife at us, and missed, fortunately.
The door.
Forget it. Whoever did the knife-throwing act is gone now. Hey, maybe this is the light switch.
Danny Dole. He's dead.
No, not dead, Sandra. He's breathing. Just been hit over the head. And here's the knife. Well, that's something.
I don't get it.
But of course, Sandra, this is the same knife that was used on Gus Clum.
Well, fancy see... Danny, what's happened to him?
Oh, he'll be all right. But I thought you'd gone home.
Oh, well, I thought I'd do a little investigating of my own.
Oh, where am I? What happened?
You know where you are, all right. And you know what happened. You came here to get rid of the knife.
Knife? What knife?
The one stuck in the wall. You were going to hide it. You heard the detective come in, you threw the knife, pulled the door shut, and pretended to be knocked out.
Yeah? Somebody was in here when I came to lock up my stuff. I was hit over the head from behind. Not too hard. Not any harder than you could hit.
You arranged the whole business to keep from looking bad.
I never looked bad in my life.
You knew Gus was going to give you the bounce. The publicity would have ruined you. And so you figured you had to make him look like a murderer and get rid of him at the same time.
You tell me how I could hang Gus while I was down in his office and him upstairs, and I'll get you 52 weeks booking.
I don't know how you did it, but you figured out how to drop a lead weight on somebody's head. You're crazy anyway.
Arrest her, Flammonde. She told Clum to seat you and your secretary at the table under the lead duck. She came down after Clum was hung. It had to be her.
So, you have caught them. Oh, congratulations, monsieur. Have they confessed?
They? You think Dole and Miss Ray were working together?
Certainement. These spats, they're an act. Mademoiselle Ray was mad because Clum demoted her from top billing. Dole was mad because he was about to be fired. They plan a dual revenge.
Oh, that's a new version, Flammonde.
And not a very good one, Sandra.
You don't believe me? Dole had to invite you here. The woman told me to seat you at the death table.
I think we've had about enough excitement for one evening. It's time to call a halt to this foolishness.
You mean you know who's responsible?
Certainly. But you seem to be enjoying yourself so much, I hated to spoil things. I do need a little sleep, though.
Flammonde, you're the most exasperating man in the world.
I suppose Joseph will feel the same way about it.
Sure, he's the guy. That's what I was going to say before, only I was afraid.
I see it all. You have gotten together. I am to be the, what you call, fall guy. I was not in the room when Clum was murdered.
Oh, but you were, Joseph.
He was still there when we carried Miss Lake to his office.
Who says so? Who saw him? Only you, Joseph.
That's right. We all been taking his word that Clum was still alive. In the excitement, we didn't pay attention to anything but the accident.
It is a frame-up, but it is one frame-up that will not work. Stick them up, all of you.
Say, that's my revolver you got.
And I will use it on you, too, if you try to get funny. Stand back, funny boy. Take one step nearer me, and I will shoot.
You ain't got the nerve, Joseph.
I have not, eh? All right.
I got him, Flammonde. Here. Take the water pistol and hit him over the head with it. Just enough to cool him off a little, like he did with me.
Oh, really, Mr. Dole? I hardly think that's necessary.
Squeamish, huh? I'll do it. There.
He's guilty, all right, Flammonde. But I don't get the pitch. Make with the words.
Clum always stood over by the balcony exit to watch the acts, didn't he?
Sure. But that's got nothing to do with it.
Oh, but it has. It was easy for Joseph to get out on the balcony a few minutes before and tie the loose end of a noose of rope around the railing.
Easy as feeding ham to a comedian.
And the second the lead duck started falling, Joseph slipped the noose over Clum's head and pulled him through the exit door. With his knife, he forced Clum over the edge. Then he stepped back inside.
Oh, but surely, Flammonde, somebody would have seen him.
Not at all, Sandra. He was a shrewd killer. He knew that all eyes would be on what he expected to be another murder in the center of the room. He knew that the human eye can't resist following the broadest sweep of movement.
But why'd he do it, chum?
Either he wanted to get his money back from Clum's estate, or wanted to get control of the club he set him.
He tried to buy it. I know that.
But Miss Ray said Clum gave instructions to seat us at that table.
Clum wanted to get rid of Danny Dole's act. Joseph tipped him off that Dole had hired a detective.
Okay, so far.
And Joseph said he had a way to get rid of Dole, but mustn't be suspected. Joseph had Clum send Sheila to him with instructions.
Well, that adds up, mister.
I knew it couldn't be Danny or Sheila. It had to be Joseph. Everything pointed his way.
But why did he try to murder me?
He didn't. What was supposed to be a murder at the table was purely incidental to him.
Nice guy, Joseph. Say, he was the guy that was killing all my jokes.
You can't murder the dead, Danny.
Flammonde and Sandra will be back in a moment with a basic clue in tonight's story. But right now, here's some information that can help everyone. Folks, it's a fact that Meisterbrow rhymes with the scheme of good, enjoyable living. So make evenings at home more pleasant by keeping a couple of big, economical, dated half gallons of Meisterbrow. genuine, tap-fresh draft beer in your refrigerator. Meisterbrau has a full, tingling, satisfying flavor that makes it an all-year-round drink. For Meisterbrau is a beverage of moderation, brewed the old slow way of more than 50 years ago. Next time you order beer, get Meisterbrau. And as you pour out a foaming glass of this fine, old-time brew, notice its natural sparkle and life, along with the old-time, all-grain flavor. And when you taste it, notice that added zest. For Meisterbrau has mild, tasty hop flavors percolated through the brew. Yes, the first time you try Meisterbrau, you too will say, Meisterbrau rhymes with my way of living. And to be sure that Meisterbrau will continue to be available, please return all empty bottles to your retailer as quickly as possible. And now, the basic clue in tonight's story.
Flammonde, you said you knew neither Danny Dole nor Sheila Ray could be the murderer.
Yes, that's right.
But I don't see how.
Well, first I could eliminate Danny because the dead duck trick didn't work the night before the murder.
That doesn't make sense, Flammonde.
Oh, but it does. You see, there was one person in the room who wouldn't be particularly impressed by the duck's descent. One person who might possibly see the murder.
Danny Dole?
Right. He'd seen it so many times it wouldn't impress him. So the murderer had to be sure Danny would have his eyes on the duck. He made sure by fixing things so the duck wouldn't work.
Oh, and then Danny had to watch it the next night, huh?
Of course.
But Sheila Ray, how could you be so sure she didn't do it?
Well, because she delivered the message to Joseph that he was to seat us at the dead duck table.
What does that have to do with it?
Delivering that message and admitting she delivered it made her look guilty as all get out. Had she actually been guilty, she'd have done exactly what Joseph did. Planted suspicion on someone else.
Yeah, but what made you suspicious of Joseph?
His saying that he'd seen Clum across the room when we carried you down to the office.
I don't see anything suspicious about that.
Had he really seen Clum, he'd have asked him to go down to the office with us instead of going himself. And I can't imagine the owner of a place staying away from the kind of excitement we created. Can you?
No, of course not. Well, I have the title for tonight's file card.
What is it?
The Case of the Squealing Duck.
The Case of the Squealing Duck, card number 16 from the Crime Files of Flammonde, featuring William Everett as Flammonde and Patricia Dunlap as Sandra. Look for card number 17 when the Peter Hand Brewery Company, Brewers of Meisterbrau, brings you the Case of the 24 Bottles. Next Tuesday, same time, same station. Tune in same time Friday night for another Peter Hand dramatic show. Yes, tune to this station every Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday at 9:30 for thrilling stories presented by the Peter Hand Brewery Company. You can see as well as hear two thrilling new detective programs, The Crime Files of Flammonde every Tuesday night, and Mystery House every Saturday night at 9:30 to 10 o'clock in WGN Studio Theater. Plenty of tickets still available for the next broadcasts. Write WGN Chicago 11, and tickets to either or both shows will be mailed at no cost to you. This is WGN Chicago 11.
Waterfront. Kegel calling.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Lou Kegel, ace New York detective, fighter of crime on the waterfront.
I'm Lou Kegel. Been around this waterfront off and on for 8 years now. Guess I'll never get enough. I don't know, just standing here on the pier, even at 6:30 in the morning, watching those noisy little tugs bring another liner in through all this North River traffic. Lights blinking through the fog, boat whistles. The long, low blast of another big baby coming in the Narrows. Gets me. Then every so often, the department hands me a chance to see a big ocean liner dock. By that, I mean they root me out of bed at 6 in the morning and they tell me to meet a certain man who's coming in on such and such a ship and be quick about it. At least that's how it was this morning. Not the worst assignment. Fact is, if it weren't for the frantic young lady with a press card in one hand and the pad and pencil in the other who keeps pounding on me on the lapel, I might even enjoy it. But she's June Sherman. She's my girlfriend, so she keeps right on pounding.
But I can't do that. It's unethical.
Oh, sure you can. Then finish by saying that he thinks his wife, Mrs. Lattimore, looks wonderful after a 3-month vacation in South America. That's what he'll tell you anyhow.
In other words, you won't try to find me for me.
Me, girl? A police lieutenant combed through a mob like this to get a statement for your paper from a broken-down diplomat? Ha-ha. Who do you take me for, Charlie Knickerbocker?
Everett Lattimore's not a broken-down anything. He's an ex-ambassador, a prominent lawyer, and very good copy.
All right, then why don't you go and look for him?
I've spent half the morning looking for him, but the paper sent me down here to interview his wife. So all I ask is that while I go aboard with the rest of the press to find out if she enjoyed the sea voyage, you keep an eye peeled.
Glad to.
And if you should see Mr.
I'll
Lattimore,
tip my hat and keep on walking. Look, the police department doesn't pay me to boost your circulation. I am here this morning to see that nothing happens to an ex-thug by the name of Patterson who's been out of the country for 8 years. And that's all I'm going to do.
Look, you've told me this 3 times and it's still ridiculous. Since when have the police taken to protecting racketeers?
Patterson's life has been threatened by a former mobster of his, a man named Landry. Miss Sherman, you've heard of crime prevention?
I've heard of it.
Oh, well. Well, for that, tomorrow night you buy your own ticket to the hockey game.
Oh, I'm beginning to understand. You wait until this Landry fella starts up the gangplank with his submachine gun and then quick as a flash...
Oh, forgive me, I have an appointment.
Llewellyn, is this goodbye?
You call me Llewellyn once again, and right here in broad daylight, I'll take you over my knee, and I swear...
Hey, wait a minute. Somebody's calling you.
Huh?
Oh, Lieutenant Cagle.
Where's the...
Coming down the gangplank. The customs man. He's waving at
Well,
you.
now, what do you suppose Hank wants? Over here, Hank. Come on, let's see what he wants.
Oh, okay.
Oh, may I get...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
There's been a murder on board ship. A woman just got shot.
Well, how'd it happen?
I don't know. She was standing by the rail and just keeled over. A bullet in her neck.
You know who she is?
Yeah. Mrs. Everett Lattimore. All right. Keep back. Will you all please keep back? We can't even breathe.
You find Patterson?
Yeah, he's in his stateroom. He wants to see you. Poor guy. He's scared half to death. He thinks the shot was intended for him.
Yeah. So do I. Patterson's scared. So scared he won't let me into his stateroom until I show him the badge. June and I take a few minutes to cool him down, and then I ask how much he remembers of what happened up there before Mrs. Lattimore was shot.
Enough to convince me if I don't get police protection, I'm as good as dead. Landry said he'd get me. He's out to do it.
Was Mrs. Lattimore standing near you?
Yeah. In fact, I'd been talking to her.
You knew her?
Not very well. Her husband was my lawyer on a few things long time ago. We met once or twice.
What's Landry got against you?
A bad break.
You left for South America, and he went to jail.
Okay, isn't that a bad break?
Where was Mrs. Lattimore standing when she was hit?
Against the rail. I don't know what you're asking all these questions for. It's as plain as day. Landry took a pot shot at me from the pier and hit her instead. I tell you, the man is killed crazy. If you don't round him up, he'll try it again. And he'll keep right on trying until he gets me.
That's probably Hank.
I'll get it. Hello? Yes, he is. Just a minute. It's Hank. He says Mr. Lattimore just came aboard. They had to tell him.
Let me take it. Hello, Hank. Where you calling from? Lattimore there? You identify the body yet? He did, huh? Do you think he could stand to answer a few questions? Well, I'll drop by just in case. Okay.
just a minute, Lou.
Mr. Lattimore, if you want anything, I'll be right outside the door.
Thank you.
Okay, Lou, you can go in.
Thanks, Hank. Mr. Lattimore, I'm Lieutenant Cagle. I just wanted to let you know that we're almost certain who's responsible for what happened, and...
Yes, the other gentleman said something.
You see, an ex-convict named Landry had threatened to kill a Mr. Patterson. A former client of yours, I think.
Yes, I know the man.
I was assigned to cover Patterson's arrival this morning in case Landry showed up. I didn't see him, but he slipped through, that's for sure.
As I recall, Mr. Patterson made quite a few enemies. Isn't it barely possible that Landry may not have killed me? I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
Oh, Mr. Lattimore, let's put this off. In a day or two, maybe.
No, talking about it is better than...
You say Patterson made other enemies. Any you remember offhand?
Rick Pearson, Louis Benedict, for example. Underworld people, of course. They both ran in with Patterson at one time or another.
Well, now, let's see. Somebody Pearson went up to Sing Sing 8 or 10 months ago for manslaughter.
It might have been Rick. I'm completely out of touch with that crowd, though. I haven't practiced criminal law for better than 10 years.
What about Landry?
I don't think Patterson ever mentioned him.
He held the bag on a hijacking job of Patterson's, summer of 1938. I say Patterson's, but we couldn't prove it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Patterson left the country. Landry took the rap for 7 years and came out hating Patterson more than ever.
I see.
So when word got around last week that Patterson was on his way home from South America, Landry went on a 3-day toot. Over half a dozen people heard him threaten to get even. It's a pretty clear case, if you ask me.
I can't see anything else. Lieutenant, my wife's death was accidental. But it's no accident that maniacs like Landry are roaming the streets. I know it's rather late for a man who spent half his life defending killers and racketeers to start calling for law and order, but I am calling for it. I'm rich. If you bring Landry in, there's $5,000 in it for
Hold
him.
on, Mr. Lattimore, wait a minute.
And I'll post it as a reward. $5,000 to anyone who brings him in. This may surprise you, but all the years Virginia and I were married, she never once approved my work as a criminal lawyer. The day I accepted my ambassadorship, she was the happiest woman alive. Nothing since ever clouded that happiness except her occasional anxiety that one day all my years of connivance would somehow come home to roost. Is there anything else, Lieutenant?
No, I don't think so. About your wife's personal effects, clothes, jewelry, we'll have them sent to you if you wish.
Yes, I'd want them. Virginia always ran the bright colors. It was typical of her. Inside, she was an anxious, tired little girl, but she dressed like a peacock. The huge yellow hat today, just like her.
It's close to midnight before Landry's in the net. We bring him to headquarters, check his alibi, and for the next 6 hours we take turns at trying to trip him up, but it's no good. He's covered and we can't shake him. Then after breakfast, June drops in just in time to watch our teleprinter blow the rest of the case to pieces. Well, that's all. Pearson's been in jail since last March. Benedict hasn't left Chicago for 2 years. Brings us right back to Landry.
And the big all-night denial.
Uh-huh, why not? No weapon, no witnesses. They'd laugh us out of court, and Landry knows it.
I love the ballistics report.
Hmm?
Well, how do you get a high-powered rifle into action on a crowded pier without being seen?
That's out. Shot was fired from a point on shore about 100 feet off the ground. Rooftop, warehouse, take your choice.
Hardly a technique you'd expect from Landry.
He could have paid the bill.
When you releasing him?
After we have a little chat, there's 1 or 2 questions still left in my mind.
Our lawyer showed up yet?
You don't need one. Lock up, Joe. I'll be a few minutes.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Sit down, Landry. Well, we've decided to turn you loose.
Well, finally coming around.
Well, wait a minute. Let me finish. There's a small matter of $1,000 for bail.
I got it.
And something for you to think over. Landry, you're the only full-fledged suspect we have, and that's a bad spot to be in right now because Mr. Lattimore, the big man in this town, has offered a lot of money to whoever brings in his wife's killer. Now, if you remember anybody else Patterson didn't get on with, I wouldn't keep it a secret.
I can't name one guy that wouldn't like to see him dead, but...
Yeah?
There is a special party. You see, a long time, 10 years ago, Patterson had a girlfriend used to help along on the jobs now and then. Pretty, had some class, finally broke out of it and hooked a husband. A lot older than she was. Plenty of money.
What was his name?
Name of Fenwick. Yeah, a guy named Fenwick.
Paul Fenwick?
Yeah, department store.
So?
So Patterson got wind of it, saw a chance for some fast dough, and wrote Hazel a few letters.
Blackmail, huh?
That bum's been tapping her for years. Little here, little there.
How much?
Over 15 grand. She's ready cash. It'll be his first stop in town. See if I'm wrong.
More often than not, I'm at least 4 jumps behind everything that's going on around me, and this morning was no exception. Maybe Landry exaggerated a little when he said Hazel Fenwick's house would be Patterson's first stop. But it was finishing in the money.
Excuse me, madam.
Yes, George?
Mr. Charles Patterson to see you. Shall I... Is anything the matter, Mrs. Fenwick?
No. Please show him in.
Ah, yes. This way, sir.
Hello, Hazel. Surprised to see me?
Very pleasantly surprised. How are you, Charles?
Fine, just fine.
You look well. That'll be all, George. I'll ring if I want you.
Yes, ma'am.
Very pleasantly surprised. That's good. That's rich.
What do you want?
Right down to business, eh? Fine. I like that, too. Sort of makes up for how you fell down on our bargain when I was away.
What do you mean?
I didn't peg you for a welcher, Hazel.
Welcher? Look, this is another shakedown.
Look. You can give me those wide eyes all afternoon. I've got no train to catch. But the sooner you come up with the last 6 payments, the sooner I leave.
Are you trying to tell me I didn't...
Hazel, I'm a patient guy.
But you got every penny you asked for, every single penny.
That's $7,500. But just for old time's sake, if I get it by 10 o'clock tonight, you won't have to read about yourself in the paper.
But, listen, you promised me when you left the country that if I'd help you get started in South America, once you were on your feet, you'd never bother me again.
Yeah, that's what I said.
During the last 8 years, I've sent you over $17,000.
Sure, yeah. That's why my business went under. Because I had too much dough.
Avery Wilson, care of General Delivery, New York City. Wasn't that where you wanted it sent?
Yeah? And if you'd sent it, I wouldn't be here.
Well, I'll show you the canceled checks I withdrew the money on.
I don't mean a thing.
Oh, Chick, you gotta believe me. I mailed the money, I swear it. You can't expect me to raise that much cash again. Maybe this Avery Wilson, I sent it to
Who
her.
do you think you're dealing with? There isn't any Wilson. I don't worry about that end. If the money came through, I'd have got it.
Oh, Chick, give me a break. There's not a chance in the world of more than a few $100s by tonight.
All right. Do this. I'm staying at 312 Stanton Avenue, 3rd floor. Whether you have the full amount or not, be there tonight by 10 o'clock. Understand?
I'll be there.
Maybe we can work something out.
Maybe we can, at that.
Things are quiet enough the rest of the day. About 8 p.m. I knock off, have a sandwich, take in the hockey game with June. By midnight, we're ready to put on the feed bag again, so we stop in at Charlie's place down near the river.
You want onions, Lou?
Yeah, but no pickle.
Take the pickle. I'll eat it.
Coffee all around?
Black for me.
June?
Cream and sugar, Charlie. 2 lumps.
Primo here is now leaving the welterweight division. Cream and sugar. Take the pickle.
But, Lieutenant, this hamburger's so much better than the one you bought me for dinner that I just can't help myself. More reasonable, too, don't you think?
Look, girl, if it's the Waldorf you're after...
Come on, don't fight. Finish telling me about Patterson.
Well, that's all there is. One of our men saw him going to Mrs. Fenwick's house late this afternoon. Half an hour after he left, she called a cab, went out herself. Came back in time for dinner.
Where'd Patterson go?
Straight to his hotel. Hasn't been out all evening.
But he's waiting for some dough to show up, huh?
Might be.
Well, can't you arrest him for blackmailing her?
You get her to sign the complaint. I'll arrest him.
Fat chance of that, huh? Hello? Yeah, hold on. It's for you, Detective Richards.
I'll take it. Hello. You what? Yeah, sit tight. I'll be right over.
Hey, what's wrong, Lou?
Patterson. They just found him lying on the floor of his room with a bullet in his back. He's dead. Detective Richards, the young plainclothes man we have keeping an eye on Patterson's place, is standing on the curb when June and I pull up in a taxi. He's picked up the idea somewhere that the killing's all his fault and that he'll be back in harness by sunrise. As we start up the stairs inside...
Dead man's room's on the top floor, huh?
Why, yes.
As usual.
Beg your pardon, miss? She's worried about losing weight. Come on, let's go.
Be careful of the banister. There's slivers all over it.
Richards, was Patterson dead when you found him?
Yes, sir. About 1:30 it was. Still warm, though.
When was the last time you saw him alive?
A little after 11 o'clock. He went across the street with some cigarettes.
Hey, fellas. The pace. I can't keep up the pace.
You're not smoking enough.
Yale. Undoubtedly Yale.
Anyone else go up to his room besides you tonight?
Oh, no, sir. Not from outside of the building. I'm sure of that.
What about the shot? You hear it fired?
Not a sound. And it's been quiet. Plenty quiet around here tonight. Silence should fix that, though.
Who'd you get to stay with the body?
Patrolman Jameson. The landlady went out and flagged the prowl car for me.
And then you didn't call me until after Jameson relieved you, huh?
No, sir. I didn't think I'd leave the body alone just in case.
That's okay. Don't fidget. Well, which room is it now?
It's down here, the second door. Jameson's inside.
I'll be right with you. You gonna make it, Missy?
Five.
Don't quit. Come on now. Just a few more steps.
June will remember this. June will hold this in her pretty little head for some time. You betcha. Phew.
Everything okay, Paul?
Yeah, just fine. Oh, how are you, Lieutenant?
Hello, Jameson.
Evening, man.
Good evening, officer.
Well, there he is. Does that window been open all the time?
Oh, yes, sir. Nothing's been touched at all.
That's right, Lieutenant.
Well, what do you know?
Found something?
Uh-huh. Take a look at this bullet hole. That high-powered rifle is back in circulation.
The same gun Mrs. Latimer was killed with?
Same kind, anyhow. Let's see now. If I wanted to shoot someone standing in front of this window, what'd be the best spot on that apartment building across the street to do it from?
The floor just opposite this one.
Yeah? Yeah, but on short notice, that'd mean going through a landlord who might identify me later.
Yeah.
So if I were really hot stuff with a rifle, I'd set up on the roof and wait till the target walked across my sights.
Yeah, but Patterson was shot in the back. He's lying face down.
Yeah, but you see how his knees are kind of doubled up under him?
Oh, yeah.
Patterson's pretty tall. If he'd been standing out, the bullet would have broken the window before it entered his back. The window's okay, so he must have been sitting on the sill with his back to the street when he was shot.
I'll buy that.
Richards, does headquarters have a report of this yet?
Oh, no, sir. After I called you, I came right back here.
How about you, Jameson?
No, I didn't even know it was a murder until Detective Richards told me, Lieutenant.
Okay. Junie, you run downstairs and get Charlie on the phone.
I will.
Now, look, tell him to forget I said that Patterson was shot. In fact, tell him to forget we were near his hamburger joint tonight.
What's the deal?
We five are the only people absolutely certain that Patterson's dead. The murderer knows he went down, but it didn't have to be fatal. If the story goes out that Patterson came off with nothing but a flesh wound, I think we just might get another visit from the killer.
That's very old stuff, Lieutenant.
Whoever shot Patterson was in a rush. Much more so than the person who killed Mrs. Lattimore.
You're looking for two killers?
I didn't say that.
Well, of course you didn't say that. I simply
Will you
asked
please
him...
call Charlie?
All right.
Would you believe it? Occasionally we have talked about marriage. Well, anyway, presuming we get the authorization, here's my plan for what it's worth. 15 minutes later, on the way down to headquarters with June, I get an idea and I tell the cab driver to drop me off at the Belmont Arms, Mr. Landry's given address. I am just crossing the lobby when Landry steps out of an elevator with a suitcase in his hand. Oh, good evening.
Oh. You looking for me?
Mm-hmm. Why the suitcase?
Going out to my sister's place in Queens. Anything wrong about that?
Well, you pick a queer time. It's 3 in the morning.
I can't sleep in this joint. Upstairs, I mean, someone's throwing a party.
That'd be easy to check.
Check it. What's all the excitement?
Somebody took another shot at Patterson tonight.
Well, don't look at me. I've been in bed since 1 o'clock.
Well, how do you know that's an alibi? I didn't say when it happened.
Well, before that, I was playing cards up in Joey Howell's room all evening. Call him if you don't believe me.
Okay, Landry. But look, take some friendly advice. Nobody on bail ever looks good with a suitcase. Go on back upstairs and forget your sister.
If you say so. Tell me something. Is Patterson dead?
What makes you think he was hit?
Well, wasn't he?
Flesh wound in the shoulder. He'll be okay.
Maybe Hazel Fenwick, huh?
I don't know. It was a long-distance job. From the back.
Oh. You wait. He'll get it. They can't go on missing a rat that big very long.
I'm up the rest of the night selling a bill of goods to my boss, Captain Lawrence. As far as he's concerned, keeping Patterson's death in the QT is mostly kid stuff and not likely to settle anything. We go back and forth like that till the sun comes up. But when I leave his house, I've got the okay to go ahead. Now, there are a few more holes to plug, so I'll wait till about noon and then present myself at Mrs. Fenwick's. As the butler goes in to announce me, Mr. Lattimore comes out.
Lieutenant Kegel. Well, I hardly expected to see you here.
Morning, Mr. Lattimore.
Is anything wrong?
Quite a bit.
Involving Mrs. Fenwick?
Oh, that's what I'm here to find out. You know her very well?
Intimately. She's been my client for years, a very dear friend.
Oh? How'd you meet?
Through her husband, Paul. We were classmates. And what's up?
Oh, maybe nothing at all. Ever know her before she got married?
Why, no, but I can assure you...
Do you mind telling me why she needs your services just now?
No, not if you keep it confidential.
All right.
She's suing Paul for a divorce.
Oh? Another man?
I don't think so. One of those things.
Uh-huh.
And now, would you mind telling me why she's being investigated?
Oh, I plan to drop in at your office this afternoon anyhow. Bring you up to date on the Patterson business. If there's anything to this, I'll give you the whole story then.
Oh, fine. About 3?
I'll be there.
Mrs. Fenwick will see you now, Lieutenant.
Right with you. Goodbye, Mr. Latimer.
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
In here, sir.
Thank you.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
I tell you what, Mrs. Fenwick, I'll just talk and you interrupt me when I make a mistake. Yesterday afternoon, your old friend Chick Patterson came here and tried to shake you down on the basis of a shady past...
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, if you'd rather discuss this at headquarters, I can arrange it. That's better. Patterson didn't have any more money when he left than when he entered. We know that much. So here's the question. Where were you between midnight and 3 o'clock this morning?
Right here at home.
Can you prove it?
My husband's out of town on business. But the servants know I was home by 11.
Then you can't prove it. Maybe it's not news, but Patterson was shot last night. Did you see him at all during the evening?
No, I didn't.
Oh, that came out mighty fast. I feel you ought to know, Mrs. Fenwick, that although he was hit, Patterson's not dead. In fact, no more than scratched. You like to reconsider that answer?
I haven't seen him since yesterday afternoon.
Okay. He's being released from the hospital in a couple of hours. I don't know how much you've been paying him, but I'll bet you're in for a price rise. Think it over. I arrive at Lattimore's office right on schedule.
Come in, Lieutenant. You're quite punctual.
I try to be.
Have a chair.
Thanks. Did you know Patterson was shot last night?
I should say not. Whatever happened?
Same as before, a long-range rifle. He was standing in his room near the window.
Good heavens. Was he killed?
No, it shattered a bone in his arm, but he'll be okay. He wasn't discovered till close to an hour after the shooting. Lost a lot of blood.
You still suspect Landry?
Yeah, but he had an alibi for last night.
Well, does it hold?
I can't say. It's still in the mill.
Lieutenant, would your visit to Mrs. Fenwick in any way connected with this case?
I'm not sure. She's been a good friend of yours for a long time, hmm?
Yeah.
Did you know that she used to work for Patterson?
Hazel? You must be mistaken.
Years ago, when she was a kid. We've checked every acquaintance of his we could find.
But you can hardly suspect her.
We generally suspect everyone. But it needn't get out.
Oh, Lord, no, it would ruin her, especially with the divorce settlement pending. I wish there was some way we could be certain.
No, I'd forget it. Patterson's well enough to go on home this afternoon, and he still doesn't want to press charges against Landry because he knows they won't stick. Mrs. Fenwick never be called in except maybe at a trial, so rest easy.
I can't impress on you the calamitous effect such a scandal would have.
Look, it'll be okay. The odds are 1,000 to 1 you'll ever have to talk to another policeman. But my job is to run down whoever happens.
Yes, of course. And no matter what it may cost any of my friends. But I'm sure Hazel...
Well, that makes two of us, Mr. Lattimore. Well, I've got to be moving along. Thanks for your time.
Well, thank you.
And I'll keep you posted. Hit was set now, set and ready to roll. Landry and Hazel Fenwick thought Patterson and would be back in the open by sundown. Lattimore was disarmed enough not to scare Hazel, if it was Hazel, out of trying to finish what she'd started. And Uncle Lou had, as usual, taken too big a mouthful for himself. By 9 o'clock in the evening, when I start up the front steps of Patterson's boarding house, I'm rigged out to look as much like him as possible. Even to a black silk arm sling. On the way upstairs to his room, I get to considering the various disadvantages of this scheme. In order for it to work at all, the killer has to show. And what kind of a killer do you draw out so soon after his original try failed? A nice desperate one, complete with sharpshooter's badge. And it doesn't make me feel any safer to know that I'm in this thing all by myself either. Then the icy shivers set in. Patterson's door is unlocked, and locking it was the last thing I did before leaving here last night. There's only one thing in the world I can call to mind that'll give me strength enough to kick open that door. So I call it to mind. $5,000 for anyone who furnishes information leading to the arrest and conviction. All right, will you walk out, or do I come in after you? Empty. There's a neon sign jutting out from the building across from this one, and when the light blinks on, it turns everything in Patterson's room a watery red. On, off, and it's dark again. I wait till it shuts off a second time, step inside, close the door behind me. Then it's on again, and I freeze. Off. I cross to the window, draw the shade, snap on the table lamp near Patterson's bed. As far as I can tell, the room's the same as we left it. I take a rumpled pillow from the bed, prop it against the lampshade. That cuts off enough glare so I can sit near it and still watch the roof of the apartment across the street. Then I go back to the window, raise the shade all the way up, and stand there. No customers. Just the red and black of the neon sign. On. Off. On. Off. So I plump myself on the far edge of the bed, take out a deck of cards, and begin a game of solitaire, keeping as much of an eye as I can on the stretch of rooftop through the window. I see it perfectly when the light blinks on, but while it's off, somebody could roll up a cannon on me and I wouldn't know it. 10 minutes drag by. 20 minutes. Still no bid from the killer. So maybe it is kid stuff. Maybe I... All right, now, Kegel, there's your boy. Come on, keep cool. Cool. Get that gun handy. Now wait. Just wait it out. They're hungry enough to come all the way in for you. All the way.
Lieutenant Kegel. It's Mr. Lattimore. Let me in. And put down that gun. You should have your head examined. What kind of wild-eyed...
Come on, step inside. You'll wake the neighbors.
You surprise me, lending yourself to a foolhardy ruse like this. I could barely believe my ears when I heard Patterson was dead.
If it's not asking too much, how did you hear it?
The district attorney's office isn't exactly unknown to me. That, however, is not the point. I'm here to insist that you abandon this reckless masquerade immediately. Haven't enough people been killed?
You want the murderer, don't you?
Of course I do. But setting a trap with human bait is a little too much. And while I'm on the subject, will you be good enough to draw that blind? Posing as a target may appeal strongly to you,
All
but...
right. Now, will you just tell me what... Oh.
Raise your hands as high as you can, Lieutenant.
All right.
Now stretch out in that bed. Face down.
Just as easily hand you my gun.
Do as I say.
Sure.
You can get up now.
Thanks. It's a queer-looking rod you've got. What's it called?
This pistol's name isn't half so interesting as its muzzle velocity.
Just like your high-powered rifle,
And even at close range, no powder band.
Well, you're thorough. They find me, and it looks like another long-distance job. It's very thorough. I'm surprised you slipped so early in the game.
I remember, Lieutenant. The yellow hat my wife was wearing. I saw through the telescopic sight when I shot her.
Yes, if it hadn't been removed before you identified her body, you could have stopped last night after you got Patterson.
I suppose so. Would you mind moving over toward the window, Lieutenant?
No, not a bit. Tell me, did you kill your wife because she held the purse strings, or did she know about you and Hazel?
A little of both. Now put your right hand behind you and edge the window shade up very slowly.
Sure.
I said slowly. And keep the other hand up in the air.
I got you. And with Patterson, you were afraid he'd tell Hazel you were the go-between on his blackmail racket. She wouldn't have liked that, you stealing so much dough from her.
No, she wouldn't. Run the shade up a few inches more, please.
You want it just above shoulder height. Like about here. Go ahead, move. Go on, just move once. This is no silencer, see, Lattimore?
Jekyll, don't shoot. Please. I won't move, Jekyll, I promise.
Come on, get up, Lattimore. It's all right now, get up. No one's gonna shoot you. And that, I guess, was sort of a horse on Lattimore. Walking him back downstairs instead of shooting him up because you get the same effect so much easier by simply offering the gentleman a chair.
Be with us next week when a kidnapper, an ocean-going kidnapper, meets Lou Cagle, fighter of Crime on the Waterfront. Lou Cagle is played by Myron Wallace. June Sherman by Muriel Bremner. Crime on the Waterfront is written by J.T. Kelly.
Dead hands reaching.
Alan Blaine.
Huh? Oh, I thought I heard someone.
Listen to me, Alan.
Someone did speak.
I spoke to you, Alan.
Who's that?
Don't be alarmed.
There's no one here. No one in this office but myself.
I am here.
Am I losing my mind? No, there's no one.
Listen to me, Alan.
I hear you, but where are you?
I am here, but you can't see me.
Who are you?
Listen to me, Alan.
Yes?
How much money are you making?
Not much.
How much?
$25 a week.
You're worth more.
I know I am.
Then why haven't you done something about it?
Well, there are hundreds of men who could do my work. I can't afford to lose my job.
You won't lose your job, but you will get a better one.
What do you mean?
Go talk to your employer today, Alan. Today, you hear?
Yes.
There's a position open.
Assistant manager?
Exactly.
That's too big a position for me.
You're capable of handling it. Go in. Ask for it.
Ask for job of assistant manager?
Yes. You'll never get it unless you ask for it.
Look here, who are you? Where are you?
You cannot see me, Alan, because I am not of your world.
Are you some devil? Some evil spirit?
I assure you, I am not.
And why don't you show yourself to me?
I am not permitted to do that. Be thankful that I am able to advise you.
Why do you advise me?
Because there is much I can do for you.
I don't understand. Your voice. Out of nowhere.
That must not worry you, Alan. Do as I say. Go now. Ask for assistant managership. Go, Alan. Ask for it now.
Wait.
Don't wait, Alan.
Wait, I want to talk to you some more.
Don't wait until it's too late. I warn you.
Come back. Come back.
Look here. What's all the commotion about?
Sit down, Mrs. Evans.
What?
I said sit down, ma'am. Here, I have something to talk to you about.
I want to know what the shouting out here was about.
Oh, never mind that, Mrs. Evans. I have something much more important to discuss with you.
And just what's that, Mr. Blaine?
It's about the assistant managership.
Well?
Well, you see, I was just thinking.
Go on.
No, I was just thinking that perhaps
Go ahead. Go ahead, Alan. Tell her you want the job.
Did you hear something, Mrs. Evans?
I'm waiting to hear who you have in mind for the job that's open.
I'll take that job, Mrs. Evans.
What? What did you say?
I said I'll take that job.
Why, I hadn't thought of that. You might handle the job all right. Yes. Yes, you might. Come on in the office, Blaine. Let's talk this thing over.
Assistant manager's office? Oh, Judith, darling. How are you? Hey, you coming down to see my new office? Oh, I thought you said you'd try to make it today. Well, I've had my new job for 2 weeks now, and All right, dear. Yes. Goodbye. I can't understand Judith lately. Seems like she's avoiding me.
Don't trust her, Alan.
You again.
Don't trust her, Alan. Don't trust her.
What?
Don't trust her. Don't trust her, Alan. I warn you, she's not to be trusted.
Oh, it's you, Alan.
Hello, darling. May I come in?
Yes, I suppose so.
My, you're beautiful tonight.
Am I?
Oh, that dress looks wonderful on you. I'm glad you're all dressed up. Honey, we're going to celebrate.
Alan.
I've just been promoted, darling. Now I'm making enough for us to live on. Come on, let's paint the town. And when we find just the right spot, I'm going to ask you to marry me again. Aren't you going to say something, Judith?
I have an engagement tonight, Alan.
Oh, but you can call it off.
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Think what's happened to us. Now I'm making the money you always wanted me to make.
You'll have to go now, Alan.
What?
I've just a few minutes to finish with my makeup. You'll have to go now.
But Judith...
Please, Alan.
Now, wait a minute.
Alan, really? I've asked you to go. I haven't much time.
Oh. So you haven't much time. Well, let me tell you something, Judith West.
No, Alan.
Yes, Alan? Let you tell me what?
Don't say it, Alan. Don't.
Well, Alan?
Don't say it, Alan. I warn you. There'll be a quarrel. You'll kill her this time if you quarrel.
I'm waiting, Alan.
Never mind. Just forget it. Good evening, my dear.
Alan, perhaps I should have told you last night. I didn't, so I'm writing to you now. You have made quite a fool of yourself over me for some time now. I've only permitted you to believe I loved you because I've always felt sorry for you. Now you're successful, and so I write you the truth. I'm being married tomorrow to a man from South America. I've never loved you. I know that I never can. And so I'm writing to tell you.
Miss Adams, will you please call me at 11:30? I have a 12 o'clock luncheon date. A letter from Judith. It's probably an apology for last night. I wonder what she said. Alan, perhaps I should have told you. Writing to you now, quite a fool of yourself. Always felt sorry for you. Being married tomorrow, I have never loved you. Never loved me. Oh, she can't mean that. Yes, she wrote it. Yes, she wrote it. Oh, so she's been playing ball with me all these years. Felt sorry for me, did she? Sorry. Well, I'll make her sorry. I'll show her. I'll kill her.
No, Alan.
Yes, I'll kill her.
Don't go to her, Alan.
I'll show her. I'll show her she can't toss me off like an old glove.
Put that gun back, Alan.
No.
Put it back in the drawer, I say.
No, no.
I warn you, you'll be sorry if you don't put the gun away and calm yourself.
I won't, and you can't stop me.
No, I can't stop you.
Nothing can stop me. Nobody. Not now. Oh, so she feels sorry for me. Well, I wonder if she'll feel sorry for herself with a bullet in her cheating heart.
All right, darling. I'll meet you at 8. Yes, I've written a note to Alan. I've broken things off completely. All right, dearie. Goodbye. Yes? Who's there? Who's there? Who is it?
Alan. What do you want? Alan.
Oh, no, Alan!
Alan. Alan, listen to me. Go sober yourself up, Alan.
Oh, go away.
You've lost your job. Spent all your money. This is no way out.
Leave me alone.
I want to help you.
Help me. Why didn't you leave me alone to begin with?
I warned you not to go to her apartment. You're a murderer now, Alan. You're wanted by the police.
Oh, go away. Go away.
You should have listened to me. I was trying to guide you.
Leave me alone. Oh, leave me alone.
I know what you're thinking. You're tired. The spirits aren't enough for you now. You want something else.
Yes.
Don't do it, Alan. Stay away from it.
No. I'm not listening to you anymore. I'm not listening. Do you hear me? Go away. I'm not listening to a thing you say.
Please to come in.
A friend of mine sent me. Jake Mullins.
Oh, Honorable Mr. Mullins. So, young C4, glad to help any friend. Honorable Mr. Mullins.
He said I could forget my troubles here.
Trouble? You have trouble, please?
Plenty.
You want maybe sleep?
Anything. Anything to stop this awful burning in my mind.
You smoke, maybe? Me fix pill. You sleep.
Yes, sleep.
You lie here, please. Stretch out. Make comfortable.
Yes.
Here. You smoke this. Take pipe. You sleep.
Yes.
So, you feel better by and by. No. Please to lie down. You smoke. Pretty soon, sleep.
Don't, Alan. I beg you. Don't smoke that.
Go away.
Please, not to shout.
Tell him to go away.
There is no one.
Don't do it, Alan.
You hear him?
I hear no one. Now, please, to be quiet. Just smoke. Plenty soon. Sleep.
It's too late now, Alan. I tried to warn you, but it's too late now.
Where am I? So strange. Quiet. Peaceful. What's this? Book. Old. Rotting. Why, a diary. Aaron Blaine. That was my great-grandfather's name. This was his diary. Where am I? Seems like a cave. Yes, it is a cave. My clothes. So neat and so clean. Yesterday, yes, even today, I was almost ragged. I remember, too, I was tired. Worn. Now I feel refreshed. How did I get here in this cave? That light. From a fire. I can read the book by the fire. Yes. We are now in the midst of a dreadful civil war. I fear everything I own is lost. I have only managed to save my gold. Gold. I figure its value at more than $80,000. I have buried it today beneath the horse stall at the east end of the barn. It will never be found there. Gold. Buried beneath the horse stall in the barn. But what barn? It's daylight. Perhaps if I get out of this cave. Yes. There's the opening. Yes, it is daylight. And there's the farm over there. It's an old farm. Maybe if I go over there, I'll find what I want. You say this farm did belong to old Aaron Blaine.
That's right, boss man. About the time of the Civil War was, I reckon my pappy done work for him.
Who owns the place now?
I reckon Uncle Sam do now, boss man. I pays the taxes when I can, and they lets me live here. Got myself a horse out there in the barn, yeah. Good old racing horse he is, and that barn's about to fall down.
Yeah, I see it is.
Yeah, well, over this way, boss
All
man.
right. Are you sure this barn's been standing since the Civil War?
Sure has, boss man. I has to prop it up here and there once in a while. Gonna go to pieces any day now. Yeah, there's old Thunderbolt. Oh, that old Thunderbolt. You was asking about a spade here, mister? Well, there's one right over here.
Yeah. I'll set the lantern down right there. Keep that animal back. I'm going to start digging.
Digging, boss man?
Yes. And if I find what I'm looking for, you and I are going to be rich. There it is.
Lord have mercy, boss man. Something buried there?
Yeah, a metal box. Come on, help me get it out of there.
Okay, boss man.
Did you get a hold of that corner?
Yeah, I think so. The pull's hard enough. Right. There.
Good work.
Heavy.
Yeah, got a lock on it. You'll fix that. Golly, it's heavy. Ah, there we are.
Lord have mercy, boss man. Look at that gold.
Yeah, gold. $80,000 worth of gold. What's that?
Must be the Pearson boys.
Who?
The Pearson boys, boss man.
Who are they?
They've been trying to get this farm, only ain't got enough money to pay the back taxes. Folks around here always said they knowed there was gold buried here someplace. They must have seen you, and now they's trying to scare y'all.
It's a good thing it's night. I was going to come down here this afternoon, but I decided to stay in the cave till dark.
Cave, you say, boss man?
Yeah, over toward the hills.
We better get ourselves over there, boss, if we's going to keep this here gold. Them Pearson boys been looking for it for 10 years. If they catch us with it, they's going to take it away from us. Boss, I reckon I can't stay here much longer.
We've got to stay here.
I was hungry.
And so am I. We can't leave this cave until those murdering thieves out there go away.
Boss, we done been here 2 nights and a day.
They've gone now, Alan.
You again?
Who, boss, me?
It's safe now, Alan.
Boss man, what you looking so funny about? You look like you done heard a spook or something talking.
You can go out now, Alan. They've gone away.
Come along, Sam.
Are we going to leave here, boss man?
Yeah. Help me carry this box.
How come you to change your mind?
I didn't. It was changed for me. Come along. Careful there.
Sure will be good to wrap this old boy around a good, thick old steak, or maybe a fat old chicken.
Oh, easy now. Careful. Let's scout around behind this tall grass.
All right, boss man. Now, you all watch your step out here. There's lots of snakes over here.
Snakes?
Yes, sir. Big ones, too, boss man, and pies and...
Now, come on. Over this way. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Look. Over there.
Lordy, boss man, that's an old grave.
Yeah, come on. Good Lord. Look.
Boss man, looky over there.
A bony, fleshless hand. Reaching up out of the grave.
Boss man, how come that a hand over there?
Whoever that was, they buried him alive.
Come on, boss man. I don't feel none too comfortable around here.
Now, wait a minute. Something scratched into this tombstone. I can't quite make out what it says. Yeah, that's better.
What does it say, boss? I can't read.
It says, Aaron Blaine.
Aaron Blaine.
Died August 16th, 1861.
August 16, 1861.
My great-grandfather buried alive.
Lord of mercy, your grandpappy?
I didn't die then. I was only unconscious from exhaustion. They thought I was dead, so they brought me here.
Where are you?
I brought you here to show you this.
How did I get here?
The opium removed the spirit from your body. I brought it here.
No, take me back.
You can never return.
Yes, take me back. Yeah, I have the gold now. I'll be rich.
No.
Yes, take me back. Take me back, I say.
Bossman, look at that there snake.
No.
Oh, Ron, Bossman, he done bit you, I tell you.
Poison. Been poisoned by that snake. I can't. Help me. Help me. I can't get back.
No, Alan. I warned you. Now, you'll never get back.
You have heard Dead Hands Reaching, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop, originating in the studios of WKY. The picturization story of Dead Hands Reaching appears in the May 16th issue of Movie Radio Guide. Ben Morris was heard as Alan Blaine, Eleanor Naylor Curran played Judith West, Muir Height was young Si Fu, Georgiana Cook played Mrs. Evans, and Darrell McAllister was Aaron Blaine, the voice from beyond. Next Friday, listen to Dark Fantasy 35 minutes earlier at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime, 10:30 Central Wartime. Listen for Rendezvous with Satan, another unusual adventure by Scott Bishop. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you each Friday night from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Dark Venture. Over the minds of mortal men come many shadows. Shadows of greed and hate, jealousy and fear. Darkness is the absence of light. So in the sudden shadows which fog the minds of men and women are to be found the strange impulses which urge them into the unknown. Dark Venture. Broadcasting Company presents Carl Harbord in The Man in 206.
I paused on the threshold of room 206. Inside the room was the killer, playing the piano in the dark. I struggled to hold my nerves in check, alone in the house, with him. My fingers closed around the small axe as I slowly turned the doorknob. And then, as it is with a drowning man, everything that had happened these last few weeks, everything that had brought me to this door, flashed through my mind. For me, it all began that night the reporter came. The fourth murder in the neighborhood had occurred only the night before, and the papers were full of it. They were calling the killer the executioner, and they said he killed only the helpless. I read all this as I sat in the lobby of my rooming house, and the thought wouldn't leave me. Could it be Fraser? Could it be the man in 206? Oh, I was letting my nerves run away with me. I was letting my hatred for Fraser warp my mind. It was just that everything was falling apart and I couldn't stop it. I remembered how grateful I'd been when Aunt Martha had willed me this rooming house. A chance to make something of my life. Sure, fine chance. In less than a month, I was on the verge of bankruptcy. 3 more tenants had left me today, and all because of Fraser. The outside door opened, and a young man came in, shaking the rain from his hat.
Good evening.
Good evening. What can I do for you, sir?
I don't know. That sign on the door intrigues me no end.
How's that?
The sign that says vacancy. I didn't think they printed signs like that anymore.
Oh, you want a room?
Yeah. But I also want a story.
I beg your pardon?
My name's Martin. I'm a reporter on the Globe.
A reporter?
Yeah. Every day on my way to the police station to hear the latest exploits of our friend, the executioner, I pass this rooming house. Every day I see that strange little sign. Vacancy.
I'm afraid I still don't understand.
In this city, hundreds of good, solid citizens are living in chicken coops and garages. All-night theaters or streetcars because there's no place else to live. And yet, here in their midst is a vacancy. But no one accepts the vacancy. Why?
Well, most of my guests are transients. They come and go, so I always have a vacancy. That's all there is to it.
In times like these? Why do they come and go?
Now, look here.
Your place looks clean enough. I don't imagine your rates are too high.
Look, if you want a room...
And also, why are you so upset? Yeah, there must be a story here. Let my fellow reporters worry about the executioner. I'll tell the story of the vacant room.
But I tell you, there isn't any story. As I said...
Yeah, I know what you said. Yeah. I also saw how pale you got when you said it.
Look, I'm very busy tonight. When you came in, you said you wanted a room. Do you want it or don't you?
Sure. I'll take a room. Make it for a week. Or do you think that's long enough to find out what drives people away?
I really shouldn't have rented the reporter a room. But with so many of my rooms vacant, I just couldn't afford not to. After I'd showed him to his place, I decided to see Inspector Garland. After all, he'd been living here in the rooming house for the last 8 years, and though I didn't know him very well, Aunt Martha had always considered him her prized tenant. I went down the hall to the inspector's room. I had to talk to somebody. I was desperate.
Come in.
Inspector, I'd like to speak to you, if I may.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, come in. Don't tell me I've forgotten to pay my rent again.
Oh, no, it's nothing like that.
Don't be bashful to tell me, man. I've got no memory for details. Your poor aunt was always hemming and hawing, trying to get her money without embarrassing me.
Inspector Garland, it's not the rent. I need your advice.
Advice?
Yes. Oh, what am I going to do about him?
Him? I don't understand.
Well, Mr. Fraser, of course, the man in 206.
Mr. Fraser? I don't think I know him. What about him?
Well, didn't you hear him last night?
I've been working nights for the last 3 weeks trying to find some trace of this creature the newspapers call the executioner. You'll have to bring me up to date.
Well, this Mr. Fraser, he must drink or something. He usually comes in after midnight and begins to pound on an old piano I have up there till he's wakened the whole building. Because of him, I've lost every one of my old tenants except you, Inspector.
Well, for Pete's sake, why did you tell him to leave?
Well, that's just it. I've never even seen the man.
What?
My housekeeper, Stella, rented the room to him a week before I came. He paid for 2 months in advance, and no one's seen him since. But if you've been here at night, you'd certainly have heard him.
Did you ever try leaving him a note, ordering him to behave himself?
Yes, last night. I left a note in his door. This morning, the note was torn to shreds.
Well, I guess the only thing I can suggest is to wait until the next time he creates a rumpus and then call one of our boys to come in and arrest him for disturbing the peace.
Inspector, I'm afraid to wait until next time.
Huh?
Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it's just my imagination. But...
Yes?
Each time Fraser's gone into one of his rages, there was a murder reported in this neighborhood. The next day, I think Fraser might be this executioner.
And your housekeeper is the only one who's seen Fraser?
Yes.
All right, come on, let's talk to her.
You won't say anything about what I suspect. It'll only upset Stella.
No, I won't say anything.
Ah, here's her room. Stella, it's me, Mr. Wilson.
Come in, Mr. Wilson. Oh, Inspector Garland.
Why are you packing, Stella?
I was just going to tell you I'm leaving.
Leaving? But why?
Well, I'm not at all well, you know. I've been under a doctor's care for the last 5 years, and now this excitement. Well, it's just too much.
You mean Fraser, Stella?
Him and that killer, too. I'm worried and frightened all the time. It's just too much.
Well, where are you going?
To my sister's place. I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson. Before you took over, I'd worked for your Aunt Martha, God rest her soul, for 8 years. But I've got to think of myself.
But I'm trying to get rid of Fraser.
You'll never get rid of him.
Why do you say that, Stella?
That's just how I feel. Oh, I'm just a bundle of nerves, that's all I am.
You're the one who rented Fraser's room, aren't you, Stella?
Yes, I'm sorry to say. It was just a few days after Martha died, and Mr. Wilson hadn't come yet to take over the place, so I was in charge.
Did he seem like the kind of fellow who would carry on like this?
Oh, no, he was real nice. Paid 2 months in advance. Gave me a good tip when I showed him his room. He seemed fine.
When was the first time you heard him go into one of these rages?
Oh, please. I told my sister I'd be at her place in an hour. I've just got to finish packing.
Stella, Inspector Garland is trying to help me. I'm at the end of my rope. Now, please tell him what you heard.
Well, all right. I'll tell you about the first time I heard him. It was just about 10 days after he'd moved in. I'd gone to bed early, like I usually do, and it wasn't long before I was sound asleep. First, I didn't know what had awakened me. Then I realized it was somebody playing the piano. I looked at my dresser clock. Why, it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I put on my robe and went to the door. It was Mr. Higgins, one of our tenants.
What kind of a place do you people run here? Listen to that racket. How are people supposed to sleep?
Well, where's it coming from?
That new guy, Fraser, in 206.
Well, I'll go tell him to stop.
Yeah, do that. He's got the whole building awake.
I hurried down the hall to 206. There was something so wild about that piano playing. It kind of gave me the creeps. Now I'm standing in front of the door. Mr. Fraser? Mr. Fraser, I want to see you a moment. Suddenly, the piano stopped. Then I happened to look up at the transom, and I realized there was no light in the room. He'd been playing in the dark. Then I heard him walking real slow to the door. The strangest feeling came over me. Everything was suddenly so quiet. I looked down the hallway. All the doors were closed. Mr. Higgins had gone back to his room. Mr. Fraser had unlocked the door. My heart started pounding frantically. But why should it? Then the door started to open. But I couldn't see anything except the darkness of his room. Suddenly, I turned and started running down the hall. That's the way it happened to me. I can't explain why I ran away, even today. But I just couldn't stand there. I just couldn't.
All right, Stella, all right.
That's why I've got to leave. My nerves aren't what they used to be. Maybe after I rest up for a while at my sister's, maybe I'll be all right.
You see what he's done, Inspector? I've got to get rid of him.
How many times has something like this happened, Stella?
I've heard him play like that 4 times, and always the same song. But after that first time, I've never gone to his room again except to clean it twice a week during the day when he isn't there.
The room's down the hall, isn't it?
Yes.
And you got the key?
Yes.
Oh, come on. Let's take a look at it.
Wait. Mr. Wilson.
What?
I don't want him to hear.
Well, what are you talking about?
I'll be leaving in a few minutes, but when I get to my sister's house, I'll call you.
Coming, Miss Wilson?
I've got something to tell you.
What?
You'll hear from me.
Well, are you coming?
Yes, I'm coming.
Yes. A nice piano. The place looks all right. Where's that door go?
A small dressing room. It's part of Fraser's place.
Why is it locked?
Well, it shouldn't be.
Got a key to it?
Yes, I think so. It's right on the string. Here. This one should open it.
Let's look inside. Good-looking clothes. He must have money. What's this bundle in the corner?
Looks like dirty clothes.
Look at this shirt.
Blood.
And these trousers.
All bloody. And I was right. It is Fraser. He is the killer.
Well, maybe not. I'll have to have the blood analyzed.
But if we wait until he comes back, it may be too late. Listen.
Come on.
It's him. He's come back.
Well, hello, gentlemen.
Martin. What are you doing in this room?
Didn't I tell you? I'm a frustrated Paderewski. How come I don't have a piano in my room?
Haven't I seen you around headquarters? Aren't you a reporter with the Globe?
That's right, Inspector. I'm also a fellow tenant in Mr. Wilson's establishment. Does this room hold the mystery?
What mystery?
Of the little vacancy sign. Or maybe of the executioner. There you go, getting pale again, Mr. Wilson.
I was terribly upset, but I tried not to show it until after the reporter and Inspector Garland had left. Most of my life, I bummed around the world doing everything imaginable. Stevedore, clerk, worked in nightclubs, everything. I was in a hospital clear across the country, recovering from a barroom brawl, when I'd learned I'd inherited the rooming house. It was like a godsend. And now this frightful thing was happening. And if I didn't make a go of my rooming house, I'd be right back where I started. Then, at about 11:15 that night, the phone in the lobby started ringing. Yeah, hello.
Hello, Mr. Wilson. This is Stella.
Oh, yes, Stella.
I told you you'd hear from me, remember?
Yes, what did you want to tell me, Stella?
I wouldn't want to say it over the phone, Mr. Wilson.
Well, then why didn't you tell me before?
I couldn't. Not with the inspector around.
I don't understand.
I lied to the inspector. That night when all the noise was going on, I did see something in Mr. Fraser's room that I didn't want to tell about.
Why?
Because I don't think I really understand it.
What did you see?
Well, like I said, I don't want to tell you over the phone, Mr. Wilson. You come over to my sister's house and I'll tell you.
But there's nobody here to watch the place.
Just the same, you come along, Mr. Wilson. It's 354 Westover Place. It's only about a mile.
Oh, well, all right. 354 Westover. There's not much doing here. I'll be over in half an hour.
Fine. I'll wait up for you. And don't you tell Inspector Garland you're coming. Understand?
Yes. I understand. But after I'd hung up, two people came in for rooms, and I was busy with them. And then it started raining again, and I couldn't walk through the rain. I tried calling a taxi, but there weren't any available. And when I looked at my watch again, it was after midnight. Then I tried calling Stella to tell her I wouldn't be able to make it that night and not to wait up for me. But I didn't know her sister's number. At 12:30, I went to bed, and I couldn't fall asleep from all the excitement. I finally got up and took some aspirin, and within minutes, I was dead to the world. Huh?
Wilson!
Yes?
Wilson, open up!
Oh, all right, just a minute.
Come on, Wilson, hurry!
Inspector Garland, what's wrong?
There's been another killing, only this time it strikes home.
What?
Your housekeeper, Stella. She was found on the porch of her sister's house, strangled.
After Inspector Garland told me about Stella, I told him about her phoning me earlier and saying she'd seen something unusual in 206. Then the inspector wanted to see the rooming house register. I took him downstairs and he thumbed through the pages till he found what he wanted.
William Fraser, here we are. Registered November 2nd.
And the first of these killings was around then, wasn't it?
Yeah. Home address, Spokane, Washington. Business, salesman.
Not much help.
No. If there were an address in California, maybe we could trace him. But we don't have any description to go on. Stella's the only one who's ever seen him. Wait. Here's that reporter. I don't want him to know we suspect Frazier.
Say, that Stella Falvin, the woman who got killed tonight. She worked for you, didn't she, Mr. Wilson?
Yes?
Why do you suppose she was murdered?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Looks like the work of our friend, the executioner. Huh, Inspector?
Perhaps.
Being a reporter's worse than being a milkman. My paper sent a kid over here at 3 o'clock to wake me up and have me cover this killing. A fine life. Trouble was, I'd just fallen asleep about an hour before. You didn't tell me about these piano recitals, Mr. Wilson.
Piano?
Take it easy.
When I saw you two in room 206, I figured it was vacant.
It is vacant.
No. Some guy was inside 206 hammering on that piano. And I mean hammering. Is that what chases all the tenants away, Mr. Wilson?
I told you.
Yeah, I know what you told me. Oh, well, I'm going to hit the hay for a while. I'm dead.
He's gone to his room. Come on. Let's go upstairs to 206. Quick.
You think Frazier's in there now?
There's a chance. Give me a pass key. He's not here.
But he's been here. Look at this room. Torn to pieces.
Yeah. Now, look. I don't want that reporter to know about Frazier. If he finds out about him, he'll plaster the story all over the front page of that paper of his.
I guess that doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, but it does matter. Frazier's some kind of a nut. I'll bet anything on it. And he'll be coming back to this rooming house if he doesn't find out we're wise to him.
Do you think so?
You're getting a guest tomorrow.
A guest?
I'm planting a man in this house to watch it day and night. And one of these nights, if we're lucky, we're going to hear that piano again.
But we didn't hear the piano again. And Inspector Garland didn't seem to make any progress finding Frazier.
I checked with all the California police chiefs.
Any luck?
None. He's not wanted for anything, that's a cinch.
Maybe he uses a false name.
Maybe. Well, that makes it even better. You sure he's never come back to the room?
I'm sure.
Well, I guess we'll just have to keep waiting.
I lost all interest in the rooming house. I wasn't able to hire another housekeeper. Although there was no more piano playing, one by one, my other tenants left me.
I'm checking out, Mr. Wilson. Prepare my bill.
Yes, Mr. Higgins.
This certainly isn't the same kind of rooming house your aunt used to run.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Higgins. Finally, the only tenants left were Inspector Garland, the policeman he planted in the house to watch for Frazier, and Martin, the newspaper man.
I see you took your vacancy sign down today.
Yeah, I'm thinking of closing my rooming house.
Looks like I'm not going to get my story after all. Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, it looks that way, Mr. Martin. I placed the rooming house up for sale and started cleaning the rooms and getting everything in order. And it was while cleaning Frazier's room that I made a discovery that sent me running to Inspector Garland's room. Inspector, look what I found.
What is it, a snapshot?
Yes, a man and a woman. And look what's written on back.
Huh? Belle and William Frazier, Stockton, California, 1942. Where'd you find it?
It was in one of the dresser drawers underneath the paper Stella had used to line the drawers.
This is what I needed. We're going to find Frazier at last.
That was 3 days ago. Then tonight at about 10:30, Inspector Garland got a telephone call. He was out. He'd been gone all evening. But the policeman he'd planted in the house took the call, and when he hung up, I could see he was pretty excited.
When Garland comes in, tell him I went to headquarters. Tell him he'd better get down there, too.
Something happened?
Yeah, they just located your roomer, William Frazier.
You mean they've arrested him?
Not exactly. His wife just came down from Stockton and identified his body.
His body?
Frazier checked into your rooming house on November the 2nd, didn't he?
That's right.
Well, on the night of November the 2nd, he was killed by a hit-and-run driver.
I don't understand.
Why we're waiting for him to start playing that piano. He's been lying on a slab in a county morgue waiting to be identified.
Then Frazier couldn't have been the killer.
You're catching on fast, Mr. Wilson.
After the detective left, I was all alone in the rooming house. I locked the front door and went up to my room. My head was pounding. It had never been Frazier. Frazier was dead, that's all I could think. I stretched out on my bed in the darkness, my mind searching for an answer. If it wasn't Fraser, who was it? Why had I ever accepted this rooming house? Why had I ever come to this place? Why... The piano. For a moment, I thought my imagination was playing some crazy trick. I clamped my hands over my ears to see if the music was in my head. No, it was real. The killer had returned, and there was nobody in the house but me. I don't know how long I crouched on the bed. I was terrified. What was I going to do? The music went on and on. Then finally I couldn't stand it any longer. I was going to see who was playing that piano. I was going to find the killer. But I needed something to protect myself. I remembered the tool cabinet in the service closet in the hallway. I left my room and hurried over to it. I snapped on the light, and there on top of the cabinet was what I wanted, a small axe. Then I started for room 206. I saw through the transom that there was no light in 206. He was playing the piano in the dark, just as Stella had said. Now I was standing before the closed door. My nerves were at the breaking point. My hand closed around the doorknob. I turned the knob ever so slowly. The door was unlocked. I gripped the axe so hard my fingers ached. Then quickly I flung open the door and snapped the light switch. You!
Are you shocked, Mr. Wilson?
You killed those people. You're the one they're looking for.
This should make you a big man, Mr. Wilson. But what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to call the police.
The telephone's downstairs. Do you think I just wait here while you call?
Then I'll stay here with you until Inspector Garland comes back, and I'm warning you, don't try anything.
Is it okay if I play the piano?
Why did you kill them? They were all so helpless, so defenseless.
Maybe I couldn't help myself. Maybe I didn't even know I was the killer. Maybe it was a sickness in my head. They've got a name for that, you know, for a guy who kills and doesn't know he kills. It's called schizophrenia, or something like that. And if a guy gets overtired or too excited, he can get an attack, even from something as simple as a song.
Well, you killed Stella, too. She was a good woman. She worked hard all her... Must you play that same infernal tune over and over again?
I like it. It's got kind of a strange rhythm to it when you think about it, hasn't it?
I don't care about its rhythm. Just stop playing it.
Listen, kind of gets inside you, doesn't it?
You're trying to confuse me. That's what you're up to.
I hear you once played the piano in nightclubs.
I asked you to play something else.
Yeah. I hear this tune was your introduction number. I hear you were playing it that night you got hurt in the brawl. It's a good song.
What are you doing? What are you trying? What are you doing to
I'm
me?
just playing the piano, that's all.
I tell you, stop! Stop that song! Stop it, I tell you, stop it!
Hey, take it easy. I've stopped.
You're all alike. Always trying to outsmart the little guy. Always trying to destroy the sick and the helpless. But you can't outsmart me, can you? I don't let you get away with it, do I? I don't let you trample the helpless into the dust. I bring them rest and sleep. I bring them peace everlasting. It's your kind who hurt them. But you won't hurt anyone anymore. I'm going to kill you. Like I killed all the others.
He's dead, Inspector.
Sorry I had to do it that way.
Why are you sorry? Isn't it best for him?
Yeah, maybe it is.
Oh. For a minute there, I thought you were going to stay in that dressing room until he scalped me.
It was the only thing we could do. I had to get a confession.
When did you first suspect him?
And I found out he was the only one in the rooming house who'd never heard the music. And, of course, when I found out that Fraser had been dead all along. But I had to prove it.
Why do you think he killed Stella?
Stella had called him and told him she'd seen something in 206. You know, that sickness he had is a strange thing. He had an attack that night. And though he became a completely different man, he still remembered Stella's call and was afraid she'd seen him. So, he went and killed her.
Huh. Kind of makes you feel woozy, don't it?
Yeah.
You know, after this, people are going to start saying I'm nuts, too.
What do you mean?
From now on, every time I see a vacancy sign, I'm going to run like the devil.
Over the minds of mortal men come many shadows. Shadows of greed and hate, jealousy and fear. Darkness is the absence of light. So in the sudden shadows which fog the minds of men and women are to be found the strange impulses which urge them on to their venture in the dark. Dark Venture is written by Larry Marcus and directed by William T. Johnson.
In tonight's Dark Venture, Carl Harbord was heard as Eddie. Ben Alexander is the reporter. Herb Butterfield is the inspector. Leora Thatcher is Stella. And Harry Lang is the policeman. John Lake was the narrator. Original music by Basil Adlam.
Deadline for danger.
Who is he, Mike? Who is he?
Just a guy waiting for a train, same as we are.
If he wasn't, if he came up to us, you wouldn't leave me standing here all alone, would you?
After all I've been through, gee, Madge, I love you. What sort of a guy would I be if I did that?
They're everywhere. Even you could be one of them. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
Sure, I know. You've had a tough time.
Guy waiting for a train wouldn't walk like that. Sort of slow and heavy. Why does he keep looking at us all the time?
He's waiting for a train, I tell you.
Oh, darling. Honey, darling, I'm scared.
I'm here. I look after you. I've looked after you up to now, haven't I? Got to get you out of that place without anybody knowing a thing. As soon as that train comes, you can forget it ever happened.
You're so darn clever, keeping you in that place. It was by accident I found out all those things. I didn't want to. I wasn't trying. But when I saw what they planned to do, I had to tell the authorities.
Sure, don't get so excited.
You'd think the police and the FBI and the security people could look after me. Captured right under their noses.
I guess they didn't realize how serious things were.
Bombs planted in microbe war and they'll have the states wiped out in a day.
Look, Madge, I came here. I found out where they had you hidden. I got you away.
You've got to get me to Washington, Mike. You've got to. I know all about their organization, what they're going to do, when and how. You don't think they'd have kept me locked up in that place if I didn't. You don't think...
Quiet, kid. Hold on to yourself. I know you've been through a horror. I know what they've done to you. I also know how clever they are. And any yelling will give us away. Hold on to yourself. If you don't, we'll never get away. Oh, gee, Madge, I love you. Since they grabbed you, I've been through 7 different horrors of my own. I'm as jittery as you are.
It's coming, Mike. It's coming.
Main line. Trains pass through here all the time. We got a time yet before the local stops.
Well, couldn't you stop it? Couldn't we get away that way?
Not a chance.
If we don't get away in a few minutes, we'll never get away.
When's the next to the city?
An hour and a half. There's 5 expresses pass through before yours stops.
Well, honey...
Deadline for danger. A half-hour study in suspense.
That's a second, Mike. Only 3 more trains and we're safe. At least safe as we can be.
You're safe with me.
If only we knew who to trust. So many of them and so ordinary. In films and books, you can't mistake them. But really...
I haven't told you before, Madge. I've got a gun.
A gun against those fiends. They're everywhere. And so darn sold on their ideology they don't mind if they're killed. I tell you.
That guy's coming back.
He's one of them, I tell you.
If he is, they won't get their hands on you again.
Don't you see, Mike? Maybe they won't capture me again. If they can't, they've got to keep me quiet. And there's only one way to do that.
Oh, not here. Look, passengers not 20 feet away. Any gunplay and, well, how are they going to get away?
The train. The next train passing. The noise it makes, and the shot wouldn't be heard. The train had passed and I'd be dead.
Nonsense. Maybe we'd better go and talk to somebody. If that guy is one of them, he wouldn't do anything if we were talking to somebody.
They wouldn't mind, as long as they got rid of me.
Don't you see, honey? If they shot you, I say if, then the authorities would know what you told them was the truth.
Yes. Yes, it's true. Which one are we going to talk to?
The man and woman over there?
They're clever, Mike. They're everywhere and ruthless. Elderly couple like that are just the sort of agents they'd use. I tell you, I saw the papers. Innocent-looking people, suburban types.
Then, what about that girl there? She couldn't be one of them, young kid like that.
That man's coming back again. Better we take a risk than stand in the open all alone.
Oh, come on, then. Don't hurry.
Walking away slow with him right behind us. Maybe he'll think we're making a dash for it and...
Not with all these people waiting. Gunplay'd let the cat out of the bag, and he knows it.
Oh, pardon me. Do you mind if we talk to you?
Sure, if you want. Does get lonely waiting here.
Thought you wouldn't mind. We're waiting for the train to the city.
So am I. You're strangers around these parts, aren't you?
Yes. Car broke down, and now we have to catch the train.
Oh, what a nuisance.
I wonder... Oh, I know it sounds silly, but do you mind if we stay close to you?
Some sort of trouble?
Too much. You see...
My wife and I think we're being followed.
It's that man over there, the one walking away.
That's hardly following you. Anyway, why should he? Domestic trouble?
Oh, it's difficult for people to understand. They'd hardly be expected to.
Just one of those things. My wife found out something by accident.
And now they're after me and they're desperate.
I don't think we should worry this lady with our troubles.
No trouble. I have to wait here.
Well, come along, honey. We'll go for a walk.
Why are you so anxious to get me away?
I don't think we should worry people.
How did you know where they were keeping me?
I found out.
How?
Ways and means. Now, come along.
How could you find out? You couldn't possibly find out unless you were one of them. Oh, what a fool. It's always the way. The person you trust most is the person most dangerous to you.
Look, honey.
You find out where I'm hidden when the police can't find me. And outside of the police, you're the only person I told about finding the papers.
I've stood by you all the time. Even when they laughed, I stood by you.
Because you're one of them. Because you knew from the start that I'd stumbled upon the truth. Those papers. I found them in your office.
Oh, first time I knew about that.
Well, I did. Of course, you're one of them.
Now, look what you've done. Why can't you keep quiet?
I haven't done... Where did she go?
For telephone. She's phoning up now.
The police. She phones the police. Why wouldn't you?
I've got to stop her somehow.
I thought it was funny you wouldn't phone the police as soon as I got out of that place.
You stay here. Don't move. I'll be back. I was a darn fool to let you talk to anyone.
Mike! Mike! You can't leave me alone!
You will come with me, Mrs. Blake. You will not call out or try to make a scene.
What are you going to do?
You didn't think you'd escape from us so easily. While you were with that man, I didn't want to make a scene.
You're one of them?
Yes, Mrs. Blake. Of course, I'm one of them.
Hello? Hello? Hello, Exchange. Put me through to...
Put that phone down.
Exchange, you must put me through.
Put it down. I don't want to use this, but I will if I must.
Hello, Exchange. I'm...
Down.
So? Now what?
Come out of that booth. Give your back to me. Don't try and get help.
I got through to the exchange. They'll know something odd's happened.
Act natural. Walk in front of me to where we were standing before, and don't hurry.
While you've been so busy getting tough with me, your wife walked out on you.
Darn it. Quick down the main gates.
I'm not moving.
Oh, yes, you are. I know you've got nothing to do with this, but I'm not having anybody getting in my way. Keep moving, unless you want your spine shot in two. Right through those main gates. Now, move to the left and run. Madge!
Mike, quick!
Coming! Turn the ignition key off! Oh, no, you don't. Switch that engine off or I'll let you have it here and now.
I'll see personally that you're taken care of, Mr. Blake.
I'll see personally you don't get a chance. Out of that car. All right, Madge?
Yes, Mike. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. So many people against me, I got to thinking you were, too.
I wouldn't have gone through what I have gone through if I wasn't right behind you, through thick and thin.
Anyway, we know these two are our enemies.
This girl's all right. Just got caught up in it. All right, take his arm and walk back to the station. You heard me. Don't know what either of your names are, but you do as I say.
There's too many against you, Blake, for you to get away with this.
I'll take my chances. Now do as I say. Walk.
Do you think we ought to go back, Mike?
Yes. We'll keep these two until our train gets in. And we'll take them with us to the city. That way they can't get any help. All right, now. Come on. Walk.
I don't like it, Mike.
There's no other way out. Let them go. One gets his pals. Other goes the police.
But why won't you go to the police? Why, Mike? They know all about me. They'll know what to do. Trying to get at the city like this makes our chances worse, and theirs better.
Oh, Madge, I know what I'm doing. I'll get you away my own way. You just trust me.
Yes, Mike.
Look, there's a bench over there. You two in front make straight for it and sit down.
The whole countryside's on the lookout for you two. Long time till that train gets in. Sitting here, somebody'll recognize you.
It's true, Mike. They're everywhere.
I know what I'm doing. All right. Now sit down. That's better. Put your arms along the back of the bench. And not one movement from either of you.
She'll be recaptured. And when they get their hands on her...
Neither of you will attempt to move. Remember, while that train is going through the station, a shot wouldn't be heard. And I am not letting anything stand in my way. All right, you two. You'll stay where you are until that train comes in. Then you're coming with us to the city.
Some time to go yet, Blake. You can't keep two people under a gunpoint and get away with it.
Do anything if you're determined enough.
Two of them, Mike. Two of them standing by the main entrance.
Closing in, eh?
Can't mistake them. What are we going to do?
Stay still. It's dark here. Maybe they won't see us.
They won't look and go away. They'll search every bit.
Stay still. And not a peep out of you two.
They come close enough, I'll take a chance.
They're still standing, looking up and down.
They get too close, I'll take a chance, too.
Those men mean business. Better you give up, Blake. Shoot me, shoot them. There's still dozens to take their places. Can't chop your way out of the forest by cutting down all the trees.
They are. They're coming this way, Mike.
All right, I'm right behind you. One move and I'll let you have it.
I'll yell and one of them will get you. Anyway, if you kill me, it'd be murder. You know what they do with murderers. It isn't worth it, Blake.
I know whether it's worth it or not.
Give up your wife to us, and I guess you won't hear anymore.
Mike?
This far and right to the end, kid. Now, quiet. Why doesn't the train come? Why doesn't that darn train come?
They'll come back before it does.
They looked at us. Long, suspicious looks.
4 of us makes it safer. They're looking for 2.
Hadn't we better go before they come back?
Don't know what to do. It's getting too big for me.
Yeah.
And you shut up.
It'll get bigger and bigger. You can't win.
Locking my wife up. She haven't done you any harm. If you guys think you can run a whole country, you're mistaken.
We don't want to run the whole country. We just want to make sure that certain people don't do any damage, that's all.
Those 2 men are coming back again.
And this time they'll stop and ask questions.
Let them. I've handled worse situations than this one before.
They'll kill me, Mike. 2 of them looking for me to kill me.
They wouldn't dare.
They captured me. You got me away. With what I know, they won't take a risk of my getting away again.
I'll stick by you. And there's going to be no question of anybody killing anybody, except this guy here. And I'll kill him if he makes a peep. Okay, now. Relax.
I'm looking for a man and a woman. Oh, hello, Vogler.
Hello.
Thought you might... Say, that's her.
Yeah.
Then why... I get it. The guy's got a gun, huh?
Yes, in my back.
And I'll use it unless you 2 move off.
Say, I didn't know they were... Is he one of them, too?
No. It's the girl we want. The man's in plenty trouble.
Been in so much trouble, I'll get in deeper. Unless you move off and stay away, I'll shoot your friend. I mean it. I kind of get pleasure shooting a rat like him.
Yeah. And the chair. Get sense.
Hasn't got any anyway. Hasn't even enough sense to keep out of this.
You want to die?
I want to see your wife doesn't get away free.
I bet you don't.
Don't let them take me, Mike.
You better let her go, Blake. We don't want any trouble in a public place. And if you don't let her go, we'll have to take her. She's too dangerous.
Listen to them, Mike. Too dangerous. I tell you, they get me again and they'll kill me. Things I know about them.
Sorry. Better get out of it before I let your friend have it in the back of the neck. I'm getting my wife out of your clutches.
What do you think, Bogner?
I guess they've got us beat, eh, Cairns? Checkmate in a mighty big game of chess. Dangerous game, too.
Yeah, I can't walk off and leave you.
The world's a big place, and we can bide our time. Getting on that train won't help them.
I guess not. All we gotta do is wait the other end.
To keep me quiet, they've got to take me with them. No place to go, no hideout we won't find. Guy's got to sleep. Even a guy with a gun.
The police. That's it, Mike. Phone the police. Now you've got to phone the police.
We're leaving the police out of this, Madge. Get that into your head. Out of this.
But why? They know. I've told them. Told them about the papers. Told them about these spies. They know what to do with scum like these.
We're not going to cops and that...
Clever boy.
Come on, Madge. We're leaving them.
Leaving them? You mean walking away and leaving them here?
Yes. Now listen, you guys. Madge and I are backing away from you. This gun will be on you all the time. One of you moves, or goes for help, or shouts. I'm a good shot no matter how dark it is.
Running away means you'll be caught all the sooner.
Come on, Madge.
You won't get any further than the main entrance.
What are you going to do, Mike? Running away like this means we run into more. They're everywhere, I tell you.
Remember the car? The one... don't move. The one he was trying to take you away in. Well, the key's still in it. I'll keep him covered from the gate while you get it started.
But they'll be able to...
Get busy. Do as I say. I've got you through this far, haven't I?
Yes, Mike.
Well, get it started. Drive to here. Now get going.
Yes, Mike. Though I don't see how it's going to help.
And hurry. Train after this one's ours.
Yes, Mike.
I'm right here behind you guys still. Any one of you looks round, I'll let you have it.
If you're taking my car, it won't get you far. We've got men everywhere.
I'll get away from you and your sort.
Hurry up, Mike. Get in.
Come in. And you guys stay where you are.
Bruegel here.
They got away. I found them at the station, but he had a gun.
Escaped?
Yeah. Got away in my car. I didn't think he'd have a gun.
They won't get far. We've got men everywhere. Were they waiting for the train?
Yeah, to get to the city. Train's due in a few minutes.
Listen, Vogler. They'll know that it's life and death to us to get that woman. They'll know we'll get them in a car sooner or later. What's your guess?
They'll make for the city.
Guess again. They'll make for the next upline station and get aboard the local there, hoping to get through this station while we're out sweeping the countryside. Say, you ever played the part of a ticket collector?
No.
Well, you're going to now.
I want you to get a uniform and climb aboard as soon as the train stops. I'll get it held until you find them. And remember, if he's armed, you'll have to shoot.
This old fool out looking for us in this car. But we're going back to the station. They'll never think of looking in the train. Straight through to the city for us.
Go to the police, Mike. Please go to the police.
That's out. I know what I'm doing.
I don't understand why you won't let me go to the police. They'll help us. They must know the danger the country's in. I've been to them before.
And look what happened to you.
Anyway, I reckon it's such a good idea catching that train again, having to go through that station.
We're sticking to that deadline. We catch the train. Once we get to the city, I've got friends who'll look after you.
I heard it. It's in the station.
As to this old jalopy will go. If we miss it, then we are in a mess.
I don't understand why you won't go to the police. I don't understand.
Will you shut up about the police?
Almost as if you wanted to help them. Almost as if you're on their side.
Station ahead. Train's still there. Any luck and we'll still make it.
You'll have a smash up if you don't slow down.
Get ready. As soon as I stop making a dash of that train. We've got to catch it. Got to. Hold on to everything. Now, come on, Madge. We'll be going any second now. For goodness sake, climb aboard.
How do we know one of them isn't on the train? How do we know that man looking out the window? He's one of them. I recognize him.
We haven't got time to stand here chatting. Now get aboard.
Just going from one trap into another. You don't know what they're like.
Get aboard. Get aboard.
All right. But I think... Mike, you can't leave me on the train by myself.
Stay aboard. I'll meet you in the city. We've got to put them off the trail.
Not all by myself. I wouldn't know what to do. Mike, don't leave me. Don't leave me.
You'll be all right. Sit still and I'll meet you at the other end. It's a friend here.
Who?
A friend. I'm ringing you to tell you the girl you want has got away in a car.
Thanks, but we know that.
I saw her driving toward the city. She was going fast. If you're going to get her, you'd better block off all the roads going that way. Goodbye now.
Hello? 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 Who are you? Are you a husband? Hello? Put me through to Vogler, please. Oh, good. I'll speak to him right away. Hello, Vogler. You won't have any trouble. Blake's just rung, trying to put us off the scent. As far as I can gather, he must have put her on the train and remained behind himself to phone. That'll be the train just about to pull in at the station you're at now.
All right, Chief.
Try and get her off quietly. But if she gets hysterical, you know what to do.
Sure, Chief. I've got Kearns here to help me.
Be diplomatic about it. You know what the public are. If she gets talking to them and they believe her, we'll have a riot on our hands.
She'll do no talking. Where shall I take her?
Back here. She needs the treatment, and I'm going to see she gets it. She'll have to be kept quiet for a long time.
Okay, I'll handle it. Leave it to me. If we don't get her this time, the Chief will shoot us both.
Here she comes.
Come on. According to the Chief, Blake isn't with her.
I hope he isn't. His young husbands make more trouble than enough. Mind you, I can sympathize with him.
In our job, sympathy doesn't pay. Excuse me. Pardon. One side, please.
Hello, mister. Haven't seen you before.
What? Oh, this uniform. Yeah, I borrowed it for a little, but I don't think I'll need it. Here's my card.
Yeah, looks official enough. We see. What do you want?
A young woman. Pretty, rather excitable. Got on the train one stop back. Notice her?
Sure. This compartment here. I noticed her because a young man didn't get on the train, and they were hollering at each other. This compartment here. Hey, is that her?
Hello, Mrs. Blake. Everything all right?
Oh, I'm so glad you've come. I've had a terrible time. There was a young man, and he pretended to be my husband, and I didn't know how to get away from him. He's one of them, you know.
Sure. Well, you come along with us, and we'll see they don't get at you anymore.
So nice of you to come to my rescue.
Not at all. Thanks, guard. We'll have no trouble. I'll return this uniform.
Hey, what's that?
They're all against me, you know. Everybody's against me. And it's all because I'm such a famous spy.
What's going on here?
You didn't read my card very well.
Hey? Oh, Dr. Vogler, Springdale Mental Sanitarium. You mean to say she's crazy? Pretty girl like that? She didn't look very crazy.
Brother, have 5 minutes conversation with her and she'll convince you. It would have been all right, but her husband decided he wanted her home with him. Was he the crazy one?
Friday. Lucifer takes a vacation on Earth and meets a client. Shh. Quiet. Here he comes. Now.
Well, here we are again, eh? Drooling at the mouth for your old friend Lucifer to recite to you another's fall from grace? I wonder if you'd recoil if I told you that it's only the evil in mankind that makes your virtue of the slightest consequence. Which is why you should be grateful to such as Matthew Binns. Compare yourself with him, and you'll see how good you are. How good you'll always be. Until I tempt you, as I tempted Matthew Binns. I wonder where you'll be then, eh? Stoking a boiler in my basement, alongside Mr. Binns, no doubt. Oh, yes, it's quite possible. For after all, until he had that dream, Matthew was as eminently respectable as you are. Poor, honest, hard-working, respectable. Matthew worked in the London docks, and in his spare time did good for his fellows. Oh, yes, it's all in the record. But then he had to go and spoil it all by doing the wrong thing twice. His second mistake was in having that dream. And his first? Well, it's happened to others. It might even have happened to you in your younger and less affluent days. He met a girl. He took lodgings with Mrs. Muzzy, and there he met Lily Alders. Lily Alders, who always wore a pink silk scarf. One might call that scarf a fatal fashion.
And now this blasted government's going to undo all the good Clem Attlee did. Sure, don't mention Churchill to me, Mrs. Borby.
At least Mr. Churchill and his ministers are gentlemen.
Gentlemen? Two bob a dozen. What this country needs is less politicians with spats on their feet and a few more what will spit on their hands and do some work.
There. Less of that out, Tooley. I'll have no expectorating in my dining room.
It was only a figure of speech like Mrs. Muzzy.
Well, I don't like it.
No more do I. I think I'll go to my room.
There. Now you've gone and upset Mrs. Borby, and they're a regular payer, too. Not like some I could mention. More coffee, Miss Alders?
What? Oh, no thanks, Dux. I'm finished. Excuse me. Got some sewing to do. Good night, all.
Well, anyone would think I asked her for the rent.
What do you think of the political situation, Mr. Binns?
Some other time, Mr. Tooley. I've got some studying to do. Good night, all.
Hey, Lily, wait.
What for?
All them stairs is steep. Yeah, Lily, I want to talk to you.
I'm listening, ain't I?
Lily, tonight at supper I was watching you when Mrs. Muzzy made that crack about the rent. She meant you, didn't she?
Seems I always owe Mrs. Muzzy back rent. Before it cost me to live. I can't even buy a new dress to wear in case I go out with a nice fella.
Well, someday I'd do the work for both of us. If only you'd say you'd...
These steps are break me back. And what with all the cooking and cleaning. Oh, hello, it's you two. Thought you was going to do some mending, Miss Alders.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Muzzy. We're just talking.
Someday my heart will stop while I'm climbing these stairs. I knows it. Have to stop some work. The dressmaking I'd do for ungrateful neighbours, maybe. Or slaving for people what don't pay their rent, maybe. You two are always mooning at each other on the stairs. Why don't you use the sitting room to talk in? Unless you want to be private, of course.
Oh, well, we're ever so happy right here, thanks. Aren't we, Lily?
They've got nothing private to talk about. We're not walking out together, not likely to be.
You could do a lot worse than Mr. Binns, Miss Lily Alders.
Perhaps I could do a lot better, too.
Hey, what do you mean by that, Lily? You got somebody else around?
I don't need to tell all the affairs to everybody.
You're a nice young fella, Mr. Binns. But look out for the likes of this one. She's only looking for a chap to work for her and pay her bills.
I'll remind you that I'm a guest here, Mrs. Massey.
A guest? What owes back rent is a doubtful guest.
I haven't forgotten your money, and you'll get it all. And while I think of it, can't you take that wax dummy what you use for dressmaking out of the cupboard in my room? My room ain't a junk room.
Oh, I could make a remark, but I won't. It was shooting before supper, dearie.
She got a cheek. Saying all that in front of you.
Will I see you tonight, Lily, later? We can talk about what to do about everything, eh? What'd you say?
Oh, perhaps. You can knock on the wall, and I'll see how I feel about it just then. Besides, might be going out later.
Seeing somebody else?
Perhaps I will. Then again, perhaps I won't. Ain't quite decided.
Oh, you couldn't go out this late, Lily. It wouldn't be respectable.
I said you can knock later. Perhaps I'll have me mind made up by then. Perhaps.
A little faggot if ever I saw one. Matthew Binns went to his room and laid down across the bed. His hands locked under his head, his eyes creating pleasant and then angry patterns on the dingy ceiling. Later, he would knock once on Lily's wall, and if she answered with 2 raps, he could go to the privacy of her room where they could talk. Perhaps he would tell Lily about his plans tonight. She would be impressed, all right. And that's when he would insist that she marry him right away. Matthew didn't even dream that Lily would refuse. But Matthew did dream. And that's where he made his second mistake. But that's when I came into the picture. He was a pushover.
And I will be somebody, Lily. With you to help me, honest I will. Or I've dreamed and planned on it since I first saw you here at Mrs. Muzzie's. Lily, you will marry me, won't you? No, look, I'm serious, Lily, I mean it. And don't laugh at me like that, Lily.
I'm laughing, but I'm serious too, Mr. Binns. You're handsome and honest, but that ain't everything.
You mean... What I said don't mean nothing to you?
Look, Binsy, I've got plans too. A certain Mr. Wickham is in charge of our factory. He's had his eye on me for some time, he says. He's got a big job, just came into a legacy. And he wants to buy me nice things. Now, not later on, like you, see? He's asked me to go away with him. Tonight. And I might, see?
Now, don't talk like that, Lily. It makes me all angry inside.
I'll talk how I feel like talking. This is my room, and if you don't like it, you can get out and stay out. See, Mr. Smarty?
No, you ain't going to send me away. And then go out and see your Mr. Wickham. It ain't right. And I won't let you.
I'll do what I like.
No more you don't, Lily. No more.
I don't like the way you're looking at me, Mr. Pins. And I want you to leave here now.
It's you that ain't leaving here tonight, Lily. Maybe not ever.
Lindsay, get out. Don't miss go. Go.
I'm not letting you go anywhere again, Lily.
It wasn't very clear in Matthew's mind as to what happened later, but he seemed to be in his own room, the door locked, and with him was the body of Lily Alders, the pink scarf still knotted at her throat.
I'll hide her here, in my room. Get rid of her later some way. I've got to hide her coat and hat, and a purse and a suitcase too. It's got to look like she's missing, run away. I could put her and everything into my big trunk. No, that's no good. It's too simple. All murderers do that. Why not in here? In the clothes cupboard. It's dark in there. Yeah. She'll be hid there. Back in the dark corner of the clothes cupboard till I can get her out somewhere. There. That's done it.
Goodbye, Lily. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.
In the dim light of a thick, foggy morning, Matthew Binns awakened. He was still stretched out across the bed, his clothes still on. With a start, he sat up. A vague but sharply pointed remembrance came back.
Lily! I dreamed it. Or did I? I'm batty. I couldn't have done anything like that to Lily. No. Not to Lily. Not to my Lily. A bad dream, that's what it was. Just a bad dream.
And then Matthew Binns, without a care in the world, courageously laughed off his bad dream and went down to eat a hearty breakfast. Why will doomed men do that?
Some more kidney, Mrs. Bawby. There's plenty.
Oh, no, thanks. I've had sufficient. But I'll have a bit more bacon. It's done just how I like it.
You, Mr. Binns, kidney?
Yes, please.
I say, where's Miss Aldous this morning?
I was just wondering that myself. Usually down to breakfast by now.
Ask Benzie. He probably knows why she's late rising.
What do you mean by that?
Well, ain't you sweet on her? Don't you keep tabs on her comings and goings?
You can mind your own affairs, Alf Tooley. That's what you can do.
You can all shut up your jokes. This ain't no laughing matter. I'll give that girl a piece of my mind when she gets home.
When she gets home? Do you mean...
I went to her room to wake her as usual, but she wasn't there, and the bed ain't been slept in.
Well, I say, where on earth could she be?
Yes. Oh, I wonder where. Aye, Binzie.
She's done one of two things. Either she's skipped out because of her owing her back rent, or she's deliberately stayed out all night. And either way, I don't approve of that kind of conduct. I runs a respectable place, I does, doesn't I, Mr. Binns?
Suddenly the food choked Matthew Binns. Had Lily skipped out, or what? Was she missing, or was she dead? Matthew Binns' brain whirled madly. He left the table and went upstairs. In his room, he eyed the clothes cupboard with fear and panic racing through his insides. Dare he look in that cupboard now? Dare he? What might he find there? Well, Matthew, going to open it?
With the falling of the curtain on Act 1 of Devil's Holiday, we pause for a brief announcement. We resume our story with the second act of Devil's Holiday.
Well, now, I suppose you're all wondering if Matthew Binns unlocked the door of the cupboard in which he dreamed he'd hidden the body of Lily Aldous. The answer is no. Fearful of what he might find now that Lily had disappeared, he drew back his trembling hand from the door.
No, I can't look now. I've got to be at work. I'll be late. No, tonight will be time enough. I'll lock it for now. And, yeah, tonight will be time enough. Tonight.
All that day, while he laboured on the docks, Matthew Binns' mind was afire with feverish worry. A lead brick rolled about inside his stomach. He came back late to Mrs. Muzz's boarding house that evening, and without going upstairs, went straight to the dining room, tired and exhausted. Again, the subject of conversation at the supper table was...
Lily Aldous. I looked all through her room today. The little snip went off with everything of any value. A coat and hat, a purse, and that suitcase has gone with her. All she left were them rags of her clothes here. Well, Miss Lily Aldous got out on me this time, but I'll fix her. She can depend on that.
Perhaps we ought to wait, Mrs. Muzzy. Perhaps there's some other explanation.
Or maybe she'll get in touch with Binzie later. Or maybe she went off with somebody more attractive. Hey, Binzie?
Alf Tooley, you're looking for trouble with me. I warned you this morning.
Here now, you two. Stop it.
You ought to let Mr. Binns alone, Mr. Tooley. He's upset.
He's too upset if you ask me.
He's in love with her. Why shouldn't he be upset?
If you don't stop making accusations at me, I'll close your mouth.
In my house there'll be no trouble, you hear me? Now just quiet down, both of you. Just the same, Mr. Binns. Perhaps there is some other fella Lily didn't tell anyone about.
Lily did mention a fella last night, Mr. Wickham. She said he's had his eye on me for some time.
Oh, I bet you didn't like that, eh, Binsey?
Would you have liked it if your girl had said it, Mr. Tooley?
To me, girls is like pebbles on the beach.
Mr. Binns, if you do hear from Lily Alders, I expect you to tell me where she might be found. I want the money she owes me, and I intend to get it. So if you find her, tell me.
At last they reached the Brandy and Nuts. Oh, sorry, we're in the East End, aren't we? At last, Matthew Binns could escape from the group at the supper table. Did he go upstairs? He did not. He went out into the street and gulped in great lungs full of fresh air. For some reason now he had a horror of going to his room. Fearful that his dream wasn't a dream at all, and that he had murdered Lily Alders. He found himself walking. An hour later he was back. He had to find out. He had to. He went upstairs and into his room. With sudden decision, he locked his outer door. And then he stood staring at his clothes-covered door. Sooner or later, he would have to look. It might as well be now. Bravely now, he unlocked the door.
She's there. The body. There in my cupboard. Hello? Who is it?
It's only me, Mr. Binns. Sergeant would like to ask you a question or two.
Sergeant! The police. Oh, yes, all right. Just a moment. Come in.
Thank you.
This is him, Sergeant. Mr. Binns. The one that was so friendly-like with Lily.
You were talking with Lily Alders out on the landing the night she disappeared, Mr. Binns.
Yeah, I was talking with her. Well, what harm is there in that?
Did she make any statements which might lead you to believe that she was contemplating running away from here?
I don't exactly recall nothing like that, sir.
Have you any idea where she may have gone? She's got to be found. People can't go round doing their landladies out of rent without getting into trouble.
£4.10 she owed me 3 weeks.
Look, I've just remembered. Lily gave me some money. She asked me to pay you, Mrs. Muzzy. I forgot to give it to you.
Yeah. Funny you should forget that, Mr. Binns.
And it over, Mr. Binns. Tar.
Well, now it doesn't matter, does it? I mean, about Lily running away.
Oh, doesn't it just? I think you paid that money, Mr. Binns, to protect her. She's got to be found to protect others from her. You paid that money out of your own pocket to save her from the law.
Well, why should I do that?
Oh, perhaps Mrs. Muzzy could answer that.
He was moon-eyed about Lily, he was, Sergeant. Fair stuck on it, he was.
Well, yeah, I liked her, but what of it? What of it?
Don't be afraid to tell us the truth, Mr. Binns. That's all we want, the truth. So, you're in love with her?
I wanted to marry Lily, I did.
Well?
Well, I've been studying hard to get a new position. I thought she'd marry me if I asked her to.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, last night it was. I asked her last night.
Well, I never.
Well, go on, Mr. Binns.
I don't know any more.
You haven't told us what Lily said when you asked her to marry you.
She sort of made fun of it right then, but she didn't mean it, I don't think. Not really.
Why not?
I don't know. Perhaps she did mean it.
Another man, perhaps?
Yeah, Mr. Wickham, the foreman of the factory where she worked. She said he had his eye on her, that he was a gentleman, and he'd come into a legacy. Could buy her things now, not later, like me. He wanted her to go away with him. Last night it was. That's likely where she's gone. She laughed at me. She did.
Ah, little flirt she was. Mr. Binns was too good for her.
Now, wait, please. And how did you feel about that when she laughed?
Well, I was mad, that's all. Well, how would you feel if your girl laughed at your feelings for her? You'd be upset too, and... Well, that's all I was, I swear.
Now, calm yourself, Mr. Binns. Nobody's...
Well, I didn't kill her, if that's what you're driving at.
I wasn't driving at anything, Mr. Binns. You've been doing all the driving, and I think there's a lot more you could say if you wanted to. Isn't that so?
I don't know what you mean.
Can I have a look through your house, Mrs. Muzzy?
I don't know no reason why not, sir. Would you like to start in her room?
No, we'll start here, in Mr. Binns's room. We'll start with this clothes cupboard. Mr. Binns has been staring at it constantly. Do you always keep your clothes cupboard locked, Mr. Binns? Have you got the key? Well?
Here.
Thanks.
I gotta tell, I can't help it. I thought it was only a bad dream, but it wasn't. I killed Lily Alders, I did. Her body's in there in the back of the cupboard. She's dead. She's dead.
I thought so.
Oh, the Lord have mercy on us. Murder in my house. Oh, that poor, dear, sweet girl.
Mr. Binns?
Yes.
Look in here. Is this the body of Lily Alders?
Yes, that's her. That's Lily. Why? What is...
Oh, my stars!
What? It's only a wax dummy.
I guess you did have a bad dream after all. Hey, Mr. Binns.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Binns. I forgot to tell you about that dummy. You see, you got the biggest clothes cupboard in the house, and with Lily making a fuss about me storing it in her room, I thought you wouldn't mind if I stored the mannequin I use for dressmaking in there, out of the way for a day or two. I was sure you wouldn't mind.
No, Mrs. Muzzy, I don't mind.
Oh, poor fella. He's had a bad scare. He's fainted. No wonder.
Yes. Matthew Binns had mistaken that cold wax dummy for the body of Lily Alders. It was a dark cupboard, a simple mistake to make. So all was well again, and Binns finally realized he had suffered a bad dream. What a thing to happen. Heart stopped beating over such occurrences. But all was well now, except that Binns took a lot of chaffing from the other lodgers about his dreams, and Lily was still missing. After 2 weeks of it, he told Mrs. Muzzy he'd be leaving that night as quickly as he could. So Binns began his packing. Mrs. Bobby and Alf Tooley dropped in to help and to say goodbye.
We're going to miss you, Mr. Binns.
Oh, I'll see you as soon as I'm down to earth again.
I miss the excitement of you dreaming murders up, Binnsy.
Al, please don't joke about it.
You'll let us know where you are when you're settled, won't you, Mr. Binns? We're all ever so fond of you.
Oh, yes, I will.
And if you see Lily, will you tell her too?
Yes. Help me pull out this trunk, Al.
Right.
You know, Mr. Binns, you ought to meet my niece, Gladys Beckett. She's a card, she is.
Well, maybe I will, later.
Gladys will make you forget, Lily. Rapid like.
I'll get these tools and things in the trunk and I'm all done. Well, up with the lid.
You know, I guess I will miss you. Good Lord! Mrs. Bobby, look what's in the trunk.
Bless my soul, it's Lily Alders.
Dear, poor old Binzi. What a letdown. He thought it was only a dream, and so it was. Except that after he dreamed he'd murdered Lily, he awoke and went and did it. Awake, he'd been too smart to hide the body in the trunk, because that's what all murderers use. And because he was a murderer too, that's what he unknowingly used when in his sleep he re-hid the body of shabby, pretty Lily Alders. Don't be impatient, Mr. Binns, I'm coming. Why did I do it? Well, don't ask me. I had nothing against the poor fellow. It must be that thing I'm constantly warning you against. That the devil finds work for idle hands to do. Even his own. Going down?
Devil's Holiday is a Donovan Joyce production. Devil's Holiday. Lucifer takes a vacation on Earth and meets a client. Here he comes, now.
Hello. Remember me? Lucifer is the name. Don't jump like that, dear lady. I haven't come for you. Yet. Oh, no. A lot of sulfuric acid has to flow under the bridge before I'm ready for you. But when I am, I can promise you a real bubble bath. A soap, but no hope. I do trust you don't object to mixed bathing because you probably have a companion. Oh, quite a gentleman, really. Gervais Axman, last of one of England's most ancient families. Hopelessly inbred, you know. It wasn't a case of the family needing new blood. What they needed was blood of any kind. Still, there was no excuse for Gervais to seek his share by brutally murdering his neighbour's wife. Why wouldn't his own wife have done? What's a wife for? But then, Felder, of course, didn't appeal to him. He had to go gallivanting among the peasants like a 16th century squire with 20th century results. You know, I was done out of Gervais. They changed the charge to manslaughter, and he got 10 years. Yes, but there's hope, because today he was released. The moment I heard the news, I came hot-footing up here to... To what? To have someone pay the devil his due. And as far as I'm concerned, Gervais is not only due, but overdue. On the small, neat Buckinghamshire farm which Felder has carried on, alone unassisted for 8 years, all is calm, all is still. Ah, me, a peaceful, bucolic scene. It seems a pity to disturb it. But what has to be, has to be. So...
Go in, you stubborn... Gotcha.
And very neatly done, if I may say so.
Charles! I didn't know you were there.
No, you were making such an infernal row hitching that plough to your tractor. You couldn't hear my car.
Nice to see you anyway. Come and have tea. It's almost time.
Oh, but aren't you going to work? I don't want to interrupt you, my dear. I know how busy...
Work? Oh, you mean the plough. No, that's ready for tomorrow.
Carol started today. I just drove past and saw him ploughing his long field by the road.
Carew works with the calendar. I work with the soil.
Still, ploughing up day hereabouts.
There's a time for everything. And I plough tomorrow. Now come and have that tea.
Oh, there's no doubt about it, Felder. Looking out from this window, the farm looks a picture.
Yes, I think so too. It's been hard, but it's been worth it. Here's your tea.
I wonder what Gervais will think of it.
He'll never see it. He's done with it. He told me to sell it when he... I sold it to myself. The money's in his bank in London. He knows it. So there's nothing to bring him back, is there?
There's you.
I was the first thing he threw away. Now the farm isn't here for him. Neither am I.
And what if he doesn't quite see it that way?
I won't have him here. This is my world. The world I made for myself when he smashed my other. He robbed me of everything, of himself, of his children, of my respect.
Never your respect, Felder. You've kept it and nourished it. You're highly respected, and you know it.
I'll never forgive him for what he did. Never.
My dear, Rita Carew has been dead a long time, and Gervais has paid.
Rita Carew? Do you think it's for her that I'm so bitter? I'm the one he killed. And Gervais hasn't paid. He hasn't begun to pay.
Felder, I have something to tell you. He was released today.
Released? How do you know? He still has 2 years.
Good conduct. London rang me. They thought he'd make for home.
What home?
As chief constable, they thought I should know. Left it to my discretion to warn Carew.
Warn him?
Your husband has threatened to harm him. He claims it was Carew killed Rita when he found out about her and Gervais.
He always has. Right from the day he was arrested.
There's a train gets in from London at 4. That's why I drove over.
In case he comes here?
I know he'll come here.
There's a train back to London at 7.
What if he refuses to go?
Carew has remarried. Let him go there.
Oh, my dear.
Well, we shall soon know. If he were on the 4 o'clock, he'd just be getting here.
Well, surely it takes more than 20 minutes to walk from the station.
An hour by the main road. 20 minutes if one uses the lane and cuts across my hollow field. Gervais always comes that way. Used to come, I mean. Remember?
Lucky for William Carew. If Gervais came the long way, he'd see Carew ploughing. And, well, anything might happen.
You warned him?
Yes, as I drove by. He's ready.
And I'm waiting.
Yes, we're both waiting.
It's quite a reception committee for dear Gervais. Oh, what a welcome home. Oh, well, I shall make up for it when it comes to me for the long weekend. I think that should be the lost weekend. Now let's turn the clock back a few minutes, say half an hour, and see what's happening at the equally ancient farm of William Carew, whose first wife was enamoured of Gervais' axeman and died for it, and whose second wife is equally flighty. Descriptive word, eh? Wouldn't it be strange if lightning struck twice, eh?
William! Why, what are you doing back at the house this early?
Kerosene? Did I hear a car as I drove tractor up to barn?
Got good ears, William.
Good eyes, too. Hear that, lass? Good eyes.
I don't know what you mean.
You didn't say you were going to village.
I'm not.
You've been?
I haven't been out of the house all day.
Kind of prettied up, then, aren't you, lass?
What's the good of having pretty clothes if I never wear them?
All right behind bar of fox and grapes, then things, Martha. But they don't go well on farm. Get 'em off. They make me sick.
Oh, do they? Well, let me tell you, they don't make everyone sick.
Who's been here with you? Well?
No one's been here with me, as you put it. It was Chief Constable, if you must know.
Chief Bloward, you mean? What did he want?
To tell you a friend of yours might be calling on you. Gervais' axeman.
He's out? They've let him out?
Today. What's the matter, William? You've
gone white.
Killed her, he did. Took her from me and then killed her. Let him come. I'll be ready, and it'll be my turn this time.
You know, I never did believe Gervais Axman killed her.
Didn't I catch him there in wood, standing over her like the murdering dog he is?
Well, when I was at the Fox and Grapes, some people thought as it was someone else killed her, and he only found her like he said. Some people said you put the blame on him. Only said you'd warned him away from her, so you could get your hands on the farm like you've always wanted.
He killed her, I tell you. And you'd better not go saying any contrary, or I'll...
Lay a finger on me, William Carrow, and there'll be another death in your family. I mean it.
You've been a back-chatting faggot ever since I wed you. Be careful you don't try me too far. I got plowing to do. See my supper's ready when I come in. And like I tell you, take off them silks. You're not behind bar now.
No. Not now. Not yet.
You'll note the general air of happy gaiety which pervades this district. These characters had better watch out, or some impecunious author will put them in a play. Well, there you are. That's what happened 30 minutes before Sir Charles Barton, Chief Constable of the county, sat in the low-beam living room of Felder Axman's farmhouse, awaiting the prophesied arrival of Gervais.
5 o'clock. He can't be coming. Not today, anyway.
What made you so certain he was, Charles?
Oh, I wasn't certain. I only thought... Well, where else would he come?
Where else indeed, Charles?
Gervais!
You're looking well, Felder. Hard work suits you. Those overalls, too. Quite the land girl, aren't you? Oh, excuse me. Am I interrupting anything private?
Gervais.
Well, how are you, old man? I came to extend the welcoming hand. We thought you'd turn up. But where have you been? Your train got in at 4, didn't it?
I came the long way round by the main road. It takes a full hour, you know. Am I too late for tea?
Felder?
I'll make fresh.
No, don't bother. I'll have a whiskey instead. I trust you've been looking after my wife, Charles, as a good friend should.
Charles has been a wonderful friend to me.
Good. And have you also been a wonderful friend to me, too, Charles?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Queer, but I don't know.
Then kindly don't make insinuations.
Charles!
Look here, Felder. Gervais and I have to have a talk. You run away for a few minutes while
No.
But he's got to be told.
Told?
Told that you're no longer welcome in this house. That Felder regards you with contempt and loathing.
Well, suppose Felder herself tells me this. Felder?
Gervais, I thought... Oh, I don't know what I thought.
You've got a cool nerve, I must say, Axman, expecting to walk into your wife's arms after serving 8 years for murder. You can see how she feels about you. You caused her enough trouble and unhappiness. Why don't you go?
I'll go when she tells me.
What have you come back for? You sold the farm, you've lost your wife.
And yet they're both still here.
Are they? You'll soon discover there's nothing here for you. Nothing.
Well, if there's nothing, then there's nothing. But by the same token, there's nothing here for you either. Is there, Felder?
Welcome home, Gervais.
Felder, you can't do this. No.
Hello? Yes, speaking. Yes, he's here. 1 moment.
It's for you, Charles.
Thank you. Hello. Yes, Sergeant. Where? Why? He's been what? Yes, I'll come at once, right away. You can't do it, Felder. And I'll tell you why you can't. They've just found William Carrow beside his tractor. He's been murdered.
Well, I'm sorry we had to lose old Carrow. He was such a happy soul. Now that your loss is my gain. Just wait over there, please, Mr. Carrow. Yes, by the elevator. Well, what's Felder going to do now? Take-on situation, don't you think? Fancy her changing the way she did. But then, that's women for you. For you, my friends, not for me. Well, with 2 murders on his hands, I think Gervais needs a rest, don't you? In fact, I think we all need one. So, relax.
With the falling of the curtain on Act 1 of Devil's Holiday, we pause for a brief announcement. We resume our story with the second act of Devil's Holiday.
Oh, me. Oh, my. A pleasant rest from this exhausting business of catching you mortals with your... to continue. Scarcely had Felder Axman suddenly made a complete about-face and welcomed her newly released from prison husband Gervais, then came the horrifying news that William Carow had been done to death. William Carow, husband of the woman for whose manslaughter Gervais spent 8 years in prison.
William Carow, husband of the woman you made love to and murdered. The man you swore to do to death as you did his wife.
I can't stand it. I can't. It's horrible. Horrible.
Felder, come back.
Why? So that I can be next? For a wild moment before that phone rang, I thought I'd been wrong. That everyone had been wrong. But what did you do less than an hour after you got off the train? Killed again, went straight for William Carow and blotted out his life just as you did. Oh.
Lay a finger on her again.
Shut up, both of you. You particularly, Barton. Felder, you're hysterical, but I thank God for it. I know what it means, what you feel and why. It isn't horror at what you think I've done. It's resentment that I may have done something to snatch away the happiness you were just reaching out for. Isn't that it?
I hope they hang you this time.
And they will. Axman, you're under arrest. I have to go, but I'll send a man back, and if you're not still here, or if you've harmed Felder in any way...
Which do you hope I'll do?
Don't try anything. Felder, I must go. I hate leaving you like this, but after all, I am Chief Constable, and... Well...
I'll be all right. I'm not afraid. Not anymore.
Good. I'll hurry back as quickly as I can. Remember what I said, Axman?
I'll try to, but at the moment I'm remembering what someone else said.
What do you mean?
Go and find out who killed Carow, then come back. I'd like to hear your theory.
You'll hear more than that. You'll hear a death sentence.
Felder, listen to me. You must believe me. I didn't do this. I didn't kill Rita either. And perhaps Carow's death will help me prove it.
How?
I don't know when he was killed, but I saw his tractor standing in his long field as I came by. He was underneath it, fixing something. At least I suppose that's what he was doing, but... Felder, he must have been dead then.
Gervais, how did you get here from the station?
The long way, the main road. How else could I have seen Carow's tractor?
The long way? Why?
I had to think. After all, I'd not seen you for 8 years.
You came that way because you knew you'd meet Carow ploughing.
Darling, I didn't know that. How could I?
It's ploughing up day, remember? Carow always ploughs on this date, and forget the darling.
Look, it takes an hour of solid walking to get here from the station. What do you think I did? Saw Carow on his tractor, climbed the fence, biffed him, and walked on? Oh, have some sense.
You could have done that and then doubled back to the lane and come in the short way across Hollow Field. Is that what you did, Gervais?
Yes, I could have done that, couldn't I? But why should I? Why should I kill Carow?
Hasn't that been your dominating thought ever since the other one? To get even? Didn't you shout it in court? Haven't you said it ever since?
Yes, I said it, and until a couple of minutes ago I meant it.
There.
But would I be fool enough to kill him the moment I'm in the district? When everyone's expecting me to attack him?
Perhaps you've become clever. Cleverer than you were.
Yes. Yes, perhaps I have. And not before it's time. Like to know something?
What?
8 years ago, who was it brought me the message that Rita Carow wanted me to meet her in Folly Woods?
Why, Charles, of course. Charles? You're not suggesting...
That was reluctantly dragged out of him at the trial. When I got there, she was dead. A minute later, Carow turned up. Who told him where his wife was?
Charles? But Carow asked him.
What if Rita was already dead when Charles gave me the message? And Charles knew it.
You're mad. To accuse Charles of... Why? Why would he do it?
Felder, think back. When did he first ask you to marry him? And how often since?
Dear, dear, dear. All this raking over the old murder, while there's a lovely fresh one to be discussed. It's so much time wasting. Why can't the man admit the deed and be hanged to him? Let's get on, that's what I say. Yes, let's visit the spot marked X. Lovely day for a murder, don't you think? But then, so are the other 364. While in leap years...
There he is. Just like I found him. Except for the bit of canvas.
The body hasn't been touched, sir. Not since I've been here.
Good. We'll need more men on this job, Sergeant. And some plain clothes chaps as well. You cut off back to the house and ring through. There's a good chap.
Right you are, sir.
And tell me, Mrs. Carrow, did you actually see this fellow Axman attack your husband?
I didn't see a thing, sir. Except what's here. I heard the tractor stop and stay stopped. So I came out and down the fields. Saw him lying there, under the tractor, dead. That's when I went and rang the police. Who did it, sir? Was it Mr. Axman, do you think?
Seems a strange coincidence if he didn't. This happening so soon after I warned him. I stopped as I drove past, you know, after I'd left your house, and repeated the warning I'd given you. See? There are my footprints leading up to the tractor across his ploughland.
Yes, I see them. But where are Mr. Axman's footprints?
Here, I say, I don't like this. This is not turning out the way I... What's that, Lily? What? Yes, that's right. And excuse me, friends. That was my secretary pointing out that... Well, never mind. From now on, I'm only an interested onlooker, very interested. I was still interested early next morning, when an arrest was imminent.
Oh, yes. I'll admit it's only circumstantial evidence, but it is evidence. Here's what you did, Axman. You left the train and, taking the main road, went straight to Carrow's farm, to where his long field borders the road. You waited in the hedge until he'd finished a furrow toward you and had turned his tractor and had his back to you. And then you struck him down.
Go on.
Then you nipped back down the main road, used the lane, cut across your wife's hollow field, and got here to the house. It takes just 1 hour to do that. We've just timed it.
Supporting evidence? What about footprints? Were mine found on Carrow's ploughland?
You walked on the hard, unploughed land. It's quite simple to prove.
All cut and dried, isn't it? Just like the other. Tell me, Charles, if you wanted to get rid of me, why didn't you just kill me instead of killing 2 others?
That's not very funny.
May I ask a question?
Felder, this must be an awful ordeal for you. Won't you leave the sergeant and me to settle this and get it over?
Somehow, Charles, I don't think it is over. Mrs. Carrow, what time did Sir Charles leave your house yesterday afternoon?
4:45 it was. William drove up less than a minute later, filled up with kerosene and went back and started ploughing again. I could hear him.
That'd be when I stopped him.
Time?
Oh, let's say 5 to 4. I was here by 4, wasn't I?
The train got in at 4. It would have taken Gervais a quarter of an hour to reach Carrow's farm. That makes 20 minutes he had.
Who had 20 minutes?
Carrow, to get on with his ploughing. Only he didn't get on. He didn't plough another inch after Charles spoke to him.
How do you mean?
You admit, so does the sergeant and Mrs. Carrow, that your footprints go right up to the tractor. If William Carrow had restarted ploughing after you left Charles, there'd have been time for a band of untrod ploughing 6 feet wide between your footprints and where the tractor was stopped.
That's right.
So, why didn't he restart ploughing after you left him, Charles?
Oh, how do I know?
Apart from Gervais, you were the last person to see him alive.
That's possibly so.
It is on circumstantial evidence.
So, if you can't prove that Gervais used the shortcut through Hollow Field, the case against him falls down. Because unless he used the shortcut, he wouldn't have had time to kill Carrow and be here by 5.
Not quite. For the case against him to fall down, he'll have to prove he didn't take the shortcut through Hollowfield.
And if he can...
But I can't, Felder. How can I?
Come over to the window.
All of you. Now look out. Over there is Hollow Field. The field through which Gervais is supposed to have taken a short cut yesterday. As you will see, it's fresh ploughed.
But Felder...
If he crossed that field, his footprints will show in the ploughing. I can assure you there are none.
Well, Sir Charles, looks like this clears him, don't it? Shut up. Felder, when was that field ploughed?
Why, yesterday morning, of course. It was ploughing up day.
But yesterday at 4, you told me you wouldn't be starting to plough before today.
You must be mistaken, Charles. There's a time for everything, and ploughing up day is ploughing up day hereabouts. Why, this makes Sir Charles the last person to have seen William alive, doesn't it?
On circumstantial evidence, yes. But I'd hardly think it strong enough to blow out my brains if I were you, Charles. They could never prove a thing, and neither can you.
Oh, what a clever boy that Gervais Axman is. Yes, what a recruit he'd make. It's a pity to lose him. But I got William Carrow, and that night I got the Chief Constable, Sir Charles Barton. He left a confession to the murder of Rita Carrow, but strangely denied killing William. How did the miracle take place? All the previous night, while her husband slept peacefully in his bed, Felder Axman drove her tractor and plough up and down Hollow Field, putting a swathe of safety around her husband. Women are funny, you know. While Felder travelled up and down that field, she was crying silently, because each time she came to the middle, the light of her tractor lamp lit the deep, fresh impressions of a man's shoes on the dew-damp ground. Ready, gentlemen? Going down...
Devil's Holiday is a Donovan Joyce production.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The creaking door is open, so do come in. You're welcome, if you can stand the cold. Hundreds of friends are simply dying to come here.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We we promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Harry Logan is a nice young man. Just the sort of person you'd like to invite for a weekend at home. If only the nasty, suspicious police weren't convinced that he's a murderer.
Go through it again, Logan. There's nothing to add. Nothing.
Who cares? You got time. I'm paid by the police department, so I got time. Let's hear it again.
Lieutenant, I don't want to.
Go through it again, baby. You might even convince me. How'd you like that?
But I know so little. I woke up in this girl's apartment.
Hold it, Logan. How'd you get to the apartment?
I've told you. I don't know. It's all a blank.
I wonder if a grand jury will believe you. Go on.
Well, I woke up in this apartment. It was a nicely furnished place. I'd been sleeping in a chair.
Been there before?
Never. I swear it.
You don't know how you got there. You've never been there before, but you were sleeping in a chair, and Miss Hollister...
Is that her name?
You wouldn't know, would you? You only killed her.
Oh, that's a lie.
Okay. Tell it nicely.
I walked through the apartment and... I found her. She was lying on the bed.
But when the doctor got there, she was on the floor.
I explained. You know I explained that.
Don't you know better than to move a dead body?
I didn't know she was dead, I tell you. But she was lying there as if she was sleeping.
And you've never seen her before, never been there before, and this doll is strangled while you're sleeping in a chair. She's wearing a nightdress, and she was strangled, Logan, strangled.
And her name is Hollister?
Marion Hollister, as if you didn't know. A rich girl with rich parents, and they have enough pull at City Hall to put you away for life, just for being there. Want to change your story?
I can't change it. That's the way it happened.
What do you remember immediately before you found yourself in this apartment?
The last I remember is getting off a subway train at City Central. I was walking up the escalator and... there was a girl.
Oh, there was a girl, was there? You missed that bit out. Where was she?
She seemed to be sick. She was leaning against the wall of the station just beyond the escalator, and I think I stopped and asked her if I could help.
And you remembered nothing more?
No, not a thing.
This is a highly likely story. Let me tell you, Logan, amnesia has been put forward as a defense in a score of murder cases in the city. It has succeeded twice. Most times with girls so pretty that they'd have got away with it if they'd been caught with a smoking gun in one hand.
I can't help it. I'm telling you the truth.
Okay, I'm going to put you back in a cell. Maybe you can remember a little more. Officer, take this man away. Coming. Chief, I hate to say this at my time of life, but I have a sneaking feeling this guy, Harry Logan, is telling the truth from the Hollister case.
He just happened to get in this apartment where she was killed, and he can't remember a thing.
He says he saw a girl in the subway. She was sick, or so he thinks.
Oh, so he thinks.
Yeah.
How did he get to the apartment? How did he get in?
Oh, we don't know yet. But there's something we do know. Logan's hands don't fit the prints on the Hollister girl's neck. She was strangled by a much larger man.
I tell you what, Carly. If you can't tie this guy Logan with a kill, leave it on for a while and we can find out how he goes. Have him followed. None of it makes sense, none of it. How did he get into that apartment?
Well, maybe, Chief, if we follow him long enough, we'll find out.
You asked him to identify the body?
No, but we'll do that before we turn him loose. Maybe we can learn something from his reaction. And here, Logan.
Is this the morgue?
It's not the art museum. Now, over here. Now, did you ever see her before?
Well, it's horrible. Horrible.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I asked her if you'd ever seen her before.
No, never. Not to my knowledge.
Sure?
Sure as I can be. Lieutenant Cowley, this is like a nightmare.
Okay, son, come upstairs to my office. I want to show you pictures of how she was when she was still alive. Well, recognize her?
No, I'm sorry to say I don't.
Was she the woman in the subway?
I don't know. You know how it is there, all darks and lights. I just don't know.
Oh, don't worry then. Maybe we'll discover something. You're in the clear, son. Just go on your way.
What? Why, thanks. I don't understand what happened. I don't understand at all. It's a mystery to me.
Yeah, me too, son. Maybe one of those cases nobody can ever explain. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
Give me a beer and a sandwich.
Coming up, buddy.
Thanks. Send it over to the table there.
Hello?
Beat it, sister.
I only wanted to thank you for what you did for me that night in the subway.
In the subway?
Yeah. I fainted, and you helped me.
Who are you?
The name doesn't matter.
Sit down. Have a drink.
Not now, thank you.
The hat's hiding your face. I don't recognize you.
I'll take it off. There. Is that better?
But you're Marion Hollister.
Why not?
Why not?
You're a sandwich. 80 cents.
The girl here. Where did you go?
What girl? I don't see no girl, mister.
Lieutenant Carley, I know you think I'm crazy, but this is on the level. I saw her. I spoke to her.
Marion Hollister is being buried today.
How did you identify her?
Her father made the identification, but we checked her fingerprints. They're on record. She knocked a guy over with her car 3 years back. Got away with a rap, although I think she should have gone to jail. Now, just take it easy, son.
What happened then?
You've been under a bad strain, boy. Been in jail, accused of murder. Well, you got a dream or a hallucination or something, that's all.
Oh, somebody was impersonating her. But she was exactly like her photograph.
Just take it easy, son. Where was this bar you were at?
Murphy's on the corner of Main and 60th.
Oh, I can't see a girl like Marion Hollister going in a place like that. Now, we're busy on the case. I'll talk to the bartender later. Just you go home and relax.
But it was her. I tell you, it was her. And if you aren't going to do anything about it, then I will.
Okay, have a drink on the house. Beer?
Another cheap cup.
Scotch, then?
I don't want a drink.
Now, what is this, mister? Hold up. Oh, I get it. I pay you or you raid the place. Yeah, well, business is lousy. The most I could go is $50.
Look, I want information. A guy named Logan was in here the other night.
Yeah, that's right.
How'd you know his name's Logan?
Right. One of the reporters told me. One of the newsmen.
You served him a beer at his table. Was a dame with him?
I never saw a dame.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
Get your jacket, mister. I'm taking you in.
Say, what is it?
Ask for questioning. Are you coming quietly or in two pieces?
I'll come quiet. Cops. You can't win with cops.
Mr. Flammoнд?
That's me, son.
You're the crime editor of the Banner?
Yeah. I know your face. You're the guy that was picked up as a suspect in the Hollister case. And you're released. I'm sorry. You were yesterday's news.
I want to know something about Marion Hollister. What kind of a woman she was.
Come in my office. Take your seat. You got anything to tell me we don't know?
What kind of person was she, the Hollister girl?
Between you and me, strictly a hot rod. A poor little rich girl.
Could you be more specific?
Oh, I'd lose my job. Her dad owns half this city and half this newspaper. Now, look.
She lived for the kicks, drink or drugs or anything else. It was all the same to sweet little Marion.
She didn't look that kind of girl.
Oh, so you did see her?
Only her picture.
She was arrested once for driving stinking drunk, and she killed a guy. Her old man even sprung her on that one. She had a sweet face, no heart.
Was there anywhere specific that she used to frequent?
Fellini's gambling club on the east side. Duke Fellini was said to be her special boyfriend, but don't quote me. Say, what is this anyway?
Oh, it's only that I saw her ghost. I'll let you know if I hear anything.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3 5s today.
I don't think Logan believes in ghosts, do you? But after all, he saw the girl dead. The fingerprints checked. The fingerprints don't lie. But ghosts do. They lie uneasily in their grave.
Fellini's club?
Sure.
Where's Fellini?
Not here. We're closed.
Where does Fellini live?
How should I know?
I'm a friend of his.
Who cares?
How much?
$50.
Spring a 10 spot.
Hand it over.
There. Now talk.
13 Wilshire Chambers. That's an unlucky number.
Come on. Come on. What do you know? Wasn't even luck. What? Police? Give me Lieutenant Carley. Hello, Carley? I'm in the apartment of Carlo Fellini at 13 Wiltshire Chambers. Come over quick. Fellini's dead.
Okay, but in future you don't play cops and robbers, Logan. That's my job.
How did he die?
Shot about 3 days back. Know the guy?
Of course not.
You don't know anybody, do you?
No, I don't know anybody.
Beats me. No kidding. Police have identified her by her prints. You say you saw her. Or her ghost.
And now they find Fellini dead.
Well, let's go down to the library. Check everything we've got on this girl. There we are. This is the driving case, just like I said. Oh, here's an item, though.
You found something?
It's probably nothing. It's just an item about her personal maid being arrested for possessing drugs. Released in the custody of Miss Hollister. And there's a note to say the maid appeared in court in a mink coat and crocodile shoes.
Suppose the maid is posing as her. Now she's dead.
Why should you do that?
Well, how do I know? Have you got the maid's home address?
Oh, for you, anything. Here it is. 7 Links Boulevard. That's Ankonoski in the stick.
Thanks.
Her name is Ellis, Mary Ellis. Well, thanks for the Fellini story. Let's know if you come across anything.
Right. I owe you that much. Perhaps you've laid a ghost for me.
What do you want?
I want to discover the whereabouts of Miss Mary Ellis. I understand she is about to inherit some money under Miss Hollister's will.
I don't like me. Marion wouldn't have left Mary a red cent. Mary was fired long since. What is it, that?
No, not that. Is Mary Ellis here?
You're looking at her. Come in.
Thanks.
Now then, what is it?
You look rather like Marion Hollister, don't you?
A bit.
Where's the mink coat?
Gone to the pawn shop. What's it to you?
Mary. Who killed Carlo Fellini?
Oh, is that rat dead? Good riddance.
I think Mary Hollister killed him, don't you? And then she was killed herself by one of Fellini's gangsters. And you've been impersonating her for some reason. Now, why?
Ah, go fry an egg.
Would you rather tell me or the police?
What's the diff? I don't know a thing about it. I got nothing to hide.
I'm going home now. If you want me, my telephone number is Chenal 337. Make a note of it.
I'll write it on the Hudson River and forget it.
That might be your hard luck. I live at the Harvey Hotel, room 61. That's in Mesa.
I don't care if it's in the Bronx.
Someday you may just care. Someday you may wake up dead, the way Mary Hollister did. Now you just think about it.
I'll give you 2 seconds consideration. Now beat it.
Thanks. For nothing.
You can see yourself out, but don't scratch the woodwork.
Logan here, room 61.
This is Marion Hollister, Mr. Logan.
I don't know what the game is, honey, but Marion Hollister is dead. And I don't believe in ghosts.
Don't you, honey? Perhaps you should.
Whoever you are, what do you want?
To talk to you. Come over to the apartment. Where you found?
Sure. And I'll bring the police with me.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, darling, if I were you.
Why not?
Because they wouldn't find anything there. Are you coming?
Okay. I'll be along.
I'll leave the door off the latch.
I'll be seeing you. Police? Give me Lieutenant Carley. Hello, Carley. I just wanted to tell you that I've got a date with a dead woman.
Nice fall, mister.
Thanks. Anybody there? Where are you, Marion? Where are you?
I'm here, darling.
Where?
There I was before.
No.
Don't you like me?
The same black negligee, the bruises?
Darling, I want you to forget me. Please. I can't rest while this goes on. Please let me sleep in peace.
Come on, boys. Come on. Where's the light switch? Huh? Oh, here.
She was here. Huh? I tell you, she was here. Just like it was that night. She was here and she was dead.
Look, I don't know what this is all about, but I'm going to find out. Sergeant Wells,
Yes, sir?
search this place, find out how that woman escaped.
Okay, Chief.
Logan, if this is all a figment of your imagination, there'll be trouble. I'm warning you.
I don't know anymore. I just don't know. Maybe I'm going mad.
Now go back to your hotel, Logan. Keep off the streets. You may be in danger.
I'm in danger. I'm going out of my mind. Hey, what is this? What are you doing here?
Don't you like me? Even a little?
You're real. You want a ghost?
No.
I'm not a ghost, Logan. I'm Marion Hollister.
That's impossible, and you know it.
I was Mary Ellis, too. See yourself out and don't scratch the paintwork.
But the Hollister girl's fingerprints were checked.
Oh, surely. But you see, I was on a drunken driving charge. My maid looks a lot like I do. That's why I chose her. She could always give me an alibi. Well, I paid her well to stand in for me. It was her fingerprints they took, not mine.
Then the real Mary Ellis was the dead girl in your apartment.
That's right. My money comes from my dad. When I went to Fellini's place, Mary was seen around as me. I'd been forbidden to visit Fellini. Poor Carl. I killed him. I killed him with this gun.
Put that thing away.
I shot Carlo because he was through with me. All he ever wanted was money and more money. He called me names that night. Carlo has a brother. Carlo's brother has big hands. Poor Mary Ellis. She did look like me.
Give yourself up. If you explain it...
Oh, it won't help now. I was going home by subway and I suddenly felt faint. After all, I just shot Carlo. You wanted to help me and that was all. But I couldn't let you get evidence later that you'd seen me. That would have placed me too near to Fellini's place.
What happened to me?
I asked you to take me home. Then I rang a certain doctor I know. He just hypnotized you, that's all. Told you to forget and sleep. Logan, if I'd have gone into my bedroom, I'd have seen Mary Ellis dead. I didn't. Not till later. Then I couldn't move you, and I had to leave you there.
And now?
I tried to make you think I was my own ghost and shake you off the trail. I made up as Mary Ellis in case the police went to question her. They didn't. You turned up. But you didn't really believe in ghosts, did you?
I began to, at the end. How did you get out of the bedroom?
Oh, I just slipped past the police in the dark. Well, I decided to shoot myself, but the game isn't played out yet. It might be easier to shoot you.
You're only making it harder for yourself. You know that. I don't think they'll do much to you for shooting a rat like Fellini.
Sorry, Logan. You were good to me. You liked me, even. But I'm rotten, and I always was, and I'm going to do the selfish thing to the end.
Put it down!
Yeah, put it down, Miss Hollister. You see, Logan's been close-tailed ever since we let him out of jail.
Well, here goes nothing. You rat. You stopped me doing the only decent thing I ever tried in my whole life. I hate you. I hate everybody.
It'll pass, Marion. Everything does. Things can get better for you. Believe me.
Dear me, what sort of a world is it when you can't even trust a ghost? It isn't the sort of thing we'd stand for behind the creaking door.